He is a master of Wangzhe Rongyao, effortlessly playing all heroes, achieving quintuple kills, quadruple kills, triple kills, and first blood with ease. There is no retreat in his steps, only an unending spirit of esports. Witness the Xiao Feng team as they strive for glory in national competitions, reaching beyond borders to represent their country. Chapter 1. The Experts in the Dormitory. The sky is noticeably desolate after a heavy rain, puddles reflecting the footprints of passers-by. Yet, on this eerily quiet night, one dormitory buzzes with unusual excitement. To an outsider, it might resemble a bustling marketplace, filled with noise, but they would not disturb the residents within. Their lively atmosphere stems from their engagement in Wangzhe Rongyao, a game that has captivated the globe. In China, it seems that every corner is immersed in this phenomenon. High school students are no exception, as Wangzhe Rongyao promotes fairness, earning the admiration of players worldwide. Attack him, attack him. Sun Minglong anxiously watches his roommate Shao Jian's unknown match on screen. Though he is not the one playing, he feels the tension for Shao Jian. Currently, Shao Jian is being relentlessly beaten by the opposing Dian Wei. For Shao Jian, playing Li Bai in such a dire situation is utterly disadvantageous. Dian Wei has slain Li Bai. Oh no, how could I be killed again? Shao Jian's expression is one of helplessness. Dian Wei is his nemesis, and he simply cannot prevail against him. The three others nearby appear dejected. They had hoped Shao Jian could easily handle Dian Wei, but the opposite is true. Dian Wei is mercilessly dominating Li Bai. Shao Jian contemplates that since he cannot defeat Dian Wei, perhaps he could enlist his roommate's assistance. Zhu Ming, would you like to give it a try? Zhu Ming is capable enough, so Shao Jian hopes he might play Li Bai. However, Zhu Ming vigorously shakes his head. He is utterly unfamiliar with assassin-type heroes, akin to encountering a subject he does not understand. Zhu Ming is proficient in Wangzhe Rongyao, primarily playing marksman, and his victories are solely attributed to them. If tasked with playing a marksman, he would undoubtedly dominate, but as for an assassin, he falters. Seeing Zhu Ming's reluctance, Shao Jian shifts his gaze to Li Ning, only to find him shaking his head, as well he too lacks knowledge of assassin-type heroes. When it comes to warrior assassins, however, Li Ning excels. Zhao Yun is his most formidable hero, and he could easily decimate opponents in a bronze-tier match. Yet, due to unreliable teammates who either feed kills or go idle, Li Ning remains stuck in the copper tier, often ridiculed for his lack of skill. Only Sun Minglong remains, but he is typically a mage player. Zhuge Liang is his most skilled hero, so Shao Jian refrains from asking him. Oh, if only Mo Yang would return soon. Once he's back, he'll have him play. Mo Yang is usually quite low-key, and few realize he is adept with every hero. However, since Mo Yang has other commitments, Shao Jian continues to play Wangzhe Rongyao, only to be slain by Dian Wei once more. He has now been defeated by Dian Wei 7 times. Dian Wei's economic advantage far surpasses that of Li Bai. When Li Bai is at a disadvantage, he cannot retaliate. Yet, if a skilled player of Li Bai were to take the helm, a comeback would be within reach. Just as Shao Jian finds himself at a loss, a sound of the door opening causes him to turn swiftly. Indeed, it is Mo Yang. Mo Yang is not only an academic achiever, but also a formidable Wangzhe Rongyao expert. He places his umbrella on the rack, closes the door, and is met with the peculiar gazes of the other four. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Mo Yang feels a twinge of unease at their strange expressions. Whenever his four close friends wear such looks, it usually heralds trouble. Undoubtedly, the happiest among them is Shao Jian, eagerly anticipating Mo Yang's return, hoping he will decisively defeat the opposing Dian Wei. Shao Jian quickly rises from his seat and gently guides Mo Yang to the chair, wearing a pitiful expression as he pleads, Mo Yang, if you could, please annihilate that Dian Wei for me, I beg you. Mo Yang displays a hint of embarrassment. While he is indeed skilled at Wangzhe, he has not played in a while. He fears his skills may have deteriorated, disappointing Shao Jian. Shao Jian, perhaps it's best to let it be. Though Mo Yang wishes to assist, he is apprehensive that his diminished skills might ruin the match. However, Shao Jian is not one to give up easily. He gazes at Mo Yang with pleading eyes, imploring him to take on Dian Wei. Faced with Shao Jian's pitiful expression, Mo Yang reluctantly nods. He concedes to take control of the game for this round. I can play for you, but I must warn you beforehand. If I lose, you cannot blame me. He fears that should he fail, Shao Jian might hold it against him. Good luck, Mo Yang. Upon hearing Mo Yang's agreement, Shao Jian beams with joy. Mo Yang takes hold of the phone. Initially curious to see which hero he would be playing, to his surprise, it is the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Li Bai. Li Bai is Mo Yang's signature hero. He always purchases Li Bai as his first champion and uses him for matches, rankings, and bounties. Yet, having not played Wangzhe for a long time, he feels a sense of unfamiliarity with Li Bai. Mo Yang believes that Li Bai will once again fight alongside him, sweeping through the entire Wangzhe realm. After pondering this, he begins to maneuver Li Bai. However, he notices a message from the opposing Dian Wei. Come at me, you noob. Having killed Li Bai 7 times, Shao Jian suspects that Li Bai is a novice, emboldening Dian Wei's arrogance that in response to such taunting. Mo Yang remains silent, focusing solely on his gameplay with Li Bai. Currently, the situation is dire, with only one crystal turret remaining on Mo Yang's side, and it is severely damaged, while the opposing Dian Wei's turrets remain unscathed. Shao Jian watches nervously, uncertain if Mo Yang can still turn the tide in such an adverse scenario. Mo Yang, I'm going to grab a drink and bring one back for you too. Feeling the weight of anxiety, Shao Jian decides to fetch a cup of water for relief. The other three fix their eyes on Mo Yang as Shao Jian locates Mo Yang's cup and pours a glass. When he returns, he is met with a look of utter astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. Not only is Shao Jian surprised, but Zhu Ming, Sun Minglong, and Li Ning are equally taken aback. Wow, it's been a while since I played Wangzhe, and my skills have indeed slipped a bit. Mo Yang stretches after concluding the match. They had not anticipated that during the brief moment it took to pour water, Mo Yang would have obliterated the opposing crystal. They now see Mo Yang as an incredible Wangzhe Rongyao expert. The defeated Dian Wei is likely still in a state of disbelief, never expecting that a supposed novice would so effortlessly dismantle him, directly assaulting the crystal and executing a remarkable comeback. Standing still, Shao Jian was taken aback by Mo Yang's remarkable prowess. As he effortlessly concluded the match, he felt an urge to express his admiration with a playful kiss. Although such gestures were not in Shao Jian's nature, he nonetheless embraced Mo Yang, exclaiming, Mo Yang, you are truly incredible. You must guide me from now on, as I am still trapped in the bronze tier. He smiled cheerfully at Mo Yang. In summary, Mo Yang swiftly eliminated Dian Wei while controlling Li Bai, his signature hero, which made the gameplay particularly smooth. Had it been before, Dian Wei would have been easily overpowered by Mo Yang in mere moments. If I were to use the Monkey King, I could probably finish it in under a minute. Truth be told, Mo Yang was quite familiar with heroes like the Monkey King, Han Xian, and Li Bai, and he had mastered many others to an exceptional degree. They were astonished to hear that if Mo Yang were to employ the Monkey King, he could demolish the opponent's crystal within a minute. Such claims were not to be taken lightly by those lacking the requisite skill. After the match, Shao Jian glanced at his watch, noting it was still a little past 8. Inspired by Mo Yang's prowess, he requested that Mo Yang play a 5-5 match for him. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in Arena of Valor, and upon returning to the game, it felt akin to reuniting with a long-lost relative. Therefore, Mo Yang willingly agreed to assist Shao Jian in a 5-5 match, allowing him to witness the current state of player skills that he wondered if they still possessed the same level of expertise as before, as only skill could determine victory or defeat. Shao Jian eagerly anticipated the 5-5 match. Mo Yang settled back into his previous spot and entered the 5-5 matchmaking, with Zhu Ming, Sun Minglong, and Li Ning joining their party. Shao Jian observed Mo Yang, uncertain of the extent of his abilities, and yearned for the chance to team up with him. The matchmaking commenced, automatically pairing players to face Mo Yang and his comrades. This would mark Mo Yang's first 5-5 match since returning to Arena of Valor, filling him with excitement. Chapter 2, Back to Glory. The match had begun, signaling their entrance into the King's Canyon for a decisive contest. Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, Li Ning, and Zhu Ming all felt a surge of nerves, being their first time as a four-man squad, uncertain of their synergy. Nevertheless, Mo Yang maintained a positive demeanor, believing that a good mindset was paramount in gaming. If one faltered mentally, nothing would go smoothly. Relax and treat it as a simple task, he urged Sun Minglong, Li Ning, and Zhu Ming to ease their tension. Though they were indeed anxious, they attempted to follow Mo Yang's advice, their racing hearts gradually returning to a normal rhythm. As a four-man squad, they were matched against a stranger, and during the hero selection phase, Mo Yang naturally chose Li Bai, his favorite hero. Sun Minglong opted for Zhuge Liang, Zhu Ming selected Liu Ban, and Li Ning picked Zhao Yun, while the last player chose Zhang Fei. As the game loaded, Mo Yang quietly observed the opposing team's lineup, recognizing that their composition was formidable. He understood the importance of not underestimating opponents, lest they suffer a crushing defeat. Once the loading concluded, he reveled in the familiar sounds of Arena of Valor, having not played in quite some time. Both teams were now fully engaged, with only the destruction of the opponent's crystal leading to ultimate victory. Mo Yang commanded his allies while skillfully maneuvering Li Bai. This was a 5v5 match, not a solitary endeavor, necessitating seamless cooperation among teammates. In the early game, Mo Yang's economy clearly outpaced the enemies that he farmed minion waves and took down the tyrant, significantly boosting their overall strength and applying considerable pressure on their opponents. Previously, Han Xian attempted to ambush Mo Yang while he was contesting the tyrant, only to be swiftly bested by Mo Yang, who secured a triple kill. The pressure mounted on the opposing team, as they had only claimed a single kill while Mo Yang's team amassed 6, further widening the economic gap. The situation appeared increasingly favorable for Mo Yang's side. If they maintained their momentum without errors, victory seemed inevitable. However, the enemy team took refuge under their turret, hoping to deny Mo Yang's team further kills and gradually recover economically. As the match progressed, a series of knocks echoed from outside Mo Yang's dormitory, accompanied by calls for him. Engrossed in the game and wearing headphones, he had not noticed the commotion. Zhu Ming kindly informed him that someone was calling. Realizing that it might be urgent, Mo Yang relinquished his phone to Shao Jian. Shao Jian, play for a bit. Just remember to be cautious and farm the jungle. I'll be back shortly. With that, he opened the door and stepped out. Acknowledging that Mo Yang had matters to attend to, Shao Jian obediently sat in his chair, adhering to Mo Yang's instructions to focus on jungle farming. The individual standing before Mo Yang wore bright glasses and clutched a document under his arm. It was none other than their class monitor, Feng Yong. Greeting the monitor politely, Mo Yang inquired about the reason for his visit. Feng Yong adjusted his glasses and presented the document, stating, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please take a look at this. He handed the file to Mo Yang. Uncertain of its contents, Mo Yang eagerly opened it to discover it contained information about the annual Campus Safety Awareness Board on Drowning Prevention, requiring him to create a poster on the topic. Monitor, are you asking me to create a poster on drowning prevention? Although he had an inkling, he felt compelled to confirm with Feng Yong. Yes, replied Feng Yong, his sharp gaze behind the glasses revealing his seriousness. Mo Yang felt confident about the task, as he had experience creating posters and possessed artistic skills, which reassured Feng Yong as Mo Yang scrutinized the information. Feng Yong emphasized the importance of this board for the class's honor. If executed well, it would earn the class recognition thus. He urged Mo Yang to give it his all and not disappoint their teachers or him. Rest assured, Monitor, I will put forth my best effort. But what kind of characters should I depict? While Mo Yang was adept at drawing, he was uncertain about which characters to choose. Let this decision be yours, Feng Yong suggested, believing it best to allow Mo Yang creative freedom. After considerable contemplation, Mo Yang, perhaps unwittingly, blurted out his idea to use characters from Arena of Valor for the drowning prevention poster. Yet, he pondered whether the monitor would approve, as utilizing game characters seemed unconventional. Well, since you have decided to use the characters from Wangzhe Rongyao, then give it your all. It's getting late, so you should hurry and rest. Having conveyed all his instructions, Feng Yong made his way back to his dormitory, as the hour was indeed late. Mo Yang stood there in a daze, unable to fathom Feng Yong's agreement. With this approval, he was resolute in not disappointing the expectations of Feng Yong and their teacher. After bidding farewell, Mo Yang entered his dormitory with the documents in hand. However, upon his return, he noticed Shao Jian wearing a sorrowful expression, a sentiment echoed by Sun Minglong, Li Ning, and Zhu Ming. What's wrong with all of you? Why do you look so dejected? Did you not win? Perhaps their sadness stemmed from Wangzhe Rongyao. Given the economic suppression he had just demonstrated, victory should have been within reach. Yet, they remained silent, prompting Mo Yang to approach Shao Jian and examine his performance. To his dismay, he discovered that Shao Jian had perished 5 times, squandering their initial advantage. The opponent had even managed to turn the tide and push towards their high ground. In this moment, Shao Jian felt particularly embarrassed for disregarding Mo Yang's advice and engaging in reckless play. Regret washed over him. Had he not acted so foolishly, they might not have lost their lead. Mo Yang. I'm sorry, Shao Jian mumbled, avoiding eye contact as he tugged on his shirt. While Shao Jian was apologizing, Mo Yang had already taken to his phone. He bore no ill will towards Shao Jian after all. The opposing player was formidable. What Mo Yang truly wished to ascertain was who had slain his friend 5 times, for he sought vengeance. Shao Jian, I shall avenge you. Which hero did it? Mo Yang was always direct, preferring to speak plainly without circumlocution. Having identified his target, he was determined to eliminate the FOE. It was that despicable Han Xine. He killed me 5 times. Shao Jian exclaimed, filled with anger. He too yearned to defeat Han Xine, but lamented his own lack of skill. Very well, Mo Yang replied calmly, then began to search for Han Xine's whereabouts in the Wangzhe Gorge. He discovered that Han Xine was clearing minions in the bottom lane, while he himself was also in the bottom lane, preparing to ambush. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Han Xine, seeing Li Bai, felt no fear, having previously vanquished Li Bai 5 times. He believed Li Bai's skills had declined, and thus saw no reason to be wary. However, Mo Yang's prowess would instill fear in Han Xine. He charged in with a skillful maneuver and swiftly eliminated Han Xine. Witnessing this, Shao Jian's face lit up with joy. The opposing 4 players approached Mo Yang, doubting that 4 of them could not defeat a single Li Bai. Yet, in the end, Mo Yang triumphed, dispatching all 4 opponents. Achieving a 5-kill streak, he led the minions to obliterate the enemy's crystal. Victory. After the battle, Mo Yang stretched and remarked, Shao Jian, I have avenged you and even secured a 5-kill streak. Shao Jian was deeply moved, nearly shedding tears. Mo Yang, you are truly wonderful. Next time, you must team up with the four of us. He longed to play alongside Mo Yang. Upon hearing this, the others joined Shao Jian in urging Mo Yang to return to Wangzhe, yet Mo Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to rejoin the ranks. The three friends rallied together with Shao Jian, calling out, Mo Yang, come back to play Wangzhe. Fight alongside us and create a legendary tale that as he wrestled with the decision to return, Mo Yang found solace in seeing his friends united, which was precisely what he wished to witness. Come back, Mo Yang. It has been ages since we played Wangzhe together. Zhu Ming stepped forward, hoping to persuade Mo Yang to return. Yes, let us fight side by side. Indeed, let's play Wangzhe again. Faced with the heartfelt encouragement from his four dear friends, he felt compelled to meet their expectations. Ultimately, he voiced the words that would bring joy to Zhu Ming, Sun Minglong, Li Ning, and Shao Jian. Alright, I have decided to return to Wangzhe and relish the joy of the game with all of you. Chapter 3 Brothers stand together as one. As the sky gradually darkened, it signaled the time for slumber. The dormitory supervisor had extinguished all the lights, and one by one, the residents slipped silently into the realm of dreams. Yet, Mo Yang remained awake in his bed, illuminated by the soft glow of his desk lamp. Diligently practicing the character illustrations for the bulletin board he was to present the following day. He was sketching characters from Wangzhe Rongyao, while the others, Shao Jian and the rest, had already succumbed to sleep. Well then, this will suffice for my illustration of Li Bai, Mo Yang declared. Feeling a swell of pride as he surveyed his handiwork, he tucked the drawing beneath his pillow and reached for a fresh sheet of paper. Understanding that the essence of character drawing lay in capturing the eyes, facial structure, and expressions, Mo Yang was deeply engrossed in his art when he suddenly noticed Zhu Ming stirring awake. Mo Yang, why are you still up? Zhu Ming inquired lazily. His eyes barely open. I'm just finalizing the character illustration for tomorrow's bulletin board. I'll sleep once I'm done, Mo Yang replied, still focused on his task. Zhu Ming felt a pang of sympathy for Mo Yang, who was laboring so late into the night over the bulletin board. Had it been him, he would have long since fallen asleep. His reason for rising was merely thirst, but upon witnessing Mo Yang's earnest dedication, he engaged in a brief conversation before returning to his bed to sip some water. After quenching his thirst, Zhu Ming lazily climbed back under the covers and reminded Mo Yang to hurry to bed before drifting back into slumber. Time slipped away quickly as Mo Yang continued to draw, and soon the clock struck 1 in the morning. Fighting off drowsiness, he regained his focus and pressed on with his work. After a night of tireless effort, Mo Yang triumphantly completed his drawing, stretching his weary body. He glanced at the clock, astonished to find it was already 2 in the morning. He carefully set aside his completed character illustration and nestled under the covers, realizing that if he delayed any longer, he would surely awaken the next day with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Good night, he whispered before turning off the lamp and surrendering to sleep. The dawn of a new day was about to begin, and in the blink of an eye, the time for sleep had elapsed. Unsurprisingly, Mo Yang was the first to awaken, and the effects of his late-night endeavors were evident in the dark circles beneath his eyes. Upon rising, he undertook the morning rituals of dressing, brushing his teeth, and washing his face. By the time Mo Yang completed these tasks, Zhu Ming, Sun Minglong, Li Ning, and Shao Jian had also emerged from their slumber. Good morning, Mo Yang, Sun Minglong greeted, sounding as though he had not yet fully awakened. If only he could indulge in a few more moments of sleep, he surely would. Good morning, Minglong. Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth, or you'll be late, Mo Yang urged, knowing he would not be late but concerned for the others. The remaining friends got ready, washing their faces and brushing their teeth before shouldering their backpacks and heading to class together. Early birds catch the worms, Sun Minglong remarked, munching on a piece of bread, while the others merely grabbed a single loaf each. Previously, Mo Yang had advised them to finish their porridge in the cafeteria before heading to school to avoid hunger during classes. However, they paid him no heed, and he felt powerless to change their minds. Their strides synchronized almost perfectly, prompting other students to perceive them as brothers. Zhu Ming, leisurely gnawing on his bread and sipping milk, appeared quite relaxed, while Mo Yang and the others hurried to school. He took the opportunity to scan his surroundings for anything new. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered around a bulletin board, animatedly discussing something. This piqued Zhu Ming's curiosity, compelling him to investigate the commotion. Mo Yang, Minglong, Li Ning, Shao Jian, let us see what is happening over there, Zhu Ming exclaimed, eager to share the discovery with his friends. Mo Yang and the others were more than willing to accompany Zhu Ming to the bulletin board, as they had not yet begun their classes. Excuse me, make way, they implored as they squeezed through the crowd to catch a glimpse of the bulletin board. The surrounding students were fervently discussing the news displayed there. Wow, the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship. One exclaimed, yes, I'll definitely participate. Who knows? I might even win the championship. Another chimed in, huh, with your skills, Finishing second to last would be an achievement, teased yet another. It seemed that every student gazing at the bulletin board was eager to join the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship, a coveted event for all enthusiasts of the game. Rumor had it that those who triumphed in the championship would receive a trophy and the chance to meet the teams from the professional Wangzhe Rongyao League, each participant harboring their own idols. Mo Yang and his friends studied the bulletin board intently, astonished to learn that the campus championship would indeed be hosted in Guangdong, an event that countless residents of Guangdong had longed for. Naturally, Sun Minglong, Shao Jian, Li Ning, and Zhu Ming were equally eager to participate in this championship. They scrutinized the information on the bulletin board, determined not to miss this year's Wangzhe Rongyao Championship. The competition was set to take place next week, with teams composed of 5 players each. Having absorbed the details, none could resist the allure of participation. Their primary motivation for joining the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship lay in the opportunity to meet the professional league teams, a truly honorable prospect. Zhu Ming, eyes gleaming with excitement, turned to Mo Yang and his friends, declaring, "Let us enter the Wangzhe Rongyao Championship. We have exactly 5 of us." No sooner had Zhu Ming voiced his enthusiasm than Sun Minglong eagerly raised his hand, unable to contain his eagerness to participate. Following his lead, Li Ning and Shao Jian also raised their hands. Observing his friend's enthusiasm, Mo Yang felt that his absence would dampen the fun, so he too raised his hand. "All right, let us strive together in next week's Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship." Zhu Ming extended his hand, prompting the others to do the same. Once they confirmed their intention to compete, Mo Yang glanced at his watch and realized that class was about to commence. He hurriedly urged Zhu Ming and the others to make their way to the classroom, fearing reprimand from the teacher. Just as the situation became critical, they finally arrived at the classroom and settled into their seats. As they did, the bell rang, signaling the teacher's entrance. Mo Yang, drenched in sweat from their rush, took out the textbook required for the lesson, relieved that they had narrowly escaped trouble. The male teacher, dressed in a suit, approached the podium. However, for the students of Class 6 in their first year, this man was a new face. Due to Teacher Wang's absence, he introduced himself as their new homeroom teacher, Zhao Yu, and wrote his name on the blackboard. The class monitor politely instructed everyone to stand, and the rest of the students followed suit. "Hello, students. Please take your seats," Zhao Yu said, granting them permission to do so. The introduction was secondary. The lesson was of utmost importance. After introducing himself, Zhao Yu instructed them to turn to page 95 in their textbooks, delivering the lesson while keeping an eye on those drifting off. However, Sun Minglong was indeed dozing off, laying his textbook on the desk and resting his head. He likely perceived Zhao Yu as a lenient teacher, a stark contrast to the strict Teacher Wang, whose presence would have deterred him from such behavior. "This is how it should be done," Zhao Yu remarked, turning to discover Sun Minglong asleep, prompting him to call out in a firm voice. Is it time to eat?" Sun Minglong, startled by Zhao Yu's call, mistakenly thought it was mealtime, eliciting laughter from the entire class. Zhao Yu despised inattentiveness in his classroom. "Sleeping in my class comes at a price. You, stand outside and reflect. Come to my office after class." His frustration was palpable. Feeling somewhat unjustly treated, Sun Minglong complied and stood outside, knowing it was his fault for sleeping. Soon after, Mo Yang, Zhu Ming, Shao Jian, and Li Ning were also called out to stand. Their collective mischief stemmed from the fact that standing alone was rather dull, and they followed Sun Minglong outside. "Haha, old Zhao must be furious right now." Sun Minglong found the situation amusing, as it felt like they were teasing Zhao Yu. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that had he not fallen asleep, Mo Yang and the others would not have joined him in punishment. Mo Yang believed that as brothers, they should share both joys and burdens. "However, you all must join me in facing old Zhao's displeasure. Don't you feel wronged?" Sun Minglong expressed his concern. Yet, Mo Yang and the others replied in unison that it was of no consequence. They would face Zhao Yu together, and after being scolded, they could leave. They considered it a minor issue, affirming that brothers should stand together. "All right, once we endure old Zhao's reprimand, we can go play together," Sun Minglong said cheerfully, appreciating the camaraderie. "Indeed, it's wonderful to have reliable brothers to share burdens and joy," Zhu Ming chimed in, happy to see Sun Minglong's frown replaced by a smile. Their laughter echoed throughout the building, though students and teachers paid little heed to their antics. For Mo Yang and his friends, it was a moment of pure joy. Chapter 4, Assistance Ding Dong, Ding Dong. The sound signified the end of class. Zhao Yu gathered his textbooks and stepped outside, calling Mo Yang and the others to discuss their earlier behavior. Since it was Zhao Yu's directive, they had no choice but to follow him to his office. They had anticipated this moment before the class ended. "Mo Yang, do you think old Zhao will be harsh with us? If so, I will lay bare the truth," one of them remarked, feeling unjustly implicated in Sun Minglong's actions. Mo Yang, resolute, was not one to shy away from confrontation. He was prepared for the consequences as he chose to accompany Sun Minglong. The others began to feel anxious, fearing Zhao Yu's wrath. However, Mo Yang's reassurance eased their tension. After all, with brothers by their side, what was there to fear? Zhao Yu led the way, and the group obediently followed him into his office. Upon entering, Zhao Yu closed the door, wishing to have a private discussion. Please, have a seat, he instructed. And they complied, understanding the importance of the conversation. The atmosphere grew quiet as they awaited his words. Now, let us discuss why you were sleeping in class, he began. Zhao Yu was adamant that his students should not be inattentive during lessons, and while such behavior might occur in some classes, it was unacceptable in his. One by one, they offered their explanations for their drowsiness. Naturally, aside from Sun Minglong, Mo Yang and the others fabricated their reasons, as they could not confess to feigning sleep to support him. After they had spoken, Mo Yang noticed Zhao Yu's growing irritation, his expression nearly reaching the point of slamming the desk in frustration. As your new homeroom teacher, I would appreciate a modicum of respect. Please refrain from sleeping in class in the future, he concluded. Rather than berating them, it would be far more prudent to patiently educate them on the importance of never dozing off in class. The assurance must, of course, come from Sun Minglong, who vowed before Zhao Yu that he would no longer sleep during lessons. Sun Minglong indeed wished to avoid dragging his comrades down with him. Mo Yang and the others also apologized alongside Sun Minglong, pledging to refrain from sleeping in class henceforth. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief. After all, recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is the hallmark of a good child. Initially, he contemplated punishing Mo Yang and the others by making them clean the classroom before returning to their dormitory, but it now seemed unnecessary. It was already past 5 o'clock, and mealtime was approaching. Thus, Zhao Yu urged Mo Yang and his companions to hasten to the cafeteria lest they be delayed. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Yu requested Mo Yang to stay behind for a private conversation, clearly wishing to discuss something with him alone. You all go ahead to the cafeteria, otherwise, there will be no food left. I will join you shortly, he said. Mo Yang bid farewell to Zhu Ming and the others to ease their concerns. Although Zhu Ming and his companions had ostensibly left, they lingered just outside the door, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation between Zhao Yu and Mo Yang. As they waited, Mo Yang sensed an ominous premonition and remarked, Teacher, you must have something to discuss with me since you kept me here, right? Please speak plainly. Mo Yang was not fond of beating around the bush, as his friends awaited him in the cafeteria. In truth, Zhao Yu felt quite awkward broaching the subject, as it pertained to unfavorable news for Mo Yang, which could potentially cause him distress. Inside the office, neither of them were aware that Zhu Ming and the others were eavesdropping just outside the door, pressed against the wall in an attempt to glean the details of the conversation. Zhu Ming pondered aloud. What do you think Lao Zhao wants to discuss with Mo Yang? I have no idea. After all, I am not a parasite in the teacher's mind, came the reply. Shoo, let us listen quietly and find out, urged another. Following their whispered discussion, they resumed their attentive listening. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yu finally spoke, feeling that there were certain matters Mo Yang needed to be informed of before the knowledge became more painful. Previously, the teachers and I deliberated on the selection of individuals to create the bulletin board. Unfortunately, the consensus was not in your favor. They unanimously chose Xiao Yu. I am truly sorry that I could not advocate for you, Zhao Yu expressed, his face etched with guilt. Outside the door, Zhu Ming suddenly felt a surge of indignation, wanting to rush in and inform Zhao Yu that Mo Yang had stayed up late the previous night in anticipation of this very project. Hearing this, he felt a deep sense of injustice for Mo Yang. Oh, is there anything else, teacher? Mo Yang replied nonchalantly. To mention his late-night efforts in creating character illustrations would be futile. It would be better left unspoken since he could not participate in the bulletin board project. Mo Yang felt rather unburdened by the situation. You don't hold it against the teacher, do you? Zhao Yu asked, hoping to avoid a rift over this matter. Mo Yang would not blame Zhao Yu. He understood that his skills did not match those of others, leading the other teachers to select Xiao Yu instead. He could not fault anyone else. Not wanting to prolong Zhao Yu's discomfort, Mo Yang resolved to take the initiative. However, upon opening the door, he was surprised to find his friends waiting for him. Did you all hear that? Mo Yang inquired. Having thought Zhu Ming and the others had long since gone to indulge in a hearty meal at the cafeteria. Zhu Ming was visibly angry and nearly charged into the office, but Mo Yang restrained him. Never mind, Lao Zhu. As long as I don't have to make the bulletin board, I can sleep soundly. With that, Zhu Ming, disheartened, turned away, heading towards the cafeteria. They were indeed furious, yet felt powerless to change the reality of the situation. Zhu Ming and the others hurriedly followed Mo Yang out of the classroom towards the cafeteria for dinner. The previously mentioned Xia Yu was well known among Zhu Ming and the others, but Mo Yang had not heard much about her, only assuming she was an adept artist. Xia Yu was famously regarded as the school beauty, renowned not only for her looks, but also for her exceptional skills in crafting bulletin boards, having won first prizes for her creations. Furthermore, she was celebrated as the top figure in Guangdong province, earning her the title of an all-around school beauty. After hearing the introduction about Xiaoyu, Mo Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and remained silent on the way to the cafeteria, leaving Zhu Ming uncertain about his mood, perhaps due to his inability to create the bulletin board. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they promptly grabbed plates to serve themselves. Mo Yang continued to eat his usual dinner, finding it never tiresome, while Zhu Ming and the others were quite the opposite. The cafeteria's dishes had nearly been depleted by them, earning them the notorious title of meal bandits, which included Sun Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian. You don't need to rush so much. Be mindful of those behind you who might not get to eat, Mo Yang remarked, accustomed to their behavior as it was a daily occurrence. If there had been outsiders present, they would surely have been taken aback. Mo Yang realized that his earlier sadness had dissipated, replaced by a genuine smile. In truth, all of Zhu Ming's actions were aimed at restoring Mo Yang's spirits. They wished for him to join them in gaming later. Dinner time passed swiftly, and now Zhu Ming found himself burping, having lost count of how many times he had done so. The others were in a similar state, yet Mo Yang recalled that his homework was still in the classroom, prompting him to return for it. Zhu Ming, Minglong, Li Ning, Shao Jian, you all head back first. I left my textbook in the classroom and need to retrieve it. I will return to the dormitory shortly. He bid them farewell and dashed back towards the classroom. Zhu Ming and the others proceeded towards the dormitory, having no concerns for Mo Yang, a perfectly capable individual. The classroom was enveloped in darkness, but fortunately, Mo Yang was clever enough to borrow a flashlight from the security office, which illuminated the pitch-black night brilliantly. With the flashlight in hand, he quickly sought out his homework. At last, he found it. In the dim classroom, Mo Yang finally retrieved his assignment from his desk. After securing it, he promptly locked the door. Just as he was about to leave, he was unexpectedly bumped into, causing his thick book to tumble to the floor. This incident undoubtedly bears the responsibility of Mo Yang, who promptly assisted the girl by picking up her scattered books from the ground. Once he had gathered all the volumes, he handed them over to her. I apologize for letting your books fall, he felt compelled to express, as it was only courteous given that he was a boy. It's all right. By the way, what are you doing here so late? Xiaoyu inquired hastily. Unbeknownst to Mo Yang, the girl before him was none other than the renowned campus beauty, Xiaoyu. He explained that he had returned to the classroom to retrieve his homework, which had inadvertently dropped onto the table. Oh, I see, Xiaoyu responded, beginning to comprehend the situation. Naturally, Mo Yang's curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask why she was still in the corridor with an armful of books at such a late hour. Xiaoyu explained that she needed to return the numerous books to the library, as the usual staff member responsible for this task was absent, and thus, she had come to lend a hand. However, the night had grown dark, and it was nearly 7 o'clock. Mo Yang felt concerned for a girl traversing the dim pathways at such a late hour, especially since she had to return all the books before heading back to her dormitory. Let me assist you in returning these books to the library. It will be quicker that way, Mo Yang offered, taking a large stack of books from her hands. Xiaoyu was genuinely surprised by his willingness to help. And while Mo Yang deemed it unnecessary to express his gratitude, Xiaoyu felt a deep appreciation for the boy standing before her. Chapter 5, Mo Yang, who does not even understand the library. As they walked down the shadowy corridor, Xiaoyu felt reassured by Mo Yang's presence, alleviating her fears. Meanwhile, Sun Minglong and his companions were busy reviewing their studies in the dormitory, preparing for the imminent examinations. After all, academics were of utmost importance. Games could wait until later, as completing the tests signified the approach of the campus championship, an event they had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. Do you often carry books to the library like this? Mo Yang queried, as he observed her familiarity with the task. Though he was uncertain and sought clarification from Xiaoyu, she nodded, confirming that she frequently returned books to the library, regardless of whether the librarian was on leave. She always took it upon herself to assist in this regard. May I inquire how a girl so beautiful, skilled at, academically proficient, and kind-hearted has not captured the admiration of every boy? It is no wonder Xiaoyu has been crowned the campus beauty. I can only imagine the number of boys who would be rendered awestruck in her presence. Mo Yang, however, remained oblivious to the identity of the enchanting girl before him, completely unaware of the situation. I can see you're quite diligent. I shall accompany you daily to return these books to the library, Mo Yang proposed. A hint of apprehension that Xiaoyu might decline lingering in his mind, he felt compelled to assist. Considering it was rather taxing for a girl to deliver such a heavy load of books to the library at such a late hour. Sounds good, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. For an inexplicable reason, Mo Yang's heart raced in Xiaoyu's presence, leaving him puzzled by the sensation. As they conversed, the oppressive darkness of the corridor seemed to warm with their camaraderie. Before long, They arrived at the library's entrance, where Xiaoyu gently unlocked the door with a key. As she was aiding the librarian in returning the books, she possessed a key to the library, making the process much more convenient. This is the library. I have never been here before. Such a vast space, with rows upon rows of books, Mo Yang remarked. Finding the reality of the library somewhat different from his preconceived notions, Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. After all, it was a place where most students would visit at least once. Yet, Mo Yang had never set foot inside. With a peculiar gaze, Xiaoyu regarded him as an oddity, astonished that he was unaware of what a library entailed. All right, let us head inside quickly and return these books so we can leave, she urged, nearly transferring all the books into Mo Yang's hands. Recognizing the burden they posed for a girl, Xiaoyu closely followed Mo Yang inside, though he appeared bewildered, unsure of which direction to take. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu guided him to the designated area for returning the books. You don't even know where to return the books in the library? I can overlook your unfamiliarity with the library, but not knowing where to place the returned books is quite surprising. The return location was clearly marked on the wall outside the library, designed for convenience. However, Mo Yang had paid little attention to such details. He had simply entered with a handful of books. My apologies, I didn't notice, he said, scratching his head, the atmosphere turning awkward. Yet, Xiaoyu found Mo Yang amusing and patiently instructed him on where to place each book. Following her guidance, Mo Yang diligently returned the books to their respective spots. After a thorough organization, Mo Yang and Xiaoyu finally placed all the books in their designated locations and sat down for a brief respite, engaging in conversation. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I will take you to explore things you have yet to encounter, Xiaoyu suggested to Mo Yang, who was oblivious to even the library's layout. I would love that, Mo Yang replied, his expression reflecting genuine excitement, as he realized he had much to learn. This lack of knowledge stemmed from his profound loneliness. He had long confined himself behind closed doors, returning home from school only to lock himself away in his room, isolated. During his childhood, he had often been bullied, and regardless of how others acted, Mo Yang was reluctant to retaliate. He believed that others' actions were their own business, while one's conduct was a matter of personal integrity. Only when pushed to the brink would he respond, unable to endure further provocation. However, upon entering high school, he met Sun Minglong, Li Ning, Zhu Ming, and Shao Jian. He still remembered the first time he encountered them in the dormitory, feeling apprehensive that they might mock him. Yet, to his relief, they embraced him as a true brother, a role he had never before experienced, having never made a friend, let alone a brother. Due to Mo Yang's inherent kindness and his eagerness to assist others, he has inadvertently given the impression that he is easy to bully. Otherwise, he would not have been inclined to help anyone. Ultimately, the actions of others are their own concern. One should simply focus on their own responsibilities. Even now, Mo Yang remains willing to extend a helping hand. The game Wangzhe Rongyao has provided him respite from a period of solitude. However, due to certain circumstances, he has ceased playing. Presently, he harbors aspirations of taking to the stage of the Wangzhe Rongyao League alongside his brothers. This is a destination every player yearns to reach, and Mo Yang is determined to strive towards that goal. Sitting on the ground, he reflects on these matters, feeling a twinge of shame. It has been a while since they last conversed, and time has passed swiftly, unexpectedly reaching past 10 o'clock, prompting Mo Yang and Xiaoyu to consider returning to their dormitory. To prevent any intrusions during the night, security personnel patrol the campus. One such officer, while making his rounds, noticed the library door ajar and found it empty, likely forgotten by the librarian. He hastily closed the door, possessing the key as a security officer. After securing the library, he continued his patrol. Just as Mo Yang and Xiaoyu were about to exit, they discovered the library door had been closed. Mo Yang appeared bewildered, having seen it open moments ago. Xiaoyu felt urgency. If they could not leave that night, they would be stuck in the library until the following day, a troublesome predicament indeed. In the midst of their anxiety, an object fell from Xiaoyu's pocket. Mo Feng clearly saw that it was the key to the library door, the very key used to enter. As someone entrusted with the library key, Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment for nearly forgetting about it. She quickly approached the door, unlocked it, and exited alongside Mo Yang. Before departing, she ensured the library door was securely shut, alleviating her worries of anyone intruding. Mo Yang and Xiaoyu walked together to the dormitory before parting ways. Ascending the stairs, Mo Yang opened the door to his room, only to find Sun Minglong slumped over the desk, drooling, with the lamp still lit. Zhu Ming was similarly asleep, resting against his textbooks. Li Ning and Shao Jian were asleep in their beds, murmuring about exams and encouraging one another. The days leading up to exams often bring about a sense of tension. Those who are less academically inclined tend to cram at the last minute, burning the midnight oil. Clearly, Sun Minglong and the others exemplified this behavior. Mo Yang gently turned off the lamps for Sun Minglong and Zhu Ming before lifting them onto their beds. A simple task since their beds were on the first floor. Once Sun Minglong and Zhu Ming were settled, Mo Yang proceeded to place their textbooks into their respective bags. After tidying up, he climbed into his own bed. The exams were merely days away. Suddenly, it struck him that he had yet to inquire about the girl's name. Mo Yang realized he did not know her name, which would pose a problem for their next encounter. However, he reasoned that he would be moving books to the library with Xia Yu the next day, allowing him the opportunity to ask then. Snuggling tightly under his blanket, he wished a good night to Sun Minglong and the others, gradually drifting into slumber himself. Chapter 6. The campus championship is approaching a few days later. The first comprehensive examination of their high school experience finally arrived, with everyone entering the examination hall filled with anticipation and anxiety. Mo Yang, Zhu Ming, and their friends shared similar sentiments, particularly Zhu Ming, Sun Long, Li Ning, and Shao Jian, who had devoted considerable time to studying in preparation for the test. Emerging from the cafeteria, they walked towards their classroom, their nerves palpable as they contemplated whether they would pass the examination. No worries, hard work yields results. I firmly believe you will excel, Mo Yang encouraged them. Who isn't anxious before an exam? Especially since this was their first major test in high school. The stakes felt even higher. They endeavored to relax, yet Mo Yang could see that Zhu Ming and the others were drenched in sweat, indicating their heightened anxiety. Together, they entered the classroom, placing their bags behind their chairs and preparing their examination materials. The atmosphere within the room was charged with tension. Some students glanced at their textbooks until the teacher arrived, trying to avoid any lapses in memory, while others appeared drenched in perspiration, a frightening sight. A few bore dark circles under their eyes, a clear sign of sleepless nights spent cramming. Mo Yang believed in attentive listening during lectures, followed by a gradual understanding of the material after class, analyzing why certain concepts are correct. This was his approach to learning. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of class. For the second-year students, it was indeed a lesson, while the first years were undertaking their examinations. A young man approached, wearing black glasses and an earnest expression, his arms laden with a stack of examination papers. Stand up. This command was not exclusive to classroom instruction. It also applied during examinations. As a sign of respect for the supervising teacher. Hello, teacher. At last, the moment they had both anticipated and dreaded had arrived. Hello, students. After exchanging courteous greetings, the proctor instructed them to sit. As the proctor began to distribute the examination papers, Mo Yang focused intently, preparing to tackle the test, when suddenly, he heard Sun Minglong's voice and quickly turned his head. Mo Yang pondered whether he believed that Sun Minglong would pass the examination. Sun Minglong, indeed, felt uncertain about the upcoming test, particularly given his last-minute cramming. Thus, he sought the reassurance of his friend Mo Yang. As a true companion and brother, Mo Yang endeavored to calm Sun Minglong, reminding him that excessive anxiety could hinder his performance, preventing him from demonstrating even half of his true capabilities. To lighten the mood, he introduced a topic about the impending Wangzhou Rongyao, Honor of Kings, campus championship, which instantly rekindled Sun Minglong's spirits. Consequently, he became more focused, feeling a sense of relief from Mo Yang's comforting words, and resolved to perform well on the exam, so he could participate in the championship with peace of mind. Observing Sun Minglong's renewed vigor, Mo Yang felt reassured. Despite the multitude of nerves surrounding the examination, he believed that overcoming such anxiety would lead to favorable results. The invigilator glanced at the clock and addressed the students, announcing that the examination would last for a total of 100 minutes, and once completed, they should cease writing and submit their papers. After taking a sip of water, the invigilator allowed the students to concentrate on their work. The examinees were notably earnest, some fortunate enough to encounter questions they had mastered, while others, who had not studied diligently, faced the possibility of failing or scoring zero. Mo Yang, being an exceptional student, easily navigated through the questions, while Sun Minglong and his peers experienced occasional tension. However, recalling Mo Yang's encouraging words, they found the motivation to uplift themselves. The 100 minutes passed swiftly, and the invigilator stood up, signaling the end of the examination and instructing the students to stop writing and submit their papers from the back row. Those who completed the exam felt a sense of relief, while some were disheartened, having not finished all the questions. Others, like Mo Yang, had completed their papers with great accuracy. After collecting the papers, the invigilator exited, and the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of class. Many students, having finished their midterm exams, tore up their test papers. Mo Yang, however, carefully retained his, knowing they might be useful for the final exams. Sun Minglong finally escaped the clutches of his anxious midterm, exclaiming, "I have completed all the questions. Let us see if I have passed." Although he had finished the entire exam, he understood that the results were paramount. "Do not worry. Believe in yourself and have confidence," Mo Yang encouraged. Many individuals lack encouragement and thus feel lost, Yet Mo Yang was determined to motivate Sun Minglong. If Sun Minglong were to fail, Mo Yang would assist him in his studies, convinced that he could help his friend reach the passing threshold. Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian also felt a wave of relief, knowing that the preliminary round of the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship was just 2 days away, which brought them joy. They estimated that the results would be announced the following day, and since they had completed their midterm exams, they had the afternoon off to relax, returning to their classes the next day. Therefore, Mo Yang and his friends planned to engage in a 5-player ranked match to improve their standings. They gathered in their dormitory for a gaming session, with Sun Minglong, initially a bronze player, being elevated to gold status under Mo Yang's guidance, while Zhu Ming and others also found themselves ascending to gold. After playing for a considerable time, they recognized the strain on their eyes and decided to take a break. Mo Yang set down his phone, realizing that while gaming was enjoyable, moderation was essential. When the time came for the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship, they would be able to fully immerse themselves in the competition. In unison, they echoed Mo Yang's sentiment about the importance of balanced gaming for a healthy life. Strolling across the recently rained-on playground, Mo Yang and his friends settled onto a bench. With the semester now well underway, they had developed a deep camaraderie, becoming brothers who shared everything. Even during their gaming sessions, a mere glance from Mo Yang could convey strategies to Sun Minglong and the others, reflecting the natural synergy cultivated through their time together. The championship was just around the corner, and they were eager to face numerous skilled players from various schools. This was a reality, given the immense popularity of Guangzhou Rongyao, with countless participants expected in the campus championship. Why worry? Our synergy is commendable, Sun Minglong declared. We will undoubtedly stand out in the preliminary round, and may even seize the championship title. Although his words were somewhat grandiose, their teamwork should not be underestimated. Yet, Mo Yang held a different perspective, aware that the game featured a diverse array of players. Some skilled opponents might be entirely unfamiliar to them, and those experts could very well appear in the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship. Regardless, Mo Yang understood the necessity of being prudent. After all, tomorrow they would encounter talented players from various colleges, and he was quite excited about the prospect of competing against them. Li Ning was particularly eager to discover which campus had the most formidable Guangzhou Rongyao players. As they prepared for the championship, Mo Yang informed Sun Minglong and the others that they should practice together the next day to enhance their chances in the competition. Naturally, Sun Minglong and the others agreed, recognizing that preparation was essential to avoid being overwhelmed on the battlefield. Mo Yang's prowess was well known among them. Others from different campuses might not even match his skills. However, Guangzhou Rongyao was a 5 versus 5 game, not a solo endeavor. To achieve victory, teamwork and skillful play were paramount. This was a lesson every Guangzhou Rongyao player should remember. Do not blame teammates for losses, as one must also reflect on their own performance. Mo Yang had grasped this wisdom, which significantly improved his approach to the game. The afternoon flew by, and soon a new day dawned. The foremost desire of Mo Yang and his friends was to check their results. After class, they rushed to view the rankings, where to Sun Minglong's astonishment, he discovered that he had passed, realizing that his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Not only he, but also Zhu Ming and the others have qualified, and they are brimming with excitement, eager to see Mo Yang's results. However, Sun Minglong and his companions could not locate Mo Yang among the top 100, so they kept looking back and eventually discovered that Mo Yang astonishingly shared the top score with Xiaoyu, both achieving the highest marks. Sun Minglong and the others were left speechless, as this was their first encounter with Mo Yang's remarkable abilities. To think he could achieve the same score as our school beauty. Impressive, old Mo. Don't forget to tutor me next time. Witnessing Mo Yang's prowess, Sun Minglong naturally desired guidance from him in their studies. I might just be fortunate, Mo Yang mused, scratching his head, though his gaze remained fixed on the score sheet and the name of Xiaoyu, who shared the top position with him. Sun Minglong and his friends had never anticipated passing the midterm exam, which genuinely took them by surprise. Today was indeed a splendid day, and tomorrow promised to be even better, as the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship was set to commence. Due to Xiaoyu's prior engagement, she had someone inform Mo Yang that he could not move books to the library tonight, but could do so tomorrow. Thus, Mo Yang returned to the dormitory early, regrettably unaware of her name. Though late at night, Mo Yang and his friends were too exhilarated to sleep, while Sun Minglong lay in bed, mentally repeating that tomorrow was the day of the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship. Mo Yang had signed up, and tomorrow they would form a team to compete. The thought of performing before such a large audience filled them with a sense of thrill. After all, this would be Mo Yang's first participation in a large-scale Guangzhou Rongyao competition. They felt nervous yet determined to give their utmost to defeat their opponents. With the championship looming on the horizon. Chapter 7. Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship. As the sun gradually rose, It signified the commencement of the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship. Although it was a weekend, nearly every student was present at the school, as the championship was hosted at Mo Yang's institution. Eagerly anticipating the event, Mo Yang and his friends arose early, their hearts racing at the thought of participating in the preliminary rounds of the championship. After all, skilled players from various campuses would converge at Guangyao Academy's film room, a perfect venue for the Wangzhe Campus Championship. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the preliminary rounds would continue for several days, with further competitions scheduled for the following week. Many teams were busy strategizing, discussing tactics, and hero combinations. However, Mo Yang and his friends were distinctly different from the others. While others deliberated on strategies, they were preoccupied with selecting a team name. Old Mo, what do you think our team name should be? They were inundated with suggestions, unable to choose a single one, so they turned to Mo Yang for a decision. Although Mo Yang excelled at gaming, he found the task of naming quite challenging. Naturally, Sun Minglong wanted a unified answer from him, otherwise, they would take the stage without a team name, inviting ridicule from others. Mo Yang sat on a stool, contemplating. He recalled a line from Jingku, "The wind howls, and the waters of the Yishui are cold. Once a hero departs, he never returns." Thus, he proposed, how about we call ourselves the Xiao Feng team? While Mo Yang found this name appealing, he sought the opinions of the others. Xiao Feng, I think that name is quite good. It conveys a sense of elegance and grandeur. Sun Minglong's comment struck Mo Yang as somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, the group concurred, and they decided to adopt the name Xiao Feng team. With only a few hours left until the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship, others continued to fervently discuss their strategies, while Mo Yang and his friends began their own discussions. Realizing that without a plan, they would struggle on the battlefield, Mo Yang procured a map of Wangzhe Rongyao, setting up formations and strategies for the match, which were crucial for their success. Each of them voiced their preferred heroes, and Mo Yang began to lay out their strategy. Old Zhu, when you choose Lu Ban, ensure that Old Li's elbow protects you well. The marksman is our primary source of damage. Understood, Li Ning affirmed, ready to shield Lu Ban from the enemy's advances. Sun Minglong was most familiar with mages, but Mo Yang advised him to practice a few different ones, as opponents would take note of his preferred heroes and ban them in subsequent matches. Minglong, since our battle is in the second round, you can practice against bots during that time. Just remember, don't use Zhuge Liang in the first match. Opt for another mage to avoid being targeted by opposing teams. Got it, old Mo. Sun Minglong firmly noted Mo Yang's advice, along with his assigned position and responsibilities during team fights. With warriors, marksmen, and mages accounted for, Mo Yang was uncertain if Shao Jian could effectively play support, especially with Kai Wenji, who played a pivotal role in team fights. If Shao Jian were to play an assassin, marksman, warrior, or tank, he would be utterly lost. However, if he played support, he would undoubtedly excel. Shao Jian primarily played Sunbin. Therefore, Mo Yang suggested that Shao Jian take on the support role, to which he readily agreed. As for whether to use Kai Wenji, that would depend on the unfolding battle. Mo Yang outlined the primary responsibilities for all four of them. Naturally, he would play the assassin, with his best heroes being Li Bai, Han Xian, and Monkey, though he primarily favored Li Bai. Amidst their fervent strategy discussions, time swiftly passed. The ringing of a bell signaled the official start of the Wangzhe Rongyao Championship. Let us go. With the time at hand, Mo Yang and his friends prepared to participate in the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship, knowing that arriving late would result in disqualification. Okay, they chorused in unison, clad in attire they rarely wore, looking particularly dashing. Given that it is a stage with an audience, how could Sun Minglong possibly lack new attire? These new outfits are their team uniforms, emblazoned with the name of the Xiao Feng battle team. It can be said without exaggeration that Sun Minglong is indeed a wealthy heir, not only on Mo Yang's side, but many teams have also designed their own uniforms, as a lack of uniformity would undermine the demonstration of teamwork. Numerous spectators have gradually entered the venue. Some are here to watch the competition, while others merely seek excitement. And surprisingly, some even come to take naps. Many are discussing which teams might advance to the knockout stage. Although they are merely spectators, they engage in conversation. As the saying goes, those who cannot enjoy the grapes can at least savor their scent. I believe that the Long Tian battle team from Tsang Long School is the most formidable. Just look at their team leader, Long Ao, who is ranked first in the national server with Sun Shangxiang. His prowess as a marksman is unmatched, and anyone who dares to challenge him is courting disaster. However, Long Ao's demeanor is well known, and Zhang Pai from Shengzheng School is equally renowned. His skills as an assassin can easily outclass Long Ao. Although he may not be the #1 assassin in the national server, he is certainly not to be underestimated. The individuals you speak of are truly a mess. Are you aware that there exists a female team composed entirely of girls within the school? They are regarded as the goddess team among us boys. Various discussions unfolded in the movie room as they eagerly anticipated who would seize the championship in the preliminary round. Mo Yang and his team are currently in the preparation area, as their match is not scheduled until the second round, granting them ample time to prepare. With over an hour remaining before the competition formally commences, the teams drawn for the first match are growing increasingly anxious, engaging in final tactical discussions. And their previously gathered intelligence on the opposing team proves invaluable. Although Mo Yang's team is set to compete in the second match, they exhibit no signs of nervousness, for they trust that Mo Yang will lead them to the finals, aspiring to claim the championship of the Wang Zhurong Yao Campus Championship. With a skilled player like Mo Yang in their midst, they remain diligent, for in a 5-player competition, success hinges upon teamwork. Relying solely on an individual is insufficient for victory. Sun Menglong and his team are intensely practicing their heroes, while Mo Yang provides guidance. They then transition into a simulated match, forming a team of 5 to execute their previously devised tactics against AI opponents. As time progresses, the Wang Zhurong Yao Championship finally commences. A bespectacled man in a suit takes the stage, clearly the host of this event, Lu Chong. Holding a script in one hand and a microphone in the other, he shares the audience's anticipation for the Wang Zhurong Yao Campus Championship being held in Guangdong. Hello everyone, I am your host, Lu Chong. I will be overseeing the Wang Zhurong Yao Campus Championship. Thank you all. Lu Chong bows. And the audience responds with enthusiastic applause. After bowing, he continues, let us welcome the first battle of today's competition. Featuring the Feng Shuang battle team and the Wan Wu battle team. Many fans from various teams applaud, even cheering for them. The Feng Shuang battle team is well known, particularly for the warriors Shao Jian Xiao Feng, as many prefer to use their gaming names rather than their real names. The Wan Wu battle team, too, has earned its reputation, having claimed the championship in the Nanjing competition, although they regretfully exited in the semifinals. They are determined to win the championship here. As both teams step onto the stage, they bow in unison. Lu Chong discreetly steps back, leaving the stage for the competition. Though the stage is theirs, he continues to provide commentary. Hello, hello. The captains of both teams shake hands before proceeding to the soundproof room designed to prevent disturbances. They select their heroes and enter the Wangzhe Canyon, while the audience observes the action on the large screen. The most familiar strategy for junglers is to invade the enemy's jungle. The Wanwu battle team's Han Xian swiftly invades the Feng Shuang battle team's red side. However, they are unexpectedly ambushed by the Feng Shuang team, resulting in Han Xian being unable to escape and giving up first blood. As the preliminary rounds are single elimination, the stakes are high. The captain of the Feng Shuang battle team, Xiao Feng, is no slouch. Within the first 10 minutes, he has already secured 5 kills, causing the Wanwu team to grow increasingly anxious. They did not anticipate the Feng Shuang battle team's strength. Clearly, their collected data was significantly flawed. As the economic gap widens, the Feng Shuang battle team assaults the high ground of the Wanwu team, leaving them to defend in their fountain or risk being overrun. Xiao Feng exchanges knowing glances with his teammates, who understand the unspoken message. The Feng Shuang team converges at the Lord, quickly defeating it and acquiring its power, which proves advantageous for sieging towers. The Wanwu team readies their defenses, planning to eliminate their opponents before the Lord's minions arrive at the high ground. Suddenly, they gather to follow the Lord's minion, but the captain of the Wanwu team, Wan Kong, commands them to retreat, though it is too late. As they attempt to return, the Feng Shuang team launches an attack on the crystal, leading to the Wanwu team's defeat. Victory! The Feng Shuang team erupts in applause, elated by their performance. Their success hinges on their impeccable teamwork. Without such coordination, they could never have triumphed over the Wanwu team. The players from both teams shake hands as they exit the stage. Meanwhile, Mo Yang has been closely observing the first battle, recognizing that the cohesion of the Feng Shuang team is crucial to their success. Without dismantling their unity, victory is unattainable. With the conclusion of the first match, it signals that it is finally time for Mo Yang and his team to take the stage. Lu Chong returned to the stage, feeling exhilarated by the fierce competition he had just witnessed. However, he was soon tasked with announcing the name of the second team that would engage in battle. Let us welcome the Shao Feng Zhan Dui and the Yong Zhejian Dui. Mo Yang and his companions were fully prepared. The long-awaited battle was about to commence. Chapter 8. A game of 5, not won at last. Mo Yang and his team stepped onto the arena, their excitement palpable. Yet, he remained uncertain about the true prowess of the Yong Zhejian Dui, for victory could only be determined within the realm of Wang Zhurong Yao. As was customary, both teams exchanged handshakes before returning to their battle rooms. Being brothers, Mo Yang and his teammates spoke candidly, their words inaudible to outsiders due to the soundproof walls. Old Mo, shall we proceed with the plan we discussed earlier? Sun Menglong inquired. Yes, everyone remain composed and avoid reckless actions, Mo Yang cautioned. aware that the Yong Zhejian DUI posed a formidable challenge, necessitating extra caution in their gameplay. Conversely, the Yong Zhejian DUI exuded an overwhelming confidence. Having never encountered the Shao Feng DUI in the Wang Zhirong Yao Campus Championship, they speculated that this team must be a newly formed group. Boss, shall we toy with the Shao Feng DUI? A slender youth suggested to his captain Shao Jian. Certainly, but do not be too harsh. We wouldn't want them to cry and abandon the game. Shao Jian retorted sarcastically, believing that their seasoned team could easily handle a newly established one. The confidence of the Yong Zhejian DUI was unmistakable. They anticipated a swift victory over the new team in a mere 10 minutes. Oblivious to Mo Yang's presence on the opposing side, Mo Yang, however, paid no heed to their expressions or discussions, as it was now time for hero selection. Naturally, he chose Li Bai, while the opposing two selected a tank and a mage. With both teams having chosen their heroes, the Shao Feng DUI followed their prearranged strategy. While the Yong Zhejian DUI opted for Zhao Yun, Shao Qiao, Zhang Fei, Lanling Wang, and Yang Jian, forming a rather tanky composition. Consequently, Mo Yang entrusted Zhu Ming and Sun Ming Long with the responsibility, as they were adept at dealing damage, while he focused on clearing the lanes. As the match commenced, the established tactic in the Wang Zhirong Yao Campus Championship was to secure the red buff. Mo Feng had anticipated this, and since Lanling Wang was busy stealing the red buff, he seized the opportunity to pilfer the opponent's red while simultaneously claiming their blue. At this point, the Shao Feng DUI held a slight economic advantage due to their successful defeat of the tyrant, while the Yong Zhejian DUI exhibited disjointed teamwork. Lacking any intention of engaging in team fights, each player merely pursuing their own objectives. Lu Chong, providing commentary, noted the arrogance of the Yong Zhejian DUI, who disregarded the Shao Feng DUI. Their strategy relied on individual prowess to overpower their adversaries. With each player vying to be the strongest among the Yong Zhejian DUI, they failed to coordinate effectively, leading to their unfortunate exit in the previous Wang Zhirong Yao Campus Championship. Mo Yang recognized this flaw and frequently organized ambushes with Sun Ming Long and others, capitalizing on the opponent's solitary movements, making it relatively easy to eliminate a player. This tactical advantage resulted in a significant economic lead for the Shao Feng DUI. Yet the Yong Zhejian DUI remained oblivious to the root of their issues, blaming their teammates for their poor performance. Following yet another team fight, the economic disparity between the two teams widened. In that skirmish, Zhao Yun charged in with his ultimate, only to be met by Lu Bu's devastating attack, sending the 5 members of the Yong Zhejian DUI flying. Li Bai seized the opportunity, executing Shao Qiao. Yang Jian, undeterred, charged forward despite knowing that the 5 members of the Shao Feng DUI remained intact. With a powerful ultimate, he nearly regained half his health. But Zhu Ming and Sun Ming Long's fierce output swiftly claimed his life. Zhao Yun, barely alive, managed to escape, demonstrating the wisdom of a captain who would not recklessly throw his life away. Lanling Wang met a swift demise upon entering the fray, instantly incapacitated by Lu Ban's skill. The reason for the Yong Zhejian DUI's dismal performance lay in their lack of cooperation. They failed to protect their backline, allowing Li Bai to wreak havoc, rendering their damage output ineffective. After this wave of engagements, the Yong Zhejian DUI's morale plummeted. They contemplated the futility of continuing to play if they could not even defeat a newly formed team. As they attempted to regroup, Zhu Ming stealthily targeted the towers, demolishing the enemy's high ground before retreating to avoid detection. Zhu Ming's audacity stemmed from observing that the opponent's 5 players were preoccupied near the mid-lane tower, allowing him to exploit this opportunity. With the rapid output of his marksman, he swiftly destroyed 3 towers. Sun Shangxiang, an agile marksman, executed Mo Yang's plans flawlessly. Had Lu Ban been used for the tower assault, it would have been disastrous, as he was far too vulnerable to ambushes. Mo Yang subscribed to a rather audacious motto: if unable to win through combat, then seize the towers, for Wang Zhirong Yao is fundamentally a tower-pushing game, not merely a contest for kills. Under Mo Feng's leadership, the Shao Feng DUI successfully secured the dragon. With the Lord at their disposal, the pressure on the Yong Zhejian DUI intensified. Their bottom lane had been obliterated, leaving only one high ground in the top lane and another in the mid lane. With the Lord's ability to push towers, they swiftly dismantled one of the towers. Now, the Yong Zhejian DUI ceased their solitary actions, gradually recognizing the essence of teamwork in this 5-on-5 game, rather than an individual battle. However, the Lord had already breached their high ground, as Mo Yang unleashed his ultimate, systematically eliminating the opposing players. The outcome of this match appeared increasingly inevitable, as the opposing team faced total annihilation. It is evident even to the most oblivious observer that Li Bai has decisively annihilated the opposition. Currently, a Dominator Vanguard occupies the mid lane. signifying that the Xiao Feng team is assured of victory. Lu Bu charges into the crystal with his ultimate ability, while relying on Lu Bu to absorb tower damage. And the remaining members focus on demolishing the tower. The crucial aspect of destroying the crystal lies in the roles of the marksman and assassin, for they can achieve rapid destruction. Victory! Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Xiao Feng team, Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly. Although he was aware of the outcome, he could not suppress his exhilaration. For a newly formed team to perform so commendably speaks volumes about their synergy and coordination, which are paramount in gaming. The audience below chanted Xiao Feng team, Xiao Feng team, Xiao Feng team, as Li Bai's prowess captivated them. Upon exiting the battle room, the Yongzhi team did not display sorrow but rather joy, for the Xiao Feng team imparted invaluable lessons on playing Wangzhe. Trusting one's teammates is essential for delivering an exceptional performance. Shao Jian and Mo Yang shook hands. Expressing gratitude for the lesson learned, cooperation and trust among teammates are vital in Wangzhe. He was immensely thankful to Mo Yang. This is not solely my achievement. It is your realization that Wangzhe is not a solitary endeavor, but a collective one, Mo Yang asserted, echoing a profound truth. Today you triumphed. Should we meet again, I shall strive to best you, Zhao Yin replied with a smile, recognizing that despite the defeat, he had grasped something far more significant. He looked forward to another encounter with Mo Yang, who shared the sentiment. In the realm of friendship, victory takes a back seat. Often, one finds that the joy of the experience outweighs the outcome. Both the Xiao Feng team and the Yongzhi team returned to their designated areas, with Sun Minglong trailing behind Mo Yang, exhilarated by the match. However, Mo Yang cautioned Sun Minglong against premature celebration, as future opponents would only grow stronger. Nevertheless, he reassured him that their unity would enable them to overcome challenges. Chapter 9. The Peculiar. Seated in the waiting area, Mo Yang and his team observed the ongoing matches on the screen, noting the emergence of many formidable teams, confirming the adage that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Except for Mo Yang, who was focused on analyzing the strategies and teamwork of other teams. The rest of Sun Minglong's group indulged in playing Wangzhe. Mo Yang meticulously documented the performance of various teams in battle, as this information would be indispensable for future encounters. Should they face any of these teams, he could analyze their data and devise a strategic approach. Old Mo, come play with me. Watching is rather dull, Sun Minglong urged, wishing to engage Mo Yang in a game of Wangzhe. But Mo Yang found little interest in the activity. You play with Zhu Ming and the others. I prefer to observe for now, he decided, intent on acquiring wisdom from others' experiences to enhance his team's performance. He had also heard of the Long Tian team, led by the exceptionally skilled Long Ao, and he scrutinized their marksmen's positioning, teamwork, and tank coverage, all of which were executed flawlessly. Should they encounter the Long Tian team, considerable time would be required to strategize, lest they suffer a severe defeat, given the opponent's extensive experience. What began as a blank notebook was now filled with Mo Yang's insights. Long Tian team emerges victorious. Lu Chang's voice echoed from the screen, underscoring the unfortunate fate of the opposing team in facing this powerhouse. Indeed, it was clear that the Long Tian team would undoubtedly prevail. Mo Yang observed that Long Ao's teammates were willing to sacrifice their own safety to protect their marksmen, a commendable trait in the realm of Wangzhe. Many teams falter at this juncture. They are reluctant to risk their lives to safeguard their marksmen, fleeing instead when the marksman is low on health. This is a critical lesson for Mo Yang and his team. Sometimes, sacrificing oneself for the collective victory is a worthy endeavor. Meng Long, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, Shao Jian, remember, we have another match tomorrow. I will devise several strategies for you to memorize tonight. He planned to create tailored strategies for the various teams, as relying on a single approach would be inadequate. Understood, they nodded, turning their focus to Wangzhe. Training together as a cohesive unit, they envisioned whether they could execute a small team fight without Mo Yang present. Victory! Victory! Numerous teams had competed, some achieving fortunate wins, others facing overwhelming defeats, while some departed disheartened. Yet, those disappointed teams would have another chance to compete. A victory would enable them to continue, while a loss would mean the end of their journey in the Wangzhe Campus Championship, leading them to return home with their heads held low. Such is reality. Without skill, one cannot expect to participate in the competition. To gain recognition from others requires relentless effort. One should not surrender in the face of adversity. Whether in reality or gaming, perseverance is essential. Mo Yang embodied this spirit, pushing forward to discover that success was indeed attainable. As time passed, numerous teams completed their matches. Some remained in the audience, while others departed. The final match of the preliminary stage of the Wangzhe Campus Championship was upon them, featuring the Moonlight team and the Charm team. Both teams comprised women, yet one should not underestimate their prowess. They could easily outperform their male counterparts in gameplay. Let us warmly welcome the Moonlight Team and the Charm Team. Lu Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm, noting that both teams were seasoned competitors, having participated in numerous Guangzhou campus championships and securing various titles, showcasing their formidable strength. Xiaoyu. The captain of the Yue Guangzhou is none other than the belle of Moyang School, Xiaoyu. Furthermore, students from other schools also admire her, regarding her as their goddess. As Moyang gazes at the screen, observing the Xiaoyu mentioned by others, he realizes he has encountered her today, yet he remains oblivious to her prowess in the game. Lin Jun. This individual is the enchanting belle of Meili School, Lin Jun, whose academic performance rivals that of Xiaoyu. And they have been longtime rivals. However, what truly irks Lin Jun is that Xiaoyu dons a mask during competitions, clearly refusing to reveal her face. This detail has not escaped Moyang's attention either, and he wonders about the reason behind Xiaoyu's choice to wear a mask. He contemplates asking son Menglong if he possesses any insights. Menglong, why does our school's belle Xiaoyu wear a mask during competitions? He hopes for a satisfactory answer, as the lack of one might rob him of sleep that night. At this moment, Moyang has just finished a game. Placing his phone aside as Menglong begins to elucidate why Xiaoyu wears a mask. It is impossible that she is unattractive, the specifics elude me. I seem to recall hearing that she cannot perform her best without the mask during competitions, but I find it perplexing how this correlates with the mask. Sun Menglong appears equally puzzled about the necessity of the mask. However, Moyang surmises that perhaps Xiaoyu feels immense pressure during competitions, anxious in front of such a vast audience, which could hinder her true capabilities, hence her choice to wear a mask. Lin Jun stands before Xiaoyu, feeling quite disgruntled. Why is Xiaoyu unwilling to remove her mask for her? Rumors suggest that Xiaoyu is breathtakingly beautiful, but Lin Jun refuses to concede, believing herself to be the most stunning. If I defeat you, will you unveil your face for all to see? Lin Jun taunts with a wicked grin, envisioning that if she triumphs, everyone will recognize Xiaoyu's true visage, and she, Lin Jun, will be acknowledged as the fairest of them all. Yet, Xiaoyu regards her with an expression of indifference, coldly responding, "We shall see if you can defeat me." With that, she strides into the battle room with her teammates. Prepare to remove your mask. Lin Jun exudes an air of confidence that perplexes Moyang, who questions the source of her unwavering self-assurance. The Yue Guangzhou and Meili Zhondue have both selected their heroes, predominantly female characters, leading Zhang to speculate that they favor playing female heroes. Nevertheless, his focus remains fixated on Lin Jun, utterly baffled by her confidence, especially considering Xiaoyu's history of victories over her. The match concludes around 3 p.m., allowing them to exit the arena, with the next round of the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship scheduled for the following Saturday, which will involve elimination rounds. That Cao Cao is ruthless, ambushing me while I was jungling, Sun Menglong laments, having initially played as Lanling Wang, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Cao Cao emerging from the brush. Although Moyang observes the match, he advises Sun Menglong to keep track of Cao Cao's location before deciding whether to engage in jungle combat. He suggests feigning an attack to draw out Cao Cao's ultimate ability before retreating, as Lanling Wang's first skill is equipped with lifesteal, making it manageable to eliminate a Cao Cao without his ultimate. Sun Menglong follows Moyang's strategy, which proves effective. He manages to take down Cao Cao, who subsequently hesitates to encroach upon the jungle again. A skirmish unfolds between the Yue Guangzhou and Meili Zhondue, with Meili's player Qiu Shui charging in as a tank while Xiaoyu, utilizing Zhi Huowu, supports from behind. However, the Meili team's vice-captain swiftly eliminates the rear guard, leaving only one mage standing. The vice-captain, wielding a coup, refreshes after each kill, making consecutive takedowns a trivial task. Reluctantly, Xiaoyu retreats to the tower, astonished by Meili's sudden prowess in such a brief span. The audience is fixated on the tally of kills, neglecting to observe finer details, while Moyang, glued to the screen, discerns intricate maneuvers from the Meili team. He notes Aku's continuous use of her first skill, as many spectators remain oblivious to the unfolding drama, solely concerned with whether Xiaoyu can escape the clutches of Meili Zhondue. In the realm of Guangzhou Rongyao, it was peculiar that A could utilize her first skill consecutively within a mere span of 0.5 seconds, even outside the refresh period of her ultimate ability. This oddity struck Mo Yang as rather strange. Nevertheless, the commentator had just replayed a previous skirmish, and the audience lamented for Xiaoyu, as typically, she would shine in such encounters. Mo Yang seized his phone to record the moment, determined to document this detail meticulously. The recent skirmish had indeed been a minor disappointment. Usually, Yu Guang team's coordination and ability to claim victories in skirmishes was effortless. Why, then, had they faltered this time? Mo Yang pondered. Perhaps the members of Yu Guang team had faltered, yet there remained a possibility for them to turn the tide. Several commentators were analyzing the preceding skirmish, yet they overlooked this critical detail. Without Mo Yang, a seasoned player of Guangzhou Rongyao. Many would have likely been oblivious to the situation akin to that of Mei Li team. Witnessing Ake's ability to execute her second skill in such a brief interval led Mo Yang to contemplate the possibility of cheating, though he deemed it implausible. Competitive matches are typically under stringent scrutiny, making the presence of cheats unlikely. Regardless, he could not hastily conclude that Mei Li team was employing cheats. He needed to gather sufficient evidence to ascertain whether they were relying on true skill or illicit means. As the scoreboard displayed, Yu Guang team had initially secured 15 kills, while Mei Li team had 10. Yet now, Mei Li team had surged to 30 kills, while Yu Guang team managed only 20. A reversal in both economy and equipment had transpired. Xiaoyu, the belle of the school and Mo Yang's classmate, was someone he hoped would regain her confidence and not be defeated by these setbacks. However, the members of Yu Guang team appeared visibly disheartened, believing victory to be easily within their grasp. In stark contrast, the members of Mei Li team radiated joy, exulting in their success. Lin Jun, holding her phone, smirked, anticipating the moment Xiaoyu would unveil her true self, revealing her inadequacies. She reveled in her own beauty, laughing heartily. Lin Jun was confident of victory in this match, eagerly envisioning Xiaoyu removing her mask. The game had progressed for 20 minutes, and Yu Guang team found themselves clearly at a disadvantage, their towers and defenses crumbling under Mei Li team's assault. Yet Mo Yang was puzzled by the extraordinary damage Mei Li team inflicted upon the towers. A mage had seemingly obliterated a tower with merely 3 basic attacks, which he found astonishingly improbable, as mages are known for their slow tower pushing capabilities, primarily excelling in team fights. The audience had not questioned this anomaly, as an assassin, Ake, was present, leading them to believe she was responsible for the tower's destruction. After all, Ake was indeed formidable against towers, diverting attention away from the mage's actions. This was a tower-pushing game. Should Mei Li team secure victory, Lin Jun would be entitled to demand that Xiaoyu remove her mask, a fair condition agreed upon prior to the match, which Mo Yang would not contest. If the battle was conducted fairly, Mo Yang would have no objections. However, should there be any cheating involved, it would be deemed unscrupulous. If Mei Li team were indeed using cheats, Mo Yang would not allow them to prevail. He had been diligently recording the match on his phone, intent on reviewing the game logs at the moment the crystal shattered. Without concrete evidence of cheating, his claims would likely be dismissed. Presently, Mei Li team was pressing Yu Guang team relentlessly, which had nearly lost all its towers, while Mei Li team had only destroyed 1. Although such scenarios were common, given Yu Guang team's established prowess and their history of defeating Mei Li team in previous competitions, many spectators were incredulous. Disappointment permeated the ranks of Yu Guang team's supporters, who had not anticipated that their team would falter against their former subordinates. Mei Li team advanced alongside the Baron, reaching the vicinity of Yu Guang team's crystal. Upon witnessing the impending arrival of the Baron, Yu Guang team hastily focused on clearing minions, disregarding the heroes from Mei Li team. Consequently, Ake maintained her position, guiding the Baron straight to Yu Guang team's crystal, effectively thwarting their attempts to clear the minions, as they could not contend with Ake, who had amassed the highest experience and acquired full gear. Jiao Chan followed closely behind Ake, and both entered the fray simultaneously. Lin Jun, embodying Ake, felt an exhilarating rush. She had previously eliminated Xiaoyu 6 times, a feat she had never accomplished before. "This match is mine," Lin Jun exclaimed with glee, having breached the Crystal's defenses, confident that her victory was imminent. Moreover, a member of Yu Guang team had fallen to Mei Li team, leaving only 4 players remaining, with Ake leading the charge and Jiao Chan poised to unleash her ultimate ability in coordination. Xiaoyu urged her teammates to hold their ground, believing that if they could withstand Jiao Chan's ultimate, they might escape this predicament. Yet, they soon realized that Jiao Chan's ultimate ability lingered far longer than expected. Xiaoyu had never encountered such a scenario before and questioned whether the developers had extended the duration of Jiao Chan's ability, yet she refrained from dwelling on it. While the audience remained oblivious to any irregularities, Mo Yang once again found himself questioning whether Mei Li team was indeed employing cheats. In the usual course of events, Jiao Chan's ultimate ability fades away in just a few seconds. However, Lin Jun exhibited an astonishing feat, as her ultimate persisted for over 10 seconds, seemingly activating again after 5 seconds, leading to the shattering of Xiaoyu's crystal. Mo Yang harbored serious doubts about Lin Jun's integrity. Let us extend our congratulations to the Mei Li team for securing victory in this match. The commentators were equally astonished, never anticipating that the winners would be the Mei Li team. Yet, they were obliged to announce the outcome. Many fans from the Yu Guang team switched allegiance to the Mei Li team, illustrating the adage that one should follow the prevailing winds. Mo Yang repeatedly watched the match video in the waiting room, uncovering numerous flaws in the performance of seemingly ordinary heroes, thus solidifying his conviction that Lin Jun and her team must have employed cheats. He felt compelled to thwart Lin Jun's nefarious scheme, bolting toward the stage without a moment's hesitation. As both teams emerged, Lin Jun wore a haughty expression while Xiaoyu appeared deeply despondent. Xiaoyu, you must accept defeat and show your true self. Lin Jun had not forgotten her plan, which had been meticulously crafted to ensure the Yuguang team's defeat at her hands, while also compelling Xiaoyu to remove her mask. As the captain of the team, she felt bound by her word, although Xiaoyu was reluctant to unveil her identity, desiring to maintain her privacy. Yet, she had previously promised Lin Jun that if she lost, she would remove her mask. Very well, I agree. Just as Xiaoyu was about to unmask herself, Mo Yang's voice rang out, silencing the entire arena. Wait, this match does not count. Mo Yang confidently strode onto the stage, declaring that he would not allow Lin Jun's plot to succeed so effortlessly. With Mo Yang's declaration, the audience was left in stunned silence, eagerly awaiting his next words. Undoubtedly, the most anxious party was the Mei Li team, fully aware of their actions. Yet if they steadfastly denied wrongdoing, there was little Mo Yang could do. Student, you claim this match was unfair. What leads you to that conclusion? The audience remained silent, the atmosphere palpably tense, prompting Lu Wei to inquire about Mo Yang's reasoning. Because someone cheated in this match, Mo Yang proclaimed loudly into the microphone, ensuring that all present understood his assertion clearly. His unexpected accusation left the crowd astounded. How could anyone dare to cheat in such a rigorous competition? Initially, Mo Yang had shared this skepticism, but now, armed with evidence, his stance had shifted. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Beside him, Lu Chang was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. However, he remained unaware of which team had resorted to cheating. In contrast, Xiaoyu's reaction was markedly different from the others. From the moment Mo Yang appeared, her gaze was fixed upon him. She recognized him as the individual who had assisted her in transporting books to the library. Had Mo Yang realized that Xiaoyu was the very girl he had encountered in the library, his astonishment would have deepened. His immediate focus was to expose Lin Jun's conspiracy, thwarting her hopes of using cheats to secure victory over Xiaoyu and compel her to unmask herself willingly. Which team was it that cheated? Lu Chang was eager to know, not bothering to ask Mo Yang for evidence just yet. He merely sought to ascertain which team had allegedly cheated, thereby determining whether he could challenge Mo Yang further. Mo Yang pointed decisively at Lin Jun, boldly stating into the microphone for all to hear, "It is the Mei Li team. Not only their captain, but the entire team is involved in cheating." His declaration incited further shock among the onlookers. Whispers surged through the crowd, as many speculated how the Mei Li team could possibly defeat the historically superior Yuguang team in such a brief span. Mo Yang's words undeniably cast doubt. I agree with this, student. The Yuguang team has always been far superior to the Mei Li team. However, I hope you can provide evidence. Otherwise, we may struggle to believe your claims. It was unclear who first spoke up, but this sentiment only deepened the audience's suspicions regarding the Mei Li team. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, yet internally, she grappled with disbelief. She had never anticipated Mo Yang's sudden emergence. This development was not part of her plan. And if Mo Yang possessed evidence, the Mei Li team would indeed be in dire straits. Lin Jun opted for silence, convinced that after such meticulous planning, Mo Yang could not possibly have any proof. As the saying goes, the innocent have nothing to fear. She simply needed to wait until Mo Yang could not provide evidence, at which point no one would dare accuse her of cheating. However, the unexpected interjection from Feng Li incited fury within Lin Jun. The more one tries to deny, the more suspicious one becomes. Lin Jun had hoped her teammate Feng Li would merely utter a few words in defense, deeming further explanation unnecessary, as she believed Mo Yang lacked any proof. What nonsense are you spouting? We did not cheat. I advise you not to slander our team. Feng Li shouted vehemently, casting doubt on her sincerity among the audience. Yet, one cannot rely solely on a single voice. The matter must be substantiated with evidence. Mo Yang had long been prepared for this, with proof stored on his phone. Lu Chang was eager to ascertain whether Mo Yang indeed had evidence. Without it, the victory would still belong to the Mei Li team, who had excelled in various competitions, making their triumph over the Yuguang team seem less remarkable. If you possess evidence, please present it. Should it substantiate that the Mei Li team cheated, they may face legal repercussions and be barred from participating in all future Wang Zhirongyao competitions. However, if no evidence exists, then I cannot predict the outcome. Lu Chang was earnestly discussing a matter with Mo Yang, expressing his desire that Mo Yang not dismiss it as merely a prank. Xiaoyu stood nearby, observing Mo Yang, seemingly astonished that someone would stand up for her in such a manner. Without evidence, how could Mo Yang be present here? The proof resided within the mobile phone in Mo Yang's pocket. He was awaiting Lu Chang's consent to reveal the evidence, intrigued to witness the expressions on the faces of the Mei Li Zhan DUI when he presented it. With this thought in mind, He could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil the evidence. Thus, Mo Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket and addressed the audience, declaring that the evidence of Mei Lijian DUI's alleged cheating lay within this device. Shortly, he would display it on the big screen for all to clearly see whether Mei Lijian DUI had indeed cheated. Lin Jun, watching the phone in Mo Yang's hand, could hardly believe he actually possessed evidence. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her teeth clenched, her face a mask of fury, wishing to snatch the phone from him. However, such an act would undoubtedly confirm the allegations against Mei Lijian DUI. Just as Mo Yang was about to present the evidence to the audience, Lin Jun shouted for him to stop. She urged everyone not to believe him, suggesting that the evidence he held might be fabricated, asserting that he sought to tarnish their reputation, perhaps even being an agent of the Yu Guangzhan DUI, who, unable to win, resorted to slander. She aimed to sow doubt among the audience, knowing that if they did not believe Mo Yang, no matter what he claimed, they would remain unconvinced of Mei Lijian DUI's guilt. Mo Yang had not anticipated Lin Jun's cunning maneuver, which clearly reflected her guilty conscience. However, he had foreseen such tactics and had a countermeasure. Since she insinuated that his evidence could be forged, he suggested replaying the previous match footage, conveniently containing the very evidence he sought to present. Upon uttering these words, he doubted Lin Jun could claim that the match replay was fabricated. Lin Jun, her fists clenched, gradually relaxed, displaying a resigned expression. Not only Lin Jun, but also the members of Mei Lijian DUI were taken aback by Mo Yang's ingenuity. At that moment, Lin Jun found herself at a loss for words, hoping fervently that Mo Yang would not reveal the evidence. Should the truth of Mei Lijian DUI's cheating come to light, their prospects in the realm of would be irrevocably tarnished. Sister Lu requested the playback of the match records between Mei Lijian DUI and Yu Guangzhan DUI, affirming that she would present the evidence to the audience, and asked for a remote control to pause and fast forward. These tasks were left to Lu Chong, as he was capable of executing them. He too was eager to ascertain whether Mei Lijian DUI's impressive performance was indeed due to cheating. He instructed the staff to replay the match on the big screen and handed the remote control to Mo Yang. With everything in place, they were merely awaiting the opportune moment to reveal the evidence. Lin Jun's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Mo Yang would indeed showcase the incriminating evidence before the audience. Her trepidation stemmed not from the spectators themselves, but from the gossip mongers, who could amplify a minor incident into a scandalous affair. Without further ado, Mo Yang promptly pressed the remote, accelerating the playback, initially revealing the first instance of Mei Lijian DUI's alleged cheating. He replayed a crucial team skirmish, urging the audience to scrutinize it closely for any discrepancies. His intent was to lead the audience to discover the issues themselves, thereby solidifying the allegations of cheating against Mei Lijian DUI. The audience was intently focused on the video, and indeed, they began to notice irregularities. The character Aku appeared to be cheating. Consequently, discussions erupted among the spectators, genuinely believing that Mei Lijian DUI had indeed cheated. Questioning how Aku could consistently unleash skills, Lin Jun felt increasingly helpless, realizing that there was no turning back. Just as Mo Yang prepared to transition to the next video for the audience, Lin Jun uttered a pivotal statement. She wished to extricate herself from the quagmire, recognizing that it was better to confess sooner rather than waiting for the truth to emerge. You are correct, I indeed cheated. I resorted to cheating in hopes of unmasking Xiaoyu. She bowed to Mo Yang, astonished by his keen observational skills, realizing that what she believed to be an impeccable plan was far from flawless in Mo Yang's eyes. Xiaoyu, hearing Lin Jun's admission of cheating, perceived that Lin Jun's actions stemmed from her own predicament. She bowed in acknowledgement, explaining that circumstances compelled her to wear a mask, promising that she would eventually reveal her true self to Lin Jun when the opportunity arose. I must also apologize to you, Xiaoyu, Lin Jun expressed, feeling profound guilt for having employed unscrupulous means to force Xiaoyu to reveal herself. Yet, Xiaoyu chose to forgive Lin Jun, acknowledging that everyone makes mistakes in their youth and hoping that Lin Jun would refrain from similar actions in the future. Those who initially intended to chastise Lin Jun fell silent, recognizing that acknowledging one's faults and seeking to rectify them is a commendable trait, thus opting to let the matter dissipate. Due to Lin Jun's self-awareness and her subsequent apology, the League Association decided to impose a 3-year ban on Mei Lijian DUI from participating in the league, with the possibility of re-entry thereafter. Should they fail to express the truth, Mei Lijian DUI would forever be barred from the league. Mo Yang regarded this outcome as favorable, as he wished to avoid chaos. He too believed that everyone makes mistakes in their youth, and those missteps could pave the way for future success, allowing bygones to be bygones. Chapter 12. A simple favor. This week as campus competition had concluded, having witnessed numerous unexpected events, all of which were amicably resolved. The Charm Squad, despite their inability to participate in professional matches for 3 years, found joy in acknowledging their past mistakes. Lin Jun and her teammates dedicated themselves to training, convinced they would eventually triumph over the Moonlight Squad. As the host and many spectators departed, only the Moonlight Squad and the Xiao Feng Squad remained. Mo Yang initially intended to escort Sun Ming Long and the others back to their dormitory, but was called by Xiaoyu, deciding to linger for a while longer. I have something to discuss with you. Xiaoyu spoke gently to Mo Yang, her adorable demeanor almost causing him to blush. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure. All right. He nodded, prepared to listen to whatever she had to say. Sun Ming Long and the others felt like glaring light bulbs in the presence of Xiaoyu, while the Moonlight Squad shared similar sentiments, not wishing to intrude upon the moment. I think I left the lights on in my dorm. We should head back. Sun Ming Long suggested, giving Mo Yang and Xiaoyu some privacy. As his close friends Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian understood his intentions, they quickly followed him out of the arena. Noticing that the Xiao Feng Squad had already departed, the Moonlight Squad felt awkward lingering, not wanting to be a distraction for Mo Yang and Xiaoyu. Captain, I believe I still have homework to review, so we shall take our leave. A member of the Moonlight Squad hurriedly announced, exiting the venue, leaving only Mo Yang and Xiaoyu in the now silent space. The atmosphere grew tense, both parties standing in silence until Mo Yang broke the ice. It was clear that lingering in such a manner was impractical. What did you wish to speak to me about? Mo Yang inquired, scratching his head, aware that he rarely conversed with girls, apart from the day he assisted one with her books. Suddenly, Xiaoyu bowed, startling Mo Yang with her unexpected gesture. It was indeed surprising for the school belle to bow to him. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I might have had to remove my mask, Xiaoyu expressed, explaining that she had worn a mask during the competition due to personal matters. As the school's belle, many were unaware of her true appearance. Her reputation was built on her academic excellence, prowess in, and her kindness and beauty. In her everyday life, she blended in as an ordinary girl. Yet if she were to claim her status as the belle, many would rush to assist her. However, Xiaoyu perceived such gestures as insincere flattery. Mo Yang's willingness to help her genuinely touched her heart. It's nothing. We are all classmates, and it was merely a small favor. I wouldn't want to see anyone resort to cheating to defeat you. Fairness is paramount on the battlefield, Missouri Yang replied, offering a shy smile, feeling that prolonged interaction with unfamiliar girls could be quite overwhelming. Nevertheless, Mo Yang admired Xiaoyu's skills in acknowledging her rightful reputation. Had the Charm Squad not resorted to cheating, it was likely the Moonlight Squad would have emerged victorious. Xiaoyu approached him slowly. If it were anyone else, they might have rushed to embrace her, considering she was the belle. Yet, Mo Yang remained rather reserved, adhering to the notion of appropriate boundaries between genders. I look forward to our next match. Xiaoyu extended her hand, smiling warmly at Mo Yang, recognizing him as the boy who had helped her that day. If others were present, they would undoubtedly envy Mo Yang for being able to shake hands with the illustrious belle, a privilege many would covet. I too anticipate our next encounter, Mo Yang responded, extending his hand to shake hers, feeling a tinge of nervousness, as it was his first experience holding a girl's hand. After their brief exchange, they engaged in light conversation before parting ways. To Mo Yang's surprise, upon stepping outside, he found Sun Ming Long waiting for him at the entrance. Old Mo, spill the beans. When did you and the belle become an item? Sun Ming Long teased with a mischievous grin. Not at all, Ming Long. She's the belle, and I am well aware of my place. If you keep this up, I might just withhold our next strategy, Mo Yang replied, wishing to protect the girl's reputation. As her integrity was paramount, Sun Ming Long feigned disappointment, realizing that Mo Yang had grown wiser, no longer easily divulging information as he had in the past. Don't be like that. If you don't share the strategy, I'll be forever denied the champion's trophy in the campus championship. Mo Yang understood Sun Ming Long's nature was fundamentally kind-hearted, and their playful banter reflected the essence of true friendship, where honesty prevailed over flattery. Earlier in the semester, Mo Yang had admonished Sun Ming Long for not taking his studies seriously, causing Sun Ming Long to question their friendship at the time. However, he later recognized that Mo Yang's intentions were rooted in genuine concern for his well-being. Sun Ming Long had since dedicated himself to his studies, ultimately passing his midterm exams, for which he was immensely grateful to Mo Yang, who had taught him that true friends are those who hold each other accountable. All right, I was just joking. How could I possibly withhold our strategy? We win together and lose together, Mo Yang reassured, lifting Sun Ming Long from the ground, not wanting to see his friend in such a position. As they passed the cafeteria, they noticed it was still open and decided to treat themselves to a good meal, as they had yet to eat. The cafeteria was nearly empty, with only a few patrons remaining, and the staff was preparing to close down. However, upon seeing Mo Yang and his friends, they decided to whip up a delicious meal just for them. Mo Yang and his companions are genuinely grateful to Aunt Wong in the cafeteria, as she often brings good fortune their way. your noodles have arrived. Since we have run out of rice today, I prepared a bowl of noodles for you. I hope you enjoy it, she said. If she could earn Mo Yang's trust, her efforts here would not be in vain. Thank you, Aunt Wang. These noodles smell wonderful. Mo Yang and his friends exclaimed almost in unison, for the aroma of the noodles was likely detectable even outside the cafeteria. Mo Yang took a small bite and felt as if he were in paradise. Aunt Wang, your noodles are simply exquisite, he thought, wishing he could give her 100 accolades. As long as they are delicious, take your time eating, Aunt Wang replied, pleased by their compliments as she returned to her duties in the kitchen. Once she departed, Mo Yang and his friends turned serious, for they needed to discuss a matter of great importance, their strategy for the upcoming elimination rounds of the Wang Zhirong Yao campus competition. There were 8 teams that had emerged victorious from the preliminary rounds, and to stand out among them, Mo Yang and his team required a meticulously crafted plan. Sun Minglong was the first to inquire, should I use Zhuge Liang in the next match? Mo Yang set his chopsticks down, addressing Sun Minglong earnestly. If the opponents anticipate your use of a mage, they will also foresee your choice of Zhuge Liang, leading them to devise strategies against him. They might even ban him from play. If you cannot even eliminate such thoughts, you cannot expect to thrive in the Wang Zhirong Yao League. Mo Yang believed that every team was cunning and that to outsmart them, they must have a comprehensive plan. What should we do now? Li Ning chimed in, unsure of which hero to select. As their captain, Mo Yang's decisions were paramount, and they were inclined to follow his lead. Let us finish this bowl of noodles and return to the dormitory. I will devise a brand new strategy. We shall discard the old one. He resumed enjoying the noodles, which were simply too delectable to resist. As they pondered their next steps, Sun Minglong and the others were surprised to see Mo Yang devouring the noodles vigorously. Fearing that he might finish them all, they hastily consumed their meals, not wanting to lose out. Chapter 13. New Strategy Before Departing. Mo Yang and his friends washed their bowls, not wishing to burden Aunt Wang further. After bidding her farewell, they headed back to their dormitory. Let us formulate our new plan, Mo Yang remarked as they walked, noting that it was already past 7 o'clock. Without you, Lao Mo, we probably wouldn't even make it to the elimination round, Sun Minglong reflected, aware of his own limitations. It was Mo Yang's careful planning and coordination that had allowed them to rise above the competition and reach the next round. Mo Yang sheepishly scratched his head, firmly believing that it was the strength of the team that led to victory. If we trust one another and unite, we can turn the tide, he asserted, convinced that their collective power had enabled them to break through. All right, let us refrain from such comments in the future. We are a team. We cannot afford to lose anyone. Just like a hand that requires all its fingers, Mo Yang encouraged, wishing for Sun Minglong and the others not to be overly courteous. As they were close friends, they chatted and laughed on their way back to the dormitory, and in the midst of their jovial excitement, they finally returned to their room. Sun Minglong immediately climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around him. It's freezing outside. If I hadn't run so fast, I would have turned into an ice block. You're just not used to exercising. That's why you feel cold, Mo Yang replied, feeling relatively comfortable despite the chill in the evening air. He shook his head in exasperation, accustomed to Sun Minglong's antics. Li Ning, Shao Jian, and Zhu Ming sat on the stools, while Mo Feng meticulously pushed the tables together to create a large surface for their strategy discussion. Even the typically lazy Sun Minglong obediently got out of bed to join them, eager to see what the new strategy entailed. Not only was Sun Minglong filled with confidence, but Zhu Ming and the others shared his enthusiasm, as they had advanced in the preliminary rounds thanks to Mo Yang's tactics. They were curious about what new strategies Mo Yang had in store. Maintaining an air of mystery, Mo Yang retrieved a map of the Wang Zhixiagu from his bed, a treasure that could not be easily purchased. Utilizing this map to illustrate his strategy was perfect, as it would help Sun Minglong and the others comprehend the plan more clearly. They were astonished to see that Mo Yang possessed a rare map. You little rascal, and you didn't tell me you had a Wang Zhirong Yao map, Sun Minglong complained, feeling slighted by Mo Yang's perceived lack of trust. But you never asked me, Mo Yang countered, playfully turning the tables on Sun Minglong. The latter fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained his composure, knowing that they were a team and could not afford internal discord at such a crucial time. Mo Yang laid the Wang Zhixiagu map on the table and slowly unfolded it. For many of them, it was their first encounter with this map, igniting a sense of excitement. Sun Minglong and the others settled on their stools, while Mo Yang stood to explain the new strategy, as it was easier to shift perspectives that way. Now, I will present the tactics for the upcoming elimination match, so listen carefully, Mo Yang declared, suddenly serious. For there was no room for jest when the championship was at stake. Understood. Sun Ming, Long Li Ning, Shao Jian, and Zhu Ming gazed intently, their faces etched with seriousness, as they awaited Mo Yang to unveil new strategies for the Wang Zhixiagu. Mo Yang instructed each of them to select their heroes. for hastily assigning heroes they were unfamiliar with would not bode well. The table buzzed with discussions and differing opinions, articulated by Sun Ming and the others. In the end, Sun Ming opted for Wang Zhaojun, Zhu Ming chose Huang Zhong, while Li Ning selected his favorite, Zhao Yun, and Shao Jian ultimately decided on Zhang Fei. Understanding their rationale for these choices, Mo Yang refrained from excessive questioning and proceeded to align with their selections. He would take Han Xian, as it was evident the opposing team would anticipate his formidable Li Bai and thus ban him, should he find himself in a position where his hero was snatched. He remained composed, ready to rearrange positions as necessary. Now that everyone had chosen their heroes, it was time to deliberate on tactics. Mo Yang brought forth several toys to represent their heroes and commenced the formal introduction. Naturally, he emphasized that Han Xian should steal the blue buff by taking the red first. If the enemy attempted to steal the red, Han Xian could swiftly claim their blue. The mage was to traverse the mid lane, while Zhang Fei must accompany Huang Zhong, for without a tank protecting him while he deployed his turret, he was vulnerable to being easily eliminated. Typically, Zhao Yun would ascend to the top tower to garner experience, leaving the upper tower entirely to him. Upon the emergence of the tyrant, Mo Yang urged them to seize it immediately, cautioning against any hesitation, for the enemy might attempt to ambush the weakened. In the event of a skirmish in the mid lane, Mo Yang had devised a plan. If the enemy initiated, Zhang Fei would maneuver behind them to unleash his ultimate, thereby immobilizing them and driving them towards their side. During the ensuing silence, Wang Zhaojun would unleash her ultimate, followed by Huang Zhong swiftly erecting his turret. Zhang Fei would then utilize his second skill to effectively eliminate their foes, while Han Xian would assess the situation, deciding whether to engage further or retreat. Zhao Yun must be acutely aware of the enemy's movements, ensuring he targeted correctly with his ultimate rather than casting it indiscriminately. Li Ning, let me illustrate a scenario. Mo Yang instructed. If the enemy has Yang Jian lurking near the jungle, refrain from activating your ultimate until he employs his first skill, then unleash your ultimate in pursuit. Prematurely casting it may result in a wasted opportunity. Li Ning nodded in understanding, and Sun Ming along with the others listened intently as Mo Yang continued. Should they triumph in a team fight, it was crucial to monitor the enemy's respawn time. If it exceeded 25 seconds, they could press forward for a decisive push. With Huang Zhong manning the turret and Han Xian rapidly demolishing towers, victory was anticipated. Mo Yang, wielding Han Xian, would focus on damage-oriented equipment, favoring critical strike items to efficiently eliminate squishy targets. Sun Ming and the others were well aware of the gear they needed, negating the necessity for Mo Yang's guidance on that front. With Zhang Fei tanking towers and Huang Zhong unleashing his cannon, they were confident of obliterating the enemy's crystal. Mo Yang hoped this strategy would serve them well in their upcoming match, promising to adapt should circumstances shift. After a brief pause, Sun Ming and the others erupted into applause, expressing their admiration for Mo Yang's prowess. Old Mo, you've got this. I believe this strategy will bring us hope, Sun Ming said, filled with both respect and concern for Mo Yang, who had tirelessly detailed the strategy for an hour. Sun Ming quickly offered Mo Yang a bottle of water, mindful of his well-being. They could mull over the strategy repeatedly and voice any concerns for further refinement. Recognizing that Mo Yang's tactics, while clever, could not rival those of professional coaches. All right, but the temperature is dropping. I'll close the window, Sun Ming noted, glancing at the clock, which had already struck 9. The cold wind creeping in prompted him to act quickly. Mo Yang, checking his watch, realized they had spent too long on strategy discussions and needed to attend to a pressing matter. Meng Long, I'll step out for a moment. You all should get some rest without waiting for me, he said, hastily grabbing a coat and departing the dormitory. The cold outside was biting, and he wondered what could be so imperative to warrant braving such frigid temperatures. Were it him, he would prefer to remain cocooned in warmth rather than venture out. Chapter 14. Is she the campus belle? The weather outside had turned quite frigid, yet Mo Yang felt compelled to go to a specific location, concerned that someone might be enduring the cold. The coat he donned was not for his own comfort, but for another, as he, being a boy, possessed a greater resistance to the chill. He intended to give it to her. It was already past 9, and Xiaoyu waited in the corridor for Mo Yang, convinced he would arrive. However, as she awaited him, she couldn't help but sneeze repeatedly, the cold air taking its toll. Where is he? Did he forget he was supposed to deliver books to the library today? She pondered, glancing at her watch. After waiting for half an hour without sight of him, she reasoned that Mo Yang was not the type to abandon her and decided to wait a little longer. Should he fail to show up soon, she would return the books to the library alone and then head back to her dorm. Mo Yang left the dormitory, but the distance to Xiaoyu was still considerable. He sprinted with determination, quickening his pace as the cold wind intensified, chilling him to the bone. Time was of the essence. If he did not hasten, Xiaoyu might leave the corridor. It's my fault for becoming so engrossed in strategy discussions that I forgot my promise to Xiaoyu. He chastised himself. If he arrived only to find her gone, he would have no one to blame but himself. At 9:30, the time transitioned to 945 minutes. Next month, would she still be holding the book in her hands, looking around to see if Mo Yang had arrived? She decided to check at 10 o'clock to see if Mo Yang had come. If he had not, she would leave. At that moment, Mo Yang had already arrived at the teaching building, while Xiaoyu was situated on the 5th floor. He sprinted up the stairs, knowing that if he dawdled, Xiaoyu would inevitably depart. After a strenuous climb, Mo Yang finally reached the 5th floor and hurriedly searched the corridor for Xiaoyu. He found her standing still, and he rushed over. You finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't come today. Seeing Mo Yang at last, Xiaoyu's face beamed with joy, which she could not conceal. Phew. I am utterly exhausted. Let me catch my breath. After running without pause, his stamina was completely depleted. However, before resting, Mo Yang draped his jacket over Xiaoyu. Believing she must have sneezed numerous times while standing there for so long. With the coat now resting on her shoulders, he felt a sense of relief. He squatted down, gasping for air, vowing never to undertake such exhausting labor again. Xiaoyu, being considerate, stood close to Mo Yang, appreciating the thoughtfulness he put into giving her his coat. I apologize. I had a bit of an urgent matter and almost arrived late. Mo Yang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Had he truly missed seeing Xiaoyu, he would have felt remorseful. Fortunately, he had made it today. Next time, he would certainly remember the time. It's all right. I will continue to wait for you next time. Xiaoyu replied with a gentle smile, a smile so enchanting that Mo Yang dared not look directly at her. Without her mask, Xiaoyu was unrecognizable. Others merely saw her as an ordinary girl, and Mo Yang had no idea that she was the campus belle. He wanted to inquire about her name, but swallowed the question, deeming it improbable and deciding to wait for a more opportune moment. Once he had caught his breath, he quickly stood and took the books from Xiaoyu's hands, ready to accompany her to the library. Learning from his previous experience, Mo Yang swiftly took the books and led Xiaoyu to the library, confidently placing them back in their original spots. As the memory of their first meeting was vividly etched in his mind. After returning the books, they exited the library together. Xiaoyu gently locked the door behind them, and they walked out of the teaching building, swiftly arriving at the dormitory. Just as Xiaoyu was about to enter the girls' dormitory, Mo Yang called out to her. What is your name? He had never felt so shy asking a girl for her name. I am Xiaoyu, she replied with a smile before heading into the dormitory. At last, Mo Yang learned her name, and he was filled with excitement. However, as he reflected, he was astonished that she was named Xiaoyu. Believing it to be a mere coincidence of sharing the same name, he convinced himself that he had no connection to the campus belle. Never mind. I will not overthink it. I can ask her again next time we meet. Regardless, Mo Yang had finally mustered the courage to inquire about her name today. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyu, she returned to her room, realizing she had not yet returned the coat to Mo Yang. I forgot to give it back. I will return it next time. Xiaoyu carefully placed the coat at the bedside. However, her roommate and teammate, Zhang Li, spotted it and immediately suspected something. She had never heard of her captain possessing a man's jacket. Captain, when did you acquire a man's jacket? Zhang Li teased with a mischievous grin. Although Zhang Li knew Xiaoyu was the campus belle, she refrained from spreading rumors, assuming her captain must have a boyfriend. Don't speak nonsense, or you won't sleep tonight. Xiaoyu retorted, her face flushing unexpectedly at Zhang Li's words. Observing her captain's blush, the others began to doubt her claims of having no connection to anyone. The captain has a boyfriend, Zhang Li announced to the entire team, causing Xiaoyu to blush even more, thinking Zhang Li was being too playful. Hearing this, the other teammates were astonished, wondering who the fortunate person was that had captured the attention of their captain. Zhang Li, you must practice tanking repeatedly today, otherwise, you won't be able to charge into battle and deal damage. Hurry up, Xiaoyu instructed with a serious expression, intending to teach Zhang Li a lesson for her careless remarks. Reluctantly, Zhang Li obeyed Xiaoyu's command and picked up her phone to practice tanking in a match against AI. Mo Yang had returned to his room, where Sun Minglong and the others were engrossed in playing Wang Zhirong Yao. Mo Yang noticed they were ranked. Han Xian was rapidly leveling up by stealing resources, as early game development was crucial for him. Observing Sun Minglong playing Han Xian, Mo Yang offered a slight suggestion. Sun Minglong followed Mo Yang's advice, charging into the enemy jungle, using the second skill near the Lord, as it was an excellent opportunity to steal resources without revealing his position. Zhu Ming, Li Ning, Shao Jian. If the Lord is summoned, lead them to the bottom lane if they are at the top, and vice versa, Mo Yang patiently instructed. Zhu Ming called another teammate to lure the enemies to the bottom lane. This strategy was also suggested by Mo Yang, as he directed Zhu Ming, an archer, to approach a spot where he would attract at least 2 enemies, ensuring they were positioned closely enough. When Zhu Ming draws near, they will undoubtedly seize him. as everyone covets the glory of taking down such a notable opponent. Therefore, they will mobilize collectively to capture Zhu Ming. At this moment, another teammate may emerge, creating the illusion of dual advantages for the opposing team. They will relentlessly pursue, making it the perfect opportunity for Sun Menglong to utilize Han Xian to secure the Lord. Zhu Ming and his team will strive to hinder the opposing players. Should they find it impossible to hold them back, a retreat is in order. When the Lord Vanguard is dispatched, Han Xian's tower assault is notably swift. If there is merely a fragile defender at the tower, one can charge in without fear. With Han Xian's critical strike equipment, a few blows will suffice to eliminate the marksman. However, if two opponents are present, it is prudent to withdraw, as confronting two adversaries can be quite challenging, especially with Han Xian's fragility. After Sun Menglong clears some jungle monsters, Mo Yang directs him to follow the Lord Vanguard. While all members gather in the mid lane, during the team engagement, the tank should provide support from behind for the marksman, remaining cautious of being ambushed and patiently lurking in the brush until the enemies are weakened enough for a decisive strike. Mo Yang has observed that many players mistakenly employ assassins as initiators, which is a flawed strategy since assassins are meant for reaping the rewards at the end of skirmishes. As anticipated by Mo Yang, Sun Menglong and the opposing team indeed clashed at the site of the enemy's second tower, with Han Xian lying in wait in the brush, and the tanks safeguarding the marksman. If the opposing marksman is positioned at the back, Han Xian should swiftly target him. If he cannot eliminate the marksman with his full skill set, retreat is necessary, as the opponents will likely return to protect their teammate. However, Han Xian easily dispatched the marksman, and they quickly formed a pincer movement, obliterating the adversaries, leading to Sun Menglong's team achieving a total team wipe. This was an opportune moment, and they pressed forward without allowing the enemy a chance to recover, pushing for the crystal whenever possible. Victorious in this battle, Sun Menglong's team ascended to silver rank, acknowledging the difficulty of their achievement. Without Mo Yang's precise guidance, they could not have triumphed over their opponents, let alone in the King of Glory Campus Championship. King of Glory does not rely on skins or runes. The battlefield primarily values cooperation, synergy, and skill. Without skill, even the finest runes will be rendered ineffective by the opposition. After conveying these thoughts, Mo Yang retired to bed, reminding Sun Menglong and the others that it was getting late and time for rest. Chapter 15. Fo Shan Wu Ing Jiao. The delightful weekend was all too brief. Mo Yang and his friends rose early to head to the classroom, as they had to study. With the King of Glory Campus Championship just 5 days away, an event on everyone's mind. Have you finished your homework? Let me borrow it, Sun Menglong whispered to Mo Yang, who firmly insisted, no, you must do your own work. Relying on copying daily is futile. You don't want to end up with a 0 on the final exam. Mo Yang was determined to help Sun Menglong break this detrimental habit. Clearly, he had failed once again, as he had previously succeeded in tricking Mo Yang for his homework. But now that Mo Yang's intelligence had improved, such tricks no longer worked. Sun Menglong, dejected, stared at the incomprehensible problem, lamenting the invention of mathematics, finding it exceedingly difficult, particularly the quadratic formula. He questioned the need for learning foreign languages when he had no intention of studying abroad. In frustration, he wished he could just bang his head on the desk. Enough of the complaints. Learning more will make job hunting easier. While I may not argue with you, I can teach you, Mo Yang said, unwilling to see Sun Menglong sink into despair. He needed to inspire Sun Menglong to enjoy learning, with interest. No one could hinder his academic pursuits. All right, teach me how to solve this problem. I can't figure it out after thinking about it all night, Sun Menglong said, distressed. Let me first teach you the formula. Once you grasp that, you'll be able to tackle similar problems, Mo Yang replied earnestly, explaining the principles of the formula and the methods for solving problems. He then handed the pen to Sun Menglong, presenting a problem similar to the previous formula to test his attentiveness. After 10 minutes, Sun Menglong completed the problem and handed it to Mo Yang for review. Not bad. You've made significant progress, but you missed a few parentheses in your solution. Remember this for next time. Otherwise, you'll lose points unnecessarily. Mo Yang assessed Sun Menglong's work seriously. From knowing nothing to a sudden realization, Sun Menglong felt that with diligent study, he could undoubtedly become an academic achiever. With 5 minutes remaining before class, Mo Yang continued to explain problems to Sun Menglong, making the most of the time before the lesson began. However, Li Ning had not yet arrived. The four of them had been in the classroom since early morning, leaving only Li Ning unaccounted for. And Sun Menglong wondered what he was doing in the dormitory that caused him to be so late. Suddenly, a breathless figure, drenched in sweat and carrying a dark green backpack, rushed into the classroom and sat down in front of Sun Menglong. Mo Yang shook his head in exasperation. Phew. Thankfully I'm not late. Otherwise, I would have had to sweep the floor again, Li Ning exclaimed, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, regretting not arriving sooner. Haha. Li Ning, You're drenched in sweat and arrived so late. Sun Minglong found it hilariously amusing and nearly toppled over in laughter from pounding on the desk. Li Ning, shaking his head in resignation, set his backpack on the desk and faced Sun Minglong, saying, "You won't believe it. But our cleaning lady suddenly locked the dormitory door. I had to wait for the dorm supervisor to come and unlock it for what felt like ages." Li Ning felt genuinely disheartened as he recounted his ordeal. His reputation was tarnished by a mere door. Had he known, he would have left the dormitory earlier with Mo Yang and the others, thus avoiding such unnecessary suffering. Upon witnessing Sun Minglong's incessant laughter, Mo Yang could no longer contain himself and struck Sun Minglong with a stick, urging him to focus on his homework lest he be reprimanded by the teacher. All right, Lao Mo, with that temper of yours, you could easily take on the role of a teacher," Sun Minglong retorted, his laughter subsiding as he resumed his studies. Mo Yang pondered how one could lack self-discipline yet still find the confidence to mock others. It was imperative to first master oneself before casting judgment. Time slipped by swiftly, and before they knew it, class was upon them. Specifically, the Chinese literature lesson led by their newly appointed homeroom teacher, Zhao Yu. The moment Sun Minglong laid eyes on the familiar face, a tremor of fear coursed through him, having previously faced Zhao Yu's wrath. He dared not succumb to drowsiness this time. The class leader initiated the customary greeting, and soon, the other students rose in unison to say, "Hello, teacher. Hello, classmates." Zhao Yu responded, adjusting his glasses as his vigilant gaze swept over the students. Should he catch anyone drifting off, he would not hesitate to take action. "Turn to page 101 in your textbooks. I shall teach this lesson," Zhao Yu announced, holding up the literature book and explaining the material to the class. Minutes melted away unnoticed, and before long, the lesson concluded. "All right, class, that will be all for today. Do not forget the essay due this weekend titled The Game That Accompanies Me. I trust everyone understands this pertains to writing about a game, and I hope you will approach it with seriousness." Class dismissed. With that, Zhao Yu gathered his materials and retreated to the teacher's lounge. Mo Yang stretched languidly. Rubbing his eyes after staring at the screen for too long, he needed a respite to avoid straining his vision. Nevertheless, Zhao Yu's assignment was crystal clear in his mind, and he was certain he would write about Wangzhou Rongyao. Not only Mo Yang, but nearly every student was inclined to choose this popular game, known for its multiplayer appeal and enjoyment. This essay will be a breeze. A perfect score is mine. He chuckled. Even Sun Minglong, who typically struggled with assignments, could not muster his usual excitement, knowing the topic was undoubtedly about Wangzhou Rongyao. A score of 100 would practically be a given. Mo Yang shook his head in resignation. Sun Minglong behaved like a child of merely 3 years. As it was the final class of the day, Mo Yang and his peers organized their belongings and exited the classroom. However, as they strolled through the school grounds, Mo Yang's thoughts were consumed by the overarching theme of his essay, ready to put pen to paper. "Lao Mo, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you to KFC nearby. After all, it's lunchtime," Sun Minglong suggested, his wealth allowing him to indulge such whims. Being a second-generation rich kid, he hesitated to disclose his background to Mo Yang, fearing it would alter their friendship. In many people's eyes, the children of the rich were often seen as hedonistic troublemakers, prone to mischief and violence. He longed for a simple existence, reminiscent of the past, ordinary, free from constraints, and unburdened by expectations. "Sure, I haven't had lunch either. So let's go out together." Mo Yang agreed, relishing the prospect of a complimentary meal. "All right, if everyone is in favor, let us venture forth," Sun Minglong exclaimed. His excitement palpable as dining with friends alleviated any sense of loneliness. They settled at a nearby KFC, bustling with students, likely due to its recent opening. Sun Minglong eagerly approached the counter, ordering his favorite items along with meals for Mo Yang and the others, of course, paying for it all. "Here it comes. Delicious KFC for everyone," he declared, distributing burgers and drinks to his friends. To their delight, the food proved delectable, prompting Sun Minglong to consider bringing Mo Yang along again in the future. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the establishment as a woman cried out, "There's a robbery." Mo Yang found it astonishing that even KFC could be the scene of such a crime. "Thief, where do you think you're going? Take this," a young man shouted, executing a swift kick that struck the thief, causing him to collapse. The young man retrieved the stolen wallet and returned it to the middle-aged woman, while the thief awaited the consequences of his actions. Mo Yang marveled at the young man's impressive display of skill, which had effortlessly subdued the criminal. "May I join you?" the young man inquired, having difficulty finding a seat and noticing a spot available at Mo Yang's table. "Of course," Mo Yang replied, shifting closer to the window to accommodate him. The young man devoured his KFC with fervor, nearly startling Mo Yang and his friends. Yet they found themselves admiring his voracious appetite. "That move you executed earlier was incredible. How did you learn it?" Sun Minglong asked. His curiosity piqued as thoughts of his own martial arts aspirations surfaced. Of course, it's the technique of Demo from Wangzhou Rongyao, huh? Impressive, right? I perfected the Buddha's shadowless foot through rigorous training in the game, he replied with a smirk, continuing to enjoy his meal. Sun Minglong was taken aback, nearly choking on his food, astonished that a technique so formidable stemmed from a video game character. Yet, he couldn't deny his admiration for the young man, who was the first he had encountered to embody a gaming character's skills. Chapter 16. Accepting the challenge. You're quite impressive. What do you study? Sun Minglong inquired, leaning eagerly over the table, ready to absorb the story. Meanwhile, Wang Jiaxing remained engrossed in his KFC, utterly enchanted by the deliciousness, unable to extricate himself from the experience. It took several attempts from Sun Minglong to draw his attention back to the conversation. I am a practitioner of Taekwondo and have previously secured the title of runner-up in the Chinese Taekwondo Championships. After stating this, I resumed my enjoyment of a chicken leg. Throughout my life, I have primarily engaged in 3 activities: dining, practicing Taekwondo, and playing Wangzhou Rongyao. The individuals present were nearly awestruck, their eyes shining with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that someone of high school age could have achieved such a prestigious accolade. How remarkable! In the future, should the opportunity arise, I would love for you to impart some of your Taekwondo skills to me, as it would surely aid in my self-defense. Sun Minglong was particularly eager to learn from Wang Jiaxing. What's so impressive about that? I was on the brink of becoming champion myself. I can only blame my inadequacies for not defeating that individual, he reflected, somewhat disheartened by the thought. Regardless, achieving such prowess in Taekwondo at this age was commendable, leaving Sun Minglong at a loss for words. Mo Yang, standing nearby, also held Wang Jiaxing in high regard. Although he had dabbled in Taekwondo as a hobby, he was not a professional, thus he genuinely admired Wang Jiaxing's exceptional skills. Feeling the weight of their curious gazes, Wang Jiaxing suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over him. After all, he preferred to remain low-key. Now that he had revealed this information, it only complicated matters. Being from the north, he had come to Guangdong for his studies, alone for the first time, and the excitement of this new venture filled his heart. Many interesting experiences had already unfolded during his journey, and he found Guangdong to be quite pleasant, validating his decision to study there. Wiping the grease from his mouth with a napkin, he informed Mo Yang and the others that he had to take his leave, handing them a piece of paper with his name and phone number, saying, "This is my contact information. Until we meet again, goodbye." With that, he donned his coat and stepped outside. Wang Jiaxing. Mo Yang finally learned the name of the impressive individual he had just encountered. There was something distinctly unique about that name. In any case, if the need arose, he would contact Wang Jiaxing, hoping he could be of assistance. Let me see. Sun Minglong was eager to glance at the contact information left by Wang Jiaxing, as he was determined to learn Taekwondo from him. Understanding Sun Minglong's enthusiasm, Mo Yang promptly handed the slip of paper to him. At last, he had what he desired. He was resolute in his intention to study Taekwondo with Wang Jiaxing. The contact information included not only his name and phone number, but also an address, and even a gaming handle. As Wang Jiaxing assumed Mo Yang and the others played Wangzhou Rongyao. Now that Sun Minglong was aware of Wang Jiaxing's name, he saved the phone number, planning to reach out when he had the time. Zhu Ming and the others looked up at the note. And now all 5 of them knew the name of the individual who had executed the impressive Foshan Wuing Jiao technique. Sun Minglong and the others were likely to be utterly captivated. Have we eaten enough? Shall we return to school? Class is starting soon, Mo Yang suggested, glancing at the clock, which indicated they had a little over 20 minutes remaining. Sure, Zhu Ming replied, though his body was honest about its needs. He insisted on finishing his plate of chicken legs before leaving, as it would be a shame to waste food. This sentiment was shared by the others, and Mo Yang felt a sense of joy in their camaraderie. With over 20 minutes to spare, he decided to wait for Sun Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian to finish their KFC meal. After a few minutes, Sun Minglong and the others hurriedly finished their delightful meal at KFC, tidied up, and exited the establishment. That was delicious. I want to try KFC again next time, Sun Minglong expressed, feeling as though he had not had his fill. If it weren't for the impending class, he would have savored the chicken leg even more. All right, you glutton, but KFC cannot replace a proper meal. Next time, you should accompany me to the dining hall for a proper meal, Mo Yang advised, acknowledging the appeal of KFC but emphasizing the importance of nutritious eating. While indulging in KFC occasionally was acceptable, making it a daily habit would surely lead to health issues. Thus, he hoped Sun Minglong and the others would adopt a more balanced approach to their meals. Old Mo, have you thought about the storyline for the essay assigned by the teacher? Zhu Ming inquired, curious about Mo Yang's thoughts. He found the essay topic rather challenging and was eager to understand Mo Yang's perspective. Yes, I have considered the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. That should suffice. I will elaborate on the details in the essay itself, Mo Yang replied, contemplating the essay as he walked and ate. The key to a successful essay lay in a well-crafted introduction, a familiar progression, and a cohesive conclusion. Otherwise, it would deviate from the topic, which he suspected was Zhu Ming's dilemma. Have you figured out the beginning, middle, and end? Thanks, old Mo. Without your guidance, I would likely be at a loss. Zhu Ming said, feeling somewhat helpless but resolved to reevaluate his thoughts and put pen to paper. The joy of assisting a friend brought Mo Yang happiness. As he believed in collective progress, perhaps they would find themselves in the same class and dormitory in university. As they made their way halfway down the street, 5 individuals suddenly emerged, all clad in matching attire, clearly members of a team, with insignias proclaiming MOD Wang. Among them stood their leader. Exuding an air of cool confidence, hands in pockets, surveying Mo Yang and his friends with a contemptuous gaze. Tomorrow evening, would you care to engage in a battle at the KFC where you just dined? He addressed Mo Yang and his companions with an air of arrogance, clearly underestimating them. Not interested. We're leaving, Mo Yang replied coolly, dismissing the challenge and choosing not to engage with such individuals. However, this situation could potentially incite a confrontation. Nonetheless, Mo Yang remained undaunted, for he was well-versed in martial arts. Should they be unafraid of death, they were welcome to approach. Sun Minglong and the others obediently followed behind Mo Yang, sensing the hostility emanating from the 5 individuals, who appeared as though they wished to devour them whole. A glance from one of the assailants signaled the other 4 to obstruct Mo Yang's path. Searching for trouble? It won't be so simple. If you refuse to accept my challenge, you may find it difficult to leave this place today. The individual advanced slowly, convinced that Mo Yang would ultimately agree to his proposition. Initially, he had no desire to engage in a duel with mere novices at such a desolate institution. But a lucrative offer had compelled him to come. Upon completing his task, the promised reward would be his. Oh, is that so? Then let us see. Mo Yang replied with an impassive expression, devoid of any emotion. He had no fear of combat. During his elementary school days, he had endured ridicule that tested his limits. And he had never shied away from a fight. Moreover, having studied Taekwondo and combat techniques, he felt no trepidation towards these individuals. Truly, one must not shed tears until faced with the grave reality. He was prepared to engage them until they conceded. Negotiation was no longer an option. He had to resolve this matter through force, lest he forfeit his fee. You little brat, perish. The 4 assailants simultaneously launched their punches at Mo Yang. He warned Sun Minglong and the others to be cautious and to stay behind him, as they had not trained in martial arts. Having ensured their safety, Mo Yang focused on the attackers, delivering a spinning kick that left their faces swollen. Their frustration mounted, and they charged at him once more. Yet, with an uppercut, a hook, and another spinning kick, he left them in disarray. The 4 were likely to suffer broken teeth from his strikes. Their midsections were severely injured, leaving them writhing on the ground and unable to do anything but moan in agony. We should hurry. Class is about to start. So let us not waste any more time. Mo Feng handled the situation as if it were a mundane task, knowing he had to return to school. How despicable. What skill is there in mere brawling? If you have the ability, face us in battle. One of the defeated shouted in desperation, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Mo Yang understood that this was merely a provocation, but since they were so eager to engage, he acquiesced. Their disheveled appearance was evident. Do you have any objections to battling us? He inquired, addressing Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian. While he intended to confront the challenger to deter further harassment, he sought his companion's consent. We are all willing, and we will follow your lead, they replied in unison. Mo Yang nodded, while the challenger beamed with delight, pleased that Mo Yang had finally agreed to the match, as it meant he would soon receive his payment. How about we meet tomorrow evening at the KFC for our duel? He proclaimed loudly to Mo Yang and the others. Very well, Mo Yang responded coolly. Then, he and Sun Minglong hurried back to school, having already squandered too much time. Failing to return on time would surely result in reprimands, and they needed to reach their classroom swiftly to avoid further scolding. Chapter 17. Indeed, it was him. Although Mo Yang and his companions arrived at school promptly, they failed to reach the classroom in time, and thus incurred Zhao Yu's wrath. Zhao Yu admonished them, warning that if they were late again, the consequences would be dire. Because of their tardiness, they narrowly escaped severe punishment, but were nonetheless assigned the task of copying the 30th lesson in Chinese 10 times, a mere minor lesson for them. Now seated in the classroom, they begrudgingly wrote the assigned lines, while Mo Yang diligently transcribed the text. After all, they were the ones who had been late. And Sun Minglong, feeling overwhelmed, was reluctant to write, fearing his hand would tire before he finished. Hurry up, Minglong. Otherwise, we may have to stay in the classroom all night, Mo Yang said, exasperated by Sun Minglong's lackadaisical attitude. What? We only have to stay because I haven't finished writing? Sun Minglong exclaimed in disbelief, feeling guilty at the prospect of dragging his friends down with him. In truth, the punishment was a test devised by Zhao Yu, requiring all 5 of them to complete the task before they could leave. If even one of them failed to finish, they would be stuck until 10 o'clock. A strategy meant to foster teamwork and mutual accountability. Much like in a game of Wangzhou Rongyao, where a single absent player could lead to defeat, Zhao Yu aimed to instill the importance of unity in both gaming and life. Without cohesion, success would be unattainable. If you truly despise writing, I can finish my 5 copies and then help you with yours, Mo Yang offered, recognizing Sun Menglong's reluctance. He understood that forcing him would only yield adverse results. Thus, he resolved to copy the lesson 10 times himself, viewing the task as inconsequential, especially since he was aiding his brother. Tears welled in Sun Menglong's eyes as he reflected on Mo Yang's willingness to shoulder such burdens. How foolish of you, Mo Yang, to take on this task. Would anyone else do the same? In truth, Mo Yang was not foolish. He merely wished to assist his friend. Observing Sun Menglong's tears, he wondered what was amiss. Was it the punishment from teacher Zhao that had brought him to this state? Sun Menglong wiped his tears with a tissue, stifling any further emotion. It's all right, Mo. You need not write for me. I will do it myself. With that, he promptly began to write the text diligently. This unexpected outcome pleasantly surprised Mo Yang. He felt a sense of gratification witnessing Sun Menglong's commitment to completing the task. Indeed, let us all strive together to complete our tasks swiftly, after which we can practice with the heroes of Wangzhou Rongyao, especially since I have a match with others tomorrow evening. Do we not? Mo Yang encouraged Sun Menglong and the others to exert themselves further. The classroom, once enveloped in silence, was instantly transformed by their voices into a warm and lively atmosphere. They assisted one another, collaboratively addressing any uncertainties, embodying the essence of teamwork. Zhao Yu, standing at the doorway, felt a profound sense of satisfaction, appreciating the spirit exhibited by his students. Choosing not to disrupt their studies, he retreated to the staff room, having previously observed Mo Yang and the others from the entrance. Witnessing their camaraderie reassured him. Inside a training room dedicated to Wangzhou Rongyao, each team possessed their own space to prepare various tactical exercises, seeking to uncover the weaknesses of their opponents. While the atmosphere in this particular room was neither vibrant nor entirely desolate, the players sat absorbed in their phones, each wearing a mask of indifference, resembling automatons. A man clad in a black suit, adorned with spectacles and exuding an air of superiority, commanded the attention of those present, who bowed in respect upon his arrival. Captain, our members have gradually taken their positions. We are merely awaiting their assessment of the strength of the competing teams in the elimination rounds. Once we gather the data, we shall decipher their strategies. The man adjusted his glasses, revealing a sinister smile. Meanwhile, a seated individual gazed out at the scenery, leisurely sipping red wine, having devised this plan long in advance. Well done. The championship of the Wangzhou Rongyao campus competition shall ultimately be ours, he chuckled heartily, confident that no one was privy to their scheme, of which he was the architect. He envisioned himself rising to fame overnight, becoming a celebrated gaming star, surrounded by luxury, with villas and cars at his fingertips. Captain, should we investigate the Longtian team, who claimed the championship last year? Queried an analyst, tasked with assessing the capabilities of various squads. Absolutely. We must not allow anyone to hinder our progress. Ensure this matter is handled efficiently, without revealing any flaws. Although we remain undetected for now, should our actions be discovered, it could jeopardize our participation in Wangzhou Rongyao. Their conduct was marked by meticulousness, utilizing matches against the teams entering the elimination rounds as a guise to gauge their strength. If their representatives were unable to compete successfully, those teams could be disregarded. However, if they could decisively overpower them, further planning would ensue. Understood. I shall take my leave now, the bespectacled man remarked coldly. Go ahead, but do not spoil my excellent mood. Today, he felt an unparalleled joy, and he anticipated an even greater elation upon winning the championship. He swirled his wine glass, appreciating the view from the 10th floor, and after downing the contents, declared, the championship of the Wangzhou Rongyao campus competition is destined to be mine. Just wait and see. He felt assured of success. Should he falter in his confidence, it would betray the extensive planning he had undertaken. As the school day concluded, most students had departed, with some heading directly to their dormitories. However, 5 individuals remained in the classroom, none other than Mo Yang and his companions. Who will rescue me? After copying 3 times, my hand feels as though it may break. Sun Menglong lamented, his face a picture of distress. Although reluctant to write, the thought of his friends completing their work while he lagged behind motivated him to persevere. He could not bear to bring shame upon his comrades. Failing to do so would betray his integrity. All is well, I am only on my 4th attempt. Let us all rally our efforts. We shall soon finish and return to our dorms, Mo Yang encouraged, hoping to instill in Sun Menglong the understanding that perseverance is essential, as tasks cannot be completed in haste, but require patience. All right, I will continue writing. Once I reach the 5th attempt, we shall be liberated, Sun Menglong resolved. setting a personal target for himself. Truth be told, he had never approached his studies with such seriousness until he encountered Mo Yang and the motivation he provided, which fueled his determination. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian diligently transcribed the text, earnestly engaged in their work, occasionally seeking Mo Yang's assistance with questions. Suddenly, the sound of ringing phones echoed throughout the classroom, causing nearly everyone to look up in unison, curious about the source of the interruption. It was soon revealed to be Mo Yang's phone, prompting them to resume their previous tasks. I will step outside to take this call. You all continue writing. I shall join you once I am finished, he said, exiting to the corridor to converse with the caller. Mo Yang, I have followed your instructions and uncovered some clues. Came the voice from the phone, unmistakably the individual who had just called. Mo Yang's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious as he pondered whether his earlier suspicions were correct. Jingqi, what information have you uncovered? Is it as I suspected? Mo Yang inquired, feeling a sense of tension. Indeed, just as you indicated. It is they who are behind this. I have gathered sufficient evidence. The voice on the line replied with a grave tone. Indeed, my previous conjecture was accurate. In their pursuit of the championship, they resorted to such actions. Mo Yang sighed, truly taken aback that he would engage in such behavior. Chapter 18. Casual play. After concluding the phone call, Mo Yang returned to his seat and continued transcribing the text assigned by the teacher. Sun Minglong and the others were diligently writing, showing no signs of laziness, which brought Mo Yang a sense of satisfaction. Hooray, I've finally completed it. And I've even surpassed Mo Feng, haha. Sun Minglong triumphantly raised his assignment book, having dedicated hours to this task. Minglong, you are impressive. I hope you can keep up the good work next time. Mo Yang felt compelled to applaud Sun Minglong's efforts, as they were indeed remarkable. He then settled back into his position, writing at a leisurely pace, understanding that haste often leads to mistakes. Zhu Ming and the others also finished, and Mo Yang found himself the last to complete, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since I lost this time, as per our usual agreement, I shall treat, Mo Yang said resignedly, realizing the gap between him and the others had only widened. Such a pity. I must adhere to our pact that the loser treats the group to a meal. All right, let's quickly pack our things then. It's rare for you to treat us. We usually cover for you, so you must spend a bit this time, Sun Minglong cheerfully remarked. Consequently, Mo Yang and the others packed their bags, ensuring their copied textbooks were safely secured to avoid any need for redoing their work. They then made their way to a restaurant to enjoy dinner. They finished their meal swiftly and, like other students, returned to the campus. Mo Yang and his companions hurried back to the dormitory, greeted by the familiar ambience of their living quarters, the scent of home. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Accustomed to their own quarters, they found it somewhat disconcerting to suddenly occupy a lavish space. Sun Minglong flopped onto his bed, relishing its warmth and the familiar aroma of the blankets. I trust everyone is satiated. Let us begin discussing the essay assigned by the teacher, Mo Yang suggested, clearly aware that his peers were reluctant to write. This was weekend homework, and they preferred to defer it until later, but Mo Yang aimed to expedite the process so they could enjoy their weekend without reservations. Moreover, Saturday marked the elimination round, and given the competition, there would be little time left for writing. Thus, Mo Yang encouraged them to complete their essays promptly, otherwise, he would lack the time to assist them. Old Mo, I think I'll take a nap. We can address it tomorrow, Sun Minglong feigned fatigue, hoping to deceive Mo Yang and avoid writing the essay that night. Very well, sleep if you wish. It would be best to rest through the weekend as well, since you won't be attending the competition. Don't worry, I'll find a replacement, Mo Yang replied nonchalantly, hoping this would motivate Sun Minglong to take his essay seriously. Upon hearing he might miss the WNGZHR campus championship, Sun Minglong, realizing that Mo Yang, as the captain, held the authority to bench him, found sleep elusive. His dream of victory now hung in the balance. Old Mo, is it true? You're so heartless. I'll start my essay right now. Don't deny me the chance to compete, or I swear I'll take you down, Sun Minglong exclaimed, a mixture of grievance and helplessness evident on his face. Slowly, he approached Mo Yang, as Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian sat attentively on their chairs, notebooks in hand, ready for Mo Yang's direction. Take a seat, he instructed the standing Sun Minglong, then settled into a chair himself. Retrieving his notebook and pen from his bag, Sun Minglong also took a seat, genuinely reluctant to write the essay, but with Mo Yang holding leverage over him. He had no choice but to comply. In special circumstances, Mo Yang had to employ unique methods. Otherwise, getting them to write would be impossible. First, think about your introduction. Then outline the details, and finally, conclude your essay. Ensure it doesn't end abruptly, otherwise, it won't be a commendable piece. Use appropriate language and be meticulous, no sloppiness. All right, let us begin, Mo Yang prompted as he leaned back, contemplating what to write. The others strained their minds, knowing their topic would revolve around. Yet the challenge lay in articulating it well. The title provided a hint, the game that accompanied me, suggesting they reflect on their experiences, be they sorrowful or joyful. This guidance made the task less daunting. As time elapsed, Sun Minglong, Li Ning, Zhu Ming, and Shao Jian began putting pen to paper. And Mo Yang observed the struggle etched on their faces, pondering whether he could assist them. The topic has already steered you. Simply select an example from your experiences with joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. You can choose any of these themes, Mo Yang suggested, uncertain if his words would prove beneficial to Sun Minglong and the others. Upon hearing this, they experienced a moment of enlightenment, selecting an event from their lives to illustrate how it had accompanied them through various experiences. Witnessing Sun Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian finally begin to write brought joy to Mo Yang. He felt he had helped them. He too picked up his pen and began writing in his notebook. Old Mo, how do you write this character? Sun Minglong suddenly faltered mid-sentence, unable to recall the writing of a word. He could pronounce it, but couldn't he write it? Which was quite awkward. The character is written like this. Remember its pinyin and radicals, Mo Yang patiently explained, unhurried in his response. Oh, I see now. I thought it was something else. Thanks, old Mo, Sun Minglong replied, his spirits lifted. He felt that among brothers, there was no need for formality. Assisting a brother was simply the right thing to do. Mo Yang, however, only wished to lend assistance within his capabilities. Anything beyond that was beyond his reach. In the ensuing moments, everyone sat quietly on their benches, diligently composing their essays. Whenever a question arose, they would turn to Mo Yang, the most academically accomplished among the five. Mo Yang, as ever, patiently provided them with answers. When others sought his guidance, he would first explain the rationale behind the idioms they needed to use, ensuring they understood their significance. After an indeterminate number of hours, they finally completed their essays. Surprisingly, even the laziest among them, Mu Rong, managed to finish his piece, a testament to their perseverance. One might initially doubt the possibility of success, yet it is only through courageous attempts that one discovers the potential for achievement. Having completed the assigned homework, Sun Wen and his companions felt a sense of relief. They were eager to hear Mo Yang's strategies, especially with the impending challenge against their rivals the following evening. Old Mo, shouldn't we discuss how to confront those we met today? I am determined to teach them a stern lesson, Sun Wen exclaimed. Indeed, old Mo. As long as you arrange the formation, we can train together. Tomorrow, we shall surely defeat those five. Sun Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian were visibly eager to learn about Mo Yang's tactics, as he had always shared his formations in preparation for battles. However, Mo Yang's mere statement extinguished their enthusiasm. No need for any tactics. When we arrive, we will just fight. There is no requirement for coordination. We'll simply engage in chaotic combat. The worse the defeat, the better, Mo Yang said nonchalantly as he packed his books into his bag. Old Mo, really? What do you mean by just fight, and why should we hope for a disastrous defeat? I see our opponents are formidable. Sun Minglong was utterly perplexed by Mo Yang's words. Not just him, but Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian also looked at Mo Yang with confusion, their confidence waning. There is no reason. If you trust me, then tomorrow, fight without restraint. The more disastrous the defeat, the better. As for the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship, follow the tactics I have provided, Mo Yang concluded, hoping Sun Minglong would place his faith in him. Chapter 19. The imminent battle. Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian were left speechless, unable to comprehend why they should engage in reckless fighting, let alone aim for a catastrophic loss. Well, since old Mo has said it, let us just fight casually. It's not a crucial match anyway, Sun Minglong sighed. He was inherently curious, yet Mo Yang's remark surprised him. Nevertheless, he sensed some reasoning behind Mo Yang's words, leading him to decide to trust him. Seeing Sun Minglong's decision to believe in Mo Yang, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian also resolved to place their trust in him, convinced he would not lead them astray. Mo Yang, having exited the dormitory, acted with the best intentions for Sun Minglong and the others. After all, their opponents were investigating their profiles, and he recognized the investigator as someone formidable. It was imperative that the true strength of their team remained concealed, otherwise they would undoubtedly be targeted, resulting in anything but a fair match. I hope Minglong and the others can understand my concerns, Mo Yang lamented, unwilling to divulge his motives to Sun Minglong at this time. The fewer who knew, the better. He did not wish to involve Sun Minglong in any complications. Regardless of whether they blamed or criticized him, he felt compelled to take these actions for their benefit. Mo Yang was determined to exert his utmost effort in the Guangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship, as Sun Minglong aspired to claim the title of champion. And Mo Yang was resolute in assisting them in achieving that goal. For the moment, Mo Yang did not wish to return to the dormitory. Instead, He found a quiet bench at the school, where few students passed by, creating a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, the sound of his phone ringing echoed in his pocket, and he surmised that Zheng Qi was calling with news regarding the matter he had entrusted to him. Upon confirming it was indeed Zheng Qi, he quickly answered the call, feeling reassured, for Zheng Qi was a friend who willingly assisted him. "How is it, Zheng Qi? Have you gathered the information I requested?" Mo Yang anticipated that Zheng Qi's call was either about this matter or something else, as there seemed to be no reason for an arbitrary call. "Yes, I have looked into it. The investigations into the various teams reveal that they are not internal, but rather individuals they have paid for," Zheng Qi stated straightforwardly. Indeed, this was the very issue Mo Yang had asked Zheng Qi to investigate, as he sought to ascertain whether the individuals sent to scout the teams for the elimination rounds were genuine competitors or mercenaries. Now he understood. They were merely individuals hired for the task, which made it easier to manage, as they were not insiders. "Thank you, Zheng Qi. So, you really don't play Wangzhe Rongyao anymore?" Mo Yang inquired, knowing that Zheng Qi had once been a professional player but had since ceased playing due to personal circumstances. "It's fine, we are all friends. Helping each other is only natural. As for my return to Wangzhe, that remains uncertain. I experienced a difficult time," Zheng Qi said before abruptly ending the call, evidently pained by the topic. Sighing, Mo Yang tucked his phone back into his pocket. Tomorrow marked the day of their duel against the others, and he needed to perform well. Otherwise, he could not face himself. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class, and this day was pivotal, as it was the day Mo Yang and his companions would engage in their match against the 5 challengers. All right, dear students, today's lesson concludes here. Please take the time to review the new material, and we shall reconvene in the next class. Class dismissed. Zhao Yu tidied up his textbooks and exited the classroom, while the other students celebrated the end of the class with exuberance. Mo Yang and his companions also began to gather their books, as they were nearing their agreed-upon time, and being late would indeed be quite embarrassing. "Old Mo, are you certain there are no strategies in place?" Sun Minglong couldn't help but inquire once more. "Well, during our one-on-one encounters, it's best to select heroes that we are unfamiliar with," Mo Yang replied nonchalantly, preferring to refrain from further elaboration. "All right then," Sun Minglong acquiesced, following Mo Yang's guidance, as did Zhu Ming and the others. Before long, Mo Yang and his companions had packed up their belongings and, with their backpacks in tow, left the classroom. They grabbed a casual meal in the cafeteria before making their way to the previously discussed KFC. The 5 individuals awaited their arrival there. Due to their swift pace, they soon arrived at the entrance of KFC, where stood 5 familiar, yet unfamiliar challengers. "I apologize for the wait." Mo Yang felt it necessary to offer an apology for their tardiness. "No problem, we're just glad you made it. I'm Yu Feng, pleased to make your acquaintance." Yu Feng extended his hand, adhering to the basic etiquette of a handshake. It would be unbecoming to neglect such a gesture. Mo Yang reciprocated the handshake, and together they ascended to the 2nd floor of KFC. To Sun Minglong's astonishment, the 2nd floor of this KFC turned out to be a gathering place for players of Wangzhe Rongyao, with many engaged in one-on-one duels and numerous spectators watching the matches. "This will be our battleground. In 10 minutes, we will face off at the arena ahead. So please prepare yourselves." Yu Feng directed his 4 teammates to the preparation room to discuss strategies. This KFC had indeed become a strategic planning zone, allowing Wangzhe Rongyao players to devise tactics without being overheard. They could also descend to the 1st floor to purchase snacks, and then return to the 2nd floor to enjoy their meals while watching the matches, a truly delightful experience. "Old Mo, have you ever been to a place like this before?" Sun Minglong was quite surprised, as he had thought it was merely a space for casual gaming with phones, unaware of such facilities. "No, I've never been to a place like this before," Mo Yang replied to Sun Minglong's inquiry. It was not only Sun Minglong who was amazed. Zhu Ming and the others also expressed their astonishment at the stark contrast between the decor of the 2nd and 1st floors of KFC, akin to 2 separate worlds. Today had certainly broadened their horizons. Suddenly, Mo Yang turned around, urging the others to quickly cover their faces with newspapers. He suspected that among those 5 individuals, some were likely positioned here to monitor them. Not only Mo Yang's side, but every team entering the elimination rounds had dispatched numerous individuals to challenge various teams, while also sending a few to monitor. Observing this situation, Mo Yang contemplated that since they were so eager to uncover the true strength of his team, he would need to perform exceptionally well in this battle. Upon entering the preparation room, Mo Yang first ensured the door was securely shut, then discreetly removed the small surveillance devices placed in the room. The practices of such a large organization were indeed different, as they could easily install such monitoring equipment. However, Mo Yang had encountered similar tactics before. He suspected they aimed to ascertain each team's fundamental strategies. If he did not remove those devices, their conversations would likely be recorded and scrutinized. Once he had disposed of all the surveillance devices into the trash, Mo Yang felt no regret, for they were not his belongings, and moreover, such devices were in violation of the rules of the Wang Zhurong Yao League. Mo Yang, what are you doing? Why did you remove those things and throw them in the trash? One of his companions inquired about his peculiar actions. It's nothing. Just a little admiration for my charm. Merely some equipment used by paparazzi, Mo Yang quipped humorously, as he would not divulge the truth to Sun Menglong and the others. For their own sake. Seated around the conference table, although Mo Yang had not arranged any specific strategies, there were still certain matters he needed to discuss with Sun Menglong and the others. While I have instructed you to play freely, it does not imply recklessly surrendering. You may select heroes you are comfortable with, and we will each play our own game. Mo Yang did not wish to treat the match as a mere opportunity to give away points. After all, competing with one's utmost strength was the most respectful approach to the opponent. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the other party was there to investigate his team's true capabilities. That individual had minions assigned to virtually every hero, and upon encountering a team, they would ascertain that team's data before deploying their players accordingly. Previously, there had been a team that was undefeated, yet their strategies and plans had been thoroughly exposed by that individual's subordinates. He had seized upon this knowledge to dismantle that team completely, as he understood their tactics all too well. We shall enjoy this match, regardless of victory or defeat. What matters most is that we have fun, no matter the outcome. He would still engage earnestly, albeit not with a meticulously orchestrated strategy, but rather with a casual yet serious approach. Mo Yang wished to see if, in the absence of strategic planning, he and Sun Menglong could still deliver an admirable performance. All right, let us do our best. Sun Menglong instantly felt a surge of hope. Having previously misunderstood Mo Yang's intentions, he thought Mo Yang was urging them to recklessly surrender. However, that was not the case. Mo Yang was merely encouraging them to play freely, not to throw away points, but to play as they wished. Indeed, let us do our best. With a positive mindset, they would be able to face any challenges ahead. Chapter 20. Performing well without a strategy. 10 minutes later, Yu Feng and his team, along with Mo Yang and his companions, arrived at the battleground, where the equipment was nearly identical to that used in official Wang Zhurong Yao competitions. There are 2 rooms, and each team seeks out every room. These rooms are soundproof and allow for headphones, minimizing distractions. Mo Feng and his team entered the battle room, as did Yu Feng and his comrades. They both donned their headphones, utilizing the mobile phones provided by KFC, logging in with their own accounts. This arrangement ensured fairness, as the phones were standardized, with only one game installed, Wang Zhurong Yao. After their match, they simply needed to leave the phones in place. Now, let us arrive at the battleground of the Xiao Feng team and the MOD team. No competition is complete without a host. Whenever such events occur, he is present to facilitate, having been invited by the MOD team. He is both a game streamer and a commentator. Upon hearing about the match, spectators began to gather, recognizing that it was indeed the Xiao Feng team who had advanced to the knockout stage. Isn't that the Xiao Feng team? They previously triumphed over the Yongzhi team during the Wangzhou Campus Championship. Indeed, it is that Xiao Feng team who managed to defeat the Yongzhou team, a squad that had reached the semifinals in the last competition held in Shanghai, although they were thoroughly defeated by the Longtian team. To defeat a team that has made it to the semifinals is no small feat. The audience began to converse excitedly, clearly aware that they were witnessing the Xiao Feng team, having previously watched their matches. We observed both sides selecting their heroes. Fancy commented on the intriguing nature of this match. Mo Yang, uncertain of which heroes the opposing team might excel with, opted to ban certain troublesome damage-dealing heroes. Since they were the first to choose, they refrained from banning their own preferred heroes, while the opponents targeted the heroes known to be utilized by Xiao Feng's team, as they were indeed familiar with their gameplay. Sun Menglong, I'll play Zhuge Liang, and you can take Han Xian, if that is agreeable, Mo Yang stated calmly, offering no further explanation. If Sun Menglong truly could not play Han Xian, Mo Yang would not press him, and would select another hero. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Mo Yang to choose an assassin, but was surprised by his preference for a mage. Having only seen Mo Yang play assassins, he was unacquainted with his mage skills. However, if Mo Yang wished to assume that role, Sun Menglong would oblige. All right, Lao Mo, I will take Han Xian. If they ban him, I will select another hero. Sun Menglong readily agreed, eager to gauge the prowess of Mo Yang's mage skills. Zhu Ming, Li Ning, Shao Jian, you may select heroes of your own familiarity without concern for my preferences. This match merely involved a swap of hero roles between him and Sun Menglong, allowing Zhu Ming and the others to choose heroes they were proficient with. Understood. The 3 responded in unison from their seats. However, this match differed slightly. Typically, competitions were best of 3, but this time, he only needed to face off against Mo Yang in a single duel, after which the results would be communicated to the organizer. Both teams had banned their respective heroes. and Fan Si was keenly observing the unfolding battle. Following their earlier agreement, Mo Yang selected Zhuge Liang, while Sun Minglong opted for Han Xian. Zhu Ming chose Huang Zhong, Li Ning selected Hua Mulan, and finally, Shao Jian picked Dong Huang Tai. On the side of the MOD team, they selected Yang Jian, Lu Bu, Genghis Khan, and the fiery warrior, Hua Wu, concluding with Guan Yu. We see both teams have finalized their hero selections. The Xiao Feng team maintains a balanced composition, while the MOD team presents a more unconventional array of choices. The outcome of this battle remains to be seen. The spectators outside erupted with enthusiasm, some rallying behind the Xiao Feng team, others championing the MOD team. Welcome to Wangzhou. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 3 seconds. Charge! Mo Yang and Yu Feng entered the game, with Zhuge Liang undoubtedly taking the mid lane, while Dong Huang accompanied Huang Zhong, and Hua Mulan moved to the top lane to clear minion waves. At the onset, Mo Yang instructed that the red buff be given to Han Xian, recognizing its critical importance for early development. If Han Xian could dominate the early game, they would likely push down the enemy's tower swiftly. Meng Long, check if the enemy's blue buff is being contested. If it is, use your first skill to bait out their abilities, then escape with the second. Though Mo Yang had not outlined a strategy, he was prepared to direct from the field. Understood, Sun Minglong replied, proceeding to secure the red buff before utilizing his second skill to approach the enemy blue. Discovering it unguarded, he claimed the buff, executing a skillful retreat back to his own jungle area to farm. Han Xian noted that the enemy Genghis Khan was positioned in the top lane, while Sun Minglong remained in the tower, preparing to strike. Li Ning, lure him over so I can unleash my full skill set, Sun Minglong instructed. Aware that if Genghis Khan did not approach, securing a kill would be challenging, Li Ning nodded in agreement, first clearing the minion wave and feigning a retreat after taking a hit from the tower. Observing this, Genghis Khan rushed into the brush, emboldened by his passive ability. In that moment, Sun Minglong prepared to act. Han Xian swiftly entered the fray with his first skill, executing a flawless combination of abilities that resulted in the swift demise of Genghis Khan. Han Xian secured the first blood. The members of the Yefeng team were indeed taken aback to discover that a Han Xian was lurking there. This time, it was his error, and he should refrain from attempting to lure him out again. Zhuge Liang, utilizing his second skill, dashed forward and promptly claimed the life of the player controlling Ji Hua Wu. With that, Zhuge Liang secured the kill on Ji Hua Wu. Mo Feng slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Mo Yang, whose Ji Hua Wu had surprised him with its formidable prowess. He had not anticipated such strength from Mo Yang's mage. The absence of a jungler on their opponent's side allowed Han Xian to harvest nearly all the jungle monsters on the map, swiftly elevating his economic advantage. While the opposing team found themselves under considerable pressure, Han Xian dismantled several towers, bolstered by the equipment recommended by Mo Yang, who favored an output-oriented build focused on critical strikes. Initially, Mo Yang and his team had intended to engage in individual plays, but they soon realized they could not even contend with the opponent's uncoordinated composition. This left Mo Yang feeling somewhat incredulous, as he had expected a greater challenge. However, one must consider that the MOD team was merely assessing their own strength and did not necessarily need to deploy their most powerful players. Seizing the moment while they held a financial lead, they decided to strike for the Lord and then push directly down the mid lane. Mo Yang was no longer inclined to toy with them. He aimed for a decisive strike on the Lord and a subsequent push toward the enemy's crystal in mid lane. At this juncture, the MOD team primarily focused on defense, as they dared not venture out, knowing that doing so would likely lead to their demise at the hands of Mo Yang and his team. They were aware that Mo Yang's team was engaged with the Lord, yet they remained paralyzed by fear, ultimately allowing Mo Yang's team to claim the Lord. An ancient proverb aptly states, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as they could hold their ground, there remained a slim hope for a comeback. Yet, how could Mo Yang afford them this opportunity? In Mo Yang's eyes, if the moment arose to push for the crystal, it should be seized. Otherwise, as the game progressed into the late stages, both sides might reach an equilibrium in economy, risking the loss of their own crystal. Such is the nature of fortune's shifting. Dream Dragon, go push the lanes and bring the Lord's vanguard along, he urged. Believing this to be their final team fight, Zhuge Liang positioned himself behind Dong Huang, as it was imperative for Dong Huang to shield him while Huang Zhong fortified the turret beside Hua Mulan. Together, they advanced toward the enemy's high ground. Hua Mulan unleashed her second skill, deterring the enemy from approaching, while Huang Zhong bolstered the turret. The combination of the Lord's vanguard and Huang Zhong's turret swiftly dismantled their defenses. Simultaneously, Han Xian, accompanied by the Lord's vanguard, toppled both the upper and lower high grounds while the MOD team was still preoccupied in the mid lane. Mo Yang and his teammates did not relent, continuing their assault on the enemy crystal. It appeared that this team fight was inevitable. The question remained whether the MOD team could withstand the crisis or if the Xiao Feng team would claim victory. Fan C, visibly tense, expressed his anxiety, while supporters of the Xiao Feng team cheered, contrasting sharply with the despondence of MOD's fans. The clash between Xiao Feng and MOD erupted. Lu Bu charged toward Mo Yang and his team with his ultimate ability, but they had already evaded its range. Han Xian swiftly eliminated Cheng Ji Si Han, leaving the opposition bereft of damage output. Their reliance on tanky champions proved insufficient to halt the advance toward the crystal. Huang Zhong, positioned at the rear, continued to enhance the turret, preventing the MOD team from breaching his defenses, resulting in a cascade of deaths among their ranks. Zhuge Liang's overwhelming damage output rendered the enemy's tanks powerless against Mo Yang's onslaught, leading to the complete annihilation of the opposing five. Let us extend our congratulations to the Xiao Feng team for their meticulous coordination and triumph. The MOD team had not anticipated such a defeat. Despite their loss, they gained valuable insights into the Xiao Feng team and departed without extending a handshake, intent on delivering this intelligence to their superior. Hooray! We have emerged victorious. Sun Minglong exclaimed joyfully, recognizing Mo Yang's exceptional skill with Zhuge Liang. Little did he know, Mo Yang was adept with all heroes. Had he been aware, his astonishment would have been profound. This victory marked yet another significant leap in their progress. The absence of a strategic plan had not hindered their performance, demonstrating that the essence of success lies not solely in meticulous schemes, but in unity of purpose. As the saying goes, when brothers work in harmony, their strength can cut through metal. Mo Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although he had encouraged Sun Ming and his team to play freely, he knew that during critical moments, they needed to unite for the team fight, as this game was not a solitary endeavor. Alright, this weekend, let us fully engage in the Wangzhirong Yao Campus Championship, Sun Minglong declared with enthusiasm. The outcome of the game is secondary. What truly matters is the journey and the joy we derive from it. Chapter 21. Victorious yet troubled following their victory over the MOD team. The audience outside began to admire the Xiao Feng team. As Mo Yang and his teammates emerged, they were quickly surrounded by eager fans clamoring for autographs. Xiao Feng team, I love you, shouted a voice from the crowd, accompanied by a sign proclaiming, Xiao Feng team is unbeatable. Mo Yang found the scene chaotic and cumbersome, urging the crowd to part as he navigated his way out of the battlefield. To his dismay, he encountered even more spectators outside. This scenario was not exclusive to Mo Yang. Sun Minglong also faced a similar situation, with throngs of admirers requesting his signature. The audience's reluctance to approach Mo Yang for autographs stemmed from his attempt to conceal his face, causing them to gravitate towards Sun Minglong instead, each eager to have him sign their books. Old Mo. Sun Minglong found himself ensnared by a throng of fervent admirers, unable to navigate through their relentless press. In a moment of fervor, a young woman produced a notepad and pen, eagerly presenting them to Sun Minglong. Could you grant me an autograph, my idol? She implored, her gaze filled with infatuation, utterly captivated by his striking beauty. Oh, certainly, he replied, signing her request while scanning the crowd in vain for Mo Yang's familiar presence. As the girl sought his autograph, a multitude of others, both males and females alike, clamored for the signatures of Sun Minglong, Li Ning, Zhu Ming, and Shao Jian, effectively trapping them in a veritable sea of fans. Meanwhile, Mo Yang struggled to break free from the suffocating swarm, feeling an aversion to such gatherings, particularly due to his discomfort around the opposite sex. Yet, for an inexplicable reason, he felt no fear in the presence of Xiaoyu. Finally escaping, he gasped for breath as he found a nearby chair to collapse into, having lowered his hands that had obscured his face. Believing the audience's attention was fully captured by Sun Minglong. I can only apologize, Minglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, and Shao Jian, he thought, feeling a wave of sympathy for them as he witnessed the chaotic scene. Had he remained there, he would have surely been overwhelmed, possibly facing dire consequences. Regardless, he resolved to rest before seeking assistance from the security personnel, for this predicament was one only they could resolve. Otherwise, Sun Minglong would be utterly crushed by the fervor of the crowd. The chaos surrounding Sun Minglong escalated, with each fan pressing closer, forcing him to retreat. In that moment, he felt as though conceding defeat might be preferable, overwhelmed by despair. Old Mo, where on earth are you? He lamented, his voice drowned out by the clamoring crowd. As more individuals rushed forward seeking autographs, Mo Yang hastily covered his face, only revealing himself once the coast was clear. What madness! Sun Minglong exclaimed, patting his chest, as if he had just weathered a global conflict. As they triumphed in their match, an increasing number of fans surged toward them, their zeal unabated in pursuit of signatures. Suddenly, Mo Yang's phone rang. He was uncertain who it could be at such a moment. Curiosity piqued, he answered, discovering it was his friend Jing Qi. Mo Yang distinctly recalled that he had no request for Zheng Qi to investigate, leaving him puzzled as to the purpose of the call. Zheng Qi, what brings you to call me? He inquired. Is it only when I have matters to discuss that I may call you? Am I not allowed to reach out without a reason? Zheng Qi's tone bore an air of complaint. Mo Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zheng Qi typically called when there was an issue at hand, and such an unexpected call felt out of character. No, but surely you must have something to discuss. Mo Yang replied, skeptical that Zheng Qi would make a call without purpose. I do have something to say. Your blatant display of prowess. Do you not fear that individual will unravel your strategy? Initially, he had assumed Mo Yang would be decisively defeated by the MOD team. Yet, here, they were victorious. I see no issue with it. If they can decipher my tactics, so be it. I will demonstrate that such underhanded methods are detrimental. True skill is revealed only in fair competition. By the way, you were present at the match, correct? Mo Yang stated, incredulous. Stop searching. I left the venue well before your match concluded. Are you back in the dormitory now? Zheng Qi's voice revealed that he had already donned a hat and exited the KFC establishment, eager to avoid unwanted attention due to his numerous detractors. Oh, I see. How do you think my mage skills have fared? Mo Yang asked, somewhat gleeful, as he had been preoccupied with playing Li Bai, unsure of his mage performance. I believe you are still competent, but in comparison to your previous abilities, there is a noticeable decline. You must practice diligently, or else you risk further regression, Zheng Qi advised. He had meticulously observed the match until its conclusion, and while he noted Mo Yang's skills were still commendable, they lacked the finesse of his earlier gameplay. Understood. I shall dedicate myself to mastering all roles. When I surpass you, do not shed any tears. Mo Yang chuckled heartily. Zheng Qi, once a formidable player himself, could objectively assert that even if Mo Feng played as a mage, he would struggle against Zheng Qi. However, Zheng Qi did not claim proficiency across all roles. His expertise lay solely in mage gameplay, allowing him to discern the nuances of Mo Yang's performance. Once you defeat me, we can share a good laugh. For now, I must bid you farewell, as I have matters to attend to, Zheng Qi stated, his schedule evidently packed. Carry on with your tasks. Goodbye, Mo Yang replied. Understanding Zheng Qi's kind-hearted nature, thus hastily ending the call so his friend could focus on his obligations. Mo Yang returned his phone to his pocket, sighing in resignation. For despite his conversation with Zheng Qi, Sun Menglong, and the others remained besieged by fans clamoring for their signatures. Thus, he hastily resolved to summon security to address these matters. Otherwise, the situation would escalate, and he feared that even in slumber, injuries might occur. The more he called, the better it would be. Just as Mo Yang contemplated enduring the chaos, he noticed an individual approaching. If this person recognized that Xiao Feng had just been there, the audience's attention might shift towards him, and that could lead to complications. Mo Yang quickly obscured his face, internally repeating, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." However, the individual gradually closed the distance, causing beads of sweat to form on Mo Yang's brow. He soon realized that the person before him was a girl, which filled him with trepidation, for he harbored a significant fear of the opposite sex. The girl, finding Mo Yang somewhat familiar, approached him and inquired, "Are you Mo Yang?" Her sweet voice reached his ears, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Slowly lowering his hands, he exclaimed, "You startled me. I thought you were someone else." He recognized her immediately. Thankfully, she was not a frenzied spectator, or he might have been in dire straits. Chapter 22. The Glory of King's Commemoration. Mo Yang. What are you doing here, still concealing your face? Xiaoyu asked, perplexed. Initially, she believed the person seated on the bench bore a resemblance to Mo Yang, and upon approaching, she indeed confirmed it was him. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Mo Yang sighed in relief, having feared it was one of the previous overzealous audience members. He patted his chest, calming himself considerably. "Oh, nothing much, just taking a look around. What about you? What brings you here?" Mo Yang assumed that players of Glory of Kings would be the ones attending, and he was surprised to find Xiaoyu among them. "I heard they would be selling memorabilia for Glory of Kings, so I came to check it out. I think purchasing a keepsake would be delightful," Xiaoyu replied, taking a seat beside Mo Yang as the commemoration had yet to commence. "Oh, I see. I thought you were here to watch the competition. But you came for the memorabilia," Mo Yang said awkwardly, realizing his initial assumption was incorrect. With Xiaoyu's arrival, he had completely forgotten to call security and was oblivious to the plight of Sun Menglong and the others, who were still encircled by an enthusiastic crowd. "Attention all players. The Glory of King's commemoration is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. There will be exquisite gifts and handcrafted heroes," the announcement reverberated loudly, catching the attention of everyone in the KFC. Many individuals began to make their way toward the commemoration venue. "Let us go see the commemoration. Who knows? We might even receive a handcrafted item." "Absolutely. Let us hurry before they're all gone. Come on, come on." Upon hearing about the Glory of King's commemoration, Many enthusiasts flocked to participate. Xiaoyu, seated beside Mo Yang, was thrilled that the long-awaited commemoration was finally about to begin, prompting her to prepare to head towards it. How about you join me at the commemoration? Perhaps we can both obtain a keepsake, Xiaoyu suggested with a smile, feeling that attending alone would be rather dull. Should I accompany you? All right, I'll join you to see what this commemoration is all about, Mo Yang readily agreed. As he was concerned for Xiaoyu's safety in such a chaotic environment. Upon hearing Mo Yang's agreement to accompany her, Xiaoyu grasped his hand and dashed toward the commemoration venue. The moment Mo Yang felt her hand in his face flushed crimson. He had never experienced such a gesture from a girl before. This was indeed a first. Yet, he felt inexplicably happy, not understanding the reason for this sensation. He quietly allowed Xiaoyu to lead him toward the commemoration, completely forgetting about the crisis faced by Sun Menglong and the others. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? Sun Menglong and his companions exclaimed helplessly. The crowd surrounding them was overwhelming. And advancing even a step felt akin to an insurmountable challenge. They were unaware of Mo Yang's current whereabouts. Since the moment they were encircled, he had vanished from sight. They could hardly believe that Mo Yang had simply walked away. Should Sun Menglong and the others discover that at this very moment, Mo Yang was at the commemoration with Xiaoyu, they would surely be infuriated, likely accusing him of prioritizing romance over friendship. Meanwhile, the spectators surrounding Sun Menglong also heard about the glory of King's commemoration and debated whether to seek autographs from Sun Menglong and his companions or head to the commemoration. Should we go to the commemoration? If we leave, we might miss out on the autographs from the Xiao Feng team. Yes, I'm also torn between the decision of pursuing autographs or attending the commemoration. Listen to me, everyone. The Xiao Feng team will participate in the elimination rounds this Saturday and Sunday, so we can still request autographs then. However, if the commemoration concludes, we may not know when the next one will occur. This statement resonated with many, leading them to realize that while they could obtain autographs at the next competition, the opportunity for memorabilia would vanish once the commemoration ended. After careful deliberation, they unanimously concluded that attending the commemoration was paramount, especially since they could still seek autographs from the Xiao Feng team during the weekend. Let us head to the commemoration. Perhaps we'll receive an exquisite gift. A passerby's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the crowd. All right, let us go. Convinced that attending the glory of King's commemoration was essential, they departed from Sun Menglong's side, heading toward the commemoration venue. As waves of people moved away, Sun Menglong and his companions found themselves utterly alone. As nearly everyone had flocked to the commemoration, they felt their decision to attend the glory of King's commemoration was fortuitous, for it provided them a means of escape from danger. Without this commemorative event, Sun Menglong and his companions would have had no idea how long they would be surrounded by this frenzied crowd. Their hands were nearly rendered useless from signing autographs. Finally, once the throng dispersed, Sun Menglong collapsed onto the ground, utterly fatigued and devoid of enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yang and Xiaoyu arrived at the venue of the WNGZHRNGO commemorative gathering. They were greeted by a vibrant array of attendees, each adorned in various costumes, such as those of Shao Jian, De Qiao, and Wu Zetian. Wow, I never anticipated such a turnout for this event, and it's incredibly lively, exclaimed Mo Yang, observing that the previous area was far less grand than this one. Indeed, it is an annual celebration of attracting numerous enthusiasts eager to witness the diverse sights and characters, Xiaoyu explained as she gently held Mo Yang's hand, guiding him patiently. Mo Yang listened attentively to Xiaoyu, realizing that in comparison, he was indeed like a frog at the bottom of a well, having rarely ventured into such gatherings and possessing limited knowledge. Wow, it appears there's a game over there. Let us take a look, Xiaoyu suggested, pulling Mo Yang towards the activity. Sure, he replied eagerly, joining her to explore the event. The location they approached was one of the activity spots, where exquisite gifts awaited those who were willing to participate in the challenges. There, an enthusiastic gentleman was calling out, inviting participants to challenge the AI and defeat it for a chance to win beautiful prizes. Mo Yang and Xiaoyu soon reached the spot, where Xiaoyu spotted a Diaochan plush pillow that she desired. Mister, I want to play, she exclaimed joyfully, causing Mo Yang to perceive her excitement as reminiscent of a 3-year-old child. All right, young lady, I will provide you with a phone. If you defeat the AI, you shall receive a splendid gift, the gentleman replied with an air of mystery. AI? That sounds simple enough. Count me in, Xiaoyu declared as she promptly seated herself at the table, seizing the phone offered by the gentleman. To her surprise, the hero she was assigned was an assassin, specifically Li Bai, a character with whom she was entirely unfamiliar. Xiaoyu's expression turned helpless. She had assumed she would be given a mage, her forte. Unfortunately, the game had commenced, and she was compelled to win to claim her coveted prize. After several rounds, Xiaoyu found herself struggling immensely, as her lack of experience with assassins rendered her ineffective, akin to a student failing a subject. Young lady, you have exhausted your attempts. And I regret to inform you that you did not succeed, thus no prize can be awarded, the gentleman said, his face reflecting disappointment as he had hoped for her victory. It's all right, sir. Winning and losing are part of the game. I shall simply try again next time. Xiaoyu replied as she stood, casting a lingering glance at the Diaochan plush pillow, her expression one of longing and reluctance. Are you all right? Mo Yang inquired. Noticing her crestfallen demeanor, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Mo Yang. Let us move on to the next place, she suggested, feeling that lingering too long might bring her to tears. I'm glad to hear that, Mo Yang said, gently grasping her hand, while Xiaoyu quietly followed behind. Her spirits dampened. Let us explore over there, Mo Yang encouraged, leading Xiaoyu by the hand. All right, let us see what's there, she nodded in agreement. Then let us go, he replied, guiding them to the location they had just discussed. Upon arrival, they found a multitude of participants engaged in various activities. After waiting patiently for their turn, they began to partake in the festivities. The individual overseeing this activity was a tall, slender gentleman, as it appeared that most attendants were indeed men, with few women managing these events. Sir, how does this work? Mo Yang inquired, eager to join in. Young man, the rules are simple. You aim the gun at the balloons, and for each successful hit, there is a corresponding gift, the gentleman explained patiently, sensing that Xiaoyu, having lost previously, might prefer Mo Yang to take the lead in this activity. With determination, Mo Yang aimed and fired, instantly popping 2 balloons, which astonished both the gentleman and Xiaoyu. They had not anticipated such skill. Perhaps he was indeed a sharpshooter. With 5 bullets available, he had now struck down 2, leaving him with 3 shots remaining, and he anticipated a favorable outcome. Sir, do I receive a gift for each balloon I pop? Mo Yang asked as he prepared to shoot again, having already hit 2. Indeed, young man. For each balloon you pop, you shall receive a gift, but remember, each person may only play once, the gentleman cautioned, emphasizing the rule to ensure that all attendees could partake in the festivities. Understood, sir, Mo Yang affirmed, turning his focus back to the balloons, ready to take aim once more. A shot was fired, and unexpectedly, Mo Yang burst 2 balloons once again, leaving Xiaoyu and the uncle astonished. They believed that Mo Yang's earlier success was not merely a stroke of luck. After all, coincidences rarely repeat themselves. You are truly remarkable, Mo Yang, Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. With Mo Yang's 2 successful shots resulting in 4 gifts, they felt assured that even if subsequent attempts were unsuccessful, they would still have those for prizes. However, it seemed that Mo Yang was oblivious to the uncle's bleeding heart upon witnessing his extraordinary skill. Had Mo Yang continued to play, he would likely have claimed all the gifts. In the following moments, Mo Yang's 3rd shot hit 2 more balloons, and his 4th shot also struck 2. To their astonishment, on his final attempt, he managed to hit 3 balloons. This remarkable display of talent attracted a crowd of onlookers who speculated on how Mo Yang could shoot so proficiently, bursting a total of 11 balloons. Once he finished shooting, Mo Yang carefully set the gun aside and approached the uncle, a mischievous grin on his face. Uncle, I shot 11 times. Shouldn't I receive 11 gifts? Xiaoyu, standing nearby, eagerly anticipated the nature of the 11 gifts he would receive. Don't rush. I'll fetch them for you shortly, the uncle replied with a mysterious smile. He then entered the house and returned with a box, slowly unveiling its contents, revealing a collection of medals, specifically those honoring heroic figures. You may choose 11 hero medals, he announced, now wearing a playful grin. Indeed, the gifts for this event were these hero medals. Had they been figurines or similar items, he would surely have gone bankrupt. To be honest, both Mo Yang and Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment. They had expected something more exciting than medals. Nevertheless, receiving something for free was still delightful. I'll take 5 medals since my dorm mates couldn't attend today's commemorative event, Xiaoyu said to Mo Yang. I'll also take 5 for my friends in the dorm. Mo Yang replied happily as they began selecting their choices. They chose the heroes most favored by their dorm mates, but there was still 1 medal left, which Mo Yang felt he should not forego. Thank you, uncle. We'll be taking our leave now, they said, having collected their prizes. May you and your girlfriend enjoy yourselves, the uncle remarked with a cheeky grin as he returned to the event. Mo Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. He had just heard the uncle refer to Xiaoyu as his girlfriend. He was self-aware enough to know that someone as beautiful as Xiaoyu could never like him. Being her friend was already a great fortune. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, whose hand Mo Yang had taken, felt her cheeks flush, perhaps due to the misunderstanding created by that simple gesture. Strangely enough, she felt comfortable with Mo Yang holding her hand. He was the first man to ever do so, and it filled her with a sense of security. Let's go check that out, Mo Yang suggested, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere, as remaining in this spot felt rather embarrassing. Okay, Xiaoyu replied, her head bowed, her face still flushed with warmth, unable to meet his gaze. Mo Yang continued to lead her to various exhibits at the Wang Zhurong Yao commemorative event, where many people were collecting numerous souvenirs. Xiaoyu, there's something I must take care of. Can you wait for me here? Mo Yang said earnestly. Sure, I'll wait for you. Just be quick. Xiaoyu supported him wholeheartedly. I'm off then. Stay put, he said before dashing off in a particular direction, while Xiaoyu found a bench and sat quietly, waiting for his return. As the evening wore on and the event neared its conclusion, Mo Yang felt the urgency to complete what he needed to do. He ran swiftly, knowing that if he didn't finish this task, he might not be able to sleep well. Lost again. I'm done. Someone exclaimed in frustration as they left the activity. Previously, at the event where Xiaoyu had been, many had tried their luck. Yet none managed to defeat the AI opponent. It seemed that the AI was not merely artificial but controlled by a person. Step right up, don't miss out. If you can defeat the AI 5 times, you will receive exquisite prizes. The uncle shouted, desperately trying to attract participants, as only a handful had succeeded in this challenge. Mo Yang rushed to the scene and quickly approached the uncle. Uncle, I want to participate in this activity. If I win, can I claim the Jiaochan pillow? He pointed towards the pillow in question. Aren't you that young man from before? If you can win, the Jiaochan pillow will indeed be yours. However, if you lose, you shall not receive it, the uncle cautioned, laying down the rules. That is all I need to hear, uncle. I'm ready to play, Mo Yang said eagerly. Sitting down, unable to contain his excitement as Xiaoyu awaited him. Here, take this phone. The heroes are chosen at random. Win against the AI 5 times. And the Jiaochan pillow is yours. The uncle handed the device over to Mo Yang. He stretched and then picked up the phone, glancing at the randomly selected hero, and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was Li Bai, the hero he excelled with. This was the very character Xiaoyu had struggled with, leading to their earlier defeat. Let us go for the Jiaochan pillow. With that, the game commenced, and Mo Yang skillfully maneuvered Li Bai onto the battlefield, engaging in a fierce battle against the AI. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, having honed his skills through extensive practice. Uncle, I defeated the AI 5 times and destroyed their crystal. May I claim the Jiaochan pillow now? Mo Yang eagerly presented his achievements to the uncle for verification. Young man, it seems you possess considerable talent. However, I shall keep my promise, the uncle replied, acknowledging his success. The elder approached the young man, holding a Jiaochan plush pillow, and said, Here it is. The pillow you desired. Take it. He then placed the Jiaochan pillow into Mo Yang's hands. Thank you, uncle, Mo Yang replied, grasping the pillow, which was precisely what Xiaoyu had been longing for. At that moment, he finally obtained it. Mo Yang wished to surprise Xiaoyu. He bowed slightly to the elder and proceeded in the direction of Xiaoyu. The elder felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Mo Yang's youthful exuberance, and, after a moment of reflection, continued to call out slogans to attract nearby passers-by to join in the event. Chapter 24. Suspicions of connection. Mo Yang had lingered too long at the previous location, and with the commemoration nearing its conclusion, he needed to hasten back to Xiaoyu's side. After a swift run, he finally reached her, albeit panting heavily, yet he still clutched the Jiaochan pillow behind him. You're finally back, Mo Yang, she exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet. Close your eyes. I have something for you, Mo Yang said mysteriously. He believed that this Jiaochan pillow would indeed bring Xiaoyu immense delight. Oh, all right, Xiaoyu nodded, unaware of what Mo Yang intended to present her. But she would soon find out. Mo Yang slowly revealed the Jiaochan pillow from behind, covering her face with it, and said, All right, you can open your eyes now. Xiaoyu. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu gradually opened her eyes, feeling profoundly moved at that moment. She had not anticipated such a delightful gift. Wow, Mo Yang. Isn't this the Jiaochan pillow from the previous event? How did you come by it? She asked, astonishment evident in her voice. I completed that task. And the elder gave me this Jiaochan pillow, so I thought it best to give it to you, Mo Yang replied cheerfully. Originally, he had set out to accomplish that task solely to obtain the Jiaochan pillow for Xiaoyu, as it seemed inappropriate for a man to possess such an item. Thank you, Mo Yang, Xiaoyu said, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had not expected that Mo Yang had gone out of his way to acquire the Jiaochan pillow for her, and tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Are you all right? Mo Yang inquired, puzzled. He could not fathom why she would cry upon receiving the Jiaochan pillow. Perhaps he had misjudged her feelings towards it. I'm fine, Mo Yang. Thank you for helping me get this Jiaochan pillow today, she said, bowing in gratitude. No need to thank me. We are all friends, Mo Yang replied bashfully, scratching his head. It was his first time being so considerate towards a girl. Upon seeing Xiaoyu's desire for the Jiaochan pillow, he had wished to gift it to her. Xiaoyu nodded, using a tissue to dry her tears. She felt that she should not cry in front of Mo Yang, yet she could not suppress her emotions and hurriedly wiped her eyes. Seeing that Xiaoyu was all right, Mo Yang felt relieved. Initially, he had been somewhat concerned about her tears, but it seemed there was no cause for worry now. Announcement: the commemoration is about to conclude. We kindly ask all attendees to exit promptly. Such joyous moments are fleeting. The commemoration came to a close, and it was uncertain when the next event would take place. Mo Yang and Xia Yu exited the KFC, only to find that Sun Ming Long and the others were nowhere in sight, likely having returned to the dormitory. Thus, they walked back to school together. If there is a next commemoration, would you accompany me again? Xia Yu asked, blushing. It was somewhat awkward for a girl to pose such a question, but she was uncertain whether Mo Yang would agree. Of course, if there is another opportunity, I will definitely accompany you, Mo Yang readily assured her. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yu felt as though she had gained the entire world. They quickly returned to school and made their way to the dormitory, where they found Sun Ming Long and others waiting, alongside Xia Yu's teammates. Why is Lao Mo taking so long? Where could he possibly be? Sun Ming Long said anxiously. He had searched KFC thoroughly, but found no sign of Mo Yang. Believing Mo Yang had returned to the dormitory, he discovered that was not the case, leaving him to wait idly. Where's the captain? I heard he still needs to work on the bulletin board, which is due in a few days, a girl near the female dormitory remarked. Meanwhile, Sun Ming Long and the others in the male dormitory overheard the conversation, noticing that the girls seemed to be waiting for someone as well. However, they did not have to wait long. Mo Yang and Xia Yu soon returned to the dormitory. At that moment, they were not holding hands, appearing merely as classmates returning from an outing. Upon seeing Mo Yang's return, Sun Ming Long and the others approached him, and Xia Yu's teammates also came forward. Lao Mo, where on earth have you been? Why did you take so long, and why did you return with this girl? Sun Ming Long said with a mischievous grin. What are you thinking, Ming Long? I went to the commemoration with Xia Yu, which is why I returned late, Mo Yang quickly explained. He truly did not want Sun Ming Long to spread rumors that could tarnish Xia Yu's reputation. Yet, Sun Ming Long was momentarily speechless. His attention was not on the commemoration, but rather on the name Xia Yu, which he recognized as belonging to the campus belle. Who exactly is this Xia Yu? He asked, scrutinizing Mo Yang for clarity. Oh, her name is Xia Yu, Mo Yang replied, gesturing towards her. To be candid, when Mo Yang first heard that name, he was quite astonished. After all, the belle of their school was named Xia Yu, and sharing the same name and surname was not particularly surprising. Sun Ming Long scrutinized her carefully. At that moment, Xia Yu was dressed in the ordinary attire typical of a young girl. He sensed no trace of the elegance associated with a school beauty. In his mind, a school belle should don a beautiful dress and possess a strikingly attractive face, which was not the impression he garnered from the Xia Yu before him. Thus, he concluded that she must merely share a name with the renowned school beauty, as such coincidences were rather common. Regaining his composure, he firmly believed that this girl could not possibly be the illustrious Xia Yu. However, he was oblivious to the fact that if Xia Yu were to wear a more glamorous outfit, it would undoubtedly leave the boys present in a state of utter fascination. Sun Ming Long thought that Xia Yu's appearance was slightly lacking, as it is said that one's appearance can significantly influence perception. He assumed that a school beauty should possess an array of exquisite garments. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further, for after all, school beauties were not someone they could easily encounter. Hello, I am Sun Ming Long. He introduced himself, extending his hand to Xia Yu for a handshake. Even if this girl was not the school beauty, she was still a friend of Mo Yang, and thus he deemed it necessary to engage in this basic courtesy. Nearby, the teammates who were aware of Xia Yu's true identity as the school beauty observed Sun Ming Long's nonchalant demeanor with astonishment. Wishing to inform him that Xia Yu was indeed the belle, they were curious to see the look on his face when he discovered the truth. However, Xia Yu had warned them never to reveal her identity in front of outsiders, lest they face dire consequences. Hence, they would not dare to disclose the fact even if given 100 opportunities. Hello, I am Xia Yu, she responded, also shaking his hand. After all, she was a friend of Mo Yang, and she felt it was essential to uphold basic etiquette. Nonetheless, Sun Ming Long found it odd that Mo Yang, who typically did not associate with girls, was now happily conversing with one. He sensed something peculiar was afoot. Sister Xia, when did you become so chummy with a boy? A teammate quipped, smirking. Outside, they referred to her as Sister Xia, while in the dormitory, they called her Captain Xia. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu shot a frosty glare at the four teammates, and they felt an unmistakable chill, immediately falling silent. In truth, the remark made by the girl was precisely what Sun Ming Long had been pondering regarding Mo Yang. He speculated that perhaps the latter had left early to attend a Wang Zhirong Yao commemorative event with the girl before him. Sun Ming Long, Li Ning, Shao Jian, and Zhu Ming regarded Mo Yang with peculiar looks, making him uncomfortable. Their sinister stares hinted at impending mischief. Each time such unsettling gazes appeared, it was a harbinger of trouble. Mo Yang sighed in resignation. He knew his friends too well and felt powerless to alter their behavior. Chapter 25. A person of profound depth. Sun Minglong also noticed that Xia Yu was holding a Diaochan pillow, a prize he had previously attempted to win but had failed. He was astonished that the prize was now in her possession. Xia Yu, how remarkable! You managed to obtain that Diaochan pillow, he exclaimed, genuine admiration evident in his voice. It was a feat he could not accomplish, and he felt compelled to acknowledge her prowess, likening her to Huang Mulan, a woman of exceptional valor not to be underestimated by men. Upon hearing Sun Minglong's compliment, Xia Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the pillow was not actually won by her, but by Mo Yang. Actually, I didn't win this Diaochan pillow, she confessed, hoping to spare Sun Minglong any discomfort, though her words inadvertently created an awkward situation. Oh really? My apologies, Sun Minglong replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. In truth, when Xia Yu began to explain who had won the pillow, Mo Yang swiftly covered her mouth to prevent her from disclosing the information. Huh, Sun Minglong responded, bewildered. He wondered why such drastic measures were necessary. Actually, the Diaochan pillow was a gift from Mo Meyer, who inspires me, Xia Yu suddenly declared. Mo Yang believed that if it were revealed that he had given the Diaochan pillow to Xia Yu, it would inevitably lead to rampant speculation and gossip, which would not bode well for her. Who is Mo Meyer? I've never heard of that name, Sun Minglong said, looking utterly confused. He felt embarrassed for being unaware of something so seemingly significant. Mo Meyer is the deity of gaming, Mo Yang awkwardly clarified. Knowing that he had fabricated the name and thus had no substantial explanation to provide, he resorted to uttering a nickname, hoping it would suffice to mask the truth. Why have I never heard of him? Sun Minglong pondered, still perplexed, having never encountered such a figure in the esports realm. Seeing Sun Minglong deep in thought, Mo Yang knew he had to intervene. Oh, it's fine. Perhaps Xia Yu favors more obscure celebrities, he remarked, feeling somewhat awkward himself. Mo Yang was at a loss for how to rectify his previous statement. Regardless, it was imperative that Xia Yu not reveal that Mo Yang was the one who had gifted her the Diaochan pillow, as the repercussions could be catastrophic. Alright, I want to dwell on it. I hope to meet this Mo Meyer one day and see for myself what kind of prowess he possesses to inspire someone so significantly. Sun Minglong mused. He was astonished that a task he could not accomplish had been achieved by a girl harnessing the motivation from a gaming deity. If given the opportunity, he would certainly seek to meet this individual. Enough. The night is still young. Xia Yu, you should return to your dormitory and get some rest. We must rise early tomorrow, Mo Yang remarked after glancing at his watch. All right, we shall take our leave. Until we meet again. Xia Yu bade farewell and graciously bowed to Mo Yang. The commemorative event for Wangzhe Rongyao was indeed unforgettable for her, primarily because of the presence of a certain individual by her side, which left an indelible mark. Good night, Mo Yang waved, only lowering his hand after Xia Yu had safely returned to her female dormitory. Suddenly, Sun Minglong flashed a mischievous grin at Mo Yang, his malevolent expression causing unease to wash over him. You actually have feelings for that girl, Sun Minglong exclaimed with a smirk. Do not speak nonsense. I merely wished her a good night, Mo Yang replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How many morning greetings encapsulate his affection for you? How many chuckles conceal unspoken insults? How many good nights embody his love for her? Sun Minglong suddenly recited with earnestness. So it is clear. You do indeed like Xia Yu. Keep it up, my friend Mo. After delivering his taunts, he hastily retreated to the dormitory. Sun Minglong's antics were akin to a jester fleeing after performing, quite exhilarating. Had he lingered, Mo Yang might have unleashed his wrath upon him. Sun Minglong was well aware of Mo Yang's prowess in Taekwondo, having witnessed it previously at KFC. Now, after teasing Mo Yang, he had no idea how close he was to incurring Mo Yang's wrath, prompting him to hasten back to the safety of the dormitory, where the dorm supervisor served as a protective barrier, ensuring Mo Yang would not act out in front of authority. Wait up, Minglong, Zhu Ming and the others called out, promptly following Sun Minglong as he returned to the dormitory, leaving Mo Yang alone below. He found their behavior rather exasperating. Yet, upon reflection, he wondered if their camaraderie would remain unchanged had they not been friends. Surely, one would not openly declare affections for someone in front of a stranger. How absurd. I increasingly find this life to be quite splendid. I wish to preserve it as it is, Mo Yang mused. Despite Sun Minglong's teasing, he felt an undeniable joy. True friends speak candidly, unlike those who merely flatter with insincere words. In contrast, Mo Yang appreciated Sun Minglong's straightforwardness. There was no need for pretense among friends. He believed that genuine friends would never turn their backs on him, regardless of his circumstances. BRR, it is quite chilly, Mo Yang remarked, rubbing his hands together. As night deepened, the cold wind intensified. Although winter weather was frigid, the warmth of human connection prevailed. Realizing he had school the next day, Mo Yang lingered for a moment before returning to his dormitory. Stop right there. Who are you? Do you not know that loiterers are unwelcome here? Two figures clad in black halted Yu Feng's path. They were stationed in a high-rise building, patrolling around the clock to prevent intruders. Yu Feng produced a token from his pocket, a peculiar object that seemed neither large nor small. He presented it to the two black-clad figures. Right this way, they said, their expressions shifting from anger to compliance in an instant, a transformation quicker than turning a page. Let us proceed, Yu Feng declared triumphantly to his four companions. They had completed the task assigned to them and were eager to claim their reward, envisioning a future filled with luxury, given the wealth implied by the towering building. The two black-clad figures escorted Yu Feng and his companions to the first and second floors. Wealth brings its own troubles. Must they construct so many edifices merely for decoration? Yu Feng complained, having lost track of how many floors they ascended. Yet, for the sake of their recompense, he bore the discomfort, quietly following the two figures. Time passed silently, as the two black-clad figures led Yu Feng and his companions to the office of a certain individual. However, the office appeared shrouded in darkness, leaving Yu Feng uncertain if the occupant had departed for the day. I hope your chairman has not left. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. And I expect my payment, Yu Feng asserted vehemently. He was here for the money and had no desire to meet this so-called chairman without payment. He would ensure they paid the price. Do not rush. The chairman is currently deliberating, the two figures responded expressionlessly. They were merely following orders and had little regard for Yu Feng. Are you attempting to deceive me? Do you dare to make me suffer the consequences? He rolled up his sleeves, as if preparing for a confrontation. You are far too loud. Silence yourself. A figure suddenly emerged, seizing Yu Feng by the throat. Let go of me. Ah! Yu Feng cried in agony, attempting to dislodge the grip, but the strength of his captor was overwhelming. A silhouette slowly materialized at the entrance of the office, the dim lighting obscuring the identity of the individual. Ping Yu. How could you treat a guest in such a manner? Release him. The figure spoke, adopting the tone of a hypocrite. Yes, Chairman. The assailant reluctantly complied, stepping aside. Yu Feng, now in excruciating pain, feared for his life if he was not released soon. He coughed violently, having been choked for too long, but after a moment, he managed to regain his composure. Who are you people? I have fulfilled your task. Where's my payment? Ah, payment. There are now two paths before you. Either face death, or submit to my will. I have no desire for others to discover that I am investigating the data of various teams. The individual sneered coldly. Hearing this, Yu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this was a trap. He yearned to flee, yet he found himself surrounded by men in black, with the one gripping his throat standing right before him. Should he refuse to submit to the chairman before him, his life would be in peril. I submit. At this moment, Yu Feng could only bow his head in acquiescence. Given the chance, he would certainly escape the chairman's control, as he had no intention of living his life as another subordinate. Observing their captain's surrender, the 4 team members also lowered their heads, for they too wished to avoid death. Ha ha ha. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly, the man said with a chilling smile. Chapter 26, A New Classmate. Come in. It is time for me to see the data you have gathered. The man spoke nonchalantly as he returned to his office. Please. Ping Yu also wore a cold expression as he regarded Yu Feng and the others. Had it not been for the chairman ordering him to cease, he would have likely crushed Yu Feng long ago. He found such individuals exceedingly bothersome. However, given that it was the chairman's command, it was not wise to defy it. Oh, Yu Feng uttered in fear. He truly dared not utter a single arrogant word, for the individual across from him could very well take his life in an instant. At present, he was no more than a dog to others. Should he provoke his master, he could not even fathom how he might perish, especially considering he had already witnessed Ping Yu's prowess. Yu Feng and the others gradually followed the man into the office, yet no lights were switched on. Ping Yu closed the door and stationed several men in black outside. The man slowly took a seat, positioning his body to face the view outside rather than towards Yu Feng, as he wished to keep his identity concealed. Knowing too much could lead to one's demise. Now, Yu Feng and the others stood there, and without the chairman's command, they would not dare to sit. Please, take a seat. There is no need for such formality. He gestured with his hand, indicating that Yu Feng and the others could be seated. Thank you, Chairman. Yu Feng bowed and took a seat. At an unknown moment, the scent of smoke wafted through the office, a smell that made Yu Feng exceedingly uncomfortable. He could see that it was neither the chairman nor Ping Yu smoking, which left him puzzled as to who had the audacity to smoke near the chairman's office. Oh, we have new arrivals in our office. How lively. A figure with red hair exuded an air reminiscent of an assassin. Hongchen, you have arrived. Have you gathered the data on those teams? Ping Yu addressed Hongchen. In truth, Hongchen was on the same level as Ping Yu, responsible for analyzing data and disrupting others' rhythms. Indeed, the Long Tian team is exceedingly cunning. I have exerted considerable effort to uncover their secrets. Hongchen replied languidly from his chair. As Hongchen smoked and sat next to Yu Feng, The scent was particularly unbearable for Yu Feng. Ahem. Would you kindly refrain from smoking? Yu Feng offered a forced smile. With so many people surrounding him, should Yu Feng take action, he would undoubtedly meet his end. He believed that as long as the Green Hills remained, he would not fear the absence of firewood. He simply could not believe he would be unable to exact revenge in the future. Oh, are you commanding me? Hong Chen slowly lowered the cigarette, extinguishing the tip. Upon witnessing this, Yu Feng felt immense relief, thinking Hong Chen to be quite agreeable, yet the subsequent events led him to question his very existence. Huh. Hong Chen delivered a kick to Yu Feng's head, followed by a punch to his face. Now, Yu Feng found himself on the ground, unable to rise. He slowly sat back in his seat, then lit another cigarette, as he loathed being spoken to in a commanding tone. The only fate that Hong Chen cared about was that of the individual before him. As for other commands, he would show no mercy. Hong Chen, do not kill the newcomer. After all, he is new and lacks understanding. Ping Yu feigned concern. He secretly wished for Hong Chen to eliminate the individual, as he had yet to find a suitable pretext to strike him. However, seeing Hong Chen take down that man brought Ping Yu immense satisfaction. Yu Feng's teammates hurried to help him up, their fear palpable. If their captain had been so thoroughly defeated, how could they hope to contend with their opponents? Are you all right, Captain? One of them inquired as he brushed the dust from Yu Feng's clothing. I have never endured such humiliation. You brat, you are courting death. Yu Feng exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. Clenching his fists, he felt compelled to avenge this slight. He could not bear the loss of face. As he had never been subjected to such treatment before, he was always the one to bully others. Do not fight, boss. If you provoke them, your life will be forfeit, one of his companions whispered in his ear. They had just witnessed the strength of these individuals. Should they clash head-on, it would undoubtedly be their defeat. Thus they earnestly advised Yu Feng to exercise restraint. Get away from me. Yu Feng shoved the individual who had just spoken, glaring at the smoking Hong Chen with clenched fists, his eyes burning with fury. You will pay for this. With that, he swung his fist towards Hong Chen. However, unexpectedly, Hong Chen effortlessly blocked Yu Feng's punch with the burning cigarette, the heat searing Yu Feng's hand as if it were in molten lava. Ah, my hand, my hand. Yu Feng cried out in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Were you not just eager to kill me? Hong Chen slowly lowered his cigarette, placing a foot on Yu Feng's face. If you lack strength, do not act tough. Had it not been for the chairman, I would have long since ended your life. After speaking, he spat a mouthful of water onto Ye Feng's face and laughed heartily. Ping Yu, standing beside him, also burst into laughter, both feeling that Ye Feng was utterly arrogant. Not only was he unable to play well in the game, but he also dared to provoke Hong Chen. They believed Ye Feng was truly overestimating himself. All right. We are all on the same side, a person said calmly. Upon hearing the chairman's irritation, Hong Chen gradually tempered his temper. Yet, he could not entirely blame himself, as Ye Feng had foolishly tried to impress others. Enough of this, let us get down to business. Ye Feng, please submit the information you gathered on that battle team. He spoke in a steady tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Now, Ye Feng stood up in a wretched state, feeling that he had suffered immense humiliation today. Vowing to avenge himself one day, he pulled out a document from his belongings and handed it to the chairman, which contained the information and statistics about the Xiao Feng battle team. This is the data on the Xiao Feng battle team. Chairman, he indicated towards the document placed on the table. Hong Chen, take this information along with the other submissions for consolidation, and then we shall gradually dismantle their formation. I believe the championship of the Wangzhe Rongyao campus competition is almost secured. A wicked smile graced his lips as he spoke. Yes, Chairman, Hong Chen replied in a subdued tone, taking the document and exiting the room. At that moment, as Hong Chen stepped out of the office, Ye Feng glared fiercely at him from behind, determined to show Hong Chen his strength in the future. The individual turned slowly, shrouded in shadows without the lights on, rendering Ye Feng unable to discern his face. From now on, you will be my subordinate. Thus you must obey all my commands. Otherwise, you shall meet your end, he stated coldly. His company had no intention of supporting idlers. Retaining someone of no value served no purpose. Therefore, he hoped Ye Feng would demonstrate his worth. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yes, Chairman, Ye Feng stammered. He was unsure why he felt this way, but as the individual turned, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, as if submitting entirely. You may leave now. I will teach you when there are tasks at hand. The individual waved his hand, signaling Ye Feng to depart from the office. Given that he had already acquired all the battle team's information, Ye Feng's presence there had become somewhat inappropriate. This subordinate takes his leave, he declared, unable to meet the individual's gaze, feeling as though he could be slain by a mere glance. Due to certain circumstances, Ye Feng and his companions had to remain confined within the high-rise building, venturing out only during assigned tasks. They had just witnessed the chairman's formidable power. Thus they had no choice but to accept reality meekly. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The individual gazed at the scenery below as if surveying his subordinates from the pinnacle, leisurely sipping a bottle of wine. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, resonating in every student's ears, compelling them to return to their classrooms. Moyang and his friends hurried back as well. Zhao Yu entered, his expression gravely serious, causing the entire class to feel as if he was not the Zhao Yu they knew. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. All the students placed their hands on the desks, attentively watching Zhao Yu, the atmosphere eerily quiet. Zhao Yu rested his hands on the teacher's desk, looking at the class. In a moment, a new student will join you, and I hope you will assist each other in improving your grades. Upon hearing this, the class erupted into a flurry of speculation, some guessing whether the new student would be a beautiful girl, while others pondered if it would be a handsome boy. A new student is coming? You're so excited. Mo, Sun Minglong exclaimed to Moyang, silently praying that the new arrival would indeed be a beauty. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. Well, since a new student is joining our class, we must help them. Moyang reminded Sun Minglong to behave. Given Sun Minglong's mischievous nature, he might tease the new student, as had happened before when another new student had transferred due to his antics. Don't worry, I won't. Sun Minglong swore, thumping his chest, though he secretly thought otherwise. Quiet down, please. Let us welcome our new classmate, Zhao Yu said mysteriously. The students turned their gazes toward the door, eager to see who the new student was. Chapter 27. The world is indeed small, dressed in school uniform. He walked in slowly, his handsome face captivating the attention of all the students, particularly the girls who nearly swooned at his striking appearance. Every student in the class was fixated on the boy, with the girls gazing most intently, unable to look away from such a handsome face. The boys, too, cast their eyes upon him. The boy stood at the podium, surveying his classmates before speaking. Hello everyone. I am your new classmate, Wang Jiaxing. Please take care of me. After bowing, he proceeded to write his name on the blackboard with chalk, as is customary for new students. Upon seeing Wang Jiaxing, many began to murmur excitedly among themselves, declaring him exceedingly handsome. Yet, a few students had differing thoughts, including Moyang. To their surprise, the new classmate was the same Wang Jiaxing they had encountered at KFC. Turns out he is our new classmate. What a small world. Sun Minglong exclaimed. Astonished, Wang Jiaxing had mentioned wanting to transfer to a high school in Guangdong, and it turned out to be this very school, in their very class. Sun Minglong felt that the world was indeed remarkably small. Indeed, I had not anticipated that the new student would be Wang Jiaxing. Mo Yang also expressed his astonishment. He too was taken aback to discover that the newcomer was Wang Jiaxing. This was indeed beyond his expectations. The classroom erupted in fervent discussions, more lively than when they had yet to meet Wang Jiaxing. Silence, please. Zhao Yu clapped on the teacher's desk, addressing the excited students. He understood their enthusiasm but urged them to maintain decorum, as he still needed to conduct the lesson. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's request, the students promptly placed their hands on their desks and turned their attention to the blackboard, transforming the previously boisterous chatter into an eerie stillness. Clearing his throat a few times, Zhao Yu then addressed Wang Jiaxing. You will sit behind Sun Minglong. I hope Sun Minglong will assist our new student. Zhao Yu spoke with a serious tone. His greatest concern was indeed Sun Minglong, whom he had previously learned from Wang Laoshi was quite mischievous and often teased newcomers. Hence, he felt the need to remind him sternly not to bully the new student. I understand, Teacher Zhao. I promise I won't bully the new student, Sun Minglong stated earnestly. As long as Wang Jiaxing did not bully him, he would not dare to provoke someone of Wang Jiaxing's caliber. He vividly recalled how Wang Jiaxing had once defended himself against a thief using taekwondo. How could he dare to offend someone skilled in martial arts? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. I hope you will keep your word. Very well, Wang Jiaxing, please take your seat behind Sun Minglong, Zhao Yu instructed. Thank you. Teacher, Wang Jiaxing replied as he made his way to his new seat. As he descended, many gazes were affixed upon him, which made him feel rather self-conscious, being the center of attention among his classmates. Soon, he reached his seat, placed his backpack on the desk, and retrieved the textbook required for the lesson. So it turns out our new classmate is you, Sun Minglong exclaimed, turning his head in excitement. Looking at the individual before him, he realized it was indeed Wang Jiaxing from that day at KFC. One could say it was fate or simply that the world is exceedingly small. Oh, aren't you the person from that day? Wang Jiaxing replied, equally astonished. He had not expected to find himself in the same school, let alone the same class, and felt that there was a remarkable connection with Sun Minglong. Yes, I can't believe you remember me. How about teaching me some taekwondo next time? Sun Minglong eagerly suggested. When he encountered Wang Jiaxing again, he was determined to ask him for lessons in taekwondo, which he found incredibly cool, imagining himself delivering a flying kick that would leave his opponent in disarray. Is there a taekwondo club at this school? Wang Jiaxing inquired thoughtfully. His greatest interest lay in taekwondo and the game Wangzhe Rongyao. However, Due to strict regulations at home that prohibited him from playing Rongyao, he had taken to Taekwondo, which at first seemed uninteresting, but later revealed itself to be a particularly engaging pursuit. Let me check, Sun Minglong chuckled awkwardly. Realizing there were things he was unaware of, he turned to Mo Yang. Lao Mo, does our school have a Taekwondo club? He hoped for some good news. If such a club existed, perhaps after class, Wang Jiaxing would teach him Taekwondo. The mere thought excited Sun Minglong immensely. Mo Yang then set down his textbook and replied, I believe our school does have one, possibly in the hall on the first floor where they practice Taekwondo. He wasn't entirely certain, but he had heard others mention that some students practice there daily, leading him to believe that a Taekwondo club indeed existed. Lao Mo, you are truly my lucky star. I feel like kissing you. Sun Minglong joked. No need for that. We are brothers, Mo Yang responded with a smile. With this information, Sun Minglong quickly turned to Wang Jiaxing. I know where we can practice Taekwondo at school. Shall we go together after class? He said with eager anticipation. Sun Minglong also had his own motivations. He hoped that once they reached the Taekwondo practice area, he could request Wang Jiaxing to teach him. He believed Wang Jiaxing was a good person and would not easily refuse his request. Absolutely. Let us check it out after class, Wang Jiaxing readily agreed. Yay. Hee. Sun Minglong exclaimed, resting his head on the desk, secretly reveling in the prospect of showcasing his prowess in Taekwondo, imagining himself effortlessly securing the championship title. All right, everyone, quiet down. The arrival of a new student is a positive event, but we must also focus on our studies, Zhao Yu instructed, regaining the class's attention. Once silence was restored, he proceeded to conduct the lesson, as it was still Zhao Yu's Chinese class. Many students felt resigned but accepted this reality. Zhao Yu led the class in reading the lesson aloud, and nearly all the students followed suit, except for one who seemed disengaged. Holding the text in hand, Zhao Yu slowly approached that individual, calling for the class's attention as he noticed someone was distracted and even asleep. Congratulations to contestant Sun Minglong on winning the Taekwondo championship. Thank you all for your support. I promise to work even harder next time, Sun Minglong mumbled in his sleep. Zhao Yu crept up to Sun Minglong and leaned close to his ear. The World Taekwondo Championship is about to begin. He was curious to see if Sun Minglong would react. The championship is mine. Sun Minglong jolted awake, surprised to find Zhao Yu right in front of him. Drool still evident on his face. The entire class erupted in laughter at the sight of Sun Minglong, who felt embarrassed and lowered his head, saying, I'm sorry, teacher. I drifted off again. It is entirely my fault for having attempted to rest my head upon the desk while contemplating Taekwondo. Otherwise, I would not have succumbed to slumber. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to pay closer attention in class and refrain from indulging in trivial thoughts. Zhao Yu, with a resigned shake of his head, resumed his explanation of the lesson. Minglong, how can you be asleep again? At that moment, Mo Yang turned to Sun Minglong, who he had presumed would not doze off or lose focus in class. Yet, this incident had occurred. However, what brought Mo Yang a measure of relief was that Zhao Yu did not penalize Sun Minglong, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. My apologies, Lao Mo. Sun Minglong awkwardly admitted. No worries, just pay attention. Mo Yang replied before returning his gaze to the blackboard, ears attuned to Zhao Yu's lecture. Sun Minglong patted his chest, relieved that Zhao Yu had not summoned him for a punishment. He resolved to concentrate on his studies, lest he once again find himself in Zhao Yu's sights. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, a melody that every student eagerly anticipated. If one were to define the quintessential sound of China, it would undoubtedly be the bell signaling the conclusion of class, for it marked a moment of liberation. Upon hearing the bell, Sun Minglong hastily gathered his textbooks, for he was eager to accompany Wang Jiaxing to Taekwondo practice. However, within mere minutes, a throng of girls and half the boys in the class had encircled Wang Jiaxing, each clamoring for his autograph, captivated by his charm, which rendered him akin to a star in the esports realm. Please, sign my book, idol. With that demeanor, you wish for an idol's signature? No need to quarrel. The idol's signature is mine. The classroom devolved into a cacophony as they vied for Wang Jiaxing's autograph, nearly coming to blows. Observing this chaos, Sun Minglong despaired at the prospect of escorting Wang Jiaxing to Taekwondo. Resigned, he slumped on his chair, waiting patiently for Wang Jiaxing to finish signing before they could depart. Mo Yang and his companions would not abandon Sun Minglong to wait alone. They joined him in the anticipation of Wang Jiaxing. Chapter 28. Journey to Taekwondo. Wang Jiaxing was diligently signing autographs for his classmates, feeling the fatigue of the task, which seemed utterly inhuman. Yet, he understood the tribulations of stardom. How could one's hand remain unwearied when faced with such a multitude? He wished to leave, but the crowd of classmates hindered his escape. Thus, Wang Jiaxing resolved to complete the signatures before he could join Sun Minglong at Taekwondo. Meanwhile, Sun Minglong had already succumbed to sleep at his desk, feeling as though an eternity had passed. Finally, it's my turn. Please, idol, sign my book. A female classmate exclaimed, overwhelmed by excitement at the sight of Wang Jiasheng. Please wait a moment, he replied, taking up his pen and signing his name before handing the book back to her. Ha! I actually have the idol's autograph. I must show it off, she exclaimed jubilantly, clutching her signed book. After a series of similar encounters, Wang Jiasheng finally completed the task. At last it's done. This is truly not a task for mere mortals. He stretched and sighed with exasperation. Is it my fault for being handsome? At that moment, Sun Minglong remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Jiasheng had finished signing. His thoughts were still consumed by Taekwondo. Are we done? Here is a bottle of water to refresh you. I'll take you to Taekwondo shortly, Mo Yang said as he rose from his desk and approached Wang Jiasheng, handing him a bottle of water. Thank you. Wang Jiasheng expressed his gratitude, unscrewing the cap and drinking deeply. The refreshing liquid invigorated him, almost compelling him to punch a sandbag immediately. Now that we've concluded this, let us head to Taekwondo, Mo Yang suggested. He had inquired about the route, so he could lead Wang Jiasheng without delay. All right, let us go, Wang Jiasheng replied with excitement. Before departing, however, he placed his pen back on the desk, noticing its dwindling ink supply, depleted by the numerous signatures. Mo Yang patted Sun Minglong on the shoulder. Minglong, awaken. We are heading to Taekwondo, he called out, hoping to rouse him. Suddenly, Sun Minglong jolted upright, hand on his head, sleepily exclaiming, Report, teacher. I promise I will never sleep again. Please spare me. Those present were rendered speechless, including Mo Yang, who was unsure how to respond. After all, it was the break time, not a classroom. Water? Zhu Ming, Mo Yang asked, seeking a bottle of water. Zhu Ming retrieved a new bottle from his desk, curious about Mo Yang's intentions. Thanks, I'll return the favor later, Mo Yang said gratefully, slowly unscrewing the cap. Wake up, Minglong, he exclaimed, promptly pouring the entire bottle over Sun Minglong. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhu Ming and the others were taken aback. Not having anticipated such an action, they were astounded that Mo Yang would resort to this method, which proved effective in rousing Sun Minglong from his stupor. Have you finished signing? Sun Minglong mumbled, though this time he was notably more alert than before. Fortunately, I was prepared. Mo Yang rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a towel, handing it to Sun Minglong. Make sure to wipe yourself dry, otherwise, how will you manage? Thank you, Lao Mo. But your method is quite ruthless. I might hesitate to sleep next time, lest you douse me again, Sun Minglong replied with a chuckle. Despite being splashed with water by Mo Yang, Sun Minglong bore no ill will, understanding that Mo Yang merely sought to rouse him from his stupor. I merely wish to awaken you. Otherwise, you might sleep until dawn, Missouri Yang complained, his expression one of mock dissatisfaction. Receiving the towel, Sun Minglong diligently wiped himself down, particularly his face, which had borne the brunt of the water. If he did not act swiftly, his handsome visage might be irreparably marred. What time is it, Jiasheng? Mo Yang inquired, addressing Wang Jiasheng, who had been seated on a stool. Having observed Sun Minglong intently, Mo Yang had refrained from interrupting him. But now that Wang Jiasheng was resting his head on the desk, he seized the opportunity to ask. Upon hearing Mo Yang's query, Wang Jiasheng quickly glanced at his watch. It's 5:30. Oh, I recall that the Taekwondo club's training concludes at 7. We still have time, Mo Yang mused, then added. You should change into a fresh set of clothes. We will wait for you by the stairway. After all, you cannot accompany us to Taekwondo while drenched. All right, I'll go change now. Make sure to wait for me, Sun Minglong said, placing the towel on the desk before darting out of the classroom. Mo Yang and the others soon followed suit, exiting the classroom in a steady stream and gathering on the first floor to await Sun Minglong's return. As time ticked away, the group grew increasingly anxious on the first floor. If they did not hurry, they feared the Taekwondo doors would close, forcing them to wait until the following day to attend. Why hasn't Minglong returned yet? It's taking so long for him to change. Wang Jiasheng voiced his concern, eager to join the Taekwondo club and practice. Don't worry, Minglong will be here, Mo Yang reassured, patting Wang Jiasheng's shoulder. He had faith in Sun Minglong's integrity. He would never easily break a promise. Though he often appeared carefree, Sun Minglong possessed many admirable qualities that only became apparent with time. Just then, a familiar voice reached their ears. Lao Mo, Jiasheng, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, Shao Jian, I'm here. The cheerful tone unmistakably belonged to Sun Minglong. He waved from a distance and quickened his pace, soon arriving beside Mo Yang and the others. You finally made it. We were starting to think you might not show, Mo Yang exclaimed joyfully. He had always believed Sun Minglong would come through, and indeed, his trust had been rewarded with the young man's timely arrival. I sprinted over from the dormitory. I'm not late, am I? Sun Minglong panted, clearly winded from his exertion. His lack of regular running during physical education had left him quite fatigued, prompting him to resolve to practice running more often in the future. At that moment, Sun Minglong appeared utterly revitalized, having changed into a fresh outfit. The water Mo Yang had splashed on him had not soaked through to his school uniform, which would have been a disaster. Now that everyone is here, let's head to Taekwondo together. I know the way, so just stay close, Mo Yang reiterated, emphasizing the importance of staying together to avoid any complications. Finally, we can go to Taekwondo, Sun Minglong exclaimed with anticipation. Since starting high school, he had never attended a Taekwondo club meeting, and he looked forward to experiencing it alongside Mo Yang and the others. Why are you more excited than I am, Minglong? Wang Jiaxing teased, surprised that Sun Minglong's eagerness exceeded his own. Well, I'm just sharing in your excitement, Sun Minglong replied, a bit embarrassed. His enthusiasm was palpable, and he thought to himself that he should temper it. Otherwise, others might think he was the one keen on Taekwondo rather than Jiaxing. All right. It's wonderful to accompany Jiaxing to Taekwondo. Let us get going. As the closing time approaches, Mo Yang urged, anxious about the dwindling minutes. Having glanced at his watch, he noted it was already past 6. They really needed to hurry. Let's go, Wang Jiaxing replied with a smile, eager to reach Taekwondo. Yes, let us hurry. Sun Minglong chimed in, practically bouncing with excitement, ready to reach Taekwondo at once. Mo Yang found it amusing yet challenging to manage Sun Minglong's exuberance, but he hoped the young man would maintain such an optimistic outlook. Chapter 29. The overbearing individual Mo Yang led the group to the Taekwondo venue. Glancing at his watch as they arrived, it was precisely 6 o'clock, and with the club closing at 7, they had ample time to register. However, his primary concern was Wang Jiaxing, as Mo Yang possessed little interest or knowledge of Taekwondo. If it were a game of Wang Zhirong, he would dive in without hesitation, but Taekwondo was a different matter altogether. Jiaxing, this is the entrance to the Taekwondo club. Let us head inside, Mo Yang instructed, gesturing towards the door ahead. Currently, many individuals still come and go at the Taekwondo hall, as it has not yet closed its doors. Some have chosen to return home early, while others continue to practice until closing time. All right, let us enter, Wang Jiaxing nodded in agreement. He pondered whether the Taekwondo practice in Guangdong would resemble that of the Northeast, and these musings only intensified his desire to join the Taekwondo club at this school. Let's hurry. If we linger any longer, we might truly miss our chance, Sun Minglong urged, pushing them forward. There's no helping it. Let's run, Mo Yang replied. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Sun Minglong's shove nearly caused him to stumble. Fortunately, he maintained his balance, or he would have certainly fallen. They jogged into the Taekwondo hall, which was filled with various equipment related to the martial art, presenting a curious spectacle for Mo Yang and his companions. For them, it was somewhat unfamiliar territory, as they had not delved deeply into Taekwondo, or even touched upon it at all. However, Wang Jiaxing was different. Upon seeing the equipment, he was transported back to his childhood memories of practicing Taekwondo. So this is what Taekwondo in Guangdong looks like. Truly a diverse array of items. Wang Jiaxing marveled as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, Sun Minglong echoed, equally captivated, as he observed a powerful spinning kick that shattered a wooden board. Wow, exclaimed the boy, as he effortlessly broke the board with his kick. The attention of Mo Yang and his friends was drawn entirely to this impressive display of skill, as the boy swiftly split the wood in two. With another resounding crack, the boy executed a difficult spinning kick, leaving Mo Yang and his companions in awe of his prowess. Well done, Baiyu. You've made significant progress once again, a middle-aged man commended Baiyu, recognizing the boy's impressive technique while reminding him that there will always be individuals more skilled than oneself. Coach, I have been practicing that challenging spinning kick you taught me, and I feel I have nearly mastered it, Baiyu replied with enthusiasm. Excellent. The coach responded, clapping Baiyu on the shoulder with a broad smile. Mo Yang and his friends observed the interaction between the middle-aged man and Baiyu, speculating that he must be the head of the Taekwondo club. Jiaxing, since you are so eager to join the Taekwondo club, let us go and meet the coach, Mo Yang suggested, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man, indicating their intent to sign up. Yes, let's meet the Taekwondo coach and then enroll in the club, Wang Jiaxing declared excitedly, relieved to have found someone to assist him in the enrollment process. The group unanimously agreed to approach the middle-aged man and made their way towards him, prompting Baiyu and the coach to turn their attention to Mo Yang and his friends. Is there something you need? The middle-aged man inquired. Noticing that Mo Yang and his friends were not wearing Taekwondo uniforms, he was uncertain about their purpose. Is it still possible to enroll in the Taekwondo club? Wang Jiaxing asked nervously, fearing they might have arrived too late. Not yet. Are you interested in joining Taekwondo? The middle-aged man conjectured, sensing Wang Jiaxing's intentions. Wang Jiaxing was filled with excitement, albeit shy, finding it difficult to speak in front of strangers. However, he was overjoyed that the coach had articulated his unspoken thoughts. In response to the inquiry, Wang Jiaxing nodded vigorously. Oh, then come join us in Taekwondo. Please fill out this form, the middle-aged man instructed, gesturing for Wang Jiaxing to follow him to a table. All right, Wang Jiaxing replied, turning to his friends, Mo Yang, Menglong, Zhu Ming, Li Ning, Shao Jian. Please wait here for a moment while I fill out the form. He stood firm, and upon receiving their agreement, he followed the coach to complete the paperwork. Hurry along. Mo Yang encouraged, as they had brought Wang Jiaxing here specifically for this purpose. Wang Jiaxing smiled and proceeded to the table with the coach, who promptly handed him the form. Without hesitation, Wang Jiaxing signed his name, fully committed to his passion for practicing taekwondo, which was why he sought to enroll in the club. In no time, he completed the form and handed it to the middle-aged man, who quickly reviewed it, found no issues, and extended his hand, welcoming Wang Jiaxing to the taekwondo club. You are now a member of taekwondo. I am your coach, Zheng Ling. He introduced himself. Hello, coach. Wang Jiaxing exclaimed excitedly, shaking Zheng Ling's hand and bowing slightly in gratitude. You may practice in the taekwondo club during after-school hours or any free time, as long as it is not during class, Zheng Ling reiterated, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing studies over extracurricular activities. Understood, coach. I will adhere to the school regulations and follow your guidance, ensuring I do not violate any rules, Wang Jiaxing declared, striking a military pose to signify his determination. All right, let us return to where we were, Zheng Ling instructed, calling out to Wang Jiaxing, who was momentarily lost in thought. Wang Jiaxing quickly regained his focus and accompanied Zheng Ling back to his friends. Upon his return, Mo Yang and the others gathered around him, eagerly chattering about his experience. All right, one at a time, I will address all your inquiries. Wang Jiaxing, feeling quite overwhelmed by the relentless questioning from Mo Yang and the others, sighed in exasperation. Sun Minglong, eager to learn taekwondo, was the first to inquire. Jiaxing, have you successfully joined the taekwondo club? If you have time, please teach me. Jiaxing, is it true that you practice every day now that you've joined taekwondo? What techniques do you know? Could you demonstrate them for us? Although they were speaking one by one, the chorus of voices was unrelenting. Nevertheless, Wang Jiaxing was more than happy to elucidate their queries. Oh, I see now, thank you. Jiaxing, Sun Minglong expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Wang Jiaxing's patience in addressing his questions. Sun Minglong genuinely wished to join taekwondo, but due to his commitments to the WNGZHRNEO campus tournament, he felt compelled to focus solely on that endeavor. His aspiration to secure the championship title in the tournament was paramount, as it could potentially pave the way for participation in professional competitions. Mo Yang shared a similar sentiment. His goal was to excel in and contribute to making China the leading nation in esports, a dream he diligently pursued. No need for thanks, we are all friends. Wang Jiaxing replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Mo Yang glanced at his watch and realized it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the taekwondo club would soon be closing. He gently reminded Wang Jiaxing, Coach, I must take my leave now. I will come by to practice whenever I have the chance, and I hope for your guidance. Wang Jiaxing bowed respectfully to Zheng Ling, replying, Yes, go ahead. Do come to practice at the taekwondo club often. Zheng Ling nodded, acknowledging the approaching closing time. After bidding farewell to Zheng Ling and Bai Yu, Mo Yang and the others exited the taekwondo club. The day was growing darker, although night had yet to fall. Just a few paces away, a commotion erupted, and Mo Yang witnessed a hefty individual accompanied by 4 others robbing a frail boy of his money. To speak candidly, he detested individuals who preyed on the weak. By what right do you steal from him? Mo Yang approached slowly, stating matter-of-factly, look who we have here, a meddler. Let me tell you, he lost to me in a one-on-one match so his pocket money now belongs to me, the rotund bully boasted shamelessly. He was notorious in the first year of high school, a tyrant whom even teachers found difficult to manage. Many students watched from a distance, discussing the bully's notorious reputation. Isn't that the tyrant from class 3 of the first year? I heard he nearly drives his teachers to despair. Indeed. He spends his days tormenting the weaker students and forcing them to duel him in. I've heard he's quite unscrupulous. Various students voiced their disdain for the bully, each remark laden with scorn due to his numerous misdeeds. The frail boy hung his head, feeling utterly wronged. He had intended to use that money to purchase merchandise, but found himself coerced into a duel. Ultimately, he was ambushed and lost, resulting in his money being taken. Yet he refused to accept this injustice. He never wanted to duel in the first place. Is that true? Mo Yang turned to the boy, seeking confirmation of the situation. He forced me into it. I never wanted to duel, the boy exclaimed, as if wishing to expose the bully's true nature to the entire school. You're asking for trouble, the bully yelled, kicking the frail boy. His henchmen seized the boy, threatening him with further violence should he dare to speak out again. Release that boy. Didn't you claim it was a one-on-one duel? Let us settle this. If I win, you must stop bullying anyone. If I lose, I will give you money every day. How does that sound? Mo Yang firmly challenged the bully. Only by offering an enticing proposition would the bully consider accepting his challenge. Mo Yang aimed to teach the bully a lesson, hoping he would think twice before terrorizing others again. You're the first to dare challenge me directly. Just remember, if you lose, don't come crying to me. The bully laughed heartily, clearly dismissing Mo Yang's threat. Chapter 30. The game begins where to? You choose the location for our duel, Mo Yang said coolly. He understood that if he allowed the bully to select the venue, the bully might later claim that Mo Yang had chosen an unfavorable spot if he were to win. Thus, he let the bully decide, ensuring the latter would have no excuses. Fine, it's your call, the bully cunningly replied, knowing this tactic had won him many people's pocket money in the past. Today, he would ensure Mo Yang would part with his own funds. While Mo Yang was engaged in conversation with the bully, Sun Minglong and the others arrived at his side. They had initially thought Mo Yang was following them, but were surprised to find him embroiled in this dispute. Mo Yang, are you alright? How did you end up arguing with this bully? Sun Minglong inquired. The earlier exchange had attracted a crowd of students who eagerly anticipated the duel between Mo Yang and the bully, hoping for Mo Yang's victory, as it would alleviate their own suffering at the hands of the bully. I'm fine. I just want this bully to stop terrorizing others, Mo Yang replied. Turning to address Sun Minglong's concern, the bully noticed that 5 more people had joined Mo Yang and realized that if a fight broke out, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Hence, he resorted to determining the outcome through. As the bully's henchman, he felt it was his duty to devise a plan for his leader's benefit. One of the lackeys gradually approached the ear of the corpulent one and whispered, "Boss, why don't we head to the cinema? At that moment, we can employ our tactics, and the audience will be seated, oblivious to our actions." Upon hearing these words, the boss found merit in the suggestion and decided to adopt the plan proposed by his follower, curious to witness how Mo Yang would fare without being a bully. Ahem, let us duel in the cinema, but there is no need to enter the soundproof room. We can simply arrange the chairs on the table and play, he said amiably. Though his heart harbored malevolence, the soundproof room would hinder his underhanded methods, which is why he suggested foregoing it, believing that chairs and tables would suffice. Fine. Let us proceed to the cinema, Mo Yang replied nonchalantly, determined to teach this rotund adversary a lesson regardless of the conditions. You'd better remember that if you lose to me, you will have to pay me daily, and no crying. The corpulent one mocked. To him, facing an unknown player in Wangzhe felt akin to bullying a primary school student. However, since Mo Yang had stood up for someone else, today he would showcase his prowess, leaving the corpulent one in awe. One of the lackeys inquired of the corpulent one, "Boss, how should we handle this person?" His gaze fell upon the frail boy. "Let him go. As long as we defeat that arrogant brat, I shall have money every day," the corpulent one replied without restraint. If he were aware that Mo Yang was the captain of the Xiao Feng team, he would surely have groveled for mercy, but he was oblivious, merely perceiving Mo Yang as a powerless figure. Yes, long live the boss. The lackey flattered, casting a glance at the frail boy before instructing others to release him. The liberated boy immediately dashed behind Mo Yang, believing that as a player of Wangzhe, he would witness the corpulent one's downfall firsthand. TCH, what a sycophant. Sun Minglong scoffed, genuinely repulsed by such individuals. Who are you referring to? The lackey retorted angrily, having overheard Sun Minglong's comment. I merely referred to a dog. Sun Minglong retorted, subtly mocking the lackey. His words were layered, as he implied that the lackey was merely a dog to the corpulent one, a dog adept at flattery. The lackey was so infuriated by Sun Minglong's words that had it not been for the corpulent one's presence, he would have lunged at Sun Minglong. Enough, Minglong. No need for further words, Mo Yang interjected, wishing to avoid such exchanges. The only way to earn their respect was through demonstrating strength. I do not wish to waste time. Let us hasten to the cinema for our duel, he said, glaring fiercely at the corpulent one. Let us depart. The corpulent one said, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Yang, as if victory was already assured. Accompanied by his lackeys, he made his way to the cinema. We shall also go, Mo Yang addressed Sun Minglong and the others, knowing he would have no choice but to go alone if they did not accompany him. However, Sun Minglong and his companions were not the type to leave Mo Yang to face the battle alone. Let us go, Sun Minglong proclaimed loudly, followed by Zhu Ming, Li Ning, Wang Jiaxing, and Shao Jian, all marching alongside Mo Yang to the cinema. Meanwhile, the onlookers also decided to attend the cinema to witness the duel between Mo Yang and the corpulent one. Soon, both the corpulent one and Mo Yang entered the cinema, with the audience gradually taking their seats, ready to observe the duel. They ascended the stage, the atmosphere charged with intensity, akin to a blazing fire. Speak. How would you like to compete? Mo Yang addressed the corpulent one, resolute in his intention to teach him a lesson. Dare to engage me in a one-on-one match. The corpulent one bellowed, pointing at Mo Yang. He thrived on bullying those unfamiliar with Wangzhe, believing that a 5 versus 5 match would be unnecessary due to the incompetence of his 4 lackeys. Fine, let us commence, Mo Yang replied, approaching the table, taking a seat, and logging into Wangzhe on his phone. TCH, this ignorant brat will soon learn, the corpulent one thought, harboring a desire to strike Mo Yang. However, The presence of Mo Yang's 5 companions instilled fear in him. After all, their side consisted of only 5 individuals, and a confrontation would surely lead to their disadvantage. Subsequently, the corpulent one sat down, donned his headphones, and logged into Wangzhe. As the battle was about to commence, the audience erupted in excitement, their chants unequivocally supporting Mo Yang. Go Mo Yang! Mo Yang, the invincible, vanquish the fat one. Go, go, my Mo Yang idol. Their cheers were undoubtedly in favor of Mo Yang, with hardly anyone rooting for the corpulent one. Yet, the corpulent one, with his headphones on, remained oblivious to the crowd's shouts. However, upon lifting his head and seeing the fervor of the audience, he narcissistically believed they were cheering for him. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible. It seems my popularity is quite high, he mused, admiring his reflection in a mirror and speaking to himself with vanity. The lackey beside him, however, felt embarrassed upon hearing the corpulent one's words. He clearly understood that the cheers were for Mo Yang, not for the corpulent one. Patting the corpulent one on the shoulder, he quietly advised, "Boss, perhaps you should take off your headphones and listen to the audience's cheers." He could only say so much, allowing the corpulent one to gradually come to terms with the reality. "Ah, little brother, I know many are cheering for me, but I still want to hear my fans shout for me." The stout individual confidently removed his headphones. However, to his astonishment, the sounds he heard were shouts of encouragement for Mo Yang. He had not anticipated that Mo Yang would possess such a substantial fan base. After all, he considered himself the most formidable player. He was perplexed as to why the audience would rally behind Mo Yang. Infuriated, he slammed his hand on the table and turned menacingly towards Mo Yang, vowing that he would crush him into oblivion and see if anyone would still support him. With those words, he angrily donned his headphones and officially entered the game. The two selected their heroes, with Mo Yang choosing Shao Jian and the stout one opting for Prodigy. It was indeed a sight to behold, a figure of his stature playing Prodigy, leaving the audience utterly astonished and questioning their worldview. They were no longer inclined to support him. "Boss is adorable," a subordinate involuntarily exclaimed as he observed the stout one. The stout individual retaliated by delivering a sharp rap to the subordinate's head, exclaiming, "What do you mean adorable? I am a manly man. I chose Prodigy because she is powerful. I intend to use a full combo to overwhelm Mo Yang." Despite his bravado, a hint of blush crept onto his face. For the true reason behind his choice of Prodigy was her undeniable cuteness. "I understand, boss," the subordinate quickly apologized, eager to avoid further retribution. "Welcome to the realm of Wangzhe Rongyao." With the announcement, it signified that Mo Yang and the stout one had entered the game. Mo Yang was prepared to dominate Prodigy with Shao Jian, having not played a warrior in quite some time. Today, he would showcase his prowess to the stout one. Both harbored their own thoughts, yet their objective remained the same, to defeat one another. Chapter 31. A little trick, all troops, advance. The heroes on both sides commenced their journey, with Shao Jian cautiously clearing minions to avoid being stunned by Prodigy's second skill. Mo Yang's Shao Jian initiated the game with the Shadow Blade as his first item, leaning towards magic resistance, given that his opponent was Prodigy. Prodigy's late-game damage output was notoriously explosive, capable of eliminating squishy characters with a single combo. Thus, it was prudent for Shao Jian to prioritize magic resistance, complemented by his passive ability to withstand attacks. Haha, boss is bound to win. It's common knowledge that Prodigy can eliminate opponents with a single combo. This match is ours. The subordinate watching the match chuckled. He had previously witnessed the stout one thoroughly dominate Shao Jian, and he remained confident that the stout one would prevail. However, in this game, victory hinged on skill rather than heroes. Without technique, even the most powerful hero would be rendered ineffective, and the stout one had yet to grasp Mo Yang's true capabilities. Shao Jian had reached level 4, and so had Prodigy. He sought an opportune moment to unleash his ultimate ability and engage in battle. Shao Jian possessed Purify, rendering him unafraid of Prodigy's second skill. "Surely this match belongs to our boss," the subordinate exclaimed, startling both the stout one and Mo Yang. "Shut your mouth, you big-headed fool." The stout one retaliated with a punch to the subordinate's head, nearly causing him to charge into the enemy's tower. The subordinate gingerly touched his head, now swollen from the stout one's blow. "My apologies, boss. Please continue," he mumbled, lowering his gaze. TCH. The stout one returned to the game, while the subordinate, the shepherd, slowly resumed playing. "How does it feel to be smacked by your own boss?" Sun Minglong teased from the sidelines. For someone with a 0 IQ, Sun Minglong was utterly exasperated. My subordinate has no words left. Both sides focused intently on their respective characters, while the audience fixated on the large screen. Witnessing Shao Jian eliminate Prodigy for the first time, Mo Yang silently thanked the subordinate. Had it not been for his outburst, the stout one would not have been distracted, and Mo Yang would not have been able to secure the kill. The stout one was seething with rage, nearly throwing his phone in frustration. "If you dare shout again, I swear I'll take you down." The stout one glared menacingly at the subordinate. Had it not been for the subordinate's shout, he would not have fallen to Mo Yang, and now Mo Yang's gold had surpassed his by several hundred. I understand, boss. I won't shout again, he promised, tightly covering his mouth with his hands. Seeing the situation, the stout one felt somewhat satisfied and continued playing, relieved that Deji had swiftly respawned. Fortunately, Deji made it back to the high ground in time. Otherwise, Zhao Yun would have pushed the tower down. Upon witnessing Deji's revival, Zhao Yun quickly retreated to his tower, for engaging in combat beneath the enemy's tower would be highly disadvantageous for him. At this moment, Zhao Yun stood firm within the tower, while Deji mistakenly believed he had become inactive and hurriedly cleared the minion wave in preparation to strike him down. You cowardly turtle, the stout one jeered, having cleared the minions while Zhao Yun remained hesitant to leave the safety of the tower. However, Mo Yang paid little heed to the stout one's taunts. He was intent on focusing on the game, knowing that sometimes retreating is a strategic choice. Seeing the opportunity, Deji became overconfident and charged forward to confront Zhao Yun. At that moment, Zhao Yun activated his ultimate, followed by his second skill, reducing Deji's health by half. Realizing the precarious situation, Deji hastily attempted to retreat, activating her second skill. Yet, Deji's second skill proved ineffective against Zhao Yun, thanks to his Purify. Zhao Yun, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued her, using his second skill to slow her down before delivering a basic attack. His first skill was now off cooldown, allowing him to unleash it as Deji neared her own tower. Zhao Yun's ultimate was just 2 seconds away from cooldown. While Deji had already stepped within the confines of the defensive tower, the stout one watched with unwavering confidence, thinking to himself, you think you can kill me? Not a chance. As Zhao Yun's ultimate became available, he dove into the tower, executing a decisive kill on Deji before retreating back to his tower to replenish his health. The broadcast announcing Zhao Yun's kill of Deji echoed, leaving the stout one feeling utterly discontented. The audience below could hear everything clearly. They were truly impressed by Yang's prowess as he effortlessly secured a kill against Deji. Go Yang! Go Yang! Keep it up! Male deity! Go! Many spectators shouted enthusiastically, with some even raising placards emblazoned with Go Yang. Meanwhile, the chubby player, feeling deeply distressed by Zhao Yun's 2 kills of Deji, was infuriated further by the cheers that were not directed at him. At that moment, Deji lay dead and had yet to respawn, allowing Zhao Yun to take advantage of the situation to clear minions and breach her defensive tower, leaving only her crystal standing. Yang, just wait. If I don't crush you, the entire school will know you are a novice, the chubby player muttered, clenching his fists. What should we do? Are we going to lose? His anxious lackey inquired. The chubby player still harbored hopes of continuing his tyrannical bullying of novices for their money, but if Yang prevailed, they would no longer have the opportunity to do so. Stop the noise. Yang merely got lucky with those 2 kills. Now it's time for me to showcase my true strength, the chubby player said, modestly. He understood that in a head-to-head confrontation, Deji would surely falter against Zhao Yun, who boasted purification, magic resistance, and superior passive equipment. If the situation continued, Deji was destined to lose. With the match halfway through, the kill count had reached 4, all claimed by Zhao Yun, while Deji had yet to secure a single kill against him. If this continues, I will undoubtedly lose, the chubby player fretted. As Zhao Yun's economy steadily widened the gap between them, Zhao Yun was currently standing and absorbing damage without faltering, prompting the chubby player to devise a solution. Oh, I have yet to use my secret move, he slyly whispered, leaning close to his lackey's ear to discuss the strategy that must not allow Yang to win. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Understood, boss, the lackey nodded, clearly aware of his impending actions. The lackey then communicated to the other 3 subordinates. The boss has given us the green light to employ our tactics. Understood, we've been waiting for this moment, the trio responded confidently. They had previously used this tactic to ensure many defeats for others at the chubby player's hands. His victories translated into monetary gains for them all, a win-win situation. The chubby player signaled to his 4 companions that when he tapped the table, they should throw stones to damage Yang's phone, thereby seizing the victory. Deji had revived, but her situation was dire. Zhao Yun had already reduced her crystal by half. Another death would mean the loss of her crystal and the match. In contrast, Zhao Yun had only suffered minimal damage to a single tower, leaving Deji in a state of retreat. If she ventured out, she would surely be slain by Zhao Yun. Watching the match, SNMNGL was elated, while LN was astonished, never expecting Yang to wield Zhao Yun with such skill. He had naively believed that his Zhao Yun was the strongest, but after witnessing today's match, he realized that there were indeed individuals far superior. With this thought, LN resolved to practice diligently, aiming to master Zhao Yun's strategies, attributes, equipment, and runes. He had to comprehend everything, lest he fail to become the ultimate Zhao Yun. Chubby, just admit defeat. SNMNG mocked. As the outcome of the match seemed inevitable, he had just witnessed Zhao Yun claiming yet another kill against Prodigy, and with their crystal already half destroyed and no defenders in sight. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Yun cleared minions and sent super minions to obliterate the crystal. Curse it. I have no choice but to resort to that move. Ying, you have pushed me to this. The chubby player softly tapped the table, signaling the 4 lackeys. They instantly understood and prepared to hurl stones at Ying's phone. Ing and his companions were fixated on Ying's phone, eagerly anticipating the moment he would destroy the opposing crystal, ready to cheer and disdain the chubby player. The audience was equally riveted to the screen, awaiting the final result. Oblivious to the 4 lackeys behind the chubby player, stones in hand. The stones they wielded were certain to shatter the phone upon impact. They had tested this, guaranteeing a 100 success rate in breaking a phone. The chubby player watched Ying, eagerly awaiting the moment the phone would be smashed, ensuring his victory in the match, which would secure him daily pocket money. Prepare to meet your demise, Ying, one of the lackeys whispered fervently, though quietly enough so that Ying could not hear. The 4 lackeys simultaneously launched their stones, believing they would surely hit Ying's phone, only to be met with the unexpected. Ying caught the stones. Slowly raising his head, Ying fixed his gaze on the chubby player, who could not help but feel a surge of guilt. I assumed you were concocting some grand scheme. Instead, it appears to be mere child's play. Ying remarked coldly, as if he had foreseen this event. How could you possibly know we were going to throw stones? The lackeys were incredulous. Not only the lackeys but the chubby player himself could hardly believe that their scheme had been uncovered, fearing the scorn of the entire student body. Chapter 32. A lesson for others witnessing such despicable tactics. Ing exclaimed in anger, You wretched chubby, if you can't win, do you resort to petty tricks? Do you believe I won't crush you for this? Fortunately, Zhu Ming and his companions managed to intercept Sun Minglong. Otherwise, Sun Minglong would undoubtedly have lunged forward to deliver a punch to the overweight individual. The hefty man, feeling quite cornered, admitted he had not anticipated his tactics would be so easily discerned. It was not only Sun Minglong who perceived the unfolding situation. The audience below also regained their composure, realizing the overweight man was a scoundrel who not only bullied others but resorted to such petty tricks. Let us rid ourselves of him, this villain. A member of the audience initiated the uproar, immediately hurling objects towards the hefty man. Yes, indeed. Let us cast him away, this despicable character. Many audience members followed suit, launching various items towards him. Your disgraceful conduct will inevitably earn the disdain of all. The overweight man bore the brunt of the onslaught, while his few lackeys fared somewhat better, as he instinctively shielded himself from the barrage of plastic containers. It was his scheming that led to this incident, and he could hardly blame others for their actions. Cease, cease, shouted one of his lackeys in a futile attempt to quell the chaos. Brothers, throw more. Sisters, throw. Consequently, every plastic container was directed towards the lackey who had instigated the call for retaliation, leaving him in a state of disarray. Sun Minglong stood by, utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, marveling at the sheer intensity of the scene. How terrifying, Sun Minglong remarked. Indeed, it is quite fearsome, Wang Jianxing added, swallowing hard as he observed the unfolding spectacle. The area surrounding the hefty man was now littered with an array of cans, soda bottles, and even eggs and tomatoes, all aimed at him and his lackey. Mo Yang, witnessing the chaotic scene, felt a pang of sympathy. His intention in confronting the overweight man was merely to make him realize the folly of bullying the weak, yet he had not anticipated the severity of the audience's reaction. As the crowd continued to bombard the hefty man, Mo Yang rose and addressed them. All right, everyone, there is no need for further throwing. He sought to calm the audience. He threw stones at you and employed underhanded tactics. Are you not incensed? Indeed, such a person is a disgrace to society. Absolutely. Individuals like him deserve nothing but disdain. Many audience members were perplexed by Mo Yang's plea to halt, as it was evident that the hefty man had resorted to deception. Yet Mo Yang urged them to cease. Let us all take our seats and compose ourselves, Mo Yang implored, patiently encouraging the audience. He understood their actions stemmed from a desire to support him, yet he recognized that dignity must be preserved, and such relentless throwing could yield dire consequences. Although they were still inclined to throw, they complied with Mo Yang's request, settling down to listen to his words. Observing the cessation of hostilities, the hefty man gradually lowered his guard, his hands having narrowly escaped injury from the barrage. Finally, it has stopped, he sighed, a hint of regret in his voice as he reflected on his earlier underhanded tactics. Had he not resorted to such measures, this predicament might have been avoided. He was, after all, reaping what he had sown. Boss, my face hurts terribly, one lackey lamented, gingerly touching his face. realizing that the audience had aimed their projectiles at his once handsome visage, now marred by the onslaught of cans. Upon hearing this, the hefty man instinctively clenched his fist and leaped to strike the lackey atop his head. "Ah, boss, why did you hit me? That hurts." The lackey cried pitifully, his head now swollen. "What is your face in comparison? I have endured this abuse without complaint. What do you have to grumble about?" The hefty man retorted, suppressing the pain from his own injuries. If he had not shielded his face, it might have been ruined. Nevertheless, his own wounds were quite serious, with blood seeping from them. The lackey realized the gravity of the situation and quickly examined the hefty man's hand, inadvertently touching a sensitive spot. "What do you think you're doing? Do you wish to experience the full force of my invincible meteor fist?" The hefty man groused. "I promise I will never do it again, boss." The lackey responded sincerely, genuinely frightened of inciting the hefty man's wrath, fearing another punch would leave him further battered. Upon hearing Mo Yang begin to speak, both the hefty man and his lackeys turned in unison to face him. "While we are all understandably enraged by the situation, we must refrain from inflicting harm upon others," Mo Yang gently reminded the audience. "After all, in whatever endeavor we undertake, we must not harm others, for they too possess their own sense of dignity." He urged them to consider the perspective of the hefty man, questioning whether his self-esteem would be bruised if he were subjected to such a barrage of cans. However, employing underhanded tactics to achieve victory is indeed despicable. Such individuals deserve to be punished. A boy seated among the audience stood up and voiced this sentiment, garnering agreement from many others. "I understand everyone's anger towards his actions. But who among us is without fault? We all make mistakes in moments of folly, yet it is commendable to rectify them." Mo Yang sincerely addressed the crowd. Upon hearing his words, many reflected on their past indiscretions, realizing they too had erred in their youth. Who among us has not committed mistakes in our younger days? I, too, was once mischievous, often using eggs to play pranks on others. However, I came to recognize this was wrong and sought to amend my ways. Therefore, let us extend our forgiveness to the hefty man. One audience member shared his own story. In response, no one mocked him. Instead, they recognized their shared experiences, understanding that acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to improve is a noble pursuit. Thus, they collectively decided to pardon the hefty man. Upon hearing this sentiment, the chubby individual was deeply touched, crediting Mo Yang for speaking on his behalf. Observing the situation, Mo Yang felt a sense of relief, knowing that at least they would no longer hurl soda cans at the chubby one. He gradually approached him and suggested, "Why not apologize to everyone?" The chubby one nodded in agreement, lowering his head to address the audience, saying, "I am truly sorry, everyone. I promise I will no longer engage in bullying. Please forgive me." His sincerity resonated with the crowd, who chose to forgive him. Elated, the chubby individual resolved never to repeat his previous misdeeds, wishing to avoid the scorn of others and the humiliation of being pelted with cans. With matters settled, they returned to the game. For demonstrating their true skills against opponents is the greatest respect one can pay. Mo Yang extended his hand, looking earnestly at the chubby one. "All right." The chubby one shook his hand, and they both returned to the game. However, the outcome of the match favored Mo Yang, as the G's skill set was utterly ineffective against Shao Jian. Shao Jian's team swiftly pushed the minion wave directly towards the enemy's crystal. And with the aid of super minions and Shao Jian's basic attacks, the G's crystal was soon obliterated. Victory echoed across the screen, igniting a fervor among the audience, who marveled at Mo Yang's prowess. "Boss, did we lose?" one of the followers exclaimed in astonishment. The chubby one slowly removed his headphones, a smile gracing his face. He approached Mo Yang and introduced himself. "I am Qing Quan, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Hello," Mo Yang replied with delight, shaking hands with him. "Is this what they call a friendship forged through rivalry? Thank you for speaking up for me today." Qing Quan expressed his gratitude. Without Mo Yang's intervention, he might still be enduring the humiliation of being pelted with cans or even tomatoes. It was a mere act of kindness. "And remember, you promised me that if I defeated you, you would cease your bullying," Mo Yang said joyfully. Qing Quan nodded, determined to never engage in such behavior again. Recognizing the significant lesson Mo Yang had imparted, realizing his own inadequacies, Qing Quan resolved to practice diligently over the coming days, vowing to meet Mo Yang again at the Wangzhorong Yao Campus Championship. With that, he and his followers exited the cinema. Previously, Qing Quan believed himself invincible, which had emboldened his bullying. However, today he had come to understand a great deal. The fact that the former bully had advanced to the elimination round surprised many. Yet, during the Wangzhorong Yao Campus Championship, he was confident that he would abandon his underhanded tactics. Mo Yang eagerly anticipated the upcoming matches. Meanwhile, Sun Menglong and his companions stood nearby, utterly astonished. Chapter 33. Gratitude to the principal. Upon exiting the cinema, Qing Quan's follower hurriedly asked, "Boss, are we really not going to bully those weaker than us?" Without hesitation, Qing Quan delivered a swift punch to his head, admonishing, "Do you wish for me to become a man of broken promises? I lost this match and must honor my word." "All right, boss, should our team training continue?" the follower inquired, rubbing his head. "Yes, I aim to defeat him fairly on the battlefield," Qing Quan declared, turning to face Mo Yang within the cinema. He was determined to overcome Mo Yang solely through his own abilities, vowing to cease his bullying and concentrate on training. "Understood, boss. Let us return to the training room," the follower replied. After losing the match, he wondered if Qing Quan was upset. Typically, Qing Quan would erupt in anger after a loss, akin to a volcano. However, today's events perplexed him, for despite Qing Quan's defeat to Mo Yang, he showed no signs of anger, leaving his companion bewildered. Regardless, Qing Quan's calm demeanor was a relief, as otherwise, they might have borne the brunt of his frustration, causing him to break into a cold sweat at the thought. "Let us proceed. I must enhance my training. You are all to remain diligent, understood? You must help me advance to the next round," Qing Quan commanded sternly. Winning a match is not solely reliant on an individual's strength, but rather on teamwork. Without rigorous training, Qing Quan alone would be no match against 4 opponents, leading to inevitable defeat. Yes, they all stood at attention, embodying the spirit of soldiers, fully committed to supporting Qing Quan. Qing Quan nodded in satisfaction and led them back to their training room. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the cinema had become electrifying, nearing a state of eruption. Mo Yang is invincible. Long live the Xiao Feng team. The exuberant cheers filled the once quiet space, transforming it into a lively market scene. "Is Qing Quan part of the teams entering the elimination rounds?" Sun Minglong asked incredulously. Observing Qing Quan, he doubted his capabilities as a team leader, especially given his unassuming appearance, leaving Sun Minglong at a loss for words. Mo Yang, seated calmly, patiently advised Sun Minglong, "Do not judge by appearances. Perhaps those on the opposing side are indeed formidable. This serves as a caution within the realm of gaming. One must never underestimate adversaries. For who knows if the seemingly unassuming chubby one is a professional player. At that point, tears of regret would be futile." "All right, I see him as a plump little tyrant," Sun Minglong jested, suddenly finding Qing Quan's chubby appearance rather endearing. As long as Qing Quan refrained from bullying, Sun Minglong considered the possibility of forging a friendship with him. "All right, Minglong, please refrain from giving anyone nicknames behind their backs. What should we do now?" "The entrance is completely blocked by the audience," sighed Mo Yang. Initially, he and Qing Quan had intended to leave after their match, but they were taken aback to find that nearly all the spectators had congregated at the door, making it impossible for them to exit. "I have no idea either." Sun Minglong scratched his head in frustration. He felt that being handsome and skilled at gaming was quite the burden, as it had attracted such a large crowd. And now they were trapped. Mo Yang and his friends could only sit on the benches, unable to move. If only someone could divert the audience's attention. Perhaps they could make their escape. But who would be willing to assist them? Surely, Mo Yang couldn't ask Wang Jiasheng for help. Suddenly, Mo Yang caught sight of teacher Zhao Yu passing by through a narrow gap. He noticed that Zhao Yu was preparing to drive home. Mo Yang jumped up excitedly, waving his hands in hopes that Zhao Yu would notice them. "Teacher, we are here. Please save us," he shouted at Zhao Yu outside. Zhao Yu slowly approached the parking lot, and suddenly he seemed to hear a faint sound. Looking around, he spotted a large crowd gathered at the cinema entrance. "Today's youth are truly remarkable. Their enthusiasm for their idols is astonishing," Zhao Yu sighed, continuing towards the parking lot. He had witnessed such scenes before, and he surmised that there must be an esports celebrity inside, so he deemed it inappropriate to disturb the students. With a soft chime, Zhao Yu pressed the button, and gradually drove away from the school. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yang felt utterly frozen. Despite his loud call, Zhao Yu had not heard him. He was on the verge of despair. If even teacher Zhao couldn't hear them, who could possibly help? Mo Yang lamented, feeling utterly helpless. If they forced their way through, they would surely be crushed in the crowd, especially since the audience was intentionally blocking their exit. "Must we spend the night here?" "No, I miss my beloved quilt," Sun Minglong declared, utterly disheartened. He had no desire to spend the night there. It would be preferable to face death than to endure such a fate. "So what do we do now?" "We can't leave, and there's no one passing by who can help us divert the crowd," Wang Jiasheng remarked, equally perplexed. Just then, the audience suddenly surged towards Mo Yang and his friends. Mo Yang's expression changed dramatically as he realized what was happening. "Please give me your autograph, idol. You are incredible. Teach me how to play." Some fans requested autographs from Mo Yang, while others approached Sun Minglong, Zhu Ming, and Wang Jiasheng. The scene descended into chaos, leaving Mo Yang utterly bewildered about his identity and where to go. Minutes passed, and the initial excitement escalated into even greater fervor. With the cinema nearly on the brink of collapse, suddenly, a figure emerged, slowly walking towards the cinema, dressed in a suit. This middle-aged man exuded an aura entirely different from the other teachers. He seemed like the king of the school. Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you going home after school? Su-yi said sternly, having noticed something unusual at the cinema and the large gathering. Upon hearing his voice, the students who had been clamoring for Mo Yang's autograph turned to see that it was the principal. They immediately bowed their heads, greeting him in unison. Good day, principal. Mo Yang and his friends were equally surprised by Su-yi's arrival. Suddenly, Mo Yang had an idea that could help them escape. After coming up with a plan, he exchanged glances with Sun Ming Long, Zhu Ming, Wang Jiasheng, Shao Jian, and Li Ning, conveying his message silently. Understood, Lao Mo. Sun Ming Long exclaimed joyfully, believing that the plan would work. Well, you still haven't explained why you are here at the cinema. Why aren't you going home after school? Do you want to worry your parents? Su-yi continued sternly, aiming to instill the importance of returning home promptly after school to avoid causing concern for their parents, lest they fear their children had gone missing. Principal, we were here to see our idol, the students began to explain, but to their astonishment, Mo Yang and his friends had vanished in the chaos. The students were left speechless, realizing that Mo Yang and the others had slipped away. Enough with this idle nonsense. Hurry back. Su-yi maintained his serious demeanor, for as a principal, he needed to be authoritative. If he were to smile and joke with them, they would not take his directives seriously. The students were at a loss for words, surprised that the principal referred to the term idol, while they had been referring to him as male god. Fine, we'll head back. Maybe we'll see them again. They replied in unison. All right, let us go. It's getting late. Many students gathered their belongings and headed home, while others returned to their dormitories. Finally, the cinema was cleared of students. Seeing that all the students had left, Su-yi sighed in resignation, realizing he would need to enforce stricter measures in the future. With that, he closed the cinema doors. Phew, we finally escaped. It truly feels like a narrow escape from disaster, Mo Yang exclaimed, relieved. This incident had instilled a sense of fear in him regarding the students. Yes, we finally made it out. If it weren't for the principal, we would have been crushed in there. Mo Yang and his friends expressed their gratitude towards Su-yi. Without his intervention, they might have been trapped in the cinema for much longer, possibly even forced to spend the night there. We should thank the principal later, Mo Yang said with a smile. Absolutely. Sun Ming Long and the others agreed unanimously, acknowledging that Su-yi had indeed aided them in evading this predicament. Chapter 34, Ghost? Shall we return to the dormitory now? Sun Ming Long inquired, seemingly at a loss for alternative plans. Let us hold off on that for a moment. I'm utterly exhausted from the run and need to catch my breath. Mo Yang replied, appearing quite out of sorts. All right, then let us find a spot to rest. Sun Ming Long nodded and took a seat on a nearby bench. Mo Yang and the others also chose a bench to sit on. It was now evening, and the sun was gradually setting, a rare moment of tranquility. They sat in silence, observing the scenery, with no conversation taking place. In an effort to break the awkwardness, Mo Yang finally spoke up. Who do you think will win the upcoming campus board report competition? Upon hearing this, Sun Ming Long quickly responded, of course, it will be our school beauty, Xiaoyu. She has previously won the Provincial Honor Award for board reports. He had not intended to mention this, as he feared it might make Mo Yang uncomfortable, given that he was initially supposed to create the board report, but now it was Xiaoyu who had taken over. Oh, that sounds promising, Mo Yang murmured softly. The atmosphere grew awkward once again, and he was at a loss for words, as were Sun Ming Long and the others. Suddenly, a few passers-by strolled by Mo Yang, discussing matters related to the game Wang Zhirong. Kai is truly formidable. Even when I unleash my ultimate, the squishy characters can't escape. One exclaimed. Indeed. I've secured several ranked victories using him, another replied. Let us head back to the dormitory later and continue playing Kai together. How about a 5-man team? Sure. Let us hurry. I can hardly wait. The passers-by's conversation about the prowess of the hero Kai reached Mo Yang and his friends. Kai? Mo Yang inquired, visibly puzzled. As he was unaware of the new hero's introduction, he quickly turned to Sun Ming Long and asked, Ming Long, is this hero Kai really that powerful? The comments from the passers-by had piqued his interest. The awkwardness was once again alleviated by Mo Yang's question, and Sun Ming Long was more than willing to respond, as he did not want the discomfort to linger. Absolutely, he is incredible. I played a clone match with him against a team featuring Huo Wu, and we completely dominated them, Sun Ming Long confidently recounted, having experienced Kai's strength firsthand. Oh, I'd like to try playing as Kai sometime, Mo Yang nodded. Eager to familiarize himself with the hero, Sun Ming Long eagerly explained Kai's attributes, sharing everything he knew with Mo Yang, which also enlightened him about the hero. As they chatted, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, prompting Mo Yang and his friends to prepare to return to the dormitory. However, they seemed to have forgotten something important. Where would Wang Jiasheng sleep? Suddenly, as they walked, Mo Yang remembered this issue and quickly turned to Wang Jiasheng, saying, by the way, where will you sleep tonight? You mentioned you're from the north and have no place to stay in Guangdong, right? Wang Jiaxing's face paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. The teachers had not assigned him a place, and now he was uncertain where to go. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. I indeed have no accommodation in Guangdong. Previously, I stayed overnight in a small shop. What should I do now? Wang Jiaxing said anxiously, fearing he might have to sleep on the ground. Faced with such a dilemma, Mo Yang and the others felt utterly perplexed. They had considered inviting Wang Jiaxing to stay in their dormitory, but every bed was occupied, leaving no space for him. Mo Yang and the others scratched their heads in frustration. If they could not devise a solution before nightfall, Wang Jiaxing might indeed have to sleep on the floor. We'll have to resort to this plan. We can think of something else tomorrow, Mo Yang suggested. How about you share a bed with me for tonight? We'll figure it out with teacher Zhao in the morning. What do you think? Mo Yang said nervously, apprehensive that Wang Jiaxing would refuse. To his relief, Wang Jiaxing responded, all right, I truly appreciate your help and consideration. Mo Yang smiled and began walking purposefully towards the dormitory. However, halfway there, Wang Jiaxing suddenly recalled something important. After racking his brain, he realized he had left his luggage in the classroom. In his haste to attend Taekwondo practice, he had completely forgotten to retrieve it. Feeling embarrassed, Wang Jiaxing halted his steps and addressed Mo Yang ahead of him. Mo Yang, I'm sorry. I need to go back to the classroom to get my luggage. What? You left it in the classroom? Sun Minglong exclaimed loudly, his expression tinged with concern. His anger was not directed at Wang Jiaxing for forgetting his luggage, but rather at the possibility of it being stolen. As there were still a few people in the classroom when they left. All right then, let us go with you to find your luggage. Mo Yang decided that aiding Wang Jiaxing in retrieving his belongings was of utmost importance. Thank you, Mo Yang. Let us hurry, Wang Jiaxing said anxiously. Knowing that his luggage contained vital items he could not afford to lose, Mo Yang was at a loss as to whether to label Wang Jiaxing as careless or simply overwhelmed. It seemed that if he had any rational thought, he would realize the classroom doors were likely already locked. They say that people lose their composure when under stress. And seeing Wang Jiaxing's state made Mo Yang believe in that saying. He felt that in such moments, it was imperative to remain calm. He quickly called out to Wang Jiaxing and said, it's already 7 o'clock. The classroom doors must be locked by now. Why don't we check with the security guard? They might have the keys. Good idea, let us go? Wang Jiaxing hurried towards the security office, determined not to lose anything of significance due to his oversight. Such astonishing speed indeed left Mo Yang astounded. He suspected that something of great importance must be troubling Wang Jiaxing. Let us hasten our departure. Mo Yang urged his companions, Sun Minglong and the others. Certainly. They replied in unison as they made their way towards the security room. An announcement broke through the airwaves, warning that numerous schools had reported eerie occurrences during the night. The message urged everyone to remain vigilant and refrain from wandering about the premises to avoid potential dangers. Who do they think they're fooling? There are no ghosts in this world. The news is becoming increasingly deceptive, scoffed the security guard, hastily switching the television channel. Oh dear, nature calls. I must urgently attend to the restroom. With that, he secured the door and dashed off, just as Mo Yang and his friends arrived at the security room. Where has the guard gone? Is there no night watchman? Wang Jiaxing inquired, puzzled, as he typically expected to see a guard at this hour. I don't know. Perhaps he had some urgent matter to attend to. Usually, a guard is stationed here at this time. Mo Yang replied, contemplating the situation calmly. What shall we do now? My luggage is still in the classroom. Without the key, how can I retrieve it? Wang Jiaxing expressed his anxiety. Do not fret. Let us first check if there is an alternative way into the classroom, Mo Yang suggested, noticing the absence of the guard. And they unanimously agreed to investigate the teaching building. As they ascended, an inexplicable chill enveloped Mo Yang, as the entire corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lights. They relied on their mobile phones to illuminate their path. Gradually, they reached their classroom only to find the door securely locked, with the windows tightly shut, thwarting their entry. Shall we return? Sun Minglong timidly proposed, sensing the eerie atmosphere. No way. I must retrieve my belongings, Wang Jiaxing resolutely declared, determined to devise a method to unlock the door. As he struggled with the lock, a voice unexpectedly echoed, I am a ghost, and I have come to feast upon you. Ah! Sun Minglong screamed, cowering behind Mo Yang. The startling voice also startled Wang Jiaxing, Shao Jian, and Li Ning. Suddenly, a peculiar object descended from above, resembling a figure from Chang'an's city management. Haha! The eerie voice erupted, prompting Sun Minglong and the others to flee towards the teaching building. What was that ghastly sound? Sun Minglong panted, having exerted himself to the limit. Wait, wasn't that the slogan of Zhong Kuei? He recalled. Indeed, could Zhong Kuei have come to life? Zhu Ming said, trembling with fear. Stop the nonsense. This is the 21st century. How could ancient figures exist? Moreover, if Zhong Kuei were alive, I certainly would not believe it. Sun Minglong shook his head, firmly rejecting such notions. Then why did you run? Wang Jiasheng scrutinized Sun Minglong. Upon hearing this, Sun Minglong became instantly embarrassed. For he was the first to flee, and his scream had been the loudest. It was this instinctual reaction that spurred Wang Jiasheng and the others to follow suit. It was merely a reflex. A reflex. Sun Minglong could only laugh awkwardly to mask his discomfort, though his laughter was strained. They exchanged glances and suddenly realized that one among them was missing. Mo Yang. Where's Lao Mo? Did he not escape? Sun Minglong said anxiously, fearing that a ghost might have captured Mo Yang. Could it be that Mo Yang is still upstairs? Wang Jiasheng's eyes widened in alarm. Chapter 35. The revelation of a prank. Sun Minglong and the others deliberated whether to venture upstairs in search of Mo Yang, yet they lacked the courage, fearing that a ghost might indeed be present. This cannot continue. Shall we not go rescue Mo Yang? Sun Minglong lamented, torn by indecision. If he remained silent, he felt guilty for abandoning Mo Yang, yet he feared the eerie sounds might signal a ghostly presence. What if Mo Yang encounters danger up there? Li Ning expressed his concerns. Having not seen Mo Yang join them for a while, their anxiety grew, unaware that Mo Yang was leisurely standing in place. Observing the object that had descended from the ceiling, cautiously, he retrieved the item and inspected it, discovering it was merely a puppet containing a recording device. Who on earth would engage in such childish antics to frighten others? Mo Yang remarked, exasperated. He had never believed in ghosts. He had intended to call out to Sun Minglong and the others, but they had fled with the swiftness of a cheetah, making it futile for him to shout, "Embrace the judgment of death." Ha. The strange voice resonated through the corridor, its echo amplifying its terror. Mo Yang surmised it was a prank and set the puppet aside, addressing the unseen perpetrators. "Is this amusement to you?" Yet, no response came. And the eerie voice returned with increased audacity, accompanied by shadowy figures that seemed to float without touching the ground. "Begone." Suddenly, an object lunged at Mo Yang. He did not flee but instead seized the entity's head, discovering it concealed a person within the costume. "Why do you scare your classmates?" Mo Yang demanded, grasping the individual firmly. "Let go of me." The captured person protested, struggling to break free. Yet, Mo Yang held on tightly, knowing that if the individual escaped, he would be unable to extract any information. The second entity that lunged at Mo Yang was a grotesque wooden figure, its face painted in an exceptionally hideous manner. Such an unappealing visage could hardly be replicated by anyone. With a resigned sigh, Mo Yang set the figure aside. "Release me." The individual continued to struggle desperately against Mo Yang's grip. Growing increasingly weary of the situation, Mo Yang promptly rendered him unconscious and gently laid him at the entrance. Subsequently, various sounds echoed through the teaching building, which would be imperceptible from outside, revealing the building's eerie ambience. "Ha! You have trespassed upon the realm of the Grim Reaper and shall face retribution." Different voices echoed from the corridor. "Cease your antics. Should I capture you, the school may very well expel you," Mo Yang stated with a calm demeanor. "Do not utter the word school to me. Perish." Suddenly, one individual lunged towards Mo Yang's neck, attempting to strangle him. "You are incorrigible," Mo Yang exclaimed in anger, truly provoked by the ongoing chaos. He had anticipated that the individuals would comply and cease their antics. Yet they escalated their mischief instead. Just as the assailant thought he could successfully constrict Mo Yang's throat, the latter delivered a swift kick, striking the assailant's body, causing him to collapse. The one who had been struck by Mo Yang now lay incapacitated, for not only had Mo Yang landed a blow, but it had also struck his abdomen. However, Mo Yang had only exerted moderate force and did not leave him searching for his teeth. Mo Yang slowly crouched down, intending to remove the mask from the figure to uncover the identity of the prankster. Yet, the individual resisted, unwilling to allow Mo Yang to see his face, fearing the humiliation that would ensue. However, he could not withstand Mo Yang's strength. Today, Mo Yang was determined to unveil the identity behind the ghostly antics and discern the motive behind them. Upon lifting the mask, Mo Yang was met with a sight that revealed a face marred by numerous dark moles, an appearance deemed exceedingly unattractive in the eyes of others. "Do not look at me. Do not look at me." The individual hastily covered his face, wishing to shield it from Mo Yang's gaze. Yet, Mo Yang neither mocked him nor insulted him. He simply extended his hand and softly urged him to speak. "Come on," Mo Yang coaxed gently. Only upon seeing the individual's face did he realize that the one behind the antics was Ngu, the infamous ugly duckling of Class 2, known for his unattractive features. Despite this, Ngu did not share this sentiment. Did not the tale of the ugly duckling suggest that being deemed ugly was not a fault? Perhaps he would find acceptance in the future. Mo Yang believed that true ugliness resided not in physical appearance, but within one's heart. If a person were extraordinarily beautiful, yet harbored a malevolent spirit, that was the essence of true ugliness. Ngu gradually extended his hand, and Mo Yang helped him to his feet. However, even after standing, and Gu continued to shield his face, unable to confront the potential mockery of others. Why did you not ridicule me? And Gu inquired, puzzled, noting that even the entire school would label him as the ugly duckling. Why should I mock you? Mo Yang responded, feeling that deriding others was a profoundly negative act. Upon hearing Mo Yang's words, Gu found himself speechless, unsure of how to respond. Mo Yang was also curious about why Gu had resorted to such ghostly antics to frighten his classmates. Had he not been present today, the situation might have escalated further. Why did you engage in such behavior? Mo Yang gently asked Gu, not coercing him to answer. Should Gu truly wish to remain silent, Mo Yang would not press him. He merely hoped that Gu would refrain from such actions in the future, as timid students could easily fall ill from fright. Observing that Mo Yang did not ridicule him, Gu gradually felt more inclined to share his thoughts. Others constantly mock and insult me, calling me ugly. Who are they to judge? I too possess dignity, and in a fit of rage, I sought to frighten those who judge by appearances, Gu voiced his feelings aloud. This sentiment had long dwelled within him, waiting for someone to listen. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason, Mo Yang reflected, acknowledging that both Gu and his peers shared culpability in the matter. The prevalence of superficial judgment was increasingly concerning. Such behavior could lead to tragic outcomes, wherein those mocked might resort to violence against their tormentors. Many heinous acts stemmed from such circumstances, and Mo Yang wished to prevent Gu from following that path. Believe in your own worth. Do not allow the words of others to obscure your self-identity. Mo Yang urged Gu, cautioning him against committing morally reprehensible acts. Subsequently, Mo Yang took the time to gently counsel Gu, who listened intently to his words. Thank you for speaking with me today. Rest assured, I will never again resort to such behavior. Gu sincerely bowed to Mo Yang. It was Mo Yang who had taught him the importance of self-worth. Being unattractive was not inherently fearsome, but lacking self-belief was the true failure. I am genuinely pleased that you can see this. Mo Yang nodded in approval, reassured that his previous words had not been in vain. However, a lingering question remained in Mo Yang's mind. What was the connection between the individual he had struck and Gu? Do you know him? Mo Yang asked, gesturing towards the person lying on the ground. Yes, he is my friend. He acted this way for my sake. I feel truly remorseful, Gu replied, visibly moved at the mention of his friend. In this school, it is almost solely this individual who is willing to befriend him, which has deeply moved him of late. Oh, you all should hurry back. Otherwise, the security guard on patrol might catch you, and the school may impose sanctions. Mo Yang anxiously mentioned that he had just heard some footsteps, and it was not just one pair. Hence, he suspected that Long and the others were approaching. Mo Yang urged Gu to swiftly lead his friends away from the scene. Thank you for today. Gu expressed his gratitude once more before carrying his friend away from the teaching building. Just as Gu was departing, Sun Minglong and the others arrived before Mo Yang. Old Mo, how are you? Are you all right? Sun Minglong asked nervously, fearing that Mo Yang might have been harmed. Minglong, what on earth are you wearing? Mo Yang remarked, unable to suppress a laugh at Sun Minglong's outfit, which included garlic, a toy sword, and a backpack serving as a shield. This is to prevent any monsters from harming us, Sun Minglong replied earnestly. However, he perceived no frightening sounds at all and fancied that the monsters had been frightened off by his peculiar attire. All right, there are no ghosts. You probably just imagined it. Mo Yang attempted to downplay the events of the night. If not, by tomorrow, Sun Minglong would surely spread tales of ghostly sounds and shadows. Impossible. I heard it clearly. There were indeed terrifying noises. Sun Minglong insisted, confident that he had not misheard. Then why didn't I hear anything? Enough of this doubt. It is late. Let us return to sleep. Mo Yang urged Su Mu to leave the vicinity, hoping to quell any further suspicions. Fine, Sun Minglong conceded reluctantly, mumbling to himself, questioning whether he had indeed misheard or if there was something wrong with his ears. Mo Yang then turned to Wang Jiaxing, saying, Jiaxing, as you can see, without the key, we cannot enter. How about we come to the classroom early tomorrow to retrieve your belongings? Wang Jiaxing nodded in agreement, a gesture that relieved Mo Yang. He then hurriedly urged Sun Minglong and the others to return to the dormitory, while Wang Jiaxing would share a bed with him, as their room had no extra beds, and it would be unreasonable to have Wang Jiaxing sleep on the floor. As for the events of the previous night, he decided to let Sun Minglong and the others believe it was merely their imagination. Chapter 36. The elimination round is near as the sun gradually ascended, casting its warm rays upon the earth. Mo Yang and his companions proceeded to the classroom with their backpacks, just as they did every day. I am so tired. I hardly slept last night, Sun Minglong lamented. He had been repeatedly awakened by the sounds of snoring. It was not only Sun Minglong who suffered, even Mo Yang, Li Ning, Zhu Ming, and Shao Jian shared the same plight. No way. Old Mo, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? They are even bigger than mine, Sun Minglong exclaimed, turning to discover that Mo Yang's fatigue was far more pronounced than his own. Mo Yang stretched. Having shared a bed with Wang Jiaxing, and indeed had not rested well. I wonder who was snoring last night, making it impossible for me to sleep. He rubbed his eyes, yearning for rest. Wow, old Mo, is that the reason you didn't sleep well? Sun Minglong exclaimed, astonished to find that Mo Yang's reason mirrored his own. Mo Yang nodded, stating that the snoring had been particularly loud in the middle of the night, leaving him utterly exhausted. Observing Mo Yang and Sun Minglong converse, Wang Jiaxing interjected, "Did you hear any snoring last night?" "I certainly did not." He looked at them, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang and the others turned simultaneously to scrutinize Wang Jiaxing, realizing that he bore no dark circles and appeared quite energetic. "Could it be that you were the one snoring?" they all asked in unison. Since Wang Jiaxing was the only one without dark circles, they speculated that the snoring must have originated from him, given they were all in the same room. "Haha, is that so? My dad always says I snore loudly at night. It seems to be true," Wang Jiaxing replied sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang and the others covered their faces, astonished that the snoring they had heard last night had indeed come from Wang Jiaxing. "Minglong, are you joining in?" Mo Yang teased with a mischievous grin. "Sure," Sun Minglong replied, also grinning at Wang Jiaxing. It was evident to anyone that they were planning to playfully retaliate against Wang Jiaxing for his nighttime disturbances, prompting him to make a hasty escape. "Stop right there, Jiaxing," Mo Yang called as he pursued Wang Jiaxing. "Everyone join in," Sun Minglong declared with a cheeky smile. After all, it was only fair to give Wang Jiaxing a light-hearted lesson for keeping them awake with his loud snoring. Hearing this, Zhu Ming, Shao Jian, and Li Ning quickly fell in step with Mo Yang as they chased after Wang Jiaxing, ready to engage in a playful scuffle. "Classmates, how should we solve this problem?" the math teacher inquired. However, no one raised their hand. The teacher, left with no choice, called upon someone, as they had not volunteered. "Zhu Ming, please stand and answer this question," the teacher instructed, expecting him to respond. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ming was still asleep, completely oblivious to the teacher's words. Mo Yang nudged Zhu Ming, attempting to rouse him. Suddenly, Zhu Ming sprang up, loudly declaring to the entire class, "I take red, don't take my red. Hurry and go to the bottom lane for support." He mumbled sleepily, eliciting laughter from the entire classroom, who found the situation utterly hilarious. He must play too much Wang Zhi to dream about it, even while sleeping. Indeed, haha, this is too funny. Many students engaged in lively discussions, naturally reflecting on the remarks made earlier by Zhu Ming. The mathematics teacher, standing at the front of the classroom, was momentarily taken aback. With a resigned sigh, he turned to Zhu Ming and instructed him to take a seat and pay attention. "Yes, teacher," Zhu Ming replied, feeling embarrassed as he sat down. His cheeks flushed from having spoken out in front of the entire class. He silently picked up his textbook and focused on the blackboard. "All right, Feng Yong, please answer this question." The mathematics teacher finally called upon the class monitor, Feng Yong, who was among the top students academically. Given the nature of the problem, the teacher was confident that Feng Yong would solve it with ease. Feng Yong stood up slowly and explained, "This is how to solve the problem." As class progressed, some students drifted off while others remained attentive. Thus, this bittersweet, yet joyful lesson came to an end. With the ringing of the bell, the mathematics teacher gathered his books and addressed the class, saying, "All right, everyone, please complete today's math homework and review the material thoroughly. That concludes our lesson." With that, he exited the classroom. After the teacher left, some students began to play and joke as usual, while Mo Yang and his friends sat quietly on their benches. "We should write a note to Principal Zhao and have him pass it on to the principal as a way to express our gratitude for his assistance yesterday," Mo Yang suggested to his friends. The idea of thanking the principal was one they all agreed upon, yet they found themselves lacking the funds for a gift. "Without money, we can't purchase a present, and without a present, we can't properly thank the principal," Mo Yang concluded, deciding to write a note instead. A small token can carry great sentiment, he believed, confident that the principal would appreciate their gesture. However, Mo Yang was unaware of the differing opinions among his peers. "How much money do we have left?" Sun Minglong inquired, carefully checking his pockets which held only a few bills. He had exhausted his allowance from his father a month ago, leaving him with only a small sum. He was uncertain about the financial situation of Mo Yang and the others. "I have 30 yuan," Mo Yang shyly revealed, pulling out his meager amount. Sun Minglong's eyes widened in surprise. How could Mo Yang have so little? "Old Mo, why do you have so little money?" "I have at least 50 yuan in my pocket." "Didn't your father give you any pocket money?" Sun Minglong asked, puzzled. Upon hearing the mention of his father, Mo Yang hesitated to respond. Sensing the sensitivity of the topic, Sun Minglong refrained from pressing further, perhaps having unintentionally touched on a sore spot. The others also revealed their funds, only to discover that they could not afford even a modest gift. They decided to follow Mo Yang's suggestion instead. "Come on, let us all write a message of thanks to the principal," Mo Yang encouraged. All right. Sun Minglong and the others nodded in agreement, picking up their pens to write their expressions of gratitude. As time passed, they each finished their notes, folded them neatly, and made their way to the teacher's office. Teacher. Mo Yang greeted softly, addressing their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yu, who was busy grading assignments. Oh, what brings you here? Zhao Yu inquired, glancing up from his work. The students exchanged glances, then quietly pulled out their notes, placing them on Zhao Yu's desk. If Mo Yang and his friends remained silent, one might have thought they were confessing their feelings to Zhao Yu. Teacher, please pass these notes to the principal. Thank you, Mo Yang said, bowing slightly, followed by Sun Minglong and the others who also bowed in unison. Having delivered their message, they hurriedly exited the office, knowing that lingering would only increase their embarrassment. Zhao Yu set down his pen and picked up the notes from the desk, smiling at the thoughtful gesture from his students. Just as he was about to head to the principal's office, another teacher informed him that the principal wished to see him. Uncertain of the reason behind the summons, Zhao Yu knew he had to comply. After all, he still needed to express gratitude to Mo Yang and the others. The principal's office was located on the second floor of the teaching building, and Zhao Yu quickly arrived, gently knocking on the door. Principal, it's me, Zhao Yu. He would never recklessly enter without permission. Ah, it's Teacher Zhao, come in. Principal Su Yi welcomed him, having something to discuss with Zhao Yu. Once granted entry, Zhao Yu took a seat. Principal, what do you need to discuss with me? He asked directly, cutting to the chase. It's about the management of our school. I noticed many students gathered near the cinema yesterday. This is quite concerning. The principal stated firmly, emphasizing the need for improvement in this area. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu recalled seeing a crowd at the cinema entrance the previous day, initially thinking they were there to see a celebrity. Understood, Principal. I will certainly enhance management in this regard, Zhao Yu affirmed, nodding. He then pulled out a stack of notes from his pocket. Principal, these are notes from my students. I'm not sure why they wish to thank you. Oh, they are thanking me. The principal quickly glanced at the notes, surprised to find them filled with expressions of gratitude. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall any specific instance where he had assisted Zhao Yu's class. However, since the notes were from students, he felt it would be ungracious to refuse their heartfelt thanks, lest he hurt their feelings. Meanwhile, in classroom 6 of the first year, only Mo Yang and his friends remained, tasked with cleaning. Oh heavens, why must we be punished for expressing gratitude to the principal? Now we have to sweep the floor. Sun Minglong lamented, looking pained. Reluctantly, he picked up a broom to tidy up, knowing that unless the floor was spotless, they wouldn't have the chance to return to their dormitory. All right, enough complaining, Minglong. After all, today is our turn to clean, came the reply. For someone like Sun Minglong, Mo Yang could only helplessly respond. Fine, let's finish up quickly and head home. Sun Minglong sighed in resignation, acknowledging their unfortunate plight. While sweeping the floor, he suddenly recalled that the elimination round of the Wangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship was scheduled for tomorrow, although the match had yet to commence. He could already sense a hint of anxiety. Old Mo, with the elimination round tomorrow, do you think we might get eliminated? Sun Minglong expressed his apprehension, mindful of the formidable teams they would face. Do not fret. Just give it your all, and face your opponents with your utmost strength. As long as we have put in the effort, we shall have no regrets, Mo Yang reassured him quietly. Competitive sports inherently involve victories and defeats. There are no eternal winners or perpetual losers. As long as we strive, we need not fear leaving behind regrets. Chapter 37. The unexpected illness. The group quickly tidied up the classroom, and since Mo Yang possessed the key, they could lock the door immediately upon finishing without needing to seek out a teacher. After ensuring everything was in order, Mo Yang closed the door. Let's head back. It is getting increasingly dark, he sighed, uncertain of how long they had been working. Oh, Zhu Ming nodded, unexpectedly sneezing. Are you all right? Make sure to wear more clothes and avoid catching a cold, Mo Yang said, promptly offering Zhu Ming a tissue while reminding him to keep warm in the chilly weather. Thank you, old Mo. Zhu Ming expressed his gratitude, taking the tissue to wipe his nose. Once Zhu Ming had attended to his needs, they exited the teaching building. But their stomachs growled with hunger. They had yet to eat, and with no one around, it was likely the cafeteria had already closed, leaving them uncertain about where to find a meal. The sound of their growling stomachs echoed through the air, since they had missed their meal due to their duties. Mo Yang and the others longed for a good sit-down dinner. What should we do now? The cafeteria is probably closed. Where can we eat? Sun Minglong pondered aloud, rubbing his hungry belly. How about we sneak out and buy something to eat? Zhu Ming suggested boldly. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang and the others exchanged glances, finding the idea feasible but fraught with caution as they risked being caught by security. All right, everyone be careful. Once we buy our food, we'll return to school immediately and avoid wandering around, Mo Yang instructed, wishing to avert any trouble for Sun Minglong and the others. They all nodded in agreement. Be cautious, Mo Yang whispered to Sun Minglong and the others as they approached the wall. At that moment, The security office was nearby, and they certainly did not wish to jeopardize their efforts by being apprehended. The security guard was engrossed in watching television, providing Mo Yang with the opportunity to slowly scale the wall. The school's fence was not particularly high, and with a bit of effort, they could easily climb over. Although they never intended to resort to this, they could not face tomorrow's competition on empty stomachs, leaving them no choice. Suddenly, in his haste, Sun Minglong bumped into Wang Jiaxing, prompting Wang Jiaxing to exclaim, which caught the attention of the security guard. The guard stood up, flashlight in hand, and cautiously ventured out of the security office. Who's there? What do we do now, Mo Yang? If we continue talking, the guard will inevitably find us. Wang Jiaxing whispered nervously. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so impatient, we wouldn't have attracted the guard's attention, Sun Minglong lamented, filled with self-reproach for his eagerness. Enough. Stop talking. At the right moment, I will find a way to resolve this. Mo Yang urged them to remain silent, aware that their chatter might further attract the guard's scrutiny. The guard scanned the area, his flashlight illuminating everything clearly as he slowly approached them. Mo Yang and his friends crouched in the bushes, knowing that if discovered, they would surely face dire consequences. What to do? What to do? The tension was palpable among Mo Yang and his friends as they watched the guard approach, realizing they had no escape plan. Suddenly, an idea struck Mo Yang, reminiscent of a ploy he had seen in a television drama. Don't move. Let me handle this, Mo Yang whispered, preparing to imitate a cat's meow. His intention was to mislead the guard into thinking the noise had come from a feline rather than them. However, to his surprise, the guard did not stop, but continued forward. A cat's meow? Let me see if that's true or if someone is merely playing tricks, the guard remarked, noting that the previous sound was clearly a collision, not a cat's cry. He suspected someone was feigning the noise. What do we do, Mo Yang? The guard is going to catch us. Sun Minglong's anxiety escalated, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Are we really going to be caught like this? Mo Yang muttered softly, realizing that his tactic had evidently failed. The guard inched closer to the source of the supposed cat's meow, and with nowhere left to run. Mo Yang and his friends were filled with trepidation. Just as the guard was about to discover them, a voice called out from behind. What are you doing there? It was Zhao Yu, who whispered the question. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Mo Yang slowly stood up and explained, Teacher Zhao, I thought I heard a strange noise. So I was just checking. Oh, it must be my mischievous cats that followed me to school again. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Zhao Yu nervously replied, fully aware that no such event had occurred. He merely intended to deceive the security guard, but soon, Zhao Yu would seek them out for an explanation. Oh, it turns out to be Teacher Zhao's cat. That explains the earlier sounds of meowing. I must attend to matters now, Teacher Zhao. The security guard, unperturbed by Zhao Yu's words, returned to the security room. Zhao Yu sighed, realizing he would have to give those individuals a proper lesson. The guard has left? Sun Minglong slowly opened his eyes, having presumed that the guard would apprehend them. To his astonishment, he saw the guard depart. But even more surprising was Zhao Yu's presence ahead. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. What should they do? Teacher Zhao is here, Mo Yang awkwardly remarked. He was unsure if Zhao Yu had noticed them. However, unless Zhao Yu discovered their presence, they would not venture out. Yet, they could only watch as Zhao Yu approached their direction, their faces marked with tension, fearful of being caught. Come out and visit my office. Zhao Yu called out to Mo Yang and the others concealed in the bushes. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang and his companions sighed in resignation, unaware that Zhao Yu had already noticed them. They were uncertain whether they would face reprimands, especially since their intention had been to climb over the wall to buy food. Mo Yang and his friends followed Zhao Yu to his office, where it was likely that he was the only teacher present in the entire academic building. The others long gone to rest. Zhao Yu remained at the school solely because he had left his belongings behind, and he had not anticipated such an incident occurring. Now, tell me, why did you act in such a manner? Zhao Yu inquired sternly as he sat on a stool facing Mo Yang and the others. Teacher Zhao, we hadn't eaten. We were sweeping the floor and missed the cafeteria hours, so we wanted to go out and buy something to eat, Mo Yang replied. His head lowered. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt responsible, as he was not only the captain but also a good brother to Sun Minglong and the others. I truly do not know what to make of you. Zhao Yu shook his head in exasperation, never expecting Mo Yang and the others had attempted to scale the wall for such a reason. While searching through a cabinet, Zhao Yu noticed that Mo Yang and his friends fell silent, apprehensive about being scolded. Suddenly, he produced several packages and bottles of water, leaving Mo Yang and the others in a state of astonishment, unsure if those provisions were meant for them. Once he had laid everything out, Zhao Yu said, Make do with this, it is all I have at the moment. Hearing this, Mo Yang and his friends felt profoundly touched. Not only had Zhao Yu refrained from chastising them for their unauthorized attempt to escape, but he had also offered them something to eat, which moved them greatly. Thank you, teacher. Mo Yang bowed deeply, expressing gratitude on behalf of his comrades. Eat up. But do not attempt to climb over the wall again for food or engage in any other such activities. It is not right. Do you understand? What if you encounter danger? Zhao Yu was now imparting a lesson on the impropriety of their actions. Mo Yang and the others bowed their heads in shame. We are sorry, teacher. We should not have acted this way. We were wrong. We will not climb over the wall again. Well, I am pleased that you understand. Now, eat. Zhao Yu nodded with satisfaction. He believed that acknowledgement of wrongdoing and a willingness to amend are signs of a good child. Mo Yang and his friends, lacking understanding of this matter, required his patient guidance rather than harsh punishment, as the latter could lead to adverse outcomes. Due to their ravenous hunger, Mo Yang and his companions devoured the bread Zhao Yu had provided, and upon finishing, they naturally reached for a bottle of mineral water. Even in the absence of a more delightful beverage, the mere bottle of water elicited immense gratitude towards Zhao Yu. After consuming the provisions, Mo Yang and his friends felt quite full, easily satisfied. They bid farewell to Zhao Yu, who returned home, while Mo Yang and his companions headed back to their dormitory for some rest. The next day marked the elimination rounds of the Wangzhe Rongyao campus competition, and Mo Yang and his friends needed to be well-rested to face each challenge ahead. The morning sun was particularly beautiful, heralding the arrival of Saturday, the day of the tournament. Mo Yang and his friends rose early, washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and donned their team uniforms in preparation for the competition. However, they were surprised to find Zhu Ming still asleep. Why hasn't Zhu Ming woken up yet? Has he forgotten that today is the day of the competition? Mo Yang inquired of Sun Minglong with concern. I am not sure either. Let us go wake him up, Sun Minglong replied, displaying a confused expression. As he was not privy to Zhu Ming's thoughts, Mo Yang nodded, and, together with Sun Minglong, went to rouse Zhu Ming. After several calls, Zhu Ming remained unresponsive. However, Mo Yang noticed that Zhu Ming's complexion appeared unhealthy. Concerned, he reached out to touch Zhu Ming's forehead, only to discover that it was alarmingly warm. Zhu Ming seems to have a high fever, Mo Yang worriedly remarked, quickly going to fetch a thermometer. In no time, he ascertained Zhu Ming's temperature, which had unexpectedly reached 38.5 degrees Celsius and was still rising. Mo Yang felt an urgency to get Zhu Ming to the infirmary, otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. If Zhu Ming fell ill and could not participate in the competition, they would be down a team member. Sun Minglong's words struck a chord with Mo Yang. Indeed, we must find a temporary teammate, otherwise, we cannot compete, Mo Yang sighed. In the vastness of possibilities, he was uncertain whom to approach as a substitute. Chapter 38. Drawing lots for battle regardless. Mo Yang and his friends summoned the doctor from the infirmary to their dormitory, and the doctor subsequently took Zhu Ming to the hospital. At long last, we have successfully transported Zhu Ming to the hospital. We shall visit him after the match concludes. Mo Yang, having taken Zhu Ming to the hospital, certainly did not undertake a trivial task. What shall we do now? Where can we find a teammate to fill Zhu Ming's position? Sun Minglong expressed his concerns, as he still harbored hopes of advancing to the semifinals. Mo Yang shook his head in resignation, recognizing the challenge of finding a suitable teammate in such a short span of time. Even if they managed to find one, the lack of synergy would be a significant hurdle. Nevertheless, he understood the urgency. Without a replacement, they would be unable to compete. It was currently 8 in the morning, and the elimination matches were set to commence at 9, leaving them merely an hour to seek a new teammate. Let us head to the campus and see if we can find a suitable candidate, Mo Yang instructed Sun Minglong, emphasizing the necessity of their diligence. All right, Sun Minglong nodded in agreement, and together they ventured out in search of a replacement. However, after inquiring with numerous individuals, they found either those who were unfamiliar with Wangzhe or those whose skills were woefully inadequate. Mo Yang and Sun Minglong were at a loss for suitable candidates. What has happened to you two? I was looking forward to watching your match. A familiar voice suddenly reached their ears. It was none other than Wang Jiaxing. We have encountered a bit of trouble, Mo Yang replied, shaking his head in exasperation, when a solution suddenly dawned on him, though he was uncertain of its viability. He scrutinized Wang Jiaxing with a mischievous grin and leaned closer to Sun Minglong's ear. What do you think of Jiaxing? Upon hearing Mo Yang's suggestion, Sun Minglong experienced a moment of enlightenment. How had he not thought of this solution sooner? I believe it could work, Sun Minglong replied with a sly smile. They exchanged conspiratorial grins as they regarded Wang Jiaxing, who appeared bewildered by their playful expressions. Mo Yang, Minglong, do you really think it's appropriate to invite me to participate in the match? Wang Jiaxing said awkwardly, as they stood in the waiting area. Having never participated in such competitions before, he was hesitant, fearing he would hinder Mo Yang and the others. Do not worry, Jiaxing. Even if we fail, I shall not hold you accountable. Moreover, which hero do you excel at playing? Mo Yang inquired earnestly, needing to ascertain Wang Jiaxing's strengths. My best hero is DMO. I cannot speak for my skills with the others, Wang Jiaxing replied candidly, admitting his limited proficiency with heroes other than DMO. Upon hearing Wang Jiaxing's response, Mo Yang resolved to assign him to the jungle role since the Mo could indeed fulfill that position effectively. Alright, you shall play to Mo. And I will cover the marksman role, Mo Yang stated cautiously, a declaration that astonished Sun Minglong. He had anticipated that Mo Yang would take the jungle role and allow Wang Jiaxing to fill the marksman position, never having witnessed Mo Yang's prowess as a marksman. Very well, Wang Jiaxing responded, unsure of what else to say, and nodded in agreement. In the ensuing moments, Mo Yang assisted Wang Jiaxing in donning the team uniform, and then approached the referee to request the substitution of Zhu Ming with Wang Jiaxing. Seizing the fleeting 30 minutes, Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, Li Ning, and Wang Jiaxing convened to strategize. Regrettably, due to Zhu Ming's illness and inability to participate, Mo Yang had no choice but to devise an entirely new strategy. An announcement resonated. All team captains, please proceed to the stage for the draw. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang recognized it was his turn to draw lots, wondering against whom they would be matched. Please rest here while I draw. Mo Yang instructed Sun Minglong and the others. Go ahead, old Mo. Regardless of which team we face, we will give it our all, Sun Minglong declared confidently. Mo Yang nodded and made his way to the stage to draw lots. The atmosphere at the competition venue was electric, filled with a throng of spectators who were already buzzing with excitement, even though the match had yet to commence. I am your host for today, Lu Chong, he announced with enthusiasm. After a week of anticipation, the exhilarating elimination round has finally arrived. Lu Chong had garnered quite a fanbase due to his charisma. After introducing himself, Lu Chong continued, let us warmly welcome the 8 teams that have advanced to the elimination round. As he uttered these words, the audience raised their hands in support of their favorite teams. First, let us welcome the Longtian team, the reigning champions of the Wangzhe Campus Championship. Lu Chong exclaimed with excitement, noting the formidable prowess of the Longtian team. Instantly, a figure emerged onto the stage. The captain of the Longtian team, Long Ao, took the microphone and addressed the audience. Hello everyone, I am the captain of the Longtian team, and I hope to secure the championship once again. Thank you. He then bowed to the audience. Long Ao, as long as the dragon is here, you shall all bow before it. The audience chanted in unison, proclaiming their team's motto. Long Ao stood to the side, awaiting the arrival of the next team captain. After all 8 captains had presented themselves, they would proceed to draw lots. He wore an expression of confidence, seemingly dismissing the other teams. Now that we have introduced Long Ao, let us invite the captain of the Longdi team, Zhang Pai, to the stage. Lu Chong continued with palpable excitement, declaring that Zhang Pai was almost on par with Long Ao. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Pai, the captain of the Longdi team. Zhang Pai humbly introduced himself, exuding the charm of a friendly neighbor. Langling little prince, I love you. Many female spectators stood, eager to rush to Zhang Pai's side. After introducing himself, Zhang Pai took his place to await the remaining 6 teams. 4 additional teams presented their captains, leaving only 2 yet to be introduced. Next, let us welcome Mo Yang, captain of the Xiao Feng team. Lu Chong announced, visibly thrilled, having witnessed Mo Yang's impressive gameplay as Li Bai. Mo Yang's popularity soared as he took the stage, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the audience. He was ready to take the microphone and introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am Mo Yang, the captain of the Xiao Feng team. Although our team has just been established, we will certainly forge ahead and give our all in every battle against other teams. Alright, Xiao Feng is invincible. Many spectators began to discuss among themselves, and some even attempted to rush forward, but were swiftly restrained by security. Mo Yang's Li Bai, as everyone has seen, is undoubtedly on par with the top-tier Li Bai in the national server. Thus, we eagerly anticipate the thrilling match that Mo Yang will surely deliver. Lu Chong announced to the audience. Thank you all. Mo Yang bowed slightly and stepped aside, waiting for the final team to arrive. Lu Chong composed himself before excitedly announcing. Let us welcome the last team, the captain of the Wangzhe team, Ma Qian. The presence of Ma Qian seemed to overshadow even Long Ao and Zhang Pai. Hello everyone, I am Ma Qian from the Wangzhe team. I have participated in professional leagues before, but unfortunately faced defeat. However, I once claimed the national championship in the Wangzhe Yao campus competition. Ma Qian's brief introduction felt almost trivial. Long Ao had secured championships across several provinces, while Ma Qian's victory was in the campus competition, making the two incomparable. As Ma Qian appeared, many of his fans stood up, proudly raising his name. Meanwhile, Mo Yang felt a sense of confusion. He had previously heard Qin Quan mention meeting on the battlefield, yet none of the 8 teams included Qin Quan, and he noted that the Yuguang team was also absent. After pondering, he realized he would not find the answer and decided to focus on the upcoming match instead. Since all 8 teams are here, let us proceed to the draw. Lu Chong addressed the captains of the 8 teams. Upon hearing Lu Chong's words, They eagerly approached to collect a slip of paper, though a few teams trembled at the prospect of facing the Long Tian team and the Wangzhe team, as well as the formidable Lang Di team. Mo Yang also drew a slip. While his team was not among the most formidable, he would not underestimate any opponent. Now that you have all drawn your lots, return to your designated areas and prepare. The screen will soon reveal which team will compete first. Lu Chang stated seriously to the 8 teams, for the competition was about to commence, and he could not afford to be frivolous. The 8 teams returned to their designated areas, while the first team to compete engaged in nervous discussions. Chapter 39. Will the Lang Di team be overwhelmed? After a brief pause, let us discover which team will take the stage first. Lu Chang eagerly gazed at the screen, uncertain of the spectacular display that this match might unveil. The audience erupted in cheers, fervently hoping for the appearance of their favored team. The first match will feature the Lang Di team against the Hai Xiao team. The result is in. Let us warmly welcome the Lang Di team and the Hai Xiao team. Lu Chang announced with excitement as the match was about to begin. He held confidence in the Lang Di team, given their evident prowess. Yet who could say whether Hai Xiao might stage a remarkable comeback? Naturally, the cheers for the Lang Di team resonated louder than those for the Hai Xiao team. Please have both teams stand beside me, Lu Chang instructed the captains. The captains of both teams nodded in agreement and positioned themselves next to Lu Chang. Today's match differs from the preliminaries. This knockout round will consist of the best of 3 games. Do you understand, captains? Lu Chang explained the rules of the day as competition. Although he recognized the Lang Di team as a seasoned esports team, he felt it necessary to emphasize the point. Understood. Understood. Both captains nodded in affirmation, bringing Lu Chang a sense of relief. Without further ado, please return to your respective combat zones. The match is about to commence, Lu Chang declared passionately, unable to suppress his excitement. As the crowd learned that the match was imminent, they shouted in support of their chosen teams. Lu Chang returned to his commentary booth, where Mo Yang and his team could also observe the match. Upon re-entering the designated area, Mo Yang was met with questions from Sun Menglong and the others, eager to know which team they would face. Old Mo, who are we up against? Sun Menglong inquired anxiously. He truly hoped to avoid facing an exceptionally strong team, as that would leave them with little confidence of victory. We are matched against the Wangzhe team. Mo Yang replied nervously, though a slight smirk crossed his face. What? We are up against the strongest team among these 8? No. Sun Menglong lamented, feeling utterly despondent. He could not comprehend how they could be so unfortunate as to draw the most formidable team right off the bat. All right, I was just kidding. We are actually facing the Lang Wang team, which is quite similar to us, having also been recently formed, Mo Yang clarified, handing the draw results to Sun Menglong. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong eagerly snatched the draw results from Mo Yang. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought there was no way we could be so unlucky as to face the Wangzhe team, he exclaimed, patting his chest in an effort to calm his racing heart. The earlier exchange had greatly amused Mo Yang. He found Sun Menglong to be quite gullible. But now is not the time for jokes. All right, we will take the stage third. Let us observe the first 2 matches closely, Mo Yang suggested, believing that watching the matches could provide insight into the strengths of other teams while he noted their strategies. Excellent. Sun Menglong also breathed a sigh of relief, then sat on a bench with Wang Jiaxing, Li Ning, and Shao Jian, watching the match unfold. It was the moment for both teams to select their heroes, and Zhang Pai was meticulously guiding his teammates to choose according to his strategic plan. On the other side, the Hai Xiao team was equally organized. Though their popularity did not rival that of the Lang Di team, they were resolute in their determination not to concede this match. Demonstrating their utmost strength against their opponents was the greatest form of respect. We observed both teams engaged in hero selection. Lu Chang attentively followed the progress of the match, while providing commentary for the audience below. The spectators' enthusiasm had not waned. They were still passionately cheering for their favorite team, albeit with less volume than before, mindful that excessive noise might disrupt the ongoing match. Both teams had finalized their hero selections, and we saw that Zhang Pai had chosen his signature hero, Han Xian, a formidable presence in previous matches. The Lang Di team, on the other hand, comprised 2 tanks, a mage, an assassin, and a marksman, presenting a rather conventional composition. After Lu Chang introduced the lineup of the Lang Di team, he proceeded to unveil the composition of the Hai Xiao team. The Hai Xiao team featured Lu Bu alongside a female hero, with their captain showcasing his expertise with the mage Diao Chan. The jungler role was assigned to Li Bai, accompanied by Guan Yu, whose damage output was notably significant. Lu Chang elaborated on the Hai Xiao team's lineup. The match officially commenced, though they were still loading. It was only upon entering the King's Canyon that the true contest began. The audience below gradually quieted, eager to watch the match unfold in peace. Most spectators believed that the Lang Di team would emerge victorious, having witnessed their prowess in prior encounters. The announcement echoed, "Welcome to Wangzhe Rongyao. signaling the official start of the match. The Lang Di team prepared to invade the opposing team's red buff, while the Hai Xiao team displayed remarkable cunning. As Li Bai was poised to claim the blue buff from the Lang Di team, Lu Chong narrated the unfolding events. Han Xian, accompanied by Zhang Fei, aggressively invaded the enemy's red buff, where Sun Shangxiang was engaged in farming. Han Xian executed his first skill, launching Sun Shangxiang into the air, but was countered by Lu Bu's attack. Realizing the precarious situation, Han Xian instructed Zhang Fei to retreat, yet Zhang Fei found himself slowed by an ability, and Lu Bu's first skill inflicted damage upon him. Quickly, Sun Shangxiang and Lu Bu eliminated Zhang Fei, marking the first blood of the match. The player controlling Zhang Fei felt embarrassed, having given away the first kill. "It's alright, just be more vigilant next time," Zhang Pai calmly reassured him. Lu Chong, seated at the commentary desk, was astonished, not expecting the Lang Di team to suffer first blood. The Lang Di team's attempt to invade the red buff had failed spectacularly. Not only had they failed to secure the red buff, but they also allowed the Hai Xiao team to claim first blood. It was uncertain how this setback would affect the morale of the Lang Di players, as Lu Chong continued his commentary. He meticulously observed Sun Shangxiang farming the red buff while Lu Bu awaited Han Xian's arrival, suggesting that the Hai Xiao team had done their homework. Cheers erupted from the Hai Xiao team, reveling in their successful strategy, which dealt a significant blow to the Lang Di team. However, the supporters of the Lang Di team suddenly appeared disheartened, while those backing Hai Xiao were elated. "I thought the Lang Di team was formidable. They are being utterly crushed by our Hai Xiao team," a Hai Xiao supporter derided the Lang Di fans. Although many spectators wished to counter this statement, it indeed reflected the current reality, as the Lang Di team had lost first blood. Han Xian swiftly returned to his base, only to find the blue buff had also been taken, leaving him no option but to farm the jungle, crucial for accumulating gold in the early game. "Follow me to the top lane for a gank," Zhang Pai calmly instructed, as Lu Bu and Sun Shangxiang were positioned there. The teammates nodded in agreement and followed Han Xian, lying in ambush in the bushes. Meanwhile, Lu Bu and Sun Shangxiang remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Han Xian patiently awaited the two heroes to take the bait. "I thought they were impressive. They aren't even defending their tower," the player controlling Sun Shangxiang arrogantly remarked, emboldened by his earlier kill. Yes, before the match, I thought they were formidable," the player controlling Lu Bu echoed, equally boastful. Lu Bu and Sun Shangxiang advanced with the minion wave toward the Lang Di team's upper tower. Zhang Pai observed as Sun Shangxiang and Lu Bu approached the tower, recognizing that now was the time to strike. "Attack!" Zhang Pai commanded succinctly, prompting two teammates to join him in assaulting Sun Shangxiang and Lu Bu. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Sun Shangxiang and Lu Bu hastily retreated, but Han Xian skillfully restrained them, while Zhang Fei unleashed a powerful roar. Gao Jianli also entered the fray with a devastating ultimate, allowing Han Xian to swiftly eliminate both adversaries. Just then, Guan Yu arrived, much to Zhang Pai's delight. Han Xian utilized his first skill to launch Guan Yu into the air, slowing him down, followed by a basic attack, then his ultimate, and with a final decisive strike, Han Xian claimed Guan Yu's life. This skirmish proved to be remarkably successful, resulting in Han Xian achieving a triple kill. The announcement boomed, "Han Xian triple kill." This proclamation served as a resounding blow to the Hai Xiao team, indicating that the Lang Di team had not been deterred by the initial setback. Moreover, Zhang Pai's Han Xian had secured a triple kill. Lu Chong exuberantly remarked, "I told you, the Lang Di team cannot possibly be so weak." Zhang Pai. The audience supporting the Wang Di battle team fervently shouted Zhang Pai's name, believing him to be exceptionally formidable. In contrast, the supporters of the Hai Xiao battle team were rendered speechless, as Zhang Pai's triple kill had dealt them a heavy blow. Regarding the fact that the Wang Di battle team lost the first blood to the Hai Xiao team, they merely attributed it to a mistake, dismissing it as not reflective of the true strength of the Wang Di team. Chapter 40, a stunning turnaround at this moment. We observe the Wang Di team engaging the tyrant, while the Hai Xiao team cautiously approaches, hinting at the potential for a team fight. Lu Chong continued his commentary. Han Xian initiated the tyrant, and the other members of the Wang Di team joined in the effort. By the time the Hai Xiao team arrived, the Wang Di team had already slain the tyrant, prompting the Hai Xiao team to retreat. Broadcast, Han Xian has slain the tyrant. No team fight occurred. Yet Zhang Pai's Han Xian gradually distanced himself economically from the rest of the players. We await to see if he can orchestrate a magnificent team fight in the early game. Lu Chong attentively monitored the unfolding situation while explaining it to the audience. Empowered by his 3 kills, Han Xian swiftly cleared his jungle and then set his sights on capturing Sun Shangxiang in the bottom lane. Upon sensing danger, Sun Shangxiang hastily retreated towards her tower. With a deft roll using her first skill, she evaded a considerable distance, but for Han Xian, who possessed multiple skills, Catching up to her was inevitable. As he closed in, he immediately unleashed his first skill, launching her into the air. Unexpectedly, Guan Yu burst forth from the brush, forcing Han Xian to dodge swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been struck by Guan Yu's initial attack. Aware of Guan Yu's presence, Han Xian decided to withdraw. After all, with Guan Yu engaging him, Sun Minglong would surely unleash damage from behind, and Han Xian could not withstand it due to his marginal economic advantage. "Thank you," exclaimed the player controlling Sun Shangxiang, relieved that he had narrowly escaped Han Xian's grasp. "No need for thanks. Just be more cautious in the future and avoid being isolated, lest you fall prey to Han Xian's ambush. Next time, I may not be so fortunate to be nearby," warned the player controlling Guan Yu. It was indeed a stroke of luck that he happened upon the bottom lane and witnessed Han Xian attempting to eliminate Sun Shangxiang, thus lending his assistance. However, with Guan Yu's arrival, Sun Shangxiang's chance to secure a kill evaporated, leaving Han Xian exceedingly frustrated. Yet, there was little he could do, currently. He was in his jungle clearing monsters when another Guan Yu appeared. The latter's first skill swiftly dispatched Han Xian's blue buff, inciting Han Xian's fury to unprecedented levels. "Since you've dared to steal my blue, you shall face the consequences. I shall not hesitate to eliminate you once more," Zhang Pai declared vehemently. Han Xian executed a swift retribution to slow Guan Yu down. With no choice left, he activated his ultimate ability to increase his speed. But Han Xian countered with his second skill, followed by his first skill to launch Guan Yu into the air, delivering a basic attack and then another hit with his second skill. Guan Yu found it impossible to escape, realizing his ultimate was depleted and his second skill just used. Han Xian unleashed his ultimate, decisively securing Guan Yu's head. Broadcast, Han Xian sweeps through the battlefield. Having claimed Guan Yu's life, Zhang Pai felt immense satisfaction, believing that Guan Yu would no longer dare to harass him. Meanwhile, the player controlling Guan Yu felt deep remorse, having assumed that activating his ultimate would ensure his escape, only to find himself firmly ensnared by Han Xian. The captain of the Hai Xiao team cautioned Guan Yu, advising him that Han Xian had become excessively powerful and to avoid provoking him for the time being. With Guan Yu's death in Han Xian's hands, the economic disparity on the battlefield favored Han Xian, and should they falter in the early game, their chances of victory would diminish significantly. Therefore, they must endure until the late game, as the overall economic advantage of the Wang Di team was substantial, with their kill count also playing a crucial role. Acknowledging this, the player controlling Guan Yu nodded and returned to the game. Having slain Guan Yu, Han Xian, positioned in the top lane, proceeded to demolish the tower. Broadcast, Han Xian has destroyed this tower. After obliterating the tower, Han Xian swiftly departed, aware that members of the Hai Xiao team would soon arrive to clear the minion wave. Remaining there would surely result in a significant loss. The audience erupted in cheers as Han Xian claimed Guan Yu's life and destroyed the tower. Zhang Pai, my idol. Go, go. The majority of the audience believed that the Wang Di team was destined to win, having witnessed their formidable prowess. It was evident that the Wang Di team enjoyed immense popularity, and Zhang Pai's assassin was indeed remarkable, his strength not to be underestimated. The outcome of the match remained uncertain, leaving all to ponder the possibility of a dramatic comeback. Lu Chong expressed his excitement, reflecting on Zhang Pai's impressive performance. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain about which team would ultimately seize victory. Although the Hai Xiao team lacked the overall strength of the Wang Di team, the prospect of an astonishing turnaround lingered, a thought that was truly disconcerting. As the match progressed to the 15-minute mark, the Hai Xiao team found themselves nearly at their last stronghold, as many towers had been stealthily taken by Han Xian. Consequently, Han Xian's economic advantage surged, positioning him as the highest economic player in the match, fully equipped while others were still in the process of building their items. "Captain, our economy is so high. Should we attempt to take the Lord and push for the enemy's crystal?" inquired one of the team members. "Indeed, with the Lord in our possession, I am confident we can swiftly destroy the enemy's crystal." Zhang Pai nodded in agreement, indicating a willingness to pursue the Lord. Zhang Pai's primary motivation for targeting the Lord was that, upon defeating it, they would gain the Lord's minions to aid in their tower push. With Zhang Pai's consent, the team cleared the minion wave and ventured toward the Lord, concerned that the Hai Xiao team might discover their intentions. Zhang Pai instructed Zhang Fei to lie in ambush in the brush behind the red buff. Having defeated the Lord, could this potentially be their final team fight? Lu Chong anxiously remarked. After all, they had the Lord of the Abyss, and a fierce assault on the crystal was conceivable. At that moment, Sun Shangxiang was preparing to secure the Lord, having observed no trace of the Lang Di team on the map. Curiosity led her to the Lord's location, only to discover that indeed, they were in the midst of battling for it. As the Lang Di team was engaged with the Lord, Sun Shangxiang informed her teammates and the captain. All members of the Hai Xiao team proceeded towards the Lord, while the Lang Di team had only managed to deplete half of its health without vanquishing it. Observing this, a team member hastily advised Captain Zhang Pai, "The Hai Xiao team is approaching. We must retreat, or we will perish here." However, Zhang Pai dismissed the warning, retorting, "The Lord's health is nearly depleted. Why should we run? Once we secure the Lord, we need not fear them. Strike quickly." Initially, the teammates contemplated withdrawing from the Lord, but Zhang Pai's words compelled them to persist in their assault. Meanwhile, the Hai Xiao team slowly advanced, witnessing the Lord on the verge of being defeated. Unexpectedly, Lu Bu unleashed a powerful skill, decisively claiming the Lord. This maneuver directly led to the downfall of the 4 members of the Lang Di team, as Zhang Fei, concealed in the brush, quickly activated his second skill, soaring towards the Lord and unleashing his ultimate ability. Could this be the final team battle? Lu Chong felt a bead of sweat trickle down, realizing the gravity of the moment. Should the Lang Di team annihilate the 5 members of the Hai Xiao team, it could very well signify a game-ending blow. Conversely, if the Hai Xiao team were to eliminate the Lang Di team, a remarkable turnaround might be in store. This is indeed the last team battle, he mused. I suspect Lang Di will emerge victorious, given their economic advantage. Sun Minglong, fixated on the match, expressed his excitement, feeling more exhilarated than if he were competing himself. Yet, Mo Yang shook his head, leaving Sun Minglong perplexed, for he believed his earlier statements were sound. Now, with 20 minutes elapsed, the economic disparity between the Hai Xiao and Lang Di teams was narrowing. At this point, it was no longer merely about economy, but about prowess. Mo Yang explained. After all, in the late game, early advantages became irrelevant, and it all hinged on one decisive team battle. Listening to this, Sun Minglong nodded silently, continuing to observe the unfolding confrontation. The Lord was seized by the Hai Xiao team, leading the Lang Di team to attempt an escape. Yet they found themselves surrounded by the Hai Xiao team, intent on annihilating them. With Jiao Chan possessing a blue buff, she swiftly entered the fray, unleashing her ultimate and encircling the 5 adversaries. Han Xian aimed to eliminate Sun Shangxiang, but was thwarted by Lu Bu, who collaborated with Sun Shangxiang to dispatch Han Xian. Recognizing him as a fragile target, especially with Sun Shangxiang's late-game critical hits proving formidable. Witnessing this, Zhang Fei attempted his ultimate, but was swiftly overwhelmed by Jiao Chan, whose brief skill effect dissipated, compelling him to flee to avoid total annihilation. The remaining 3 members of the Lang Di team fell before the Hai Xiao team. The announcement echoed, Jiao Chan with a triple kill. The Hai Xiao team successfully eliminated all 4 members of the Lang Di team and celebrated. Though they knew it was not yet time for jubilation, only a definitive victory warranted celebration. Remarkably, the Hai Xiao team triumphed in this team battle without suffering a single casualty, leaving Lu Chong astonished. He had anticipated a victory for the Lang Di team. The Hai Xiao team then proceeded to demolish the first turret in the mid lane, continuing their offensive, as the moment to push for the crystal had arrived. If they let this opportunity slip, it might never return. The minion wave advanced steadily, toppling the second turret of the Lang Di team. At this juncture, Zhang Fei, having regained full health, hurried to defend the tower. Hold the high ground until we respawn. We will strategize then, Zhang Pai urgently instructed the player controlling Zhang Fei, unwilling to be overwhelmed in a single push. The player nodded and moved to defend the tower, but to their surprise, the Hai Xiao team charged in, eliminating Zhang Fei, bolstered by their marksman, mage, and Lu Bu. The Hai Xiao team rejoiced as they witnessed the complete annihilation of the Lang Di team, leading them to march forward, decisively destroying the Lang Di crystal without hesitation. As the match concluded, the Hai Xiao team celebrated their unexpected victory over the Lang Di team, while the supporters of the latter fell silent. Conversely, the audience backing the Hai Xiao team erupted in jubilation. How could the Lang Di team possibly lose? Lamented one supporter. Regardless of their size, the reality was undeniable. The victory belonged to the Hai Xiao team. Lu Chong, equally astonished, felt compelled to announce the outcome. The Hai Xiao team has emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, the supporters of the Lang Di team grew even more agitated, while those cheering for the Hai Xiao team reveled in delight. However, another match awaited them. Should they win, they would secure a place in the semifinals. Conversely, the Lang Di team bore expressions of disappointment, having initially believed victory was within their grasp. The unexpected turnaround had indeed caught them off guard, reminiscent of the classic tale of the tortoise and the hare. Chapter 41. A crucial match. Although the first match had ended in favor of one team, 2 victories were necessary to advance to the semifinals. It remained uncertain whether the Lang Di team could seize the opportunity or let it slip through their fingers. Lu Chong spoke earnestly into the microphone to the audience. However, a halftime break was necessary as both teams prepared for the second match, though the situation for the Lang Di team appeared quite grim. Captain, we actually lost to the Hai Xiao team, one of the players sighed in resignation, unable to accept the reality. After all, They were a team capable of contending with Long Tian and Wang Zhe teams, yet they suffered an unexpected defeat against Hai Xiao, which was indeed astonishing. Not only were they taken aback, but the spectators were equally surprised. We must perform better in the second half, otherwise. We want to even make it to the semifinals, and I can only imagine the ridicule we would face, Zhang Pai lamented, feeling that there was nothing more to say. As the truth was undeniable. Just as their spirits were low, a middle-aged man slowly entered the Lang Di team's war room, holding a notebook. The players, including Zhang Pai, were taken aback upon seeing him and quickly greeted him with a bow, collectively exclaiming, "Hello, coach." Indeed, the man who entered was their coach, Cui Zhong. "Do you understand the mistakes you made in this match?" Cui Zhong addressed Zhang Pai and the others sternly. He had been observing the match from the sidelines and felt immense disappointment due to the defeat, especially against Hai Xiao. Zhang Pai and his teammates were at a loss for words, unaware of where they had gone wrong. Witnessing their confusion, Cui Zhong shook his head in disappointment. How could they consider themselves a formidable team if they did not even know the reasons for their loss? "Let me elucidate the reasons behind your defeat," Cui Zhong said firmly, instructing them to sit down so he could thoroughly explain their errors. "Do you not realize how reckless you were in the latter stages of the game, especially under economic pressure? This led to a disjointed performance where each of you showcased your individual skills rather than working as a cohesive unit. Look at the Hai Xiao team. Despite facing adversity, they remained united. Now, observe yourselves." Cui Zhong expressed his frustration towards Zhang Pai and the others. They were oblivious to their faults, which left him speechless. "Coach," Zhang Pai murmured, lowering his head, unsure of what to say. He felt a wave of shame wash over him as he recognized the multitude of issues that had gone unnoticed before Cui Zhong's intervention. Enough of this embarrassment. Focus on the next match. If you do not take it seriously, you will truly miss out on the semifinals. Do you not aspire to win the championship of the Wang Zhe Yao Campus Championship? Cui Zhong emphasized earnestly. He was acutely aware of Zhang Pai's desire to capture the next championship, which fueled his determination to prevent them from faltering in the knockout stage. "I want to win the championship of the Wang Zhe Yao Campus Championship," Zhang Pai declared loudly, his voice echoing in the soundproof room, almost audible to the audience outside. Upon hearing this, Cui Zhong nodded with satisfaction, wishing to remind Zhang Pai of his original intent for participating in the tournament. His visit to the Lang Di team's war room was meant to instill these values in them, to remember their motivations, and to perform to the best of their abilities. In the time that followed, Cui Zhong introduced a new formation to Zhang Pai and his teammates, as the previous one was no longer viable. Both the Lang Di and Hai Xiao teams had their coaches present, signaling the importance of the upcoming match. Winning would secure a place in the semifinals, while losing would mean facing Lang Di again, a pressure that weighed heavily on both sides. It was evident that both coaches were diligently strategizing for their teams, and Lu Chang expressed his growing anticipation for the next match to the audience. As the time for the next match had not yet arrived, Lu Chang took the opportunity to engage the audience with commentary. Meanwhile, Mo Yang and his teammates were intently focused on the screen. Mo Yang noted that the highlight of the match was undoubtedly the remarkable comeback by the Hai Xiao team, which dealt a significant blow to the Lang Di team. "It's unfortunate that the Lang Di team was caught off guard by Hai Xiao's turnaround. I initially believed Lang Di would secure the win," Sun Menglong sighed, reflecting on the unpredictability of events. "Until the final second, no one can predict the outcome," Mo Yang mused, contemplating the unpredictable nature of life. Sun Menglong observed that both the Lang Di and Hai Xiao teams had coaches, while his own team lacked any. This thought filled him with dismay. "Why do they have coaches, while we do not have even one?" Sun Menglong lamented. Mo Yang could only chuckle at this, explaining that the Lang Di team had previously reached the finals but lost to Long Tian, and having a coach was mandatory for such stages. The Hai Xiao team seems to have a well-concealed strategy. It appears their coach has imparted valuable tactics to them, Mo Yang continued to clarify. Not only teams that reached the finals could enlist coaches. Mo Yang's team could also seek a coach, yet he was uncertain whom to approach. Suddenly, Sun Menglong, with a mischievous grin, suggested, "What if we make it to the finals? Shouldn't we find a coach in advance?" Hearing this, Mo Yang could only respond with an awkward smile, realizing that they hadn't even faced the knockout stage yet, and Sun Menglong was already contemplating the finals, which added to his embarrassment. "Will it be possible?" Sun Menglong continued, grinning at Mo Yang. After all, Mo Yang is the captain of the Xiao Feng battle team, so it is only fitting that he seeks out the coach alongside Mo Yang. Reluctantly swayed by Sun Menglong, he found himself compelled to agree. "All right. After we finish this elimination match and advance to the semifinals, we shall seek out the coach together. What do you think, Jia Sheng, Li Ning, Shao Jian?" Although Mo Yang nodded in affirmation, he wished to ascertain the thoughts of Wang Jiasheng, Li Ning, and Shao Jian. This team comprises 5 individuals, and thus it is imperative for Mo Yang to consult his teammates before making a decision. This way, he can avoid any conflicts. as Mo Yang certainly does not wish for discord during the competition. That would indeed be counterproductive. I have no objections. Neither do I, Lao Mo. No issues here. Wang Jiasheng and the others expressed their support for Mo Yang's initiative to seek a coach, not only without dissent, but with enthusiastic agreement. After all, having a coach to rectify their mistakes would be beneficial. Well, since everyone is in accord, we will find the coach after the elimination match. And let us strive to secure our place in the semifinals. Mo Yang was the first to extend his hand. Subsequently, Sun Minglong, Wang Jiasheng, Li Ning, and Shao Jian each placed their hands atop one another. Let us go, let us go, let us go. They collectively shouted their rallying cry. Simultaneously, Mo Yang wished to share good news with Zhu Ming. After all, Zhu Ming's absence from the competition was a regrettable circumstance, and Mo Yang was determined not to lose this elimination match, as that would only deepen Zhu Ming's disappointment. They were all filled with excitement, ready to embrace the match that awaited them, though currently, the focus was on the clash between the Hai Xiao battle team and the Lang Di battle team. Let us return to the scene of the Wang Zhirong Yao Campus Championship, where, following a brief intermission, both teams were set to engage in yet another crucial match. Who will emerge victorious? Stay tuned. Lu Chang exclaimed joyfully. The audience, having waited so long, finally saw the match commence, and their patience was rewarded. Let us go. Let us go. Zhang Pai, our idol, let us cheer for the Hai Xiao battle team. Many spectators rallied behind their favored team, fervently supporting them. Despite Zhang Pai's team having suffered a loss in a previous match, their popularity remained unscathed, as the Hai Xiao battle team had captured the hearts of many, resulting in a chorus of encouragement for them. The Lang Di battle team and the Hai Xiao battle team officially began their hero selection, both sides acutely aware of the match's significance. Should the Hai Xiao battle team triumph, they would advance directly to the semifinals. However, if the Lang Di battle team were to win, they would have another opportunity to redeem themselves in a subsequent match. Thus, this contest was of paramount importance to both teams, and Lu Chang eagerly anticipated the showdown. Chapter 42, is it over? The Lang Di battle team and the Hai Xiao battle team were in the midst of selecting their heroes, while their coach supervised the process. Zhang Pai, you should stick with Han Xin, and take 2 others to assist you in countering the red buff, Cui Zhong advised Zhang Pai, as Han Xin was his most proficient champion. Understood, Zhang Pai nodded, promptly selecting Han Xin. Cui Zhong expressed his satisfaction and proceeded to instruct the next player on hero selection. Choose Dong Huang Tai Yi. At the start, follow Han Xin. Cui Zhong directed one of the Lang Di team members. The individual nodded and selected Dong Huang Tai Yi, after which Cui Zhong guided them to choose Zhuang Zhou, Zhuge Liang, and Huang Zhong. This lineup, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Zhuang Zhou, Zhuge Liang, and Han Xin, will counter the red buff, while Huang Zhong will clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. If you cannot secure the red, retreat quickly, do not lose your life. Cui Zhong said gravely to Zhang Pai, emphasizing the stakes of this pivotal match. A loss would mean they could not participate in the semifinals, finals, or grand finals. Thus, Cui Zhong hoped for their victory. Yes, coach. Zhang Pai and the others responded in unison, their determination palpable. Cui Zhong felt a surge of happiness. Having finalized the hero selections, he could not linger in the battle room. After imparting a few final instructions, he exited. Meanwhile, the Hai Xiao battle team also followed their coach's strategy in selecting their heroes. The coaches of the Lang Di and Hai Xiao teams exchanged handshakes before returning to their respective team areas to observe the match, with the heroes selected under their coach's guidance. The match promised to be thrilling, as the outcome would determine their fates. Lu Chang stated with tension, feeling the weight of anticipation for both the Lang Di and Hai Xiao teams. This match was indeed critical for both squads, as a single misstep could prove fatal. After all, this was an elimination round. A loss would preclude them from advancing to the next match. Lang Di battle team, Han Xin, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Zhuang Zhou, Huang Zhong, Zhuge Liang. Hai Xiao battle team, Li Yuanfang, Buji Huowu, Zhong Wu Yen, Guan Yu Zhaoyun. Announcement, welcome to the battlefield of Wang Zhirong Yao. The enemy will arrive in 3 seconds. Han Xin and his team swiftly heeded their coach's instructions, with Dong Huang Tai Yi, Zhuang Zhou, and Zhuge Liang accompanying Han Xin to counter the red buff. However, due to Li Yuanfang's passive ability, which can detect enemy heroes' locations, Li Yuanfang quickly alerted his teammates upon observing the situation. Han Xin began attacking the red buff with urgency, for time was of the essence. The faster he acted, the better. Just as he was engaged in the endeavor, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu appeared, arriving to provide support. Protect me. Protect me. Zhang Pai called out to Dong Huang Tai Yi and Zhuang Zhou. Without their protection, Han Xin risked being eliminated by Zhao Yun and Guan Yu. And he certainly did not wish for his team to concede first blood to the Hai Xiao battle team. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing Zhang Pai's command, they quickly positioned themselves in front of him. As the battle raged on, Han Xian found his health dwindling to precarious levels. Yet, he resolutely continued to engage in the struggle for the red buff. With a decisive use of his retribution, he secured it, subsequently activating his second skill, followed by his first skill, which allowed him to swiftly retreat back to his jungle. Meanwhile, Zhang Pai was busy taking the blue buff in his own jungle, but made sure to converse with Dong Huang Tai Yi, Zhuang Zhou, and Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, utilizing his second skill in a three-part sequence, managed to escape back to the safety of the mid-lane tower. However, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Zhuang Zhou were firmly ensnared by Li Yuanfang, Guan Yu, and Zhao Yun. Guan Yu executed a reverse maneuver, forcefully pushing Dong Huang Tai Yi back into the clutches of Li Yuanfang. At this juncture, Zhao Yun had reached level 2 and unleashed his first skill, followed by his second skill, which further slowed Dong Huang Tai Yi. On the other side, Li Yuanfang commenced his assault with his first skill, landing 4 hits that severely depleted Zhuang Zhou's health. Ultimately, they were ensnared by the Hai Xiao team and could not escape, resulting in their demise at the hands of the opposing team. The broadcast announced, Li Yuanfang has slain Zhuang Zhou, and Guan Yu has slain Dong Huang Tai Yi. Did I not instruct you to retreat? Zhang Pai suddenly exclaimed in frustration towards Dong Huang Tai Yi and Zhuang Zhou. We simply cannot escape. Guan Yu's first skill has pushed us back to our original position, compounded by Li Yuanfang and Zhao Yun. There's no way out. Indeed, that's the reality. The two replied candidly. If they could have fled, they would have done so long ago, but alas. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Zhuang Zhou had yet to reach level 2 and were utterly incapable of escape. In the 4th minute of the game, the Hai Xiao team had already secured 2 kills. Would the Lang D team falter in the playoffs? Lu Chang lamented, though we preserved Han Xian. We lost Dong Huang Tai Yi and Zhuang Zhou. The supporters of the Lang D team were equally disheartened, not expecting to see 2 of their members fall so early at the hands of the Hai Xiao team. Many spectators began gravitating towards the Hai Xiao team, sensing that this match was likely theirs to win, leading to a decline in support for the Lang D team. What are you doing? Why are you heading towards the Hai Xiao team? One spectator angrily questioned, observing the supporters of the Lang D team abandoning their allegiance for the Hai Xiao team. He was incensed. How can they give up before the final moment? Humph, I initially thought the Lang D team was formidable, but they are merely a paper tiger. Another retorted, the Hai Xiao team is currently overwhelming them. How can we continue to support such a team? Exactly, having lost 2 members again at the start. Remaining here to support them would only lead to further embarrassment. Let us leave before the match concludes and the Lang D team faces a crushing defeat. Alright, let us go. Many former supporters of the Lang D team hastily made their way to the Hai Xiao team, convinced that victory was assured for the latter and deeming it unnecessary to remain in support of the Lang D team. He sighed in resignation, recognizing that the situation was beyond his control. He could only hope for a miraculous turnaround from the Lang D team to vindicate themselves against their detractors. Meanwhile, the morale of the Hai Xiao team surged, while that of the Lang D team appeared grim. The tyrant was also seized, and their jungle was being overrun. Han Xian's economic status was abysmally low, rendering him nearly useless in the late game. What shall we do now, Captain? The opposing team is economically superior and has us pinned down. Stepping out will lead to our demise. The player controlling Dong Huang Tai Yi exclaimed in anxiety. Currently, any attempt to venture out would likely result in being hunted down by the Hai Xiao team. Stay calm, we must defend the tower. If all else fails, we can drag the game into the late phase and hope to turn the tide when our economies are equal, Zhang Pai advised with a composed demeanor, urging his teammates to hold the tower, as this was a game centered around tower pushing. This is our only option now, lamented the player controlling Zhuge Liang. After their discussion, he proceeded to the top lane to perhaps clear the minion wave, with Zhuang Zhou closely trailing him to safeguard Zhuge Liang from potential ambush. As they cleared the minion wave, suddenly, 5 enemies erupted into view. Guan Yu unleashed his ultimate, propelling them northward, while Li Yuanfang followed with his own ultimate, complemented by Huo Wu's agile maneuvers, swiftly claiming both their heads. The broadcast announced, Huo Wu scores a double kill. Did I not instruct you to hold your ground? Why did you venture out? Zhang Pai exclaimed in exasperation, now left with only 3 players to defend the tower. If the Hai Xiao team pressed on to assault the crystal, it would spell doom for them. The players controlling Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou fell silent, astonished by the sudden emergence of 5 opponents. They loathed Guan Yu, knowing that without his skills, they might have successfully escaped. Everyone, I implore you, defend to the death. We cannot allow the Hai Xiao team to breach our crystal. Otherwise, we will be unable to reach the semi-finals. Zhang Pai declared resolutely to his teammates, acknowledging that blaming Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou at this point was futile. The Hai Xiao team, having eliminated Zhuang Zhou and Zhuge Liang, proceeded to attack the Lord. Zhang Pai was aware of their actions, but could not intervene without risking a total wipeout. Thus, they had no choice but to guard the tower. The broadcast announced, Zhao Jian has slain the Lord. Everyone, focus on defending the Lord minion. We must not allow it to approach our tower. If we withstand this wave, I believe we can endure. Zhang Pai encouraged his teammates. They nodded in agreement. Yet Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou were still in the process of respawning, leaving them with only one player to defend each lane. Let us push forward. The captain of the Hai Xiao team commanded his teammates, as their lord minion rendered tower destruction a mere formality. Understood, Captain. It seems this match is ours to win. Guan Yu, with an air of arrogance, boasted that he was responsible for nearly every kill that aided his teammates. The five of them swiftly converged in the mid lane, accompanied by a Dominator Vanguard. Observing this situation, Zhang Pai urgently instructed the remaining two teammates to return to the mid lane to defend their high ground, advising that they should disregard the other two lanes for the moment. The Dominator Vanguard advanced into the high ground of the Lang Di team. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun unleashed his ultimate ability, followed closely by Zhong Wuyan and Guan Yu, who charged into the fray, while Li Yuanfang and Huo Wu provided damage from the rear. Han Xian leaped over the barrier, attempting to flank Li Yuanfang and Huo Wu, but their economic advantage proved insurmountable, and Li Yuanfang quickly dispatched Han Xian. Hold your ground and wait for Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou. Zhang Pai shouted desperately, aware that a team wipe could spell disaster. Yet, the stark reality was harsh. The Hai Sun team exhibited exceptional teamwork. Although Huang Zhong activated his ultimate, Zhao Yun fearlessly engaged, striking Huang Zhong, while the others rushed in to secure the kill, simultaneously taking down Dong, Huang Taiyi. Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou were only 3 seconds away from resurrection, and it remained uncertain if they could thwart the Hai Sun team from destroying their crystal upon revival. Zhang Pai and his team were visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on their brows, while Cui Zhong paced anxiously in front of the screen. Were they truly on the brink of elimination in the playoffs? Would this match indeed end in victory for the Hai Sun team? Lu Chang slammed his hand on the table, rising to exclaim that the Hai Sun team awaited the arrival of the Dominator Vanguard. Meanwhile, supporters of the Hai Sun team were ready to raise their signs, celebrating the prospect of their team advancing to the semifinals. However, Mo Yang, fixated on the screen, held a different perspective, believing that until the final moment, the outcome was still uncertain. The Dominator Vanguard entered the battlefield, with only 2 seconds remaining until Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou revived. Upon seeing the Dominator Vanguard's arrival, the Hai Sun team launched a fierce assault on the crystal. Zhang Pai, glued to his phone, mentally counted down 2-1. As the Hai Sun team relentlessly attacked the crystal, Zhuge Liang promptly activated his second skill, dashing towards the Dominator Vanguard, followed by an ultimate attack on Li Yuanfang, who also sustained damage from the Vanguard. Zhuang Zhou swiftly employed his first skill to slow their adversaries, allowing them to finally defend against this wave of the Dominator Vanguard. The situation had become dire for the Hai Sun team, their health severely depleted, rendering them incapable of a direct assault on the crystal. Yet, the crystal's health was critically low, but with Zhuge Liang and Zhuang Zhou guarding it, they could not breach the defenses. Let us retreat. The captain of the Hai Sun team sighed, lamenting their failure to dismantle the crystal swiftly, which allowed the Lang Di team to hold their ground. One of the players contemplated advising the captain, but ultimately refrained, realizing that the captain's decisions were final, and further discussion would bear no fruit. Despite the Hai Sun team members feeling immense frustration, they recognized the necessity of retreating, awaiting another opportunity to push against the Lang Di team's crystal. The Hai Sun team, initially poised at the Lang Di crystal, had since dispersed, with some returning to base to regain health, while others engaged in jungle monsters for recovery. In summary, the Lang Di team had successfully defended their position. Yes, we finally held our ground, Zhang Pai exclaimed joyously, feeling a happiness surpassing the prospect of victory. Indeed, we are fortunate to have defended it. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated from the semifinals, remarked the player controlling Zhuang Zhou, feeling a sense of relief that fortune favored them in safeguarding the crystal. The audience was left in astonishment, having previously believed the Hai Sun team was destined for victory, only to witness the Lang Di team's remarkable defense. The Lang Di team had not succumbed, and the match continued. Although Lu Chang was taken aback by the turn of events, he remained focused on the unfolding situation. They had successfully defended this phase, but they needed to clear the minion waves surrounding them, as any minion reaching the crystal could potentially lead to its destruction. Before long, Han Xian revived, while the Hai Sun team maintained their formation, lying in wait in the brush, hoping to ambush an opponent. Huang Zhong and Zhuang Zhou remained vigilant at their tower, preventing any attempts to sneak an attack, while Han Xian operated independently, primarily tasked with disrupting the minion waves, attempting to take down towers when possible, but retreating if faced with overwhelming odds. However, the Hai Sun team found themselves waiting in vain, as no opponents appeared. They were forced to clear minions and push with the super minions, now fully restored to health. Just as they intended to advance with the super minions towards the crystal, they realized that the minion waves had been severed by Han Xian, compelling them to await the next wave. Yet, the next wave was similarly thwarted by Han Xian, inciting considerable anger within the Hai Sun team. Damn it, this Han Xian is infuriating, preventing any minion waves from reaching our crystal. With Huang Zhong guarding the tower, we cannot mount an offensive, the captain of the Hai Sun team expressed with frustration. He had not anticipated Han Xian's relentless interference. Attempts to capture him met with failure as Han Xian effortlessly evaded their efforts, utilizing his mobility skills. At this moment, Han Xian's objective was not to secure kills, but to disrupt the minion waves and take down towers. A responsibility he upheld as the Lang Di team found themselves at a disadvantage. Remarkable. He has truly salvaged the entire match from the brink of defeat. Zhang Pai is indeed a genius assassin, Lu Chong exclaimed excitedly, realizing this was their true strength. Although the Lang Di team found themselves in a precarious position, with Han Xian leading the charge, a comeback was not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhang Pai, keep it up. I believe in you, shouted an enthusiastic spectator, raising their hands high and standing up in support. With the audience leading the charge, many supporters of the Lang Di team rose to cheer them on, much to Zhang Pai's delight, providing a much-needed boost of motivation to the Lang Di squad. Meanwhile, Han Xian maneuvered across the lanes, severing minion waves and clearing them, while his teammates focused on defending their base, awaiting a balanced economic situation to strike at the opportune moment, that is, during a team fight. Unbeknownst to Han Xian, the Hai Xiao team had long been lying in wait in the brush. With a favorable minion wave at his disposal, Han Xian aimed to push down the opposing tower. However, at that moment, Guan Yu unleashed his ultimate ability, catching Han Xian off guard, while Zhong Wuing followed suit with her ultimate, immobilizing Han Xian completely. And with a dart from Li Yuanfang, Han Xian was left incapacitated. The broadcast announced, Li Yuanfang dealt damage to Han Xian. Finally, this bothersome adversary had been dealt with, exclaimed the player controlling Li Yuanfang. The Hai Xiao team was intent on eliminating Han Xian to alleviate their concerns about tower theft and disrupted minion waves. Well done. The captain of Hai Xiao expressed with great joy, as they were finally ready to assault the Lang Di team's crystal. On the other hand, the Lang Di team was in a state of urgency, as Zhang Pai's Han Xian had been slain by Hai Xiao. Do not panic, do not panic. Focus on defending the tower for now, and leave the rest for later, Zhang Pai urged, understanding that his teammates were anxious. Yet, he wanted his comrades to grasp the importance of remaining calm in such moments. Otherwise, they risked losing their composure in the match. All right, everyone. Hold the tower until the captain respawns, shouted the player controlling Huang Zhong. The other team members prepared to defend the crystal, determined to endure until their captain returned, resolutely maintaining their composure. Without Han Xian, the Lang Di team felt confident of victory. Conversely, the Hai Xiao team believed the match was in their grasp, awaiting the advance of super minions before launching a full-scale assault to secure their win. We must hold our ground, Cui Zhong said anxiously from in front of the screen, aware that failure to defend would eliminate them from the semifinals. This sentiment echoed Zhang Pai's thoughts. He too wished to avoid a premature exit from the playoffs, as this was not indicative of their true capabilities. Huang Zhong had already set up his turret, bracing for the Hai Xiao team's approach. The presence of the troublesome hero Huang Zhong posed a significant obstacle for their tower push, while Zhao Yun aimed to unleash his ultimate to target Huang Zhong. Zhao Yun's initiation marked the commencement of the team battle, yet Huang Zhong stood firm against him. Utilizing his second skill, Huang Zhong granted himself a temporary shield. And upon witnessing this, Dong Huang Tai quickly activated his ultimate, eliminating Zhao Yun. The broadcast announced, Dong Huang Tai killed Zhao Yun. Following Zhao Yun's defeat, Huang Zhong continued to deal damage from the backline, while Li Yuanfang and Ji Wu danced in combat against Zhuang Zhou and Dong Huang Tai. As Guan Yu prepared to strike with his first skill, he was unable to unleash his ultimate due to its cooldown, resorting instead to his first and second skills. Observing this, Zhuge Liang swiftly moved to eliminate Guan Yu, perceiving him as a significant threat. With a well-timed first skill to slow Guan Yu, followed by a double strike from his second skill, Zhuge Liang secured the kill with his ultimate. The broadcast announced, Zhuge Liang killed Guan Yu. The audience watched with bated breath, acutely aware that the outcome of this team battle could determine the match's victor. Go Lang Di, go Hai Xiao. The spectators fervently rallied behind their respective teams. Li Yuanfang and Ji Wu executed their synergy flawlessly, securing the kill on Zhuge Liang. The broadcast announced, Li Yuanfang killed Zhuge Liang. However, they soon entered Huang Zhong's attack range, where a few cannon shots coupled with critical hits swiftly took down Li Yuanfang. The broadcast announced, Huang Zhong killed Li Yuanfang. Although Ji Wu exhibited remarkable agility, evading several of Huang Zhong's shots, her health was critically low. Noticing this, Dong Huang Tai unleashed his second skill, swiftly dispatching Ji Wu. The The broadcast announced, Dong Huang Tai Yi killed Ji Wu. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhou fell victim to Zhong Wuying's assault, having previously sustained damage from Li Yuanfeng, making his demise inevitable. The broadcast announced, Zhong Wuying killed Zhuang Zhou. We must retreat. They have Huang Zhong and Dong Huang Tai Yi. The captain of Haishao urgently advised the player controlling Zhong Wuying. Understood, Captain. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, he promptly activated his skills to escape. What a spectacular team battle! Lu Chong exclaimed from the commentary booth, noting Longdi's exceptional teamwork that led to the elimination of 4 members of the Haishao team. Huang Zhong and Dong Huang Tai Yi did not pursue Zhong Wuying, but instead surged forward with the minion wave, demolishing Haishao's first mid-tower and second tower. Advancing towards the high ground. Defend the crystal at all costs. We cannot allow Huang Zhong and Dong Huang Tai Yi to shatter it. The Haishao captain urged in a frantic tone. With only 10 seconds left until their revival, and the high ground already breached by Huang Zhong and Dong Huang Tai Yi, they were left with only their crystal. If they could not defend it, the match would conclude with a victory for Longdi. Can Haishao hold their ground this time? Lu Chong said nervously, but as he watched Dong Huang Tai Yi initiate his ultimate, he sensed the match's fate was sealed. Dong Huang Tai Yi's ultimate ensnared Zhong Wuying, while Huang Zhong unleashed a flurry of damage from behind. Now fully equipped, he swiftly obliterated Zhong Wuying, leading to her demise at his hands. Broadcast, Huang Zhong has slain Zhong Wuyan. Seizing this opportunity, the Lang Di team swiftly demolished the crystal of the Haishao team, thus turning the tide of the match in favor of the Lang Di team. It can be said that the two teams are square. The Lang Di team had previously been bested by the Haishao team, and now the Haishao team has fallen to the Lang Di team. With merely 5 seconds remaining, the Haishao team was on the brink of revival, yet it was too late. The match concluded with a victory for the Lang Di team. Lu Chong stood up in exuberance, exclaiming, "Yay! We have finally triumphed in this match." The members of the Lang Di team were elated by their victory. No one could fathom the overwhelming joy that the Lang Di team felt at that moment. A joy that surpassed winning the lottery 1,000-fold. Chapter 44, Anticipation Apologies. As a result of the Lang Di team's victory, they were set to face off against the Haishao team once more, with this final match determining which team would advance to the semifinals. While the Lang Di team was overjoyed, they managed to temper their excitement, as they had not yet completely secured their victory. Well done. This is the strength you should possess. A cheerful voice resonated from behind them. It was none other than Cui Zhong. Coach, we have finally won a match. It seems we must give our all in the next one, Zhang Pai said with delight, still basking in the glow of their recent victory. Indeed. The next match will determine your entry into the semifinals. I hope you will give it your utmost. If you do, I will not hold it against you should you fall short. There is always next time. Cui Zhong sincerely wished for Zhang Pai and the others to approach the game with a calm mindset. Do not become anxious. If you do, you may not perform to your usual standard. The morale of the Lang Di team soared, as their unexpected victory was truly remarkable. They had initially believed the Haishao team would demolish their crystal. Instead, they managed to salvage the situation with but a sliver of health remaining. What a spectacular match. Mo Yang applauded in the waiting room, recognizing the significance of the game. Until the very last second, one must never concede defeat. This embodies their esports spirit. If it were a team with a poor mentality, they would have surely surrendered in such a situation. I also find it impressive, Lao Mo. What if we encounter the Lang Di team? Sun Minglong expressed his concerns after watching the match. We will undoubtedly face them, Mo Yang confidently asserted, leaving Sun Minglong astonished. The rules of the semifinals stipulated that every team could contend against all the others. The team that distinguished itself in the semifinals would advance to the finals. Mo Yang explained this in detail, noting Sun Minglong's astonishment. So that is how it is. But wait, if we face the Wangzhe team, we will surely be defeated, Sun Minglong said, trembling at the thought of competing against his greatest fear, the Wangzhe team. Ever since the host introduced the Wangzhe team, he had observed several of their matches in the waiting room and found them overwhelmingly impressive, living up to their reputation. Mo Yang merely patted Sun Minglong on the shoulder, reiterating that the outcome is not what matters. It is the journey that counts. We must give our all in every match to avoid any regrets. Sun Minglong nodded in understanding. Though he grasped this wisdom, he still feared facing the Wangzhe team. However, under Mo Yang's encouragement, his anxiety began to dissipate. As the intermission commenced, an exhilarating match was on the horizon, one that would determine which of the two teams would advance to the semifinals. Despite the Lang Di and Haishao teams taking a break, Lu Chong continued to commentate. The audience was fervent, cheering for their beloved teams, while the Lang Di and Haishao teams strategized in their soundproof rooms. How did you lose this match? Do you realize that if we lose again, we will not make it to the semifinals? The coach of the Haishao team expressed disappointment to the players. The captain and members of the Haishao team remained silent, heads bowed. What can I say to you? We had a chance to push the crystal. And we were so close to advancing to the semifinals. Why did you falter? The Hai Xiao team was reprimanded to understand that the competition is no trivial matter. If they were to lose this match, the Hai Xiao team would not progress to the semifinals. Every team has a dream of being champions. And the Hai Xiao team is no exception. The coach hoped they would give their all in the next match. Coach, are we too weak? The Lang Di team is composed of elite players. Will we lose in the next match? The captain of the Hai Xiao team said, shamefaced. While the coach might have felt this sentiment diminished his own authority, he knew he must impart a vital message. If we cannot win, then let us lose with dignity, proving that we are not an inferior team, but rather a worthy opponent to the Lang Di team. Do you understand? The coach declared, his gaze resolute. He hoped the players and captain of the Hai Xiao team would adopt this mindset, recognizing that competition entails both victory and defeat, regardless of the outcome. One must strive with all their might. Yes, the 5 members of the Hai Xiao team stood tall, embodying a soldier's demeanor. Meanwhile, the Lang Di team was preparing to face the Hai Xiao team in their final showdown. This match was unavoidable, and they must confront it head-on. Let us strive for our entry into the semifinals. Go. Cui Zhong uttered these words and raised his hand into the air, encouraging everyone. Zhang Pai was the second to place his hand atop Cui Zhong's. The members of the Lang Di team all joined their hands together, collectively exclaiming, Jiayu, Jiayu, Jiayu. This match was crucial for the Hai Xiao team, determining their fate in reaching the semifinals. At this moment, the coach of the Hai Xiao team expressed his joy and urged them to strive harder. The 5 members of the Hai Xiao team stacked their hands together, exchanging words of encouragement. The intermission passed swiftly, almost as if it were but the blink of an eye. As the match was about to restart, the audience rose in unison, cheering fervently. Lu Chong, seated in the commentary booth, prepared to resume his narration. He gently grasped the microphone and announced that this segment was brought to you by the sponsors, and the halftime break was concluding, leading into the first match of the final showdown. With such extensive equipment, it would not be possible without the support of the advertisers sponsoring this Wang Zhirong Yao campus competition. Lu Chong expressed his gratitude to those sponsors, acknowledging that without them, the event could not take place. However, these details paled in comparison to the significance of the final match, which directly affected the fate of both teams. The Lang Di team was determined to win. Jiayu, given that this was the final match, anticipation swelled among the audience regarding which team would be the first to secure a place in the semifinals, and they believed this match would be exceptionally thrilling. As preparations for the match commenced, Sun Minglong sought to gauge Mo Yang's thoughts on which team he believed would emerge victorious. Deep down, he found himself more supportive of the Lang Di team, despite the Hai Xiao team not boasting as impressive a record. Records, he believed, were mere embellishments. Akin to wearing designer clothing, the true measure lay in the team's ability to perform on the battlefield. Esports were inherently about skill, not just statistics. The Hai Xiao team demonstrated their prowess to the audience, proving they could stand toe-to-toe with the Lang Di team and might even triumph in the match. The Lang Di team, having recognized their earlier mistakes in the first match, rallied in the second, showcasing their capability to secure victory. Mo Yang articulated his belief regarding which team would prevail, noting that the Lang Di team had effectively corrected their inflated egos, approaching the battle with a balanced mindset, devoid of arrogance, and treating their opponents as equals. He emphasized that humility was crucial. Confidence should not be mistaken for arrogance, as these two concepts were distinctly different. Since we support different teams, let us wager on who will win this match, Sun Minglong proposed to Mo Yang. Very well, let us await the outcome. Mo Yang replied with a smile. Chapter 45. The Tyrant Strikes, Apologies. The final match was vital for both teams, and Lu Chong, from the commentary booth, encouraged them to give their all. He recognized the capabilities of both teams, noting that neither was superior. The essence lay in teamwork, as this was fundamentally a game for 5 players, and the absence of one would be detrimental. After a brief respite and a tactical discussion with their coach, they proceeded to the hero selection phase. Prior to selecting heroes, the Lang Di team and the Hai Xiao team naturally sought to ban the opposing team's formidable heroes. The Lang Di team was the first to ban Han Xian, clearly aiming to counter Zhang Pai. Lu Chong observed that the Hai Xiao team also opted to ban Han Xian, recognizing Zhang Pai's impressive performance with the character in the previous matches. The Lang Di team was unfazed by this development, as they were seasoned veterans accustomed to such scenarios. The first hero they chose to ban was Guan Yu. As his performance in the earlier matches had proven troublesome, it was imperative to eliminate him. The player who favored Guan Yu was taken aback, unable to fathom that the Lang Di team would ban his signature hero. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to devise an alternative strategy. The decision to ban Guan Yu was indeed warranted, given his formidable presence on the battlefield, marked by agile positioning and impactful engagements. Lu Chong maintained his focus on the unfolding events on the field, expressing little surprise at the ban, given the evident prowess of the Guan Yu player in prior matches. Next, the Hai Xiao team proceeded with their bans, the second being Huang Zhong, which was justified in their strategy. The Lang Di team subsequently banned Li Yuanfang and Bu Ji Huowu, while the final ban from the Hai Xiao team targeted Dong Huang Tai, due to the overwhelming power of his ultimate ability when allies were nearby. Time flew by, and both teams finalized their hero selections. The Lang Di team consisted of Li Bai, Tai Zhenren, Sun Shangxiang, Wang Zhaojun, and Niu Mo. The Hai Xiao team featured Diao Chan, Zhang Fei, Ma Kubo Luo, Liu Bang, and Aku. With Zhang Pai selecting Li Bai, the match promised to be increasingly exhilarating. Liu Chang was eager to see how Zhang Pai would perform with this character. He had not previously witnessed Zhang Pai utilize Li Bai and was looking forward to this new development. However, he was not solely rooting for the Lang Di team. He also recognized the strengths of the Hai Xiao team, noting their commendable lineup. Now, let us return to the battleground, where both sides were preparing to engage. Liu Chang began his commentary as the match commenced, keenly aware that both he and the audience were privy to every detail unfolding before them. The spectators outside the arena fervently shouted encouragement, eager to witness their favored team advance smoothly to the semifinals. Both teams bore the weight of this pressure as they engaged in the match. A momentary lapse could hand over the semifinals to their opponents. At this juncture, Li Bai, Niu Mo, and Sun Shangxiang conspired to invade the enemy's blue. Niu Mo initiated the assault, followed by Li Bai attacking the blue, with Sun Shangxiang providing cover. Zhang Pai lay in ambush within the brush, instructing his teammates. They nodded in agreement, preparing to strike as soon as the blue appeared in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Aku arrived at the blue, seizing the opportunity to attack, understanding the significance of early development. Zhang Pai exchanged a knowing glance with his teammates, who instantly comprehended his intent. Niu Mo charged in with his second skill, launching Aku into the air, followed by Sun Shangxiang's artillery fire. While Li Bai executed a second strike, ultimately eliminating Aku, Li Bai then claimed the blue with a decisive flick of his wrist. The broadcast announced, Li Bai secures first blood by vanquishing Aku. Diao Chan intended to assist Aku, but arrived only to find him already slain by Li Bai and his allies. Outnumbered, Diao Chan prudently retreated to the mid lane to cultivate her growth, waiting for the right moment to act. The Lang Di team's counter against the blue not only secured the buff, but also netted first blood, showcasing Zhang Pai's prowess with Li Bai. Liu Chang continued to narrate, praising the elegance of the recent blue counter. Beautiful. Everyone, maintain your composure and avoid recklessness. If we win this match, we shall secure our place in the semifinals, Zhang Pai reassured his teammates. Rest assured, Captain. His four teammates echoed in unison. Zhang Pai nodded, filled with pride. This match represented their final opportunity, and they must give it their all. Having claimed the enemy's blue, Li Bai proceeded to the red. After finishing the red, he checked his home blue, only to discover that Aku had claimed it, resulting in a trade. Unexpectedly, a skirmish erupted in the top lane between Marco Polo and Zhang Fei against Tai Zhenren. Li Bai hastened to provide support. Simultaneously, Liu Bang in the bottom lane observed the unfolding situation and teleported directly to Marco Polo. Li Bai, instead of rushing in, took a moment to farm the nearby jungle, then executed his first skill to leap into the fray, unleashing a devastating ultimate. While the damage to Zhang Fei and Liu Bang was minimal, it significantly impacted Marco Polo. Noticing Li Bai's arrival, Tai Zhenren swiftly retreated. Lingering could have resulted in Marco Polo's demise. Marco Polo, having absorbed Li Bai's ultimate, was compelled to return home. Without sufficient damage output, Zhang Fei dared not advance from the tower, and Liu Bang returned to the bottom lane to farm. Zhang Pai kindly advised Tai Zhenren's teammate, in the future, if you observe the marksman and tank withdrawing, do not recklessly engage. If the tower cannot be defended, relinquish it rather than risking your life. Understood, Captain. The player controlling Tai Zhenren nodded, replenishing health before proceeding to the top lane. As a jungler, Li Bai cleared the minions in the top lane before returning to his jungle. Meanwhile, the minion wave in the top lane steadily advanced. Zhang Fei, lurking in the brush, seized the opportunity to push the tower when he saw no one around. Tai Zhenren rushed to the top lane, but arrived just as Zhang Fei had finished his assault and retreated. Since the top lane has fallen, gather with us. Zhang Pai consoled. It is merely a defensive tower. Losing one is of little consequence. The Hai Xiao team commenced an assault on the Abyssal Dragon and Sun Shangxiang. Upon spotting them, alerted his teammates and captain to converge on the dragon. Subsequently, the members of the Lang Di team swiftly arrived at the dragon's location. With Liu Bang closely monitoring the situation, albeit his ultimate was still on cooldown, forcing him to approach gradually. With remarkable agility, he executed a skill and utilized his second ability to strike Marco Polo, swiftly closing the distance. At that moment, his first skill detonated. The broadcast proclaimed, Tai Zhenren eliminates Marco Polo. Observing Tai Zhenren's entry, Li Bai continued to farm in the adjacent jungle. then utilized his first skill to soar towards the Hai Xiao team, unleashing his ultimate. Jiao Qian narrowly avoided being felled by Li Bai's ultimate, employing her second skill to evade it. However, the Lang Di team was compelled to withdraw. Nevertheless, Sun Shangxiang's nimble positioning allowed her to land a critical hit on Jiao Qian, coinciding with Liu Bang's ultimate, but by the time it connected, Jiao Qian had already been eliminated by Sun Shangxiang. The broadcast announced, Sun Shangxiang slays Jiao Qian. Witnessing the enemy's retreat, Zhang Pai refrained from ordering a pursuit, focusing instead on the dragon. With Sun Shangxiang and Li Bai's assistance, along with Niu Mo, they swiftly secured the dragon. The broadcast proclaimed, Li Bai defeats the dragon. In this skirmish around the dragon, the Lang Di team held the upper hand, having learned from their previous match. Despite a significant economic lead, they maintained composure, heightening anticipation for their potential victory. Lu Chang observed the dragon battle with clarity. Both the Lang Di and Hai Xiao teams exerted their utmost efforts in this contest, as early advantages alone could not guarantee final triumph. In esports, until the very last moment, a reversal is always possible. Chapter 46, A Gamble Not to Worry. Not to worry. Although we lost the dragon once, it does not significantly impact us, the captain of the Hai Xiao team reassured his disappointed teammates, seeking to uplift their spirits. Although he was ultimately defeated by SNSH Xiang, this bears little significance. The economic gap has not widened significantly, and as long as they maintain their composure, they can recover from their previous losses. Everyone should heed the captain's words, persevere and strive. The player controlling MKB Liu also encouraged his teammates. Alright, let us keep pushing. After receiving reassurance through the intercom, the members of the HIXIO battle team finally calmed down, awaiting their respawn. Having just engaged the tyrant, the HIXIO team suffered considerable losses. Thus, the LNGD team seized this opportunity to dismantle both the first and second towers in the mid lane. However, they did not succumb to despair. Competing in a match demands utmost effort. After all, being defeated by a veteran team is not necessarily a misfortune. Let us keep steady and avoid the recklessness of last time that allowed HIXIO to turn the tide, Zhang Pai advised. Understood, Captain. We won't be overconfident this time, the LNGD players replied in unison. Their prior downfall stemmed from hubris, leading to HIXIO's first successful assault on their crystal. Zhang Pai nodded with satisfaction, as he wished for his team to remain composed, to charge when necessary, and to retreat when needed. Having learned from the previous encounter with the tyrant, the HIXIO team was now tightly knit, while the LNGD team remained somewhat vulnerable. LBI noticed that the HIXIO team's blue zone was unguarded, so he called for Wingzhoj in to assist in claiming it, unaware that all 5 members of the HIXIO team were lying in wait in the bushes behind the blue. They were oblivious to the absence of any LNGD players on the map. As LBI executed his ultimate ability, Zhang Fei immediately shouted, Liu Bang, protect me. AK, engage, and MKB Liu, prepare your ultimate. The captain of the HIXIO team was also earnestly strategizing the next steps. His teammates nodded in agreement. LBI scouted the surroundings and unleashed his ultimate, while the captain of HIXIO kept a vigilant eye on the movements of LNGD's players. DYZHNRN and SNSH Ing were positioned in the top lane, while NIM was in the bottom lane, indicating a 5-3 advantage in numbers for HIXIO. Zhang Fei, unleash your ultimate. The captain of HIXIO exclaimed urgently, as the player controlling Zhang Fei responded with a powerful shout. Meanwhile, NIM in the bottom lane quickly rushed to support HIXIO's blue zone. The sudden roar from Zhang Fei briefly stunned LBI and Wingzhoj, allowing DAOCH to dash in with her second skill, followed by her ultimate. At that moment, LBI and Wingzhoj regained their senses. They found themselves unable to escape due to DAOCH's relentless combo, and were compelled to activate Wingzhoj's ultimate before using her second skill. Just then, MKB Liu charged in from the right side of the blue zone, executing a first skill that dealt a critical hit, securing the kill on Wingzhoj. The broadcast announced, MKB Liu has slain Wingzhoj. LBI's ultimate cooldown had completed, and he prepared to unleash it toward DAOCH, only to be thwarted by her second skill. Frustration and rage surged within him. With MKB Liu, Zhang Fei's second skill, and DAOCH's impressive display, escape seemed impossible. The broadcast chimed again. MKB Liu achieves a double kill on LBI, just as NIM arrived to witness the demise of his 2 teammates. DYZHNRN and SNSH Ing saw their allies faltering and hurried toward the scene. NIM activated his second skill, charging toward his lower tower, while DAOCHN, spotting him, seized the opportunity, using her second skill followed by her first to slow him down. Zhang Fei executed another second skill before reverting to his original form. An AK suddenly appeared behind him, reminiscent of a surprise attack. Though nearing the lower lane, he still had half of his health remaining and believed he could escape. Mages naturally excel against tanks. DAOCHN skills, combined with MKB Lu's ultimate, reduced NIM to a sliver of health, yet he managed to reach the safety of the lower tower. Lu Bang. I'm preparing to dive the tower to kill NIM. You must protect me, the player controlling MKB Lu declared, confident that with his skills fully charged, along with his flash and second skill, slaying NIM would pose no challenge. Go ahead, I have your back, the player controlling Lu Bang responded with unwavering confidence. With his ultimate and a talent skill for healing, he was certain he could safeguard MKB Lu, ensuring he would not fall to the tower's assault. After nodding in agreement, he activated his second skill and charged toward NIM, unleashing his first skill. Lu Bang immediately initiated his ultimate, teleporting to MKB Lu's side, just as his first skill was about to detonate. MKB Lu unleashed his first skill, combined with Lu Bang's abilities, successfully claiming the kill on NIM. By the time SNSH Xiang and DYZHNR arrived at their red zone, Lu Bang had already facilitated MKB Lu's escape from their tower. Well done, splendid performance. That is how we should play. Let us not go solo but rather stick together. The HIXIO team expressed their satisfaction with this small skirmish. This victory significantly boosted their morale. My fault. My fault. Had I not attempted to engage at the enemy's blue, this wouldn't have happened, Zhang Pai lamented, feeling considerable guilt over the incident. It's all right, Captain. Even I didn't realize they were regrouping and had set such a deep ambush, said one of Zhang Pai's companions, fully aware of the situation at the time. Given the circumstances, escape had been impossible. The HIXIO team had left them no chance to flee. Regardless, Zhang Pai still felt considerable remorse. Relieved that their tower remained intact, or he would have felt even more guilty. Once again, a splendid team battle unfolds. It appears that the Hai Xiao team has united in light of their previous skirmish at the Tyrant, showcasing a remarkable balance between the two teams, leaving no indication as to which side may ultimately claim victory. Lu Chong recently witnessed a team skirmish, and the current team cohesion of the Hai Xiao team is commendable. The synergy displayed between Lu Bang and Ma Kubo Luo exemplifies true team spirit. If one were timid and hesitant, who would dare to unleash their ultimate abilities? Sometimes, sacrificing oneself can pave the way for the team's triumph, which is indeed worthwhile. Everyone must unite. We cannot allow ourselves to be caught off guard by the Hai Xiao team as we were before. Zhang Pai, upon reviving alongside his comrades, urged his teammates to rally together. If we revert to our previous individual paths, defeat is inevitable. Thus, they resolved that unity is imperative, especially since their economic status is on par with that of the Hai Xiao team, leaving them reliant solely on their prowess. Together, we shall unite, and victory shall be ours. The player controlling Tai Yizhenren maintains a commendable mindset, as his first skill can swiftly eliminate a fragile opponent. While the damage from Tai Yizhenren's first skill is substantial, timing is crucial. A missed opportunity would prove futile. The Hai Xiao team, with all 5 members, is clearing the minion waves in the mid lane, as they relentlessly push towards the tower. Sun Shangxiang and Tai Yizhenren are unable to defend the structure. They now await the minion wave to breach the second tower of the Lang Di team, who have also revived and gathered their forces. Observing this situation, one member of the Hai Xiao team inquired of his captain whether they should continue their assault on the tower or retreat. Upon hearing this question, the captain of the Hai Xiao team felt the weight of indecision. He recognized that this may be their final chance at a decisive battle, and failure could mean missing the semifinals. Yet, to retreat would render future opportunities exceedingly scarce, especially since the Lang Di team has now consolidated. Are you willing to take a gamble with me, knowing we might lose? The captain of the Hai Xiao team posed to his teammates. Without hesitation, the player controlling Ma Kubo Luo responded affirmatively. Inspired by his leadership, the remaining 3 followed suit, expressing their willingness. Very well, since you all consent, let us engage in a team battle against the Lang Di team. Should we emerge victorious, the semifinals will be all but secured. However, if we falter in this clash, defeat may be imminent. The captain of the Hai Xiao team arrived at this decision after careful consideration of various factors. He believes that life is about embracing challenges and standing firm against adversity. Understood, his teammates echoed. The 5 members of the Hai Xiao team positioned themselves in the mid lane, prepared for what might be the final encounter against the Lang Di team. The Lang Di team, not oblivious to the situation, has revived and noted that the Hai Xiao team is not retreating, indicating their intent to engage in a fierce confrontation. Captain, shall we confront them? Queried the player controlling Sun Shangxiang. Since they are so boldly willing to challenge us, we cannot show hesitation. Everyone, let us strive to win this battle. Our hopes for the semifinals hang in the balance. Zhang Pai earnestly reminded his teammates that this battle is no trivial matter. The audience below, along with everyone present, held their breath in anticipation of which team would emerge victorious in this contest. Chapter 47, Victory. Everyone, be prepared. The captain of the Hai Xiao team instructed solemnly. The Lang Di team is also advancing in their direction, indicating their resolve for a final clash. Understood, Captain. The members of the Hai Xiao team felt the sweat on their palms, a reflection of their anxiety, as this skirmish is of paramount importance. The tension among the Lang Di team was equally palpable. They understood that losing this battle would yield dire consequences, yet they were also willing to take the risk. The minion wave from the Hai Xiao team gradually approached, with Liu Bang ready to shield Ma Kubo Luo, hastening his advance on the tower. With a few swift strikes, coupled with the presence of minions and siege equipment, the second tower in the mid-lane was demolished, leaving the Lang Di team gathered at their high ground, awaiting the approach of the Hai Xiao team. Zhang Pai suggested that they should not lose the second tower, as doing so would level the playing field, anticipating that the Hai Xiao team would initiate a team battle at their high ground. Prior to the clash, the captain of the Hai Xiao team needed to ensure whether Zhang Fei had his ultimate ability ready. Without it, engaging in battle would be ill-advised. As the moment to initiate the battle drew near, having a decisive opening was crucial, and Zhang Fei undoubtedly served as the ideal initiator. However, without his ultimate, the situation could become precarious. Captain, rest assured, all of our skills are primed and ready, awaiting your command, declared the player controlling Zhang Fei. Confident that he now possessed his ultimate ability, making the initiation of battle entirely feasible. Very well, heed my command shortly. The captain nodded assertively as he awaited the next wave of minions to arrive, preparing for their bold assault on the tower. After a brief wait, both teams' minion waves surged toward the opposing tower. Noticing the minions breaking through the Lang Di team's high ground, the Hai Xiao team proceeded to clear them. I am ready. When I say one, we shall commence the battle, the captain of the Hai Xiao team declared with seriousness, for they could not afford to be complacent at this juncture. His teammates nodded in agreement, while every member of the Lang Di team held their breath, fully aware that an unavoidable team battle was imminent. The minion wave gradually approached the high ground of the Lang Di team, and seeing their hesitation to engage, the Hai Xiao team pressed forward to attack the tower. 1. The captain of the Hai Xiao team exclaimed as the minion wave entered their high ground, marking the start of the battle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei directed his attention towards the gathered opponents and let out a resounding shout. This powerful exclamation momentarily stunned Sun Shangxiang, Niu Mo, and Tai Yizhenren. After incapacitating these three, Zhang Fei executed his second skill, leaping into their tower. Taking advantage of this distraction, Marco Polo dashed towards the adjacent wall, while Liu Bang initiated his ultimate ability to teleport. Jiao Chan entered the fray and immediately unleashed her ultimate, dealing significant damage to Sun Shangxiang and Wang Zhaojun. Just as they began to regain their composure, Jiao Chan swiftly eliminated them. The announcement declared, Jiao Chan double kill on Sun Shangxiang and Wang Zhaojun. The Hai Xiao team aimed to neutralize the output of the Lang Di team, rendering them unable to retaliate effectively, allowing the remaining three to systematically dismantle their opponents. Furthermore, with Li Bai unable to find jungle monsters or minion waves to farm, and Marco Polo's late-game critical hits, Li Bai ultimately fell. The announcement echoed, Marco Polo has slain Li Bai. Let us hold this wave of minions and reassess upon our revival. Zhang Fei promptly instructed Tai Yizhenren and Niu Mo understood. They both nodded, recognizing that if they could sustain this wave of minions, victory might still be within reach. Tai Yizhenren activated his first skill and, using his second skill, approached Marco Polo. Had it not been for Marco Polo's purified sky, he would have been obliterated by Tai Yizhenren. Members of the Hai Xiao team rushed to assist, while Aku was engaged in a one-on-one duel with Niu Mo. Aku, wielding the Shadow Battle Axe and Armor-Piercing Bow, proved too formidable for Niu Mo. The announcement proclaimed, Aku has slain Niu Mo. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Tai Yizhenren hurried back to the crystal to recover health. The Hai Xiao team could not pursue, but their minions continued advancing. Failing to capitalize on such a favorable opportunity would be a grave error. Lu Chang expressed his anxiety, aware that this moment could very well determine the fates of both teams. Charge, declared the captain of the Hai Xiao team without a hint of hesitation, and his teammates obediently followed his command. He understood that this golden opportunity lay before them, and Tai Yizhenren, while recuperating, could do little to impede their assault on the crystal. Zhang Fei absorbed tower damage while Marco Polo and Aku pressed forward, leaving Jiao Chan to deal with the slower tower damage, as assassins and marksmen were more suited for such tasks. Although Tai Yizhenren had regained health, the crystal of their base was ultimately shattered by the Hai Xiao team. The announcement resonated. The Hai Xiao team emerges victorious. Upon hearing this, the Hai Xiao team erupted with joy, celebrating their hard-fought triumph as they stood and applauded one another, having secured a place in the semifinals through their own efforts. No team is invincible, as evidenced by the match between the Haixiao team and the Lang Di team. The spectators were acutely aware of both teams' strengths. It was indeed a spectacular match, and let us extend our congratulations to the Haixiao team for successfully advancing to the semifinals. Lu Chang also rose to applaud the Haixiao team, fully cognizant of the challenges inherent in such competitions, especially against the seasoned Lang Di team. Many spectators raised their placards, cheering enthusiastically for the Haixiao team, hoping they would continue to excel in the semifinals. Conversely, the Lang Di team appeared disheartened, grappling with their defeat. However, a loss is a loss, and they could blame no one but themselves for their insufficient strength in this match, which they accepted with grace. Please have both teams come to my side, Lu Chang called out as he approached the stage, inviting the captains and players from both teams to join him. The players exited the match room and shook hands, standing beside Lu Chang. What do you believe was the reason for the Lang Di team's failure to reach the semifinals? Zhang Pai, Lu Chang inquired, puzzled, as he regarded the Lang Di team as formidable opponents. I believe our mistakes were significant, and we accept our defeat with humility. If given the chance, I would gladly return. In the end, I wish the Haixiao team success in the upcoming matches, Zhang Pai responded, shaking hands with the captain of the Haixiao team. Thank you. I hope to face you again, the captain of the Haixiao team replied, acknowledging the honor of defeating such an experienced team. Subsequently, the Lang Di team departed the arena, aware that this was an elimination match, and a loss meant they could not participate in the next round. Every defeated team experiences disappointment and regret, yet to amend these feelings, they must rely on their skills. Should another arise, they would certainly participate. Let us once again extend a warm round of applause for the Haixiao team as they enter the semifinals. Lu Chang reiterated with fervor, Haixiao team, Haixiao team. The audience echoed in unison. Thank you all. I will continue to strive for excellence. The captain of the Haixiao team bowed to the audience and Lu Chang before returning to the waiting room with his teammates to watch the next match. Sun Minglong was undoubtedly the most elated, having supported the winning team, while Mo Yang's favored Lang Di team faced defeat. Old Mo, your team lost. Which means your prediction was incorrect. I win, Sun Minglong exclaimed, filled with joy at having bested Mo Yang. Although it was a trivial victory, he relished the moment. All right, you win. Mo Yang could only chuckle in response, unable to counter Sun Minglong's triumph. Suddenly, Sun Minglong wore a mischievous grin, causing Mo Yang to sense an ill omen from his expression. Since I won the bet, what reward do I receive? For every loss, there is a win. As you well know, Lao Mo, Sun Minglong said with a mischievous grin directed at Mo Yang. I knew it would turn out this way. All right, since I have lost, what reward do you desire? Whatever I can offer, I shall certainly provide, Mo Yang sighed, acknowledging his defeat in the wager. Hee. First and foremost, I want you to sponsor my snacks for a whole week, Sun Minglong exclaimed with a cheeky smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang could only chuckle awkwardly, nonetheless. He was more than capable of fulfilling this request, as sponsoring a week's worth of snacks was well within his means. However, his mind was not preoccupied with this matter. Rather, he was anxious about the upcoming match, particularly the confrontation between Longtian Zhandue and Rongwei Zhandue. Mo Yang was eager to witness the prowess of Longtian, a team renowned for its formidable capabilities. Chapter 48. The second elimination match, the Longdi Zhandue and Haixiao Zhandue delivered a spectacular match for us. Although Longdi Zhandue ultimately faced defeat, I firmly believe they will return in the next Wangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship, Lu Chang stated somberly to the audience. After all, many supporters of Longdi Zhandue appeared visibly disheartened, their expressions resembling that of bitter melons buried in the earth, nearly transforming into bitter melon kings. Regardless of the outcome, a loss is a loss, yet Lu Chang still hopes that Longdi Zhandue can once again provide such an exhilarating performance in the future. The next team to grace the stage is quite formidable. Without Lu Chang needing to say much, the audience erupted in cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know which team will be taking the stage next? Lu Chang announced as he stepped down to engage with the crowd. Longtian Zhandue, Longtian Zhandue, Long Ao, Long Ao. The audience's fervent cries were either for Longtian Zhandue or their captain, Long Ao. They had witnessed the strength of Longtian Zhandue firsthand, and it was precisely because of this power that they became ardent fans. Moreover, Long Ao captivated the female spectators, whose hearts were utterly entranced. He was indeed a handsome figure. Lu Chang reflected on a saying that aptly encapsulated the situation. One could rely on looks, yet they chose to depend on talent. It was evident that the audience was well aware of the team slated to perform next. Lu Chang returned to the center of the stage to elaborate further. Although it was not yet time for the teams to make their entrance, he took this opportunity to provide some context, allowing the audience to savor the previous match's excitement. Are they about to take the stage? I am eager to see the true strength of the legendary Longtian Zhondue and their captain, Long Ao, Mo Yang expressed nervously. If they progressed to the semifinals, they would likely face Longtian Zhondue, and given the current circumstances, Mo Yang was uncertain of their ability to triumph over them. Oh come on, Lao Mo. What is there to fear? As long as we unite our efforts, be it Longtian or Huxianshan, we shall bring them down, Sun Minglong replied, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Hearing this, Mo Yang could only let out a resigned sigh. Sun Minglong had yet to witness Long Ao's prowess. Had he seen it, he would not boast such confidence. Nevertheless, Mo Yang did not allow his apprehension to deter him. He believed no team was invincible. And as long as they gave their all, even if they were to lose against Longtian Zhondue, he would have no regrets. As we approach the third match, everyone should prepare, for we are set to face Langwang Zhondue next. They may be newly established, but we must not underestimate them. Otherwise, we risk defeat. Mo Yang advised his companions. All right, let us seize this moment to practice and enhance our synergy, Sun Minglong suggested. Shao Jian, Li Ning, and Wang Jiaxing had no objections, promptly pulling out their phones to engage in Wangzhe Rongyao for some practice. However, Mo Yang chose not to join them. Instead, he fixated on the screen, eager to observe the battle between Longtian Zhondue and Rongwei Zhondue. He was curious to see if Longtian truly possessed the formidable strength rumored. Returning to our commentary, the prowess of Longtian Zhondue is widely acknowledged. They are indeed one of the most outstanding teams in the campus championship. Lu Chong had watched every match of Longtian Zhondue and found Long Ao to be exceptionally impressive. It could be said that Longtian Zhondue thrived under Long Ao's leadership. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such remarkable feats. Of course, the contributions of the other team members should not be underestimated. As the commentator for this Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship, Lu Chong must be familiar with the details of every team, which is a fundamental requirement for his role. Some teams, newly formed this year, would be analyzed based on the current conditions to deduce their gameplay and rhythm. The reason Longtian Zhondue is so formidable lies not only in their skill, but also in their mental fortitude. Having witnessed Longtian Zhondue in action, Lu Chong recalled that they initially trailed by a point in one match, yet the team members, including Long Ao, maintained their composure. It was this calm demeanor that enabled Longtian Zhondue to mount a spectacular comeback, and Lu Chong believed that their current success was undeniably a result of their talent. I trust everyone is eager for the showdown between Longtian Zhondue and Rongwei Zhondue. Without further ado, let us welcome both teams to the stage. Upon Lu Chong's announcement, he applauded, inviting the two teams to emerge. When he called for Longtian Zhondue, the audience erupted with excitement. Akin to a swarm of ants disturbed from their nest, this atmosphere surpassed even the fervor displayed during the previous match featuring Longdi Zhondue. Among the audience, at least 70 were devoted fans of Longtian Zhondue, having come to witness them in action. As for the Wangzhe battle team, it was the first time they had heard of it, given that the team had never participated in the preliminary rounds. However, they were quite eager to witness the prowess of the Wangzhe battle team. Recently, the popular contenders for the title in Wangzhe Rongyao were announced online, featuring two teams, Longtian battle team and Wangzhe battle team. Many were highly anticipating a direct confrontation between these two formidable teams. Then, 10 individuals emerged from various directions, with Longtian battle team appearing from the left. A grand flag of Longtian battle team was raised high, depicting a dragon wielding twin blades, symbolizing something of significant meaning. Hello everyone, I am Long Ao, the captain of Longtian battle team. After his introduction, he bowed deeply. The crowd erupted in chants of Long Ao, Long Ao, Long Ao. The moment he stepped forward, many individuals rose to their feet, and even journalists began snapping photographs. After all, there were only two teams considered most likely to clinch the championship in the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship, and the media was keenly interested. Wow, is that for real? There are even paparazzi here. Unlike other teams, Sun Minglong exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that no journalists had been present during a previous match against Longdi battle team. The anger on Sun Minglong's face was evident to Mo Yang, who understood his emotions well at that moment. All right, it's only natural to have journalists here, considering the fame of Longtian battle team. Just take a look at this, Mo Yang said as he pulled out his phone and handed it to Sun Minglong. Though Mo Yang was unsure of what he was showing him, Sun Minglong's curiosity was piqued. Holding the phone, he focused on the screen, which displayed bold letters proclaiming the teams most likely to win the championship in the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship. Longtian battle team and Wangzhe battle team were tied for first place, while Longdi battle team had fallen to third after their recent loss, allowing Haishao battle team to rise to second. However, Sun Minglong was oblivious to these details as he scrolled down to see the ranking of Xiao Feng battle team. To his dismay, he discovered their unfortunate position. Sun Minglong fell silent, fixated on the rankings, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, An exclamation escaped him, nearly startling Mo Yang. Old Mo, we are ranked 9th. Is this a mistake? How could we not even be in 4th place? After all, they were a newly formed team in the Wangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship. With any votes they received signifying support and encouragement. Mo Yang tried to reassure Sun Menglong, stating that unless they showcased their abilities, no one would remember them. To gain attention, Xiao Feng Battle Team needed to demonstrate their strength. Welcome, Rongwei Battle Team. After introducing Longtian Battle Team, Lu Chang called 4th Rongwei Battle Team from the right. Although Rongwei Battle Team could not compare to Longtian Battle Team in terms of renown, they were still a seasoned and formidable team. Hello everyone, I am Jian Yong, the captain of Rongwei Battle Team. He introduced himself, and though the audience's cheers were faint, there were still individuals acknowledging Rongwei Battle Team. They remained undeterred, believing that they could let their skills speak for themselves. Lu Chang proceeded to introduce Rongwei Battle Team, but he had to return to the main topic as the second elimination round was about to commence. If they were not careful, even Longtian Battle Team could falter, having just been defeated by Haishao Battle Team. Both team captains and members were instructed to return to their respective battle rooms to rest briefly before commencing the second elimination round of the Wangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship. After this announcement, both teams returned to their designated positions, while Lu Chang resumed his role at the commentary table. After all, the battlefield was meant for the players, not for him as a commentator. Chapter 49. Targeting one individual. The confidence radiating from Longtian Battle Team was palpable, for they were one of the top teams. However, they did not underestimate Rongwei Battle Team and were determined to compete earnestly, letting their abilities shine. Captain, the opposing team is Rongwei Battle Team. Yet their strength is even below that of Longdi Battle Team. I have never encountered such a weak team before, remarked the analyst Tang Zhu. Though he served as an analyst, he was also a key player for Longtian Battle Team, specializing in warriors, a role he had studied extensively. Enough talk, Tang Zhu. If they are weak, we can easily defeat them, right? No one can contest the championship with us this year, said Fan confidently. Also a mainstay of Longtian Battle Team. All right, enough chatter. Take your seats. The match is about to begin. We cannot let our coach down. This year, we must secure the championship in the Wangzhou Rongyao Campus Championship, and perhaps we can even participate in professional competitions. Long Ao urged them to settle down. After all, this was not the time for bickering. Unity was essential in any competition. Individual strength without teamwork would be futile. Yes, Captain, they responded. After hearing Long Ao's words, they ceased their discussions, donned their headsets, and occasionally smiled at the audience below. Meanwhile, Rongwei Battle Team was also prepared, having faced Longtian Battle Team in the elimination round. It was indeed unfortunate for them, but they would not surrender out of fear. They aimed to present their best performance in the match. Knowing that it might be impossible to defeat Longtian Battle Team, yet at least they could give their all, hoping someone would notice their efforts. However, the previous match had just concluded, and the second elimination round would take a moment. Members from both teams were engaged in discussions about their next strategies. It remained uncertain whether Longtian Battle Team would emerge victorious or if Rongwei Battle Team might stage a comeback like Haishao Battle Team. Lu Chang could not definitively predict the outcome, although it seemed that Longtian Battle Team had a strong chance of winning. Previously, he assumed that in the first elimination match, the Longdi team would undoubtedly triumph, as the strength of the Haishao team was inferior to that of Longdi. However, the outcome was indeed unexpected, with Haishao emerging victorious. Hence, he dared not indulge in any fanciful predictions this time. Being in his 30s, enduring such a blow could very well lead to a heart condition. Although the match had yet to commence, the audience's cheers had not ceased, with the majority of female spectators fixated on Long Ao. How handsome. If only I could embrace him, I would be utterly content. Humph, with your looks, how dare you compete for my idol? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Neither of you stand a chance. Should my idol encounter me, he would undoubtedly be captivated. He is mine. Many female spectators nearly came to blows over Long Ao. But fortunately, the security personnel present managed to restrain them. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated considerably. Rongwei team, I believe you can definitely make it to the semifinals. Keep it up. Suddenly, a boy stood up, shouting towards the Rongwei team. Due to soundproofing in the battle room and the fact that they were wearing headphones, the players could hardly hear the cheers directed at them. Upon hearing this, the previously quarreling girls nodded in agreement, while those nearby remained puzzled by their exchange. Sisters, let us go. All right, let us take him down. The girls, brandishing their shoes, aimed at the boy, who quickly raised his hands in defense, innocently asking, "What are you doing? Are you going to attack me? What have I done wrong? What have you done wrong? How can you not support my Long Ao?" A girl retorted angrily. Just as the boy attempted to explain, another girl stepped in front of the first. "What do you mean you're Long Ao? He belongs to me. All right, he is mine." The two girls began to pinch each other's faces, each adamant that Long Ao belonged to them, neither willing to relent. Witnessing this spectacle, the boy who attempted to shield himself was left speechless. He weakly muttered, "Being a fan is truly terrifying," before relocating to a different spot to avoid any potential injury. The match had begun. Let us observe which heroes both sides will choose to ban. After a brief intermission, the Longtian team and the Rongwei team officially commenced their battle. The two girls, who had been squabbling, returned to their seats, dutifully watching the match, prompting nearby spectators to think how quickly friendships could turn sour. "We must ban Kai Wenji. We cannot allow her to be unleashed," Long Ao remarked to Fan Nan, recognizing the significant threat posed by this hero, especially since they were not the first to select heroes. Understood. Upon hearing Long Ao's words, Fan Nan promptly banned Kai Wenji. The first hero banned by the Rongwei team was Sun Shangxiang, clearly targeting Long Ao. They had thoroughly researched him and knew that he excelled with Sun Shangxiang, having previously secured the championship in the Wangzhe Rongyao Campus Championship using her. Thus, banning Sun Shangxiang was imperative. Otherwise, their hopes of reaching the semifinals would be dashed. With the ban on Sun Shangxiang, it seemed the Rongwei team was intent on preventing Long Ao from utilizing her, leaving everyone curious about how he would perform with other heroes. Lu Chang was eager to see how Long Ao would fare with different marksmen, pondering if his performance would mirror that of Sun Shangxiang. "Boss, they are starting to target you," Fan Nan stated gravely. They had previously trained with a strategy centered around Sun Shangxiang. However, with the Rongwei team banning her, the dynamics of the match became increasingly precarious. "It's all right. Let's employ the second strategy," Long Ao replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed, as if he had no intention of competing for the championship title again. "Okay," Fan Nan nodded, then proceeded to ban Tai Yizhenren. At this point, the Rongwei team surprisingly banned another hero, Marco Polo, clearly intent on targeting Long Ao. They banned another marksman. Could it be that the Rongwei team's strategy today is solely to counter Long Ao? Lu Chang exclaimed, astonished that the second ban was also a marksman. "I anticipated you would take such measures," Long Ao remarked with an air of ease, as if he were privy to their every thought. He then advised his teammates, "They are fully focused on countering me. During the match, if they attempt to gang up on me, you must sacrifice me." "But Captain, wouldn't that be unwise?" Tang Zhu interjected, "If you don't receive assistance in such a scenario, the hero Long Ao plays will undoubtedly become ineffective. That would mean all your previous accolades could vanish." Long Ao waved his hand dismissively, solemnly addressing Fan Nan. "We are a team. They likely suspect you will do everything in your power to protect me. However, if that happens, the overall team economy will stagnate. Would you be willing to see that occur?" Hearing this, Fan Nan lowered his head, taken aback by the reality of the situation. Long Ao, noticing Fan Nan's demeanor, sighed in resignation and added, "I suspect their third ban will also be a marksman. You must play heroes you are proficient with, even though we are a seasoned team. We must remain vigilant. Do you understand?" The four members of the Longtian team heard Long Ao's words, their expressions resolute and serious, indicating that this battle would not be as straightforward as they had imagined. "Tang, who excels among the opposing heroes?" Long Ao inquired of Tang Zhu, whom he typically addressed simply as Tang. The opposing team predominantly employs mages. Their composition generally includes two mages, a tank, and an assassin or warrior. Suggesting they have compensated for the mage position with a marksman, Tang Zhu analyzed astutely. After all, prior to the match, he had reviewed past match records of the Rongwei team and noted that many of their games featured such a lineup, with never a marksman in sight. However, this time the marksman would emerge, though it was not something they could have anticipated. Judging by the current draft positions, Tang Zhu and his team would undoubtedly refrain from selecting a marksman. Fan Nan, ban Zhuge Liang," Long Ao casually instructed. Fan Nan complied with Long Ao's wishes. The Longtian team had 3 heroes banned, and as expected, the last hero to be banned by the Rongwei team was none other than the marksman, Lu Ban 7. "What? The Rongwei team is banning all marksmen?" exclaimed a surprised spectator, standing in astonishment. Historically, it was unprecedented to see 3 marksmen banned in a single match, which was indeed hard to believe. It appeared that the Rongwei team intended to specifically target Long Ao, while they did not seem to focus on the other heroes of the Longtian team. Lu Chang widened his eyes in disbelief and remarked, "Nevertheless, the outcome of the match would ultimately be determined in the end. Although they were targeting Long Ao alone, they did not direct their efforts towards the other members of Longtian." Lu Chang found himself increasingly eager to see how the 4 members of Longtian would respond. Would they choose to protect their captain or abandon such a strategy? Chapter 50. The Monkey's Fury after the hero bans. It was time for both sides to select their heroes. The Rongwei team made the first choice, selecting Xiao Qiao. Their strategy leaned towards utilizing 2 mages, compensating for the absence of a marksman with 1 mage, a tactic rarely seen in competitive play. "Well done. Let's secure a Lanling Wang and Lubu next." Everything was unfolding according to his plan, and the only question was whether they could win this match and advance to the semifinals. Having confirmed Xiao Qiao, it was now the turn of the Long Tian team. Long Ao opted for Huang Zhong, while Fan Nin chose Sun Wukong. Although he excelled with his top 3 marksmen, he was still capable of playing marksman, as their main strategy required one. Next, grab the fish and follow me, Long Ao instructed Zhong Sun after selecting his hero. Recognizing that Zhong Sun was the most suitable for the support position. Understood, Captain, Zhong Sun nodded, preparing to select his hero, choosing Zhuang Zhou. The audience was eagerly anticipating what Long Ao's performance as Huang Zhong would entail. Long Ao had chosen Huang Zhong, signaling that his marksman journey would continue. Lu Chang had initially thought Long Ao would select a different type of hero, yet he still chose a marksman. However, these decisions delighted the audience, as they came to witness Long Ao's exceptional prowess in the marksman role. Select Lan Ling Wang and Lu Bu, Jian Yong directed from the sidelines. The 2 members of the Rongwei team nodded and subsequently chose Lu Bu, while Jian Yong opted for Lan Ling Wang. Fortunately, Long Ao did not select Li Yuanfang. Otherwise, Lan Ling Wang would have been rendered ineffective. After selecting those 2 heroes, it was time for the Long Tian team to make their final choices. At this moment, Tang Zhu selected the warrior Cao Cao. This hero was considered his signature character, incredibly powerful upon release, although he had since been nerfed, which did not dampen Tang Zhu's enthusiasm for playing him. Captain, I'll take the solo lane for faster development, Tang Zhu informed Long Ao, ensuring he was clear about his path before the match commenced. Alright, stay cautious. The opposition likely has a tank and a mage. If the tower cannot be defended, then abandon it. Preserving your life is paramount, Long Ao advised, as such scenarios frequently occurred in competitive play. Tang Zhu nodded, realizing that having the monkey in the jungle while he played Cao Cao would be inappropriate, as the monkey's early development was crucial. Poor growth would render him ineffective. You all take Dongfang Tai and Deji and proceed to the bottom tower, but play it safe. Jian Yong observed the situation and instructed the final 2 teammates to select those heroes. They followed Jian Yong's guidance, while the Long Tian team ultimately selected Wang Zhaojun for their lineup, as a mage was necessary for the mid lane. Both teams had completed their hero selections. The Rongwei team comprised Shao Qiao, Deji, Lan Ling Wang, Lu Bu, and Dongfang Tai, indicating their intention to forego a marksman in favor of mages for damage output. In contrast, the Long Tian team included Sun Wukong, Huang Zhong, Zhuang Zhou, Cao Cao, and Wang Zhaojun. Lu Chang analyzed both lineups, noting that the Long Tian team maintained a relatively conventional composition with a primary focus on marksman, while the Rongwei team seemed to favor a mage-centric strategy. The match officially began, and with the familiar sounds of the Wang Zhirong Yao broadcast, it was clear the competition had commenced. The audience attentively watched the large screen, some speculating on which team would emerge victorious, though they decided to wait for the outcome to be revealed. The monkey and Cao Cao will contest the red buff, while Zhuang Zhou and I will secure the blue. Wang Zhaojun will remain mid to assist wherever needed, Long Ao instructed his teammates as the game began. Meanwhile, all 5 members of the Rongwei team stealthily infiltrated the blue jungle of the Long Tian team, oblivious to the fact that their own 2 jungles had been invaded by Long Tian. I'll take the red. You all stay vigilant, Jin Yong commanded, and the 4 players crouched in the brush. After engaging in combat without encountering any opponents, suspicion arose, prompting Jian Yong to lead his team back to their own jungle, only to find it completely cleared, an unfortunate situation. Well done, we are all already at level 3 while some of them remain at level 1. Given the circumstances, Long Ao concluded that the opposition would likely attempt to invade either the red or blue buff, which justified his team's decision to counter in their jungles. Following this, the others returned to their lanes to secure the minion waves, while the monkey continued to farm the small camps in his jungle, ensuring steady growth. After clearing several waves of minions, Diying, Huing, Tiy, and Daji have both reached level 4. At this juncture, Cao Cao remains hidden beneath the turret, cognizant that venturing out would expose him to the onslaught of Diying, Huing, Tiy, who would surely overpower him. Diying, Huing, Tiy cautiously clears the minions without advancing into turret range, fully aware of the peril posed by Cao Cao. As they focus on the upper lane, pondering whether Diying, Huing, Tiy, and Daji might demolish the turret, an announcement suddenly echoes through the arena. Sun Wukong has slain Lan Ling Wang, first blood. After dispatching Lan Ling Wang, Sun Wukong swiftly activates his second skill and retreats from the Lord's lane, leaving the 9 onlookers astonished. They had not noticed when the monkey arrived at Lan Ling Wang's location, and even Lan Ling Wang appears bewildered. In reality, Sun Wukong intended to check the enemy's red buff, and upon discovering it unclaimed, he decided to seize it. Just as he was about to engage, Lan Ling Wang approached from the mid lane, barely clinging to half his health. Seizing the opportunity as Lan Ling Wang was about to finish the red buff, Sun Wukong struck with a single blow, hoping for a critical hit that could potentially eliminate him. To his fortune, the strike indeed crit, and Fan Nan expressed gratitude to the goddess of luck. Securing first blood in the red buff was an undeniable boon for the monkey. The unexpected announcement had nearly startled Fan Nan into silence, but Dragon Ao praised him, marveling at how he had dispatched Lanling Wang without their notice. This first blood was utterly unforeseen, leaving the audience and commentator Lu Chong momentarily stunned. Clearly, Fan Nan has proven himself to be one of the top assassins on the Longtian team, a commendable feat indeed. Lu Chong applauded Fan Nan for that splendid first blood, and many spectators rose to chant his name, having initially overlooked him in their focus on Dragon Ao. This moment of glory has allowed them to re-evaluate Fan Nan, who, despite being a newcomer to Longtian this year, has demonstrated remarkable prowess that earned him a spot as a key player. In contrast, Jian Yong felt a mix of emotions as he prepared to defeat the red buff, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a monkey. He urged his teammates to exercise caution around Sun Wukong, who had grown rather formidable. After claiming his own red buff, Sun Wukong proceeded to the mid lane, lying in wait for an unsuspecting target. At that moment, Xiao Qiao ambled into the mid lane, using her first skill to clear minions, blissfully unaware of the lurking monkey in the nearby brush. The player controlling Xiao Qiao informed Jian Yong that the mid lane was clear for a turret push. However, Jian Yong hesitated, having not seen Sun Wukong on the minimap, genuinely fearing the monkey would suddenly strike Xiao Qiao. Before he could voice his concerns, Xiao Qiao had already begun to damage the turret at the Longtian team's base. The trap had been set. Sun Wukong unleashed his first skill, landing a decisive blow on Xiao Qiao, followed by his ultimate ability, ensnaring her. As she hastily activated her flicker, it was too late. Sun Wukong executed her without mercy. The announcement resounded. Sun Wukong has slain Xiao Qiao. Observing Diying Huing Tiy approaching the mid lane, Sun Wukong swiftly vacated the scene and returned to his blue buff area to farm. Jian Yong noted the need for caution, as it would be prudent for Diying Huing Tiy to accompany them during turret pushes. He hoped the player of Xiao Qiao would heed his advice. Jian Yong lowered his head in embarrassment, acknowledging that he had not even had the chance to unleash his skills before being felled by the monkey, a truly disheartening experience. The audience erupted in cheers for Fan Nan, recognizing his exceptional skills as an assassin, having already secured 2 kills within 5 minutes. However, Dragon Ao refused to be outdone. He and Zhuangzhou successfully obliterated the turret in the lower lane. Elbu insisted on defending, but ultimately fell victim to Huang Zhong's ultimate attack. The announcement echoed. Huang Zhong has slain Elbu. Jian Yong chose silence, realizing that the player of Elbu had disregarded his warnings. He felt compelled to relinquish hope. On the side of Rongwei team, the players remained quietly focused on the match, while the Longtian team reveled in their early triumph, having claimed 3 kills from their adversaries. This was a crushing display of dominance, as Rongwei team lacked communication, with both Diying Huing Tiy and Xiao Qiao falling to Sun Wukong, who secured a double kill, leaving Rongwei team without a single kill to their name. Clearly, this exemplified the prowess of the Longtian team, as Mo Yang observed thoughtfully, realizing that the strength of Longtian could shatter the spirits of Rongwei team. Do not give up, even against the formidable Longtian team, he urged. Meanwhile, the members of Rongwei team awaited their revival, while Sun Wukong had already acquired 3 items, and they had yet to even purchase their boots. Jian Yong advised his teammates to remain composed, fully aware that Sun Wukong's economy had far surpassed theirs. Regrettably, the first turret in the mid lane had already fallen to Longtian team, leaving Elbu and Diying Huing Tiy alongside Xiao Qiao and Daji to encounter Sun Wukong midway, a precarious situation indeed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jian Yong capitalized on the moment to strike the Abyssal Dragon, providing his team with much-needed economic support. Let's set up an ambush in the mid lane, he called out. Prompted by Dragon Ao's instructions, the Longtian team concealed themselves in the 2 brushes in the mid lane, ready for the impending confrontation. At this moment, Lanling Wang, having completed the blue buff and activated his ultimate ability, aimed to clear the minion wave in the mid lane, gradually approaching Huang Zhong, Sun Wukong, and Xiao Qiao. Possessing professional prowess, he first utilized his second skill to probe the bushes, unexpectedly striking Huang Zhong. Reinforcements! Reinforcements! The Rongwei team, witnessing their captain in peril, hurried towards the mid lane's brush. Wait for us! They rushed to his aid. Sun Wukong, the closest to Lanling Wang, activated his first skill, landing a critical hit of over 1900 damage on him. In response, Lanling Wang unleashed his first skill, stunning Sun Wukong. He swiftly activated his ultimate ability, retreating in the opposite direction, while Qiao Qiao's second skill, accompanied by Huang Zhong's second skill, severely slowed Lanling Wang. The 4 members of the Rongwei team soon arrived, with Elbu launching his ultimate towards Qiao Qiao and Huang Zhong, sending them flying. As Xiao Qiao executed her ultimate, She was promptly eliminated by Sun Wukong. The broadcast announced, Sun Wukong sweeps through Xiao Qiao. After Sun Wukong had expended his skills, Prodigy employed her second skill, stunning him, followed by her first skill and ultimate, effectively securing the kill. The broadcast announced, Prodigy terminates Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Taiyi's ultimate firmly ensnared Huang Zhong, while Lan Ling Wang initiated a counterattack with his second skill, followed by his first skill, resulting in a kill. The broadcast announced, Lan Ling Wang kills Huang Zhong. Zhuang Zhou and Wang Zhaojun, who were clearing minion waves in the top lane, witnessed the fierce battle in the mid lane and hurried over, but by then, it was already over. Fortunately, Cao Cao managed to escape due to his ultimate ability's lifesteal and his first skill. Where are you? Zhuang Zhou, Wang Zhaojun. Weren't you hiding in the brush over there? How did you end up in the top lane? Fan Nan was bewildered, having previously seen Zhuang Zhou and Wang Zhaojun lurking in the mid lane's brush. Thus, he had confidently attacked Lan Ling Wang without realizing they had moved to the top lane. The minion wave in the top lane nearly destroyed the second turret. Zhuang Zhou and I were clearing the minions. I didn't expect you to initiate a fight. Indeed, that is the case. Long Ao urged Fan Nan to cease his complaints, acknowledging that they had indeed made a mistake. Now, the opposing team had secured 2 kills, and the economy was gradually evening out with the Long Tian team. It is time to get serious, Tang Zhu stated impassively. If they did not showcase their true strength, they might not even reach the semifinals. Leveraging the minion wave in their bottom lane, Lan Ling Wang pushed through the Long Tian team's top lane. After destroying the turret, he hurried back, as Wang Zhaojun and Zhuang Zhou were clearing the minion wave. Let us continue our efforts. Having experienced the previous team fight, I firmly believe that our Rongwei team can triumph over the Long Tian team. The player controlling Dong Huang Tai said confidently. However, the captain needed to remind him of the harsh reality. Do not celebrate too soon. The Long Tian team has been complacent because they are facing us. They have not unleashed their full strength. Wasn't that situation just now their true strength? The player questioned, but merely speculated, for the Long Tian team was undoubtedly formidable. Alright, enough of this pondering, focus on the match. Yes, captain. Completing this match would significantly bolster the Rongwei team's confidence. Xiao Qiao was clearing minions in the bottom lane, when Xiao Qiao lay in wait in the bushes. Observing Xiao Qiao unleash 2 skills, he immediately activated his ultimate, and then his first skill, leaping beside her. Caught off guard by Xiao Qiao's emergence, she swiftly activated her ultimate while retreating towards her turret. Xiao Qiao ruthlessly employed his second skill to slow her down, landing several basic attacks until his first skill was off cooldown. With his first skill activated, he dealt a swift 3-part combo, claiming Xiao Qiao's life. The broadcast announced, Xiao Qiao kills Xiao Qiao. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was left with merely half his health when Dong Huang Tai reached him, immediately activating his ultimate. However, he too was at half health. While controlling Xiao Qiao, they were unexpectedly ambushed by Sun Wukong, who activated his second skill, striking Dong Huang Tai and then unleashed his ultimate, delivering a critical blow that eliminated him. The broadcast announced, Sun Wukong kills Dong Huang Tai. This is our true strength. Lan Ling Wang aimed to activate his ultimate against Huang Zhong, but to his surprise, Huang Zhong employed his second skill, granting himself a shield, and activated his first skill, retreating while continuing to attack Lan Ling Wang. Due to several critical hits, before Lan Ling Wang could approach Huang Zhong, he was dispatched. The broadcast announced, Huang Zhong kills Lan Ling Wang. Long Ao, Long Ao, Long Ao. The audience rejoiced as the former Long Ao returned, embodying the true essence of a marksman. Was this truly their genuine strength? Had the Long Tian team not utilized their full capabilities before? The current scenario starkly contrasted with a few minutes prior. Both teams had once been evenly matched, yet now the Long Tian team was overwhelmingly dominating the Rongwei team. The audience witnessed this dominating display, revealing the true prowess of the Long Tian team, a force not to be underestimated. Mo Yang reflected, initially believing that the Rongwei team might still secure victory over the Long Tian team, but observing the current state of affairs, he felt as though his previous thoughts were mere daydreams. Meanwhile, several high-profile figures in the audience remained expressionless, quietly observing the match on the screen. It appeared they had held back. Had they unleashed their true strength, the Rongwei team would likely have lost this match long ago. A figure clad in black attire and adorned with dark spectacles remarked, it appears that the Long Tian battle team is experiencing a moment of tension. Are you referring to that particular team? Another youth retorted disdainfully. They all comprehended the underlying concerns of the Long Tian battle team, which had prevented them from exerting their full strength in this match. It seemed they had only utilized approximately 70% of their capabilities. And my curiosity about the Long Tian battle team's full potential continues to grow, he chuckled. We shall witness it soon enough, the individual smiled. This match is utterly lackluster. Let us depart. I eagerly anticipate a showdown with the Longtian battle team. With that, he placed his hands in his pockets and sauntered away from the spectator area, followed closely by his companions. The Houzi swiftly demolished both the lower and upper towers of the Rongwei battle team, leaving only their high ground intact. Zhuangzhou and Cao Cao are beside me for protection. Shortly, I will deploy the cannon to obliterate the middle lane's second tower. Understood, Captain. Excellent. They awaited the minion wave to advance slowly. In the middle lane, the defenders included Shao Jian, Prodigy, and LV Bu, who stood guard beneath the tower. As the minion wave approached, Huang Zhong set up his cannon and unleashed a barrage upon the defensive structure. If the opponents ventured into the cannon's range, they would suffer tremendous damage, which made them hesitant to advance. Let go of that defensive tower. As long as we secure the high ground, we retain hope. Agreed, Captain. Upon hearing Jin Yang's words, the trio retreated to the high ground just as Huang Zhong successfully demolished the middle lane's second tower. Their minion wave remained intact, and the Longtian battle team prepared to capitalize on their momentum to continue dismantling the Rongwei battle team's towers. Just as Huang Zhong set down his cannon, an unexpected announcement flashed across the screen. Lanling Wang has slain the Lord. The Longtian battle team was utterly unprepared for Lanling Wang's assault on the Lord. Upon reading this, Houzi hastily approached the vicinity of the Lord, only to find Lanling Wang concealed in the nearby brush. Spotting such a prime target, Houzi could not resist. He swiftly executed his second skill, eliminating Lanling Wang. Meanwhile, Huang Zhong positioned his cannon outside the middle high ground. Although the Rongwei battle team had the Lord's vanguard, they remained under pressure from the towers, leaving them with no viable options. Let us attempt a decisive strike. If that fails, we shall retreat. Understood. The members of the Longtian battle team nodded in agreement, while Houzi advanced to clear the upper lane's minion wave. As the Rongwei battle team defended their middle high ground tower, Houzi successfully toppled the upper tower. Consequently, the Longtian battle team's upper lane was now besieged by super minions, while Lanling Wang had yet to respawn, as the four members of the team guarded the tower on the high ground. Let us advance from the upper lane towards the Rongwei battle team's crystal. Understood. Understood. The four members of the Longtian battle team nodded in unison, then grouped together to protect Huang Zhong, with Houzi opting to strike from behind, intent on claiming some kills. They pressed forward without crossing the river line, applying immense pressure on the Rongwei battle team, which left them feeling particularly constrained and likely to act recklessly. The super minions quickly approached them, and at that moment, Lanling Wang revived and activated his ultimate ability to become invisible, preparing to eliminate Huang Zhong. If he could take out Huang Zhong, the rest would be manageable. However, Lanling Wang's ultimate had a flaw. Once near an enemy hero, a warning would appear above the hero's head, alerting others to his presence. As the alarm sounded above Huang Zhong, he immediately deployed his cannon and unleashed a barrage, unexpectedly killing Lanling Wang. Shao Jian, Prodigy, LV Bu, and Dong Huang Tai remained stationed near the crystal. Zhuangzhou and Cao Cao, you two initiate the attack, while I will provide cannon support from the rear. Very well. They nodded in agreement. Cao Cao activated his ultimate and charged into the enemy crystal, with Zhuangzhou following suit, while Huang Zhong continued to fire. Wang Zhaojun first cast her first skill to slow them down, then unleashed her second skill, freezing both LV Bu and Xiao Qiao, before executing her ultimate for a powerful output, swiftly claiming both of their lives. Seeing Prodigy activate her second skill, Houzi wasted no time and leaped in, landing a blow on Prodigy, ultimately securing the kill with 2 strikes. At that moment, as Dong Huang Tai returned to the crystal to restore health, Huang Zhong quickly dealt damage to the crystal, resulting in its destruction. Thunderous applause erupted from the Longtian battle team, celebrating their victory. Longtian battle team. Longtian battle team. The Longtian battle team is the mightiest. The audience below displayed little surprise, having anticipated the Longtian battle team's triumph. Truly deserving of their reputation as one of the most formidable teams, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Longtian battle team for winning the first match. The question remains whether they will continue their winning streak or if the Rongwei battle team will stage a comeback. The answer will be unveiled in the next match. Lu Chang humorously announced with an air of mystery. Chapter 52. Substitution following the conclusion of the first elimination match. The Longtian battle team and the Rongwei battle team took a brief respite, anticipating the resumption of battle in a matter of minutes. Meng Long. I need to use the restroom. Previously, Mo Yang had been holding it in for quite some time, and now that the match had ended, he felt compelled to go. All right. Be swift in your return, Sun Meng Long replied while practicing. Mo Yang nodded and hurriedly entered the waiting area in search of the restroom. At last, he arrived, exclaiming, "This restroom is truly difficult to locate." He quickly shut the door and felt a surge of relief. Just as he prepared to flush, he overheard a discussion outside. "How is our infiltrator within the Longtian battle team faring?" inquired a middle-aged man. In this knockout match, he performed exceptionally well. However, when facing us, I will naturally instruct him to fulfill his responsibilities. A young man responded as well. Ah, the Longtian team. A middle-aged man remarked with a hint of sarcasm, discarding the cigarette he had been smoking, crushing it underfoot. After washing his hands, the middle-aged man led the youth out of the restroom. Upon hearing that the coast was clear, Imo Yang quickly opened the door. Could it be that there are traitors within the Longtian team? The words exchanged by those two individuals truly bewildered Imo Yang. He was uncertain about their identities, and even more so about the traitor among the Longtian team. Never mind. After all, this is someone else's affair, and it is not my place to interfere. Shaking his head, Imo Yang concluded that this matter was ultimately none of his concern. After rinsing his face, he exited the restroom and returned to the waiting area of the Xiao Feng team. However, from a distance, he could already hear Sun Minglong's excited voice. What the heck? How dare you sell me out? I swear I'll make you pay? Sun Minglong exclaimed angrily, furiously tapping on the screen. He was utterly incensed. Initially, they had planned to capture Yu Ji together, but unexpectedly, that Liu Ban had sold him out. What's wrong? Why are you so furious? I haven't even returned to the waiting area, and I can hear your voice, Imo Yang remarked while walking over to Sun Minglong. After glancing at the battle stats, he finally understood the source of Sun Minglong's fury, which was quite justifiable. Enough already. Old Imo said we would capture someone. Yet he was sold out. How can he be so cowardly? Two of us can't even take on one. The more they discussed it, the angrier they became. All right. Calm down. Let me take a turn at the game, Imo Yang said earnestly. As soon as those words left his mouth, Sun Minglong eagerly handed his phone to Imo Yang. Imo Yang was taken aback. Barely had he finished speaking when the phone was already in his hand. He realized that Sun Minglong was indeed a speedster hindered by the game, Wang Zhirong. Shaking his head, Imo Yang prepared for revival while Sun Minglong eagerly watched from the side. Now is my time to shine. Imo Yang chuckled, for he had finally revived. But the opposing team had already reached their crystal. Never give up until the last moment was his motto. Not only was Sun Minglong training his hero, but Shao Jian, Li Ning, and Wang Jiasing were as well. Here you go. As soon as the battle concluded, Imo Yang returned the phone to Sun Minglong and took a seat nearby, pulling out his notebook to analyze the strength of each team. This knowledge would prove invaluable. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Sun Minglong, still in shock, felt as if his jaw might drop to the ground. Initially, he thought the match was a guaranteed loss, but unexpectedly, Imo Yang turned the tide with his prowess. He hurried over to Imo Yang and patted his shoulder. Old Imo, how on earth did you manage to turn this around? This is unbelievable. However, Imo Yang remained focused on analyzing the team data, undeterred by Sun Minglong's incessant nudging. Finally, he had to reply, it was due to my leadership. Your teammates were rather mediocre, each merely showcasing their individual skills, lacking a sense of teamwork. But because I set the rhythm, I united them, enabling us to win this match. Reflect on that mystery. He then returned his gaze to the notes in his hand. Upon hearing Imo Yang's explanation, Sun Minglong pondered the concept of leading the rhythm. Suddenly, Wang Jiasing stood up and approached Imo Yang, appearing anxious. Imo Yang, I need to discuss something with you. Wang Jiasing stammered. Oh, what is it? Imo Yang replied, curious about what Wang Jiasing wanted to convey. I'm sorry, Imo Yang, I might disappoint you. I just can't play the jungle role effectively with DMO. I prefer playing as a warrior. He voiced his concerns, having observed Imo Yang from a distance but hesitating to approach for fear of disappointing him. Wang Jiasing lowered his head, uncertain of Imo Yang's reaction to his admission. However, Imo Yang did not express disappointment or reproach. It's all right. Then you can play as a warrior DMO, and I'll take Li Bai. Noticing Wang Jiasing's anxious demeanor, he certainly had no intention of forcing him into a role he did not wish to undertake. If you take Li Bai, then who will play the marksman? Wang Jiasing asked urgently. After all, marksman provided crucial damage output during team battles, and relying solely on a mage could be quite taxing. I don't know. Li Ning also plays as a warrior, but he has not agreed. Our team cannot remain vacant. Previously, he considered playing an assassin, but Li Ning is not skilled at it, leaving Imo Yang feeling rather helpless. While Imo Yang was conversing with Wang Jiasing, Sun Minglong launched another match, exuberantly exclaiming, Li Yuanfang is incredible. Give him a thumbs up. Wang Jiasing found nothing odd about this statement, but Imo Yang suddenly had an epiphany from Sun Minglong's words. He can play both the jungle and marksman roles. It can only be Li Yuanfang. I know what to do now. I'll play as Li Yuanfang and take charge of the jungle, Imo Yang declared, standing up with enthusiasm. Yes, I almost forgot about that, Wang Jiasing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Although he was happy, Wang Jiasing still harbored some concerns about whether Imo Yang could handle the marksman role, as he had only seen Imo Yang excel with assassins and was unsure of his skills with marksmen. Yet, a single sentence from Imo Yang dispelled Wang Jiasing's doubts. If it's the jungle, I'm still quite capable. Of course, He said this with the intention of concealing certain matters, as this was indeed something known by very few. Wang Jiaxing patted his chest, feeling considerably more at ease. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, Mo Yang could discern everything from his expression. All right, it's settled then. Meng Long will play as the mage. Jiaxing and Li Ning will take on the warriors. I will play Li Yuanfang, as he can serve as both archer and prevent our jungle from being taken, while Shao Jian will play support. Remember to snatch up Kai Wenji when she is available. Mo Yang conveyed this to Jiaxing, Sun Meng Long, Shao Jian, and Li Ning one by one. Good. I have no objections. I agree. This aligns perfectly with my wishes. Sun Meng Long, Li Ning, Wang Jiaxing, and Shao Jian nodded in unison, realizing that playing their most proficient heroes was indeed the wisest choice. They were immensely joyful, albeit tinged with a hint of anxiety. Yet, this could not overshadow their excitement. Winning this match would grant them entry into the semifinals. Their greatest aspiration was to become professional players, and if they could bring glory to their nation, it would be the pinnacle of achievement. Although they were not yet where they envisioned themselves, they were determined to strive toward that goal. As the match was about to commence, Mo Yang announced, "This is the final match. Let us forego training and watch a complete game instead." He was uncertain of their opinions on this. If they still wished to practice, he would not hinder them, as he often observed the matches alone. Sun Meng Long, Li Ning, Shao Jian, and Wang Jiaxing exchanged glances, but they all nodded in agreement to watch the match with Mo Yang. "Let us find some chairs to watch the game." "Sure, I'll go fetch some." Mo Yang observed this scene and felt as if they were a family. The two competing teams were about to ignite their rivalry. The outcome remained uncertain, as esports matches are filled with unpredictable twists. As the next match approached, Lu Chong was eager to join the fray. While Lu Chong was providing commentary, he noticed the captain of the Rongwei team gesturing, indicating a player substitution. "Oh, there is someone coming in for the Rongwei team." Upon receiving consent, a young man in his 20s stepped up, and the audience recognized him instantly. "Isn't that the streamer?" Indeed. His gaming alias seems to be Lai Tian, and he is quite renowned in the streaming community. The Rongwei team was indeed formidable to recruit such a character, yet the prowess of the Longtian team was equally apparent. They began to discuss amongst themselves, and even Lu Chong was taken aback. The number 3 player from the Rongwei team exited, making way for Lai Tian. Lu Chong excitedly remarked, "Lai Tian's skill is not far behind that of Long Ao. It was unexpected for him to participate in such a match. Indeed a delightful surprise. Lai Tian, you must perform exceptionally well. We might just become a professional team." Jian Yong said earnestly to Lai Tian. "Rest assured, I am more than capable of winning over Long Ao," he replied coolly, before returning to his position. Long Ao. Upon hearing Lu Chong announce that Lai Tian was substituting in for the Rongwei team, felt a wave of astonishment, yet remained undeterred. He firmly believed that the Longtian team would ultimately secure victory. Chapter 53. Was it accidental or deliberate? Now that the Rongwei team had Lai Tian, could they equalize the score? Lu Chong was equally eager to witness Lai Tian's performance. The brief gap had finally concluded, and the Longtian and Rongwei teams were poised to commence hero selection. Mo Yang and his team were fixated on the screen, observing the player change for the Rongwei team. He surmised that Lai Tian must possess considerable skill, as otherwise, the Rongwei team would not have sent him onto the stage. Lai Tian has indeed joined the Rongwei team. Sun Meng Long, being well acquainted with the scene, was not taken aback by Lai Tian's presence. "Who exactly is this Lai Tian?" Mo Yin inquired. Observing Sun Meng Long's expression, he sensed that Sun Meng Long undoubtedly had some insights. Lai Tian is a famous streamer, though that is not his real name. However, everyone prefers to call him that. His skills are exceptional, and his joining the Rongwei team is likely in support of his alma mater, Sun Meng Long elaborated. After hearing this, Mo Yang gained a newfound understanding of the individual known as Lai Tian. "A streamer? What type of hero do you excel at, Lai Tian?" Jian Yong, having had few encounters with Lai Tian, primarily sought to learn what type of hero he specialized in. "Archer," Lai Tian replied nonchalantly, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. Like Long Ao, he primarily played archers, yet Long Ao was exceptionally proficient. Lai Tian would have to surpass him. "Well, the player you replaced was a mage. You can fill in the archer position." Jian Yong found himself at a loss against Lai Tian's aloof demeanor. After all, he was a renowned streamer, and Jian Yong was fortunate to have him on the Rongwei team. Meanwhile, on the Longtian team's side, despite the recent addition to the Rongwei team, his strength was not to be underestimated. Long Ao merely hoped that his teammates would showcase their usual abilities. "Everyone need not worry. I suspect he will also play an archer, so it's likely that the Rongwei team will not ban archers this match. Let us all relax and play." Long Ao encouraged, clapping his hands for motivation. "Yes, Captain." The Longtian team members were equally exhilarated at the prospect of facing off against a famous streamer. As both sides entered the hero banning phase, as Long Ao had anticipated, The Rongwei Team's first ban was the monkey. Fearing that Fan Nen would once again utilize him, they've banned my monkey. I'll have to use Lanling Wang, Fan Nan lamented, feeling disheartened. As the monkey was his signature hero. No worries, shall I help you secure Lanling Wang? Long Ao consoled him, recalling that Fan Nan had performed exceptionally well with the monkey in the previous round. Fan Nan nodded and expressed his gratitude to Long Ao. After thanking him, he merely chuckled softly, though Long Ao was unaware of this quiet laughter. Moving on to the Long Tian team, they decisively banned Kai Wenji without the slightest hesitation, as it was imperative that she not fall into the hands of their opponents. Let us ban that character, Jian Yong suggested. And another team member promptly followed suit by banning Zhuang Zhou. The second hero that the Long Tian team aimed to ban was Dong Huang Tai, for if he possessed 3 orbs early on, he would be virtually unstoppable. Next, it was the turn of the Rongwei team, who must have been chuckling, as they banned Huang Zhong, a move that was simply expected. Lastly, let us ban Luna, Long Ao declared. Ultimately, the Long Tian team also banned Luna, and the Rongwei team completed their list of bans. The initial hero selection began with the Rongwei team, who chose Shao Jian first. With Lai Tian's involvement, their strategy shifted from 2 mages to 1 mage and 1 marksman. Tang Zhu, you take Lu Bu, and I will assist Fan Nan in securing Lanling Wang. Afterward, you all can help me acquire a marksman, he instructed. When it came time for the Long Tian team to select their heroes, Long Ao offered a reminder. All right, I shall take Lu Bu. Tang Zhu nodded and selected Lu Bu. He had researched this hero extensively, as Lu Bu was a warrior, and he had studied nearly all warrior heroes, making Lu Bu the most suitable choice for him. Of course, Long Ao was bound by their earlier agreement to help Fan Nan secure Lanling Wang, after which he would ask the others to assist in acquiring a marksman. Once the Long Tian team finished their selections, it was again the Rongwei team's turn to choose. Upon seeing Lanling Wang on the opposing side, Lai Tian unhesitatingly opted for Li Yuanfang, confident that he could counter Lanling Wang effectively. The opposing team was also aware of their current lineup, prompting Lai Tian's decision. Long Ao expressed his concerns, acknowledging that Li Yuanfang was indeed a nemesis to Lanling Wang. Regardless, once the heroes were chosen, they had to play well. So he cautioned Fan Nan to be cautious early on, especially considering the presence of Li Yuanfang, who would know his position if he unleashed his ultimate ability. Understood, Captain. I will be vigilant against Li Yuanfang, Fan Nan replied, though his tone seemed somewhat dismissive. Another member of the Rongwei team selected Zhang Fei, while the 2 from Long Tian chose Liu Bang and then Bu Jihuowu. They refrained from selecting a marksman, as the opposing team had already chosen one, and they believed it unnecessary to select a second. Thus, they entrusted the selection of a marksman to Fan Nan. Strange, hasn't Long Ao played marksman before? One soldier wondered aloud. Why hasn't he chosen one yet? Is he waiting for Fan Nan to select a marksman? Jian Yong then chose the jungle hero Na Kalu Lu, as he was originally assigned to that position. Seeing his beloved Lanling Wang taken, he had no choice but to select Na Kalu Lu. The last member of the Rongwei team selected Cao Cao, believing that this hero could function as both a jungler and a warrior, making it a favorable choice. Fan Nan, help me pick Sun Shangxiang, Long Ao instructed, not wanting any complications at this crucial moment. However, it appeared that Fan Nan did not hear him, as he directly selected the mage Zhuge Liang and confirmed his choice. The audience was taken aback, and even Long Ao himself was bewildered. Why did you select a mage, Zhuge Liang? Didn't I ask you to choose a marksman? Long Ao was perplexed, as he had been quite clear prior. At that moment, Long Ao truly did not comprehend why Fan Nan suddenly opted for a mage. Given that mages were his weakest suit, he would have preferred selecting a warrior. I'm sorry, Captain. I was too eager and thought it was a marksman. So I confirmed it, Fan Nan lamented, trying to elicit Long Ao's forgiveness with a pitiful expression. Seeing Fan Nan's innocent demeanor softened Long Ao's heart. He decided to let him play the mage this time, not wanting to switch roles with a warrior, as Tang Zhu was also proficient with warriors. Alright, you need not feel too guilty. Use Lanling Wang as the mage, but remember what I told you. Be cautious of Li Yuanfang, Long Ao stated. Resigned to the situation. However, he still allowed Bu Jihuowu to take the mid lane position, while Long Ao moved to the bottom lane, as he was accustomed to playing marksman there, preferring to use a mage in that lane instead. Thank you for your understanding, Captain. I promise I won't make such a mistake again. Fan Nan continued to apologize, displaying his remorse. It's alright, everyone has their oversights. Just be more attentive next time. Long Ao reassured him, wishing for Fan Nan not to feel so guilty, as it truly weighed on his own conscience. Witnessing Fan Nan's demeanor, Long Ao's heart softened further. Recognizing that they were teammates, and reprimanding Fan Nan would serve no purpose, it was far better to focus on playing well in the match. Fan Nan lowered his head and chuckled softly, which caught the attention of Tang Zhu. However, Tang Zhu guessed it was laughter born of happiness and thought little of it. returning his focus to his phone. Long Ao is actually playing a mage. Does he look down on me? Lai Tian from the Rongwei team was quite upset. Having intended to duel Long Ao with a marksman, only to find that Long Ao had chosen a mage instead. He might be planning to duel you with a mage, Jian Yong remarked, incredulous at his own words. At that moment, Lai Tian clenched his fists with determination, vowing, Long Ao, I will make you use a marksman and defeat you convincingly. The audience below was eager to see Long Ao engage in a thrilling match. But the unexpected selection of a mage indeed astonished them, including Lu Chong, who was equally surprised. After all, they had never heard of Long Ao playing a mage before. They remained uncertain whether Long Ao was adept at mages but chose to conceal his skills, or if he was simply experimenting with a hero. Subsequently, both teams exchanged their heroes, confirming the earlier assertions. Long Ao indeed selected Zhuge Liang, while Fan Nan took Lanling Wang. It is truly astonishing that Long Ao has chosen to play as a mage. As everyone knows, Long Ao is the foremost marksman in the national server, but I never expected him to take on the role of a mage. Lu Chong expressed his mixed feelings about this development. Nevertheless, since Long Ao has opted for the mage, they are all eager to witness his prowess in this new role. After switching heroes, both sides are loading the screen, preparing to enter the Wangzhe Shaogua. However, one individual harbors a thought within, resolutely determined to ensure Long Ao's defeat. Author's note, I must apologize, as I am merely a student and must focus on my studies. Therefore, my novel Wangzhe Rongyao may not see updates in the coming months, and for that, I feel deeply remorseful. Although my writing contains numerous typographical errors and simplistic vocabulary, unlike that of esteemed authors, I believe there are still a few who genuinely appreciate my work, and for that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I shall not abandon this book. Regardless of whether it takes 1 year, 2 years, or even longer, I will persist in completing it, ensuring it does not end abruptly, thus fulfilling my dream. Whenever I find time, I shall continue to write. I am not one to give up halfway. However, reality often ensnares us, and while dreams are beautiful, reality can be harsh. Yet, our spirit as kings remains unbroken. Regarding the strength in Wangzhe Rongyao, I do not consider myself a master. I simply aim to craft this book to the best of my abilities, incorporating all that I have learned. My narrative relies solely on skill, devoid of any systems or hacks, striving to present an authentic portrayal of electronic sports. I am immensely grateful to those who sincerely read my book, and I hope you glean wisdom from it. Playing games should entail enjoyment. Even in defeat, one can return, but if one gives up on oneself, the chance to win is utterly lost. In all endeavors, maintaining a positive mindset is crucial. One must approach all challenges with calmness. I also hope that my readers can learn and progress, achieve success in their work, and enjoy good health, for life is the foundation of revolution. The spirit of kings shall endure, and we shall not disperse. One day, we will see the 5-star red flag fluttering in every corner of the arena. Xiao Feng Battle Team. I shall undoubtedly return one day. Chapter 54. Who will claim the blossoms? Welcome to Wangzhe Rongyao. Members of the Longtian Battle Team and the Rongwei Battle Team have entered the game, fully focused on their play. Meanwhile, the audience is filled with cheers. Some rallying for Longtian, others for Rongwei, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Captain, I want T counter-jungle this round, especially since they have Li Yuanfang. Fan Nin deliberated for a long time before reaching this conclusion. Just as Long Ao was about to respond, Zhong Sun interjected, no worries, I'll handle it. I'll go counter in their blue zone. Fan Nin began to hesitate. Time ticked away. It was already 23 seconds. The jungle monsters respawn in 30 seconds. So Fan Nin needed to make a decision swiftly. Ultimately, he chose to trust his teammate. All right, let us go. Since Fan Nan and Zhong Sun were in the red zone, reaching the enemy's blue zone would not take much time. Be careful, Long Ao cautioned Fan Nan, while he diligently familiarized himself with the mage. This was a new challenge for him, as he had not played many types of heroes apart from marksmen. This was his first venture into the realm of mages. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes in, the broadcast announced, Li Yuanfang has slain Lanling Wang. The player who secured the kill, Lai Kai, was elated, believing his team to be formidable, not realizing that just minutes into the match, he had claimed first blood. Fan Nan could hardly contain his frustration. He felt he could have been saved by Liu Bang, but was left bewildered as to why he and T intervened. It's alright. People often say that giving away first blood leads to victory, Long Ao consoled. Until then, he had been clearing minion waves in mid lane, oblivious to the situation in the enemy's blue zone. Had he been aware, he could have rushed to support, perhaps preventing Lanling Wang's demise. A mistake for which he bore some responsibility. Fan Nin clenched his fists in determination, vowing, Li Yuanfang, just wait. No matter how renowned you are as a streamer, I will ensure your demise. Time flew by, and before long, 3 minutes had passed. Li Yuanfang and Na Kalu Lu swiftly took down a wave of the abyssal dragon. Let us go for a gank in the bottom lane. Understood. At this moment, Liu Bang was clearing minion waves in the bottom lane, his long sword gleaming ominously. As he focused on clearing, he did not utilize any skills, and the ambushers hidden in the bushes remained concealed. Jian Yong glanced at the map and saw no one in the bottom lane. Even if they attacked Liu Bang, no one would come to his aid. Go. Without hesitation, Jian Yong commanded Na Kolu Lu to unleash her ultimate, soaring into the air, crashing down onto Liu Bang. Li Yuanfang then initiated with his second skill, followed by an attack that locked onto Liu Bang, subsequently executing his ultimate, cutting off Liu Bang's escape route. Na Kolu Lu combined her second and first skills ruthlessly, securing the kill. The broadcast announced, Na Kolu Lu has slain Liu Bang. After eliminating Liu Bang, Na Kolu Lu and Li Yuanfang cleared the minion waves in the bottom lane and, noticing the absence of defenders, proceeded to dismantle the tower. At this point, none of the Longtian team members had claimed a kill, while the Rongwei team had already taken down 3. The previous kill had occurred when they were jungling, catching Lanling Wang off guard as he attempted to ambush them. However, against Li Yuanfang, Lanling Wang's stealth proved utterly futile. Everyone, don't rush. Take it slow. I believe we can win. Long Ao maintained a positive mindset, though he was concerned about his teammates' morale. Yes, we can do it. Tang Zhu encouraged the other team members. One cannot expect a smooth journey. There will always be hurdles to overcome, and it is these very challenges that await our triumph. Let us go, let us go. Let us go. The members of the Longtian battle team rallied together in unison. Longtian Zhan Dui, let's cheer. The fans of Longtian Zhan Dui fervently encouraged their team, filling them with renewed spirit. Let us enjoy this game joyfully, shall we? Long Ao remarked. Previously, they had been overly focused on winning and losing, which had led to concerns clouding their minds. However, they now resolved to play with happiness, for the outcome had become inconsequential. All right, good. The members of Longtian Zhan Dui nodded in agreement, rekindling their hopes. Meanwhile, the Rongwei Zhan Dui had already destroyed both the upper and lower towers of Longtian Zhan Dui. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. Rather, they grew bolder with each encounter. Due to limited resources in the early game, Rongwei Zhan Dui appeared increasingly reckless as the match progressed. Lai Kai frequently led his team to ambush Long Ao, relishing in the opportunity to defeat him, but unexpectedly, he found himself on the receiving end of Long Ao's counterattack. How could there be so many allies around Long Ao? It seems I have underestimated the situation. Lai Kai fumed, striking the table in frustration, as the reality diverged starkly from his expectations. Excellent, everyone, maintain this momentum. Long Ao beamed with a smile, noting the stark contrast between their current circumstances and those earlier. Yes, Long Ao rallied his team for a coordinated effort, recognizing the critical nature of the moment, where even the slightest error could prove disastrous, thus urging utmost caution. Nevertheless, he allowed Lanling Wang to act independently, understanding that he needed to develop, especially since he possessed the ultimate ability to become invisible, as long as he avoided Li Yuanfang. Unexpectedly, while roaming, Lanling Wang discovered that Rongwei Zhan Dui was engaged in battling the Lord. Li Yuanfang quickly spotted Lanling Wang and unleashed his second skill, creating a fiery fissure that revealed Lanling Wang's true form. Observing this, the members of Longtian Zhan Dui rushed to the Lord's location, while Liu Bang teleported beside Lanling Wang, hoping to save him. Be careful, be careful. At this juncture, 5 players confronted Lanling Wang and Liu Bang, with Na Kolu Lu persistently attacking the Lord, for the prize must not slip away. Xiao Qiao initiated her second skill to stun Lanling Wang, after which Xiao Qiao coordinated with her, launching a skillful assault with his first skill, followed by a second skill for a stunning strike, and then executing a series of attacks. However, Liu Bang continuously shielded Lanling Wang, absorbing most of the damage aimed at them, particularly for Xiao Qiao. Her damage was a nightmare for tanks. Quickly, I'll cover you, Zhong Sun declared, given the dire situation. He believed Fan Nan was acutely aware that if they did not escape, both would perish. One must survive if possible. Hold on. I'll replenish health from the nearby minions and return to assist you, Fan Nan said anxiously, knowing that a failed team fight here would complicate their chances further. Zhong Sun maneuvered Liu Bang to draw the attention of Xiao Qiao and Xiao Qiao, preventing them from attacking Lanling Wang, who needed protection as the damage dealer. Suddenly, a massive formation enveloped Rongwei Zhan Dui, as Lu Bu unleashed his ultimate, leaping to launch them into the air. Coupled with the ominous aura of Tian Mo Liao Wan, the spell was particularly terrifying. Lu Bu swiftly activated his first skill, utilizing his and the lightning dagger, inflicting substantial true damage. His first skill alone reduced Xiao Qiao to half health, while Huowu relentlessly pushed towards his teammates, with Zhuge Liang standing back to deal damage. This team fight caused the audience outside to hold their breath, gasping in astonishment. Go, go! Mo Yang couldn't help but cheer for both teams on the screen. Regardless of the outcome, both teams deserved respect. The sweat on the brows of the players from Long Tianzhan DUI and Rong Weizhan DUI had turned into streams, for seizing the Lord would significantly enhance their chances of victory. Meanwhile, Lan Ling Wang was clearing minion waves in the top lane, defeating a few monsters to recover health, and quickly activated his ultimate to return and support his teammates. However, Lan Ling Wang did not rush to aid Long Ao, opting instead to attack the Lord. At this moment, only Na Kalu Lu was assaulting the Lord, and the question of who would claim this prize remained uncertain. Tang Zhu, focus on those squishy targets. Without the attacking tanks will be arduous, Long Ao instructed from the sidelines. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, Lu Bu shifted his target, no longer engaging Zhang Fei and Xiao Qiao, but instead focusing on the more fragile Li Yuanfang and Xiao Qiao. As Long Ao predicted, Lu Bu's true damage proved devastating, and Xiao Qiao, caught off guard, was swiftly eliminated. The broadcast announced, Lu Bu injures Xiao Qiao. Ha! God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Tang Zhu shouted, overwhelmed with excitement. Echoing Lu Bu's iconic phrase, Long Ao nodded in appreciation, recognizing that their confidence stemmed from Zhang Fei's anger not having reached the threshold for his ultimate. Meanwhile, Rong Weizhan DUI suffered greatly because they had not anticipated a team fight would erupt before Zhang Fei's ultimate was ready. As they clashed, the screen displayed a message revealing who had slain the Lord. Chapter 55, Divine Assistance. Both Long Tianzhan DUI and Rong Weizhan DUI held their breath, eager to discover who had vanquished the Lord. Was it Long Tian or Rong Wei? The broadcast declared, Lan Ling Wang slays the Lord. Ultimately, it was Lan Ling Wang's second skill that triggered the decisive blow. Not only that, but Li Yuanfang, who had been battling alongside Lan Ling Wang against the Lord, also fell to him. However, the dual challenge of defeating the Lord while dueling Li Yuanfang meant Lan Ling Wang had narrowly escaped. Now, Fan Nan needed to recover health. Otherwise, he would be eliminated upon re-entry. Well done, Fan Nan, Long Ao exclaimed with a smile. The members of Long Tianzhan DUI were brimming with excitement, as were the spectators outside, who erupted in cheers. The esteemed brothers, let us proceed. Indeed, Captain. With the emergence of the dominant force, the Long Tianzhan DUI, the confidence of Long Ao and his comrades has soared instantaneously. In stark contrast, the situation for the Rong Weizhan DUI appears rather bleak. Given that Lai Tian is engaged in slaying the dominant force, and being a renowned streamer, Jian Yong dares not reprimand him, lest he provoke the wrath of online harassment. Fear not, we still stand a chance. Although we have lost one dominant force, our economy remains superior. Jian Yong reassures his teammates, recognizing the limited options available. They must confront the challenge head-on. Lu Bang and Lu Bu have encircled the Rong Weizhan DUI, and with a singular focus, their offensive capabilities are set to amplify significantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and Xiao Qiao diligently protect their teammates, as Na Kalu Lu effortlessly unleashes her ultimate ability, vaulting over the wall of the dominant force to escape. You too, seize the opportune moment and flee swiftly, Jian Yong instructs, knowing well that those two are ensnared due to their presence. Understood, Captain. Despite their verbal affirmation, the reality is that Zhuge Liang manipulates the situation with ease. His late-game damage is simply catastrophic. Although Zhang Fei is sturdy, he finds himself at a disadvantage against Zhuge Liang's explosive output, enduring as long as he can. At this moment, the Long Tianzhan DUI revels in the game, entirely unconcerned with the notions of victory or defeat. Their sole desire is to enjoy the game, unburdened as they are in comparison to the Rong Weizhan DUI. With the agile maneuvers of Buji Huowu, in tandem with Lu Bang's first and second skills, they swiftly subdue Cao Cao. Meanwhile, Lan Ling Wang is clearing the minion waves in the lower lane, just in time to prevent Na Kalu Lu from pushing down the bottom turret. Capitalizing on the advantage granted by the dominant force, the Long Tianzhan DUI rapidly demolishes the towers of the Rong Weizhan DUI. Now, only the high ground remains in both the upper and lower lanes, with a solitary defensive tower left in the mid lane. Magnificent, magnificent, let us maintain this momentum. Unquestionably, Long Ao is immensely pleased. While one must not underestimate Lai Tian, the unfamiliarity between them has resulted in a one-on-one format. Long Ao seizes this opportunity, adeptly leveraging his team spirit. At this pace, victory is surely within our grasp, Tang Zhu exclaims with fervor. The transition from their previous predicament to the current scenario is akin to the difference between heaven and earth, all thanks to Long Ao's refusal to concede, thus establishing their advantage. Li Yuanfang and Zhang Fei prepare to engage, as the Long Tianzhan DUI's red buff is swiftly dispatched. However, they are unexpectedly ambushed. The Long Tianzhan DUI now resembles a multitude of chopsticks, unbreakable by any means. Broadcast, Zhuge Liang has slain Li Yuanfang. Broadcast, Lan Ling Wang has slain Zhang Fei. The Long Tian Zhondue claims the heads of these two, a most fortuitous acquisition. Lai Tian, in his fury, is utterly incensed, nearly breaking his lollipop stick at the audacity of Long Ao. Though bitter, this is the harsh truth, time and again. He has met his demise at the hands of Long Ao, often falling to a mage, a grave insult indeed. The members of the Rongwei Zhondue are despondent, nearly devoid of motivation, some even contemplating surrender. The prowess of the Long Tian Zhondue is overwhelming. Defeat seems inevitable. Indeed, hope appears to have dwindled, as they now find themselves under pressure. Alas, is there truly no glimmer of hope? The members of the Rongwei Zhondue engage in fervent discussions, convinced of their inability to triumph over the Long Tian Zhondue. Despite their economic advantage, the formidable strength of Long Ao's team cannot be overlooked. Suddenly, Jian Yong, the captain of the Rongwei Zhondue, rises, slamming his fist upon the table, bellowing to his teammates, "Do you not desire victory? Your efforts are no less than anyone else's, but have you truly persevered? If you believe defeat is certain, then leave." The spectators outside observe Jian Yong's fervent display, puzzled by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the players on the field lower their heads in contemplative silence, as if grappling with an internal struggle. "Come now, let us at least strive to lose with dignity," Lai Tian remarks in his typically monotone manner, yet he resumes his grasp on his phone. Although the other teammates remain silent, they all grasp their phones with resolute gazes, recognizing the truth in Jian Yong's words. Have they ever truly persevered? Jian Yong nods in satisfaction. This is the effect he sought, rather than the previous air of defeat. Let us engage in a spirited battle and face the Long Tian Zhondue. Yes, the Rongwei Zhondue rekindles their fighting spirit, while the Long Tian Zhondue feels no trepidation, instead reveling in the challenge of a worthy opponent. We cannot allow ourselves to falter. We must strive for victory in the national championship. Indeed, Captain. Both teams ignite with fervor, nearly setting the arena ablaze with their passion. The teams reignite their competitive spirit. I believe they will deliver an exhilarating match. Lu Chang exclaims with enthusiasm. The spectators outside are equally swept up in the fervor of the Long Tian Zhondue and Rongwei Zhondue. Long Tian go! Long Tian go! Long Tian go! Rongwei go! Rongwei go! Rongwei go! The fans rally for their respective teams. The Rongwei Zhondue acknowledges their shortcomings and quickly regroups, leaving the Long Tian Zhondue with no opening. Jian Yong leads the charge as they engage the tyrant, gaining strength before preparing for a decisive team fight in the mid lane. "Everyone, return to the mid lane," Long Ao advises. Knowing full well that a team battle is inevitable, whoever survives will claim victory. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang and Bu Jihuowu swiftly cleared the minion waves and returned to the central high ground. Subsequently, Elbu also made his way back to the mid lane. However, at that moment, Lanling Wang was still engaged in clearing the minion waves in the top lane. The Rongwei team pressed forward steadily, creating an atmosphere of tension within the Long Tian team. It was as if the Rongwei team had undergone a transformation. "Captain, I will not return just yet. I am currently in the top lane, attempting to push down their high ground and reach the crystal," Fan Nen indicated, providing a reassuring command to alleviate Long Ao's concerns. Long Ao nodded in agreement and advised Fan Nan, "Be cautious. Do not let them catch you. If you notice that the map is clear, quickly hide in the grass. And if a team fight breaks out, return immediately." "Understood, Captain," Fan Nen responded, continuing to clear the minion waves in the top lane. The Long Tian team, realizing the situation, sent Jian Yong alone to the top lane to deal with the minions while the other four maintained their pressure. At this point, Lanling Wang had reached their high ground, and Fan Nan was clicking furiously on the screen, hoping to quickly push down the high ground and escape, anticipating that the Rongwei team would soon attempt to ambush him. Just as Fan Nan was clicking away, the sudden arrival of Na Kolulu's ultimate struck Lanling Wang, forcing him to flee. However, combined with the turret's attacks and Na Kolulu's onslaught, Lanling Wang was slain the moment he exited the turret's range. "Cursed be this fate. I was so close to taking down the high ground in the top lane." Fan Nan lamented, wishing he could bang his head against the ground in frustration. To his surprise, moments later, the broadcast chimed in, and the lines displayed brought joy to the Long Tian team. It was the turret that had inadvertently destroyed the high ground in the top lane, leaving Fan Nan in a state of disbelief, as it had become an unintentional assist for the Long Tian team. Although they had managed to take down the Rongwei team's high ground, a daunting challenge loomed ahead. The Long Tian team now numbered only 4, while the Rongwei team boasted 5 members, which would certainly disadvantage the Long Tian team in a confrontation. "I hope we can hold on until Lanling Wang respawns," Long Ao said, his brow furrowed with worry. Chapter 56, The Sudden Surrender? Na Kolulu rapidly cleared the minion waves across the map, while the Long Ao team held their position at the high ground, awaiting Lanling Wang's revival to avoid being at a disadvantage. Zhang Fei from the Long AO team recognized that the situation was clearly in their favor and was already prepared with his ultimate. With Jianyong's command, he would immediately unleash his ultimate to shield his teammates as they attacked. Observing that Lan Ling Wang still had 20 seconds before respawning, Jianyong realized that they would hold a numerical advantage, yet this also came with significant risk. A team wipe would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Zhang Fei, be ready to unleash your ultimate at a moment's notice to tank the turret and protect our push. Cao Cao, you will focus on the backline. Once you charge in, activate your ultimate immediately. Xiao Qiao, you will provide damage from the backline, while Zhang Fei covers you. Li Yuanfang and I will push the turret. On my count of 3, Zhang Fei will unleash his ultimate. Jin Yong instructed his teammates carefully. Understood. The Rongwei team, meanwhile, wore serious expressions. This was their sole opportunity to turn the tide. If they were to lose this match, they would be eliminated from the national tournament. Life is about challenges. A life without challenges holds no meaning. 3, 2, 1. As Jin Yong reached 1, Zhang Fei fearlessly activated his ultimate against the Long Tian team. Upon unleashing his ultimate, he immediately leaped into the midst of the Long Tian team, and his teammates followed suit, executing the strategy Jin Yong had previously outlined. At that moment, Fan Nin anxiously stared at the screen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, hands cupping his mouth in trepidation. He could only hope for a swift revival. With over 10 seconds remaining until respawn, Zhuge Liang swiftly executed his second dash to evade the Rongwei team's attack range and attempted to target Xiao Qiao in the backline, only to be discovered and subsequently beaten down by the 4 members of the Rongwei team. The Rongwei team pushed the turret with remarkable speed, thanks to Zhang Fei's tanking and the timely arrival of minion waves, quickly demolishing the Long Tian team's central high ground, leaving the Long AO team in a perilous situation. The audience in the stands gasped, some praying for the Long Tian team to hold their ground, while others hoped for the Rongwei team to secure victory. Otherwise, there would be no chance for a comeback. Keep it up. Jian Yong clapped his hands. Let us advance directly to attack the Long Tian team's crystal and reclaim our position. The players nodded in agreement. Zhang Fei charged recklessly at Tang Zhu and his allies, sacrificing himself for the team's triumph. A skill struck El Bu, but El Bu's true damage was formidable, inflicting significant injury upon Zhang Fei. Xiao Qiao provided damage from the rear, bolstered by a spell book, overwhelming El Bu with her powerful output, resulting in her claiming the kill. Lu Bang faced a grim fate, being besieged by 3 opponents without any means of defense. Cao Cao activated his ultimate to block Lu Bang's path, while Li Yuanfang unleashed his ultimate, pinning him down. Their primary objective was to eliminate Lu Bang with Na Lu Lu, and ultimately, he fell in battle. Fan Nan, glued to the screen, felt an increasing sense of urgency, clicking frantically on his phone. Hurry up and revive, or we will surely lose this match. With the demise of these 2 foes, the Rongwei team surged forward with super minions to assault the enemy's crystal. Although Bu Zhihuo Wu demonstrated remarkable agility, evading their attacks, she was forced to retreat to the crystal to recover. However, this left the crystal vulnerable to being destroyed by the Rongwei team. Go Rongwei! Go Rongwei! The crowd erupted in cheers, igniting a wave of excitement among the spectators. Meanwhile, the supporters of the Long Tian team were equally fervent, loudly chanting, Long AO! Long AO! For the supremacy of Long. After a long-awaited revival, Fan Nin swiftly set about eliminating the super soldiers, prioritizing the clearing of minion waves rather than seeking to slay enemies. Once the minion waves were cleared, the situation would become manageable. Although Zhang Fei's ultimate ability was no longer available, dealing with a Lan Ling Wang was hardly a challenge. Almost the entirety of 5 players' skills were unleashed upon Lan Ling Wang, who perished mere moments after respawning. Fan Nan found himself momentarily speechless, unable to fathom how he could be vanquished so quickly after resurrection. Half of the audience could no longer bear to watch, for it was clear that the Rongwei team was destined for victory, as all 5 members of the Long Tian team had been defeated within a mere 30 seconds, leaving them no chance to recover. The Rongwei team, not being benevolent entities, promptly pushed forward. If they did not seize this opportunity, finding such advantageous moments again would be akin to scaling a mountain. Victory. The screen displayed these 2 characters, while host Lu Chong exuberantly announced the triumph of the Rongwei team. At that moment, the Rongwei team was elated, having unexpectedly triumphed over the Long Tian team. In contrast, the members of the Dragon 2 team were filled with despondence, particularly Fan Nan, who was suffering from a cramp in his hand. This injury resulted from his frantic tapping on the screen moments earlier, causing him to inadvertently strike the table. Continuing to play in this condition would yield no favorable outcome. Yet he wished to remain on the battlefield. Reluctantly, he decided to inform Long AO of his injury and request a substitute. Long AO, the captain of the Long Tian team, sat in silent contemplation, only to be interrupted by Fan Nan's words. Grasping his injured hand, Fan Nan said, Captain, my hand is hurt. Given that the next match is the decisive one, I cannot perform at my best. Please, find a teammate to replace me. Long Ao expressed mild surprise at this statement, while Fan Nan awaited the captain's decision to allow a substitute to take his place, hoping for the best outcome. How is your hand? Can you endure? Long Ao inquired, though he did not favor substituting another player for Fan Nan. Fan Nan attempted to touch his hand again, but the pain was intense. He could endure for about 10 minutes, yet a match typically lasted no less than 20 to 30 minutes. Under these circumstances, the chances of winning the decisive match dwindled significantly. Captain, I truly cannot continue. I can hardly lift my phone, let alone win this decisive match. Initially, Fan Nan believed Long Ao stood to request a substitute from the referee, but he was taken aback when Long Ao simply stated, the Long Tian team concedes the match. Even the Rongwei team, who had been celebrating, were stunned, while Li Tian, who had long sought to defeat Long Ao, felt a mixture of emotions. Unable to comprehend why the Long Tian team had surrendered, was it due to the earlier incident or some other reason? Fan Nan urgently grasped Long Ao's hand and implored, Captain, we cannot forfeit. If we concede, we will miss the national championship. Isn't your dream to perform brilliantly on that stage? Long Ao freed his hand from Fan Nan's grip and addressed the dazed referee, stating, I apologize, but our Long Tian team concedes this match. The referee, taken aback, asked, Are you certain? If you concede, you will be unable to participate in this tournament and must wait for the next one. I am certain. Long Ao replied earnestly. Both Tang Zhu and Zhong Sun rose to affirm, Yes, we, the Long Tian team, are willing to forfeit this match. All three members of the team, except for Fan Nan, echoed this sentiment. It was evident they understood Long Ao's intentions, and they stood united in their declaration. Hearing the unanimous decision from the Long Tian team, the referee had no choice but to declare the Rongwei team the victors, advancing them to the semifinals. An anxious Fan Nan could only accept this outcome with resignation, having anticipated that Long Ao would substitute a teammate for him, only to witness an outright surrender instead. In truth, no one could replace Fan Nan in his position or within the team dynamic. The victorious Rongwei team, unbeknownst to whether to rejoice or mourn, found themselves in a state of ambivalence. Chapter 57, Brotherhood. The Long Tian team voluntarily conceded, thus the victory in this match rightfully belonged to the Rongwei team. While the Rongwei team celebrated, the Long Tian team had already vacated the arena, leaving no trace. Mo Yang, watching from the screen, sighed deeply, lamenting the fact that Long Ao, hailed as the nation's top marksman, had surrendered. However, now was not the time for lamentation, as the next match for their Xiao Feng team was imminent. Mo Yang stood up and addressed Sun Minglong and the others, saying, Minglong, Shao Jian, Jia Shang, Li Ning. It's our turn to shine. Let us give it our all. Sun Minglong confidently thumped his chest, declaring, Don't worry, Mo Yang. I'll make them regret ever stepping onto the battlefield. Their expressions exuded confidence, bringing Mo Yang a sense of reassurance. For they would not approach the match with despair, but rather maintain this positive spirit. Subsequently, they prepared for their upcoming battle against the Langya team. Meanwhile, the Long Tian team had returned to their waiting room, where a fearsome middle-aged man sat waiting for them. Long Ao and his teammates bowed their heads, greeting, Hello, coach. The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table, bellowing, Do you still recognize me as your coach? Do not presume that your popularity makes you exceptional. You have not qualified for the national competition and remain an amateur. Nearby, a middle-aged man's words became unbearable for the patrons of the restaurant, who gritted their teeth and muttered, Despicable. You are unworthy to be our coach. To everyone's astonishment, Dragon Ao bowed his head and said to the man, I apologize, coach. It is entirely my fault. If punishment is due, let it fall on me, not on them. Huh, you bunch of novices. If it weren't for your past achievement of being national runners-up, I wouldn't even consider coaching you. Now, you can't even make it past the elimination rounds. I'm done. Find someone else. The middle-aged man placed his resignation letter on the table and turned to leave Dragon Ao's side. Fan Nan was ready to confront the man, but Dragon Ao stopped him. Reluctantly, he complied, while Dragon Ao picked up a first aid kit. Come here. Your hand is injured. Let me tend to it. At that moment, Fan Nan realized that Dragon Ao had retrieved the kit for his sake. He thought to himself, with a captain like you, everything is worthwhile. Okay. Fan Nan slowly approached Dragon Ao, who instructed him to sit still while he cleaned Fan Nan's swollen hand to prevent any long-term repercussions. After careful treatment, Dragon Ao applied a bandage, completing the task. With a few days of rest, he believed Fan Nan would soon recover. Dragon Ao tidied up the first aid kit and stood, advising, for now, refrain from any strenuous activities or playing Wangjia, as it may strain your hand. Yes, Captain, Fan Nan replied, smiling at the unexpected gentleness of the usually stern Dragon Ao. Despite their loss, the Long Tian team did not lose heart. They resolved to return stronger next time. Suddenly, Fan Nan approached Dragon Ao anxiously. Captain, I really need to use the restroom. Is it all right? Understanding the urgency, Dragon Ao was initially inclined to accompany him, but after Fan Nan insisted he could manage alone, Dragon Ao relented, cautioning him to be careful. As Fan Nan made his way to the restroom, Dragon Ao appeared pensive, seemingly lost in thought. Fan Nan quickly arrived at a restroom in the waiting area, only to find two intimidating figures blocking the entrance. One of them stepped forward, blocking Fan Nan's path. Don't you remember me, Fan Nan? Ha! Get out of my way, or I will make you, Fan Nan shouted, his temper flaring at the sight of them. What did you say? You think you can take us on? As soon as he finished speaking, the men lunged at Fan Nan, landing a punch squarely on his face. He stifled his cry to avoid alerting his teammates, wiping the blood from his face. Now step aside. I warned you not to provoke me. One of the men, flicking his cigarette to the ground, tightened his fists and charged at Fan Nan, striking him in the stomach, causing him to collapse. Enough. I can't tolerate you any longer. It seems today I must teach you a lesson. Rising slowly, Fan Nan's eyes burned with fury, no longer able to hold back. One of the men taunted him. How does it feel to be our mole, betraying your teammates? Ha! This only fueled Fan Nan's anger. With a fierce cry, he retaliated, landing a punch on the provocateur's body, followed by a kick to his abdomen. As he attacked, the other man seized the opportunity to strike Fan Nan from behind, causing him to clutch his bleeding body and continue his assault. Kid, you better do your job as our mole. We're counting on you to provide us with Long Tion's information. The taller of the two, with green hair that was quite repulsive, taunted. As he swung, Fan Nan shouted defiantly, I will never be your mole again, nor will I harm my captain. Dream on. The green-haired man grabbed Fan Nan's wrist, immobilizing him, then kicked him hard in the chest, and followed up with a merciless blow to his mouth. Shattering a few teeth, Fan Nan, beaten to the ground, felt the weight of his mistakes. If he hadn't pursued his own interests, he wouldn't have betrayed Dragon Ao. He perceived this as divine retribution. Coughing up blood, Fan Nan faced his aggressors, who advanced menacingly, determined to ensure he did not leave the restroom unscathed. Just as they prepared to continue their assault, a hand seized one of the attackers. Fan Nan turned in terror, realizing it was his captain, Dragon Ao. Captain, surprised and ashamed, Fan Nan felt unworthy to face Dragon Ao after what he had done. Dragon Ao swiftly knocked the green-haired man to the ground and helped Fan Nan to his feet. Captain, how did you find me here? You heard everything, didn't you? Dragon Ao patted Fan Nan on the shoulder, chuckling. My brother was hurt. As your elder brother, how could I stand idly by? Besides, I won't hold your words against you, for you are my brother. Hearing this, tears streamed down Fan Nan's face. Despite knowing he was a mole sent to harm the Long Tian team, Dragon Ao still regarded him as a good brother, leaving Fan Nan deeply moved. When my brother was bullied, I could not possibly stand idly by, and as for me, I am more than ready. It has been far too long since I have engaged in some action. How could such an exhilarating event occur without my presence? Tang Zhu and the others chimed in from behind. You all. Fan Nan did not expect Tang Zhu and the others to show up here as well. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile replaced the previous grimace on his face as he slowly stood up. Beside him stood Long Ao and the other three, who, upon glancing at the two antagonists, could not help but declare that if you wish to fight, we shall demonstrate the might of the Long Tian battle team. Remember, we excel not only in gaming but also in overpowering opponents with ease. Chapter 58, Accepting Legal Consequences. The green-haired individual and the middle-aged man beside him were overtaken by fear, astonished that the captain of the Long Tian battle team would forgive Fan Nan. This was truly unexpected. Do not lose focus during a fight, or the consequences will be dire, Fan Nan shouted, delivering a punch to the two assailants. Following that, Long Ao and the others joined in, delivering repeated blows until the two were brought to tears. It was indeed a turn of fate. Nevertheless, they did not flee, as their superior had instructed them to ensure that Fan Nan did not escape. The green-haired man swiftly produced a small knife from his pocket, and Fan Nan was taken aback by their ruthless intent to resort to weapons. Captain, you all should flee. He has a weapon, and we may not be able to withstand this. This conflict arose because of me. It is not your burden to bear. Fan Nan turned to his captain and teammates. He was profoundly grateful that Long Ao and the others could forgive him, but now was a perilous moment, and he did not wish for his captain and teammates to be harmed. Long Ao patted Fan Nan on the shoulder and smiled, saying, as brothers together, what is there to fear? They should be the ones who are afraid of us. Indeed, I shall show them the prowess of my taekwondo. Regardless of whether they wield small knives or large ones, I will take them down one by one. I am eager to join in. Long Ao and the others would not retreat, for with Fan Nan present, they could not abandon their brother. If they were to leave, they would leave together. And if death awaited them, they would face it as one. Tears streamed down Fan Nan's face. With such brothers by his side, even death would be worthwhile. He turned to face the two adversaries and clenched his fists. Come, Fan Nan roared. You insolent fool, perish. The green-haired man lunged at Fan Nan with a knife. Fan Nan deftly sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch, though it missed its mark, while Long Ao and the others dealt with the remaining opponent. Apart from the green-haired man wielding a knife, the nearby fierce-looking individual also possessed a small blade. Despite having numerical superiority, the presence of weapons made it challenging to engage effectively. Observing an opening, Long Ao swiftly seized the knife from the opponent's hand. After doing so, he shouted to Tang Zhu, a great opportunity, Tang Zhu, go. Hearing the command, Tang Zhu quickly delivered a kick to the man's head, followed by a swift strike with his left leg. Initially, the man remained standing, but as Long Ao landed a punch directly on his back, he collapsed unconscious. Afterward, Long Ao approached Tang Zhu and remarked, well done, Tang Zhu. This credit belongs to you. Captain, had you not disarmed that man, I would never have been able to reach him. Tang Zhu replied with a grin, stating that they had successfully dealt with one adversary. As long as they could handle the other, they would be able to return home. Long Ao and the other three hastened to Fan Nan's side, forming a circle around the green-haired man. The green-haired man instinctively turned to face the formidable presence beside him, only to find that he had fallen to the ground. It seemed that he would have to rely on himself, but how could one man possibly contend against five? Long Ao clenched his fists and flexed his limbs. Addressing his brothers, as long as we take down this one, I shall treat you all to a feast. Barbecued skewers are a guarantee. No problem, for the sake of skewers. Haha. Upon hearing these words, the green-haired man's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly covered his head, pleading, please, do not strike me. I am merely a subordinate, following orders to eliminate Fan Nan. Oh, who is so intent on putting me to death? I have already betrayed my captain for you, yet you treat me this way. Fan Nan shouted, his anger igniting at the thought. Long Ao, overhearing this, remained unfazed, as he had long been aware that Fan Nan was an insider sent by others. I do not know. I was simply tasked by my superiors. I plead with you, do not kill me. I have a family relying on me, the green-haired man begged, unable to believe that the once fearsome individual had now become so pitiful. Just as Fan Nan was about to strike the green-haired man, he was stopped by Long Ao. Spare him, for mercy is a virtue. Seeing that he has acknowledged his wrongdoing, Long Ao chose to forgive him and hoped that Fan Nan would refrain from acting further. Very well, Captain, are we truly letting him go? Fan Nan inquired, puzzled. If we simply allow him to depart, it would be too lenient. Long Ao smiled and dialed a number, addressing the person on the other end. Is this the police? There is an individual wielding a knife and attempting murder. Could you please come here? After hanging up the call, he made it clear that he could not easily let the man go. Although the green-haired man had acknowledged his faults, he had attempted to kill with a knife and thus must face legal repercussions. Despite the imminent threat of arrest, the green-haired man was immensely grateful to Long Ao for granting him a chance at redemption. Fan Nan was deeply moved. He did not wish to engage in unlawful acts for personal gain. Thankfully, every action taken by Long Ao resonated with him, leading Fan Nan back to the initial joy of playing Wang Zhirong. Soon, the police vehicle arrived beside Long Ao and his companions, handcuffing the two individuals. Before departing, the green-haired man bowed in gratitude, and then they left. Fan Nan patted his chest and exclaimed that it was truly a close call. If the captain had not arrived, he might have met his demise at their hands. A sense of dread washed over Fan Nan. Had it not been for Long Ao's timely intervention, he might not have walked away from this encounter alive. Now that everything is fine, as I promised, let us go enjoy some skewers. If Long Ao had not uttered these words, they might have forgotten, and drool would have inevitably flowed. However, they pondered whether they should train today. Captain, should we still train today? Fan Nan mustered his courage to inquire, to which Long Ao replied, yes, you can train. The four of us will indulge in skewers. Long Ao mischievously added. Upon hearing this, Fan Nan quickly corrected himself. No, Captain, I do not wish to train. Since this competition has concluded, let us savor some skewers. It has been quite a while since we last enjoyed them. Tang Zhu chuckled quietly nearby, for their training had indeed been quite rigorous. Having narrowly escaped with their lives, a hearty meal was well deserved. Let us go. Hooray, skewers await us. Long Ao and the others jubilantly exited the competition venue, their spirits high after their harrowing experience, a testament to their brotherhood. In their revelry, they failed to notice a figure observing the entire scene from behind. This person merely smiled before turning away. A man with blue hair, clad in a black shirt and wearing a hat, revealed a shadowy smile as he approached another individual, saying, Chairman, the two individuals we dispatched have failed and have been apprehended by the police. Should I personally capture Fan Nan? The middle-aged man raised his hand high and shook his head, replying, No, we must not send more people to eliminate them. It would escalate the situation and surely attract the attention of the police, making matters far more complicated. Therefore, we must let Fan Ning go. Su Xian stroked his chin and remarked intriguingly, "Understood, Chairman. However, the forthcoming competition will undoubtedly be thrilling." Chapter 59. The opening 3 kills. The third match features the Xiao Feng team against the Wolf Fong team. "Welcome them to the stage," Lu Chang announced. The previous match left a sense of regret, yet the competition must continue. One match cannot bring an end to the event. Here, Lu Chang could only wish the Long Tian team the best in advancing to the national competition in the next edition and achieving notable ranks. Mo Yang and the members of the Wolf Fong team entered the arena. Mo Yang initiated the introductions, shaking hands with the captain of the Wolf Fong team, followed by Sun Ming Long and the teammates of the Wolf Fong team, and so forth. Subsequently, both teams returned to their respective combat zones, awaiting the official start of the match while still in a state of adjustment. Mo Yang, the Wolf Fong team should be of similar strength to us, right? Sun Ming Long remarked to Mo Yang. "I am uncertain of their capabilities. All I know is they are a new team participating in this year's campus championship alongside us. Since they are both new teams, their strengths should be comparable," Sun Ming Long mused, chuckling softly. Meanwhile, Mo Yang adjusted the volume of his headset, striving to find a rhythm. As they prepared, Lu Chang continued to comment on the previous match, providing insights to ensure they were ready to commence. Time ticked away, and both Mo Yang and the captain of the Wolf Fong team were set, eagerly awaiting the match's commencement while Lu Chang began to speak. It was noted that both teams had just participated in the campus championship this year, marking them as entirely new teams. It appeared that this was a clash of new squads. During previous commentaries, Lu Chang had not witnessed the presence of the Xiao Feng team or the Wolf Fong team. Indeed, they were newcomers to this year's campus championship. However, the Wolf Fong team's performance had been rather average, while Mo Yang's side had garnered a multitude of fans. Now, both teams were in the hero selection phase. Lu Chang continued to keep pace with the progress of the match. The audience, enveloped in silence, eagerly gazed at the large screen, silently supporting their favored teams. In the first ban phase, Sun Ming Long was up, and Mo Yang encouraged him to ban whatever he wished, as they were not too familiar with the Wolf Fong team's strengths and could not anticipate what heroes they might play. "I will ban Guguzi. If they secure Guguzi, it could spell trouble," he decided, confirming the ban by pressing the button. The Wolf Fong team swiftly countered by banning Li Bai, and at that moment, Mo Yang understood that their opponents were well aware of their strengths. From the commentary booth, Lu Chang noted the Wolf Fong team's first ban of Li Bai. Expressing mild surprise, it seemed they were beginning to target Mo Fong. Sun Ming Long, feeling casual, chose to ban Luna as his second pick. The Wolf Fong team promptly followed suit by banning Zhuge Liang, and Mo Yang's team sensed a profound pressure. It was clear that their opponents had an intimate understanding of their capabilities. For the final ban, Sun Ming Long ultimately selected Sun Wukong. As he was apprehensive about the monkey's staff, Mo Yang offered no further comments. The Wolf Fong team concluded their bans with Li Yuanfang. Lu Chang, reviewing the Wolf Fong team's profile, addressed the microphone, stating, "The captain of the Wolf Fong team, Pu Si, is an exceptional support player. Let us anticipate which hero he will select." With the bans completed, both Mo Yang and Pu Si proceeded to the hero selection phase, starting with Mo Yang's team. One by one, heroes were chosen, and ultimately, the formations of both teams were finalized. Xiao Feng team, Sun Ming Long, Gao Jian Li, Mo Yang, Han Xian, Wang Jiasheng, Da Mo, Li Ning, Chao Chao, Shao Jian, Lu Bang. Wolf Fong team, Pu Si Kai Wenji, Bao Yiran, Lian Pu, Guang Zhizhong, Ma Kubo Luo, Ma Jian, Wang Zhaojun, A1, by Chung Yaojin. Let us immerse ourselves in the game's scenery. Lu Chang narrates the progress, and soon the screen transitions into the game itself. The system emits that familiar sound, welcoming players to WNGZH RNGO, which signifies the commencement of the match. Many players clench their fists, anxious for their teammates, as both sides field new teams, with no one aware of the true strength of their opponents. Jia Sheng, Lu Bang, join me in countering the blue buff. Ming Long, clear the minion wave in the mid lane, and be prompt in your arrival should we encounter any trouble. Li Ning, you will handle the solo lane, Mo Yang instructs. They promptly adhere to Mo Yang's directives. Han Xian utilizes his swift mobility to reach the opposing blue buff, but the Langya team is not oblivious. They have stationed players there to guard it. The Langya team, unwilling to concede control of the jungle, assigns Marco Polo the role of jungler. In the blue jungle, Kai Wenji and Marco Polo are present, while Mo Yang's side boasts 3 members, giving them a numerical advantage. Mo charges in with his first skill, pushing Marco Polo, while Kai Wenji rushes to his aid to restore his health. Lu Bang quickly assists Mo in stalling for time, allowing Han Xian to finish the blue buff after which they can retreat. In the bottom lane, Bao Ran and the mid laner Ma Jin arrive, hastening to the blue jungle to support Pu Si. As Mo Yang accelerates the pace of the game, he reduces the blue buff's health to a sliver before executing a swift punishment and using his second skill to maneuver out of the enemy jungle. Observing Han Xian's timely arrival, Wang Jiasheng and Shao Jian promptly withdraw to avoid being encircled by the enemy. Han Xian rapidly returns with the acquired red buff. As their side lacks a marksman, Mo Yang focuses on gaining experience to facilitate Han Xian's early game development, enabling swift tower pushes. Sun Minglong and his team also engage closely, allowing Han Xian to collect all the jungle monsters, avoiding any confrontation with the enemy's camps. After clearing both jungles, Mo Yang advises his teammates to remain steady, emphasizing the importance of economic dominance while cautioning against unnecessary deaths. Sun Minglong and the others nod in agreement. However, at that moment, Marco Polo from the Langya team finds himself surrounded by Liu Bang and Xiao Chao in the Lord Lane. The eager Li Ning and Shao Jian seize the opportunity, unleashing their skills upon Marco Polo. Just as Liu Bang activates his second skill, Marco Polo deftly evades the control with his own second skill. Li Ning is determined not to let him escape easily, launching a 3-segment dash towards him. At this moment, Marco Polo employs his second skill and uses his flash, lacking any further escape options. As Ma Jian attempts to assist Marco Polo in the Lord Lane, Sun Minglong, lying in wait in the brush, grows impatient. He quietly allows Wang Xiaojun to step out from the tower. The instant Wang Xiaojun approaches the small jungle monster, Sun Minglong activates his flash and closes in, unleashing a full suite of skills upon Wang Xiaojun, who can only helplessly shut her eyes. The broadcast announces, Gao Jinli secures first blood. After eliminating Wang Xiaojun, Gao Jinli proceeds to the Lord Lane to assist Li Ning in dispatching Marco Polo, albeit somewhat unnecessarily. By the time he arrives, Marco Polo has already been slain by Cao Cao, with the broadcast stating, Cao Cao kills Marco Polo. Well done. 2 kills within the first 5 minutes. Let's maintain this momentum. Sun Minglong exclaims joyfully. Their seamless teamwork is crucial for achieving such success. And Li Ning and Shao Jian share in their happiness. Mo Yang chuckles beside them, having just taken down the tyrant, before heading to the bottom lane to assess the situation. Seeing Lian Po in the bottom lane, Mo Yang decides to conceal himself in the brush until Lian Po moves on, as his current state cannot withstand confrontation. Unexpectedly, the freshly respawned Marco Polo also arrives to clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. Upon seeing Marco Polo nearby, Lian Po resolves to push down Mo Feng's tower. With no one else present in the bottom lane, they see a prime opportunity to destroy the tower, unaware that Mo Feng lurks in the brush. It seems we can indeed eliminate this Marco Polo, Missouri Yang murmurs. He initially intended to clear the minion wave post-Lian Po's departure, but the arrival of Marco Polo presents an unexpected gift. Just as they focus on demolishing the tower, Han Xian suddenly leaps from the brush, catching Marco Polo off guard. Reacting instinctively, Marco Polo attempts to flee, but Han Xian swiftly employs his first skill to launch him into the air, following up with a basic attack and a second skill. Seeing Lian Po approaching, Han Xian promptly activates his ultimate, delivering a critical strike that finishes off Marco Polo. The broadcast announces, Han Xian kills Marco Polo. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they must not linger, lest Lian Po entangle them. Mo Yang smirks quietly as he maneuvers Han Xian back to safety, using terrain to evade capture. The pressure on the Langya team escalates as they have already lost 3 kills early in the match. Chapter 60. A familiar scene. Pu Si recognizes the relentless pursuit of Marco Polo by their team. He instructs Guang Zhizhang to retreat to the inner line to avoid unnecessary deaths, as losing Marco Polo would be detrimental. The match continues, now surpassing 8 minutes. Mo Yang skillfully guides Han Xian to secure the second tyrant, elevating the team's economy. Meanwhile, Han Xian has demolished the first towers in both the upper and lower lanes, propelling his economy to 3,000. Fortunately, Marco Polo has not emerged. Had he done so, he would have been swiftly eliminated. Pu Si calmly reassures his teammates. Do not rush, do not rush. Han Xian will become less effective in the late game. Let us endure. Indeed, the previously despondent team regains their spirits, reinvigorated by Pu Si's words. Lu Chong privately reflects, what a pillar of support for the Langya team. Afterward, the Langya team focused on jungle control when possible. If the opposing team frequently attempted to ambush, they would relinquish the jungle monsters and retreat, for life is paramount. The early game jungle was predominantly seized by Han Xian. Echoing the adage, your jungle is my home, the Langya team found themselves unable to eliminate Han Xian, thus resigning themselves to abandon their jungle. Mo Yang clapped his hands and urged, come, let us concentrate our forces for a team fight in the mid lane. Perhaps we can push down their mid turret. Sun Minglong and the others nodded in agreement. They abandoned their positions in the top and bottom lanes and converged in the mid lane. Pu Si, recognizing the shift, quickly called his teammates back to defend the tower. However, they seemed to overlook Shao Jian's Liu Bang. As Shao Jian prepared to engage in the mid lane, Mo Yang suddenly instructed him, "You should push the minion wave in the bottom lane. When the fight begins, unleash your ultimate ability. If not engaging, continue to push." Shao Jian accepted Mo Yang's strategy and proceeded to push the wave. Sun Minglong, brimming with confidence, declared, "Come, let the Langya team experience the might of my exquisite music." He fixated on the screen, poised for the imminent skirmish. Meanwhile, on the Langya team's side, Pu Shi devised a tactical plan. Ma Jian, using Wang Zhaojun, was instructed to remain in the back line to deal damage, avoiding the front line to prevent being caught. Wen Bai and Yi Ran would absorb damage, as both were tanky. While Zhizhong sought the opportune moment to engage with his ultimate ability, assuring his teammates that they need not worry with him present. They nodded in silent agreement. This marked their first team fight against the Xiao Feng team, and the outcome hinged on their performance. The Langya team remained hidden, adopting a passive stance as they awaited the enemy's move. Mo Yang contemplated a strategy to draw them out, prompting Mo to flank the Langya team from behind and unleash his ultimate ability. Mo swiftly approached, initiating with a skill to charge in, then activating his ultimate to push Wang Zhaojun and Cheng Yaojin out of the tower's protective range. Pu Si, sensing the dire situation, rushed forward to assist. Mo Feng rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Brothers, the opportunity has arrived. Let us go." A swift team fight commenced. Liu Bang, recognizing the onset of battle, promptly activated his ultimate to teleport to Gao Jianli's side, while Kai Wenji tirelessly healed her allies. However, due to Cao Cao's execution blade, his healing was significantly diminished, compounded by Gao Jianli's nightmare's tooth, leaving Kai Wenji in a dire position. Marco Polo consistently dealt damage from the backline against Gao Jianli and Mo, while Cao Cao engaged with Wang Zhaojun. Outnumbered, Cao Cao utilized his second skill and executed a three-part combo to secure Wang Zhaojun's elimination, while Kai Wenji, being a support, quickly fell victim to Han Xian and Gao Jianli. Lien Pi and Marco Polo refused to yield. Lien Pi absorbed Mo's damage, while Marco Polo capitalized on the opportunity to deal damage. Mo, unable to escape, fell to their onslaught. Cheng Yaojin, empowered by his ultimate, revived and hastened to Marco Polo's side, providing robust protection akin to guardian deities. The success of this team fight hinged on Marco Polo, prompting them to prioritize his safety above all else, even at the cost of their own lives. The spectators gasped in awe, fervently cheering for their favorite team, captivated by the pulse-quickening clash where the victor remained uncertain. "Let me take the lead. Mo Feng, you two follow suit." Li Ning instructed Mo Feng and Sun Minglong. Liu Bang continued to defend Gao Jianli, but was swiftly felled by Marco Polo's critical strikes. At this juncture, both teams stood evenly matched in numbers, neither gaining the upper hand. Cao Cao advanced first, deploying his second skill to slow Marco Polo, while Cheng Yaojin and Lien Pi swiftly formed a formidable barrier. Lien Pi unleashed his ultimate, sending Cao Cao and Gao Jianli flying, allowing Marco Polo to unleash his fury. Just as the Langya team focused on attacking Gao Jianli and Cao Cao, they were blindsided by Han Xian, who emerged from behind Marco Polo. A hauntingly familiar scene unfolded. Guang Zhizhong, though taken aback, swiftly executed his second skill to evade, determined not to succumb to Han Xian for a third time, lest he endure the humiliation. Yet, Marco Polo's mobility paled in comparison to Han Xian's. Han Xian initiated with his first skill, launching Guang Zhizhong into the air, then used his second skill to retreat, applying his slow to ensure the kill before Lien Pi and Cheng Yaojin could arrive, ultimately eliminating him. Having dispatched Marco Polo, Han Xian wasted no time, quickly fleeing into the jungle to evade the encroaching Lien Pi and Cheng Yaojin. Guang Zhizhong seethed. "Who is this Han Xian? He has slain me thrice, each time in this very scenario." At that moment, Mo Yang remained unfazed by Guang Zhizhang's frustration over his repeated deaths, as he had no need to concern himself with Guang Zhizhang's feelings. With no other options, Lien Pi and Cheng Yaojin retreated, recognizing that continuing would only lead to their demise. Sun Minglong and Li Ning chose not to pursue, instead hastening to push down the mid-lane tower. Though they had lost a life, they knew opportunities for kills would arise again. However, failing to push the tower now would make future attempts exceedingly difficult. Han Xian cleared the nearby jungle and swiftly joined the tower-pushing effort, and soon, Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, and Li Ning pressed toward the Langya team's high ground. Lien Pi and Cheng Yaojin quickly returned to bolster the defense at the high ground. Observing the situation, Mo Yang directed Sun Minglong and the others to retreat, proclaiming, "A gentleman pushes towers, there is no rush." Nevertheless, Mo Yang felt elated about this team fight and encouraged them, saying, "This team fight was executed excellently. Let us maintain this momentum. We must secure our place in the semifinals." "Understood. I shall take charge of this matter," Sun Minglong exclaimed with a chuckle. Observing Sun Minglong's demeanor, Mo Yang felt a twinge of concern. The most crucial aspect of competition is to avoid arrogance and underestimating one's opponent. For such folly could swiftly turn the tide in an instant. Minglong, refrain from becoming overconfident. Approach the game with a calm mindset. We can celebrate after the match concludes. Remember, we absolutely cannot afford to lose here. We promise to seize the championship of the campus battle. Mo Yang said earnestly to Sun Minglong. Sentiments he wished to convey to Li Ning, Shao Jian, and Wang Jiaxing as well. Hearing these words, Sun Minglong was moved and his expression transformed into one of seriousness. Playing the game with diligence was his duty and a responsibility to the team. Chapter 61. The strategy of luring the tiger from its mountain. Mo Yang resolved to exploit this advantage, confining the Wolf Fong team within their inner lines, preventing them from gaining opportunities to develop. This tactic would significantly enhance their chances of victory in the match. Marco Polo, intending to venture out for a kill, was unexpectedly ambushed and swiftly defeated by Han Xian lurking in the grass. Guang's his hang felt nearly crushed, as Han Xian's critical hits felled him as easily as if he were a mere training dummy. Mo Yang and his team rapidly seized control of the situation, capturing both the Dominator and Tyrant lanes, and with the advantage of the Vanguard Dominator, they decided to initiate a team fight. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, they intended to push the enemy's tower using this wave of the Vanguard Dominator. This is indeed an opportune moment to push the tower. Mo Yang informed Sun Minglong and the others. All right, they collectively nodded, with even Lu Bang joining in. Cao Cao and Da Mo cleared the minion wave in the top lane and hurried toward the mid lane, while Gao Jinli was already eager to engage. Pu Si sensed something amiss and hurriedly fortified the crystal, knowing that failure to prevent their annihilation would spell disaster. As a team newly participating in the campus battle this year, they were determined not to lose to the Xiao Feng team, even if it costs us our lives. We must defend this team fight. We cannot allow the Xiao Feng team to obliterate our crystal. Thus, the Wolf Fong team arranged their formation, a strategy they had devised themselves, one that no other team had employed before. They originally intended to unveil this tactic during the semifinals, but necessity dictated its immediate use. Go, go, go! The audience outside erupted in cheers, not merely applauding the performance of the Xiao Feng team. The Wolf Fong team presented a peculiar formation. With Marco Polo at the forefront, Lian Pe and Cheng Yaojin positioned behind him, Kai Wenji on the left, and Wang Xiaojun on the right. They appeared to be leading Marco Polo into a trap. What were they thinking? I am uncertain. I have never seen such a tactic before. Let's observe and see what they intend to do. The spectators murmured in confusion about the Wolf Fong team's unusual formation. At that moment, Mo Yang also recognized the strangeness of their strategy. One must never underestimate the opponent. Otherwise, the only one to suffer defeat would be oneself. Mo Yang kept this admonition in mind. Everyone, exercise caution. Do not underestimate their formation. If anything arises, huddle together, he instructed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was evident that other members of the Xiao Feng team were also growing inexplicably tense, the bizarre formation leaving them puzzled about the Wolf Fong team's intentions. Regardless, a confrontation was inevitable. Gripping his phone tightly, Pu Si directed his team to adhere to their usual training tactics, hoping to prevail in this team fight. Beside him, Guang's his hand clenched his fists, fixated on Han Xian on the screen. He was determined to eliminate him. Mo Yang planned to have the Mo charge in first, with Cao Cao providing support, Gao Jinli entering next, and Lu Bang activating his ultimate to protect Gao Jinli, while he himself harbored his own strategy. The Xiao Feng team swiftly followed the Vanguard Dominator to the vicinity of the Wolf Fong team's high ground. They had failed to dismantle it last time, but this time they aimed to claim both the high ground and the crystal. Every spectator outside clenched their hands, beads of sweat forming as they remained riveted to the screen. Now, with Mo Yang's command, Wang Jiaxing executed Mo Yang's strategy, initiating an aggressive push under the cover of the Vanguard Dominator. Ultimately, the Wolf Fong team conceded their high ground. Safeguarding the crystal was paramount. With Cao Cao's assault, they finally breached the Wolf Fong team's high ground, and Gao Jinli swiftly positioned himself behind Cao Cao, Da Mo, and Lu Bang, ready to unleash his ultimate. Da Mo was the first to advance, using his first skill to launch Marco Polo into the air. Marco Polo quickly activated his second skill to retreat. At that moment, Lian Pe unleashed his ultimate, leaping towards Gao Jinli, sending him flying. Wang Xiaojun seized this opportunity to activate her second skill, preparing to freeze them in place. Quickly dodge. Otherwise, you'll be frozen solid. Sun Minglong shouted, having spotted Wang Xiaojun's impending attack. He skillfully maneuvered Gao Jianli to evade her strike, while Cao Cao also utilized his mobility skill to escape. However, Liu Bang unfortunately fell victim to Wang Xiaojun's freezing attack. Wang Xiaojun swiftly unleashed her ultimate, combined with Lian Po's skills, rendering Liu Bang immobile. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed and perished at the hands of Wang Xiaojun and Lian Po. Kai Wenji diligently healed her teammates, fulfilling her role. Although Gao Jianli yearned to eliminate her, he was thwarted by Lian Po's vigilant protection, preventing him from reaching her. Yet, they remained oblivious to Mo Yang's whereabouts. The entire audience was engrossed in the fierce team fight between the Xiao Feng team and the Wolf Fang team, unaware of Mo Yang's stealthy maneuverings with Han Xian. Brothers, let us draw them out. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by Mo Yang. In the midst of the team battle, Sun Minglong urgently spoke to Wang Jiaxing, Li Ning, and Shao Jian. The intensity of the clash had caused Sun Minglong to momentarily forget, but now was indeed the prime opportunity. No problem, leave it to me. We are bound to win. Brothers, Wang Jiaxing, Li Ning, and Shao Jian swiftly fled towards the Wolf Fang team, appearing vulnerable to being eliminated. In order to capture the attention of the Wolf Fang team. Excellent. We have made the Xiao Feng team retreat in disarray. Let us seize this chance to turn the tide. Guo Zhizhang exclaimed with excitement. The others, captivated by the unfolding scene, followed Guo Zhizhang in pursuit of the Xiao Feng team. If we can defeat these few, victory will be ours. In contrast, Pu Si did not pursue Sun Minglong and the others. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback as Han Xian emerged from the bushes. He swiftly pushed the remaining minions down the lane towards the crystal. How cunning of them! Pu Si shouted to his teammates, hurry back. If you do not return soon, we shall lose everything. Hearing this, Guo Zhizhang and the others regained their senses, realizing the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly raced towards the crystal. Do not forget, Han Xian is the king of sneaking towers. Mo Yang chuckled, quickening his pace to clear the remaining minions, leading the super minions directly towards the crystal. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Wenji confronted Han Xian head-on. If they faltered now, their crystal would be ruthlessly destroyed. They had to fight with all their might. Captain, wait for us. Guo Zhizhang and the others were filled with anxiety, exerting every ounce of strength to reach the crystal, hoping that Mo Yang would not demolish it before they arrived. Sun Minglong and his team did not slacken their pace, urgently making their way towards Mo Yang, devising a plan to collectively take down his team's crystal. Yet, before they could arrive, Mo Yang mercilessly secured the kill on Kai Wenji. The super minions, coupled with his formidable equipment, swiftly obliterated the Wolf Fang team's crystal. The faces of the Wolf Fang team turned pale. Without a doubt, Guo Zhizhang felt the deepest regret. Had he not rushed forward, Han Xian might not have had the opportunity to sneak in for the victory. Bai Iran, Owen Bai, and Ma Jian wore solemn expressions, rendered speechless as the screen displayed the word defeat, a stark reminder of their humiliation. The onlookers were equally bewildered. They had overlooked Han Xian, remaining focused on the team battle involving Sun Minglong and Guo Zhizhang until the crystal was shattered, at which point they realized Mo Yang had executed a clever diversion. Applause erupted, with many calling out Mo Yang's name. His strategy was remarkably effective, fooling even the spectators. Lu Chong sighed. Indeed, heroes emerged from the youth, surpassing their predecessors. The unexpected triumph in this match took him by surprise, as Mo Yang's maneuver had captivated the entire audience. Gazing upon the fragrant blossoms, one could not help but reflect on the beauty of nature. Pu Si slammed the table in frustration, unable to fathom that Mo Yang and his team had devised such a strategy. Their prior focus had been too fixated on Sun Minglong and his team, leading to this outcome. The first match was won by the Xiao Feng team. Should they continue their momentum in the next match, they would advance directly to the semifinals. Conversely, if the Wolf Fang team triumphed in the next match, they would reclaim a victory, leading into halftime. Lu Chong announced from the commentary booth. Mo Yang and Pu Si had just completed a match, expending considerable energy and stamina, necessitating a brief respite before commencing the next round, which was indeed a match point. Meanwhile, Mo Yang wore a smile, for this victory was solely his own doing. He had not consulted Sun Minglong beforehand, merely instructing him during the team battle to distract the Wolf Fang team. Well done, Mo Yang, you even deceived us. Had you not appeared at the top lane turret, we would not have grasped your intentions, Sun Minglong remarked, patting Mo Yang on the shoulder with a smile. The scene was vivid in his memory. Initially, he had not understood Mo Yang's strategy until the moment he destroyed the crystal, realizing that Mo Yang had covertly aimed to sneak the tower. Due to time constraints, he had been unable to clarify, but having won this match, they must proceed with caution in the upcoming battles and avoid recklessness. Although they had secured victory in this match, the next match was still ahead, and they could not afford to relax. Any lapse in focus could render their previous efforts futile. Understood, understood. Sun Minglong nodded in agreement. The nearby Wang Jiaxing, Shao Jian, and Li Ning were equally delighted. They were inching closer to the semifinals. As long as they won the next match steadily, they would advance smoothly. Mo Yang set aside his phone, reclining in his chair, rubbing his eyes. Having played for so long, it was essential to rest and rejuvenate. Meanwhile, several imposing figures in the spectator area exchanged sinister smiles. Having thoroughly researched both teams. Intriguing, this Xiao Feng team. It seems their backbone is that Captain Mo Yang. If we eliminate him, I believe the Xiao Feng team would merely be a collection of novices. One of the individuals with blonde hair remarked to a frail, bespectacled man beside him. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, a sly smile gracing his lips, as he acknowledged the rhythm set by Mo Yang. However, how does one intend to eliminate him? Sitting behind them, Fan Nan absorbed their conversation, recognizing their distinctive insignia, which unmistakably indicated the involvement of that particular group. He was utterly astonished that this group harbored such grand ambitions, even contemplating interference with other teams. This posed significant trouble for the Xiao Feng team. Fan Nan realized he could not assist the Xiao Feng team, as entry to the battle room was restricted during the match, permitted only for coaches or during player substitutions. Should he rashly invade the scene to inform Mo Yang of the recent events, it would surely attract the attention of those individuals. He had no desire to entangle Long Ao and the other team members in this predicament. The Xiao Feng team was indeed in dire straits. Fan Nan lowered his head and spoke in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard by the two men in front. At that moment, Tang Zhu, having purchased water, approached Fan Nan. Upon spotting him, he promptly greeted, "Fan Nan, the water you requested has arrived." The sound carried from several meters away, neither too loud nor too soft. Yet the yellow-haired man, upon hearing a noise, turned around only to find no one behind him, leaving him in a state of uncertainty before returning his attention. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" The bespectacled man inquired of the yellow-haired individual. Nothing. Just the sound of some mice," the latter replied. Realizing there was no significant issue, the bespectacled man dismissed the thought and continued observing the situation between the Xiao Feng team and the Langya team. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals were crouched beneath them, Fan Nan and Tang Zhu. Fortunately, Fan Nan was quick-witted, and Tang Zhu managed to cover his mouth. Otherwise, the yellow-haired man would have discovered them. Tang Zhu, muffled by Fan Nan's hand, could not utter a word. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted towards the Xiao Feng team and the Langya team, Fan Nan swiftly guided Tang Zhu away from the audience area and into the lobby outside. Only then did Fan Nan release his grip, allowing Tang Zhu to gulp down air, nearly suffocating. Bent over and gasping, he exclaimed, "Fan Nan, why did you cover my mouth?" Surveying the surroundings and confirming no one was present, Fan Nan cautiously replied, "Do you recall those individuals who attacked us before?" Tang Zhu nodded vigorously. "Of course. How could I forget? The ones sitting in front of me are indeed members of that group. Having spent some time there, I am very familiar with their insignia." Fan Nan stated gravely. Truth be told, he was bewildered that this group, having already wreaked havoc on the Long Tian team, would dare to meddle in the affairs of other teams. Fortunately, he had realized the gravity of the situation in time. Otherwise, his life could have been irrevocably altered. Tang Zhu, upon hearing Fan Nan's words, expressed his astonishment. "They are so despicable. How dare they come?" With that, he rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, as if ready to engage in battle once more. Fan Nan quickly intervened, cautioning against causing a scene during the match, as it would undoubtedly have adverse repercussions for the team. How infuriating! Tang Zhu fumed, dropping to the ground. He was one who could not tolerate injustice, and this situation was intolerable. "There is, however, another way to thwart their schemes," Fan Nan said with a smile, sitting beside Tang Zhu. Initially perplexed, Tang Zhu wondered how they could resolve matters without resorting to violence. It was only after Fan Nan shared his plan that he realized this could indeed be a viable solution. "What do you think? Are you willing to join me in executing a few tasks?" Fan Nan asked with a mischievous grin. "Absolutely. If there is a way to resolve this, let us hurry. I cannot bear to see them continue their arrogance." Tang Zhu replied eagerly, rising and brushing off the dust from his pants, ready to confront the challenge ahead. "Let us go swiftly." Meanwhile, Mo Yang, seated in his chair, gradually opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had rested for a solid 10 minutes. Time indeed flew swiftly. Yet it was sufficient. He stretched lazily and clapped his mouth, while Sun Minglong and the others remained in their slumber. "King of Glory, you are my little treasure. Let me take you to conquer the world. Do not abandon me. Hold on, and we shall achieve victory." Mo Yang hummed a tune idly. Suddenly, his head swiveled, and he found himself gazing at two familiar, yet unfamiliar faces. What could they want? The bespectacled man and the yellow-haired individual fixed their penetrating gazes upon Mo Yang. Their expressions inscrutable. Before they rose and exited the audience area, leaving behind a series of sinister chuckles. Mo Yang initially considered pursuing them, but recalled that the match was about to commence. Venturing out now would result in missing the competition, which the referee would interpret as forfeiture. After some contemplation, Mo Yang resolved to remain calm. As the bespectacled man and the yellow-haired man stepped outside, the latter retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking several puffs, releasing a wisp of white smoke. Lu Qiu, it is time to call the chairman. We can proceed with our mission, the yellow-haired man said, cigarette in tow, addressing the bespectacled man. Lu Qiu nodded slightly, producing his mobile phone and dialing a number. In no time, they reached the chairman. Chairman, this match is reportedly a contest between the new Xiao Feng team and the Langya team. In light of this, may we commence our actions? Lu Qiu respectfully inquired, placing the phone beside his ear. The individual on the other end of the line possessed an aura that inspired both fear and respect. Provoking him could spell instant doom, and even offending the petty criminals associated with him was a risk that Lu Qiu dared not take. Xiao Fengzhan DUI? Is the captain a person named Mo Yang? The chairman inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Indeed, indeed. By the way, how did you come to know that the captain of Shao Fengzhan DUI is called Mo Yang? Lu Qiu pondered, for he had never mentioned this detail to the chairman. Yet, the chairman seemed to possess this knowledge, suggesting there were matters unknown to Lu Qiu, though he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on them. At that moment, the chairman sat in his spacious office, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he gazed heavily at a photograph displayed on his computer screen, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. This mission is to be immediately cancelled. So be it, the chairman stated succinctly before ending the call, tossing his phone aside and rubbing his eyes. The only sound left in the wake of the call was the echo of the disconnected line, leaving Lu Qiu and his companions in stunned silence. The usually ruthless chairman had unexpectedly called off the mission. Su Weizhe, observing the rigid expression on Lu Qiu's face, discarded his cigarette but into the trash. He sensed that something was amiss. Had it been good news, Lu Qiu would have been beaming rather than wearing such a grim countenance. Slowly, he approached Lu Qiu and inquired, "What did the chairman say to you?" In a sudden outburst, Lu Qiu smashed his phone onto the ground, the device shattering with a resounding crash. Anger radiated from his clenched fists as he exclaimed, "What utter nonsense from the chairman! After promising us a mission, he abruptly cancels it. If it weren't for his formidable reputation, I would have quit long ago. Can he not express his refusal directly instead of behind our backs?" Lu Qiu and Su Weizhe had meticulously prepared for this task, selecting several skilled individuals, only for it all to be shattered by a single decree from the chairman. Lu Qiu's fury was palpable, while Su Weizhe sighed, having anticipated such an outcome. He then moved toward the door, pulling out his phone to inform the team that their services were no longer required. "Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After several unsuccessful attempts to reach them, Su Weizhe's confusion deepened. In the midst of his bewilderment, a group of battered, bruised, and limping youths approached him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all his subordinates. Su Weizhe was curious about who could have inflicted such injuries upon them, rendering them almost unrecognizable. Su Gu. We, the youths, heads bowed, dared not meet Su Weizhe's gaze. Moments ago, they had intended to await instructions from Lu Qiu and Su Weizhe, only to be ambushed by two individuals who had mercilessly beaten them without a backward glance. Had the chairman not ordered the cancellation of the mission, Su Weizhe would have felt a pang of frustration at their predicament. He waved his hand dismissively at the youths, saying, "The chairman has cancelled the mission. You may collect your wages from the finance department. Simply inform them that Su Weizhe sent you." "Thank you, Su Gu, thank you." Despite the failure of the mission and their recent beating, the prospect of receiving their wages was a consolation, serving as a makeshift medical expense. After expressing their gratitude, they vanished in a hurry. Su Weizhe found himself overwhelmed. Feeling as if he were enduring an exceptionally ill-fated day, everything seemed to go awry. Not only had the mission failed, but the talented individuals he and Lu Qiu had recruited had been reduced to such a state, an unbearable sight. Lu Qiu, however, remained indifferent to the fate of the youths. His frustration lay solely with the chairman for forbidding them from proceeding with the mission. "Let us go? Since the chairman has given his orders, we can't linger here," Su Weizhe remarked as he approached Lu Qiu. The performance was over, and it was time to depart. Lu Qiu gathered his thoughts and left the competition venue alongside Su Weizhe, while Fan Nan and Tang Zhu reveled in their victory. "Haha, those individuals were simply ridiculous. It's quite humorous in hindsight." Tang Zhu laughed heartily, slapping the table. "Indeed, I never anticipated they would be so weak." After a few exchanges, they were begging for mercy. "I can't fathom why that group would hire such people," Fan Nan mused, initially believing them to be formidable opponents, but now realizing they were nothing more than paper tigers. At that moment, they found themselves in a barbecue restaurant, the competition concluded, and no need for constant training, allowing them this leisurely respite. A middle-aged man clad in a scarf, with a slightly unkempt beard, approached them with a plate in hand. Shao Nan, Shao Zhu. Your favorite skewers are here, he announced. Upon catching the enticing aroma, both Tang Zhu and Fan Nan recognized it as the finest barbecue in the area. A place they frequented, hence the man's familiarity. Fan Nan, instantly captivated by the culinary delights, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Uncle Meng, your dishes are simply exquisite. Even the aroma is enough to entice one's appetite. Absolutely, absolutely. Tang Zhu concurred, silently admiring Meng Fong's culinary skills. Seeing the joy on their faces brought a sense of satisfaction to Meng Fong. For those in his profession, the appreciation of customers was a rewarding triumph. Boss, bring us 3 more lamb skewers. A nearby patron called out to Meng Fong. Certainly. Meng Fong replied with a nod before exchanging a few pleasantries with Tang Zhu and Fan Nan, then returned to the kitchen to continue his work. As Meng Fong departed, Fan Nan and Tang Zhu eagerly indulged in the skewers, savoring each bite and leaving them craving more. Hey, Fan Nan, do you think Xiao Fengzhan DUI will make it to the semifinals? Tang Zhu asked, gnawing on a piece of meat. I believe they will. I've heard their captain is quite formidable. Let's await the good news, Fan Nan replied with a smile, returning to the delightful task of relishing the barbecue. Time invariably flows swiftly, and the audience had waited for several minutes before the lights gradually illuminated the surroundings, heralding the imminent commencement of the next exhilarating match. Mo Yang chose not to dwell on the appearances of Lu Qiu and Su Wei's. His primary objective now was to seize the opportunity to advance to the semifinals, a pursuit that embodied his very convictions. Sun Menglong and the others rose to their feet, turning their gazes toward Mo Yang. With a weighty tone, Mo Yang declared, We must secure victory in the upcoming match. Zhu Ming is awaiting us in the hospital. We must reach the semifinals. Indeed, Sun Menglong responded, his voice resonating with unwavering determination, audible even through the soundproof glass. Following suit, Wang Jiaxing, Li Ning, and Shao Jian expressed their resolute commitment. They could not afford to lose this match, as they carried Zhu Ming's aspirations with them. Meanwhile, the Langya team exuded a fierce intensity. Recognizing the critical nature of the contest ahead, a loss would result in a regrettable exit, an outcome they were unwilling to accept. As the captain, Pu Si understood the necessity of leading by example, otherwise, his teammates would surely be disheartened. He raised his long finger, proclaiming, The Xiao Feng team, like our Langya team, is a newly formed squad. We cannot afford to lose to anyone, including in this match. Yes, captain. In the next match, I must defeat Mo Yang, Guang Zhizhong asserted. Clenching his fists tightly, driven by a desire for retribution from their previous encounter. As both sides composed themselves and donned their headsets, Lu Chang began narrating for the audience. Chapter 64, Unforeseen Strategies. The match officially commenced, and the audience eagerly brandished their placards, vocally supporting their favored teams. Mo Yang and his team entered the band phase. Sun Menglong, stationed on the first floor, swiftly banned Kai Wenji. Despite their recent victory in a major match, they could not allow this hero to remain in play. This time, I will take on the marksman role, Mo Yang announced to Sun Menglong and the others. Their initial reaction was one of astonishment. Someone from the jungle role daring to assume the marksman position was indeed unexpected, even for the audience. Mo Yang, are you certain? Without a jungler, what will happen to our jungle? Wang Jiaxing inquired, perplexed. His concern stemmed from the potential for any missteps in the match. He wasn't particularly fearful of losing, as he regarded himself merely as a supportive player. However, he worried that Mo Yang's decision could lead to their downfall and prevent the Xiaofeng team from reaching the semifinals. Mo Yang placed a reassuring hand on Wang Jiaxing's shoulder, lowering his head as he implored, Please trust me, Jiaxing, I would never take this match lightly. Meeting Mo Yang's gaze, Wang Jiaxing nodded silently, choosing to believe in his captain's capabilities, confident that Mo Yang would not allow their team to falter at this stage. Sun Menglong, Shao Jian, and Li Ning, as Mo Yang's close friends, unconditionally supported him. Although surprised, they were willing to trust Mo Yang, albeit with some adjustments to their lineup. The Langya team wasted no time in banning Han Xian. After the previous incident, who would dare to let Han Xian through? That would be sheer folly. Guang Zhizhong still harbored considerable resentment toward Mo Yang, yet he understood that competition on the battlefield meant weakness would inevitably lead to defeat. He could only strive to turn the tide in this match. Subsequently, both teams hastily banned heroes before proceeding to the selection phase, which left the audience astounded. While the Langya team remained composed, the Xiaofeng team's captain made a shocking choice, selecting a marksman. Throughout the earlier matches, it was evident that he excelled with assassins. This decision raised questions. Did he underestimate his opponents, or was this his secret weapon? Lu Chang was equally taken aback, pondering that if Mo Yang were to select an assassin, victory would be highly probable. Yet, at this critical moment, he chose a marksman, leaving everyone bewildered. The audience buzzed with discussions surrounding Mo Yang's choice of marksman, igniting a stir throughout the venue. The Langya team perceived this as an affront, believing that the Xiao Feng team was looking down upon them. If you wish to select a marksman, so be it. But choosing Lu Banqiao, is that not a sign of disdain? Guang Zhizhong slammed his fist on the table, nearly sending the mobile devices tumbling. Mo Yang, just you wait. However, the moment soon passed. As the spectators were eager to witness the showdown between the Xiao Feng team and the Langya team, eager to decipher the implications of Mo Yang's choice of Lu Ban, Pu Si remained composed, convinced that Mo Yang's selection of this hero was not intended as mockery. This was a pivotal battle, a veritable match point. According to Mo Yang's intellect, he would not commit such a blunder. Following this, both teams proceeded to select their heroes. For the Xiao Feng team, Sun Minglong with Shao Qiao, Mo Yang with Lu Banqiao, Wang Jiaxing with Mo, Shao Jian with Zhuangzhou, and Li Ning with Zhao Yun. For the Langya team, Pu Si with Sun Bin, Guang Zhizhong with Ma Kubo Luo, Bao Ran with Lu Bang, Ma Jian with Luna, and Owen with Bai Najia. Welcome to Wang Zhirongyao. A clear voice resonated, ushering the audience into the thrilling match. Both teams departed from their respective springs, and the audience remained fixated on the contest, unwilling to miss a single moment. In this match, the Xiao Feng team refrained from contesting the enemy's blue buff. They continued to center their strategy around Mo Yang, with Zhao Yun assisting Lu Banqiao in clearing the jungle, followed by swiftly moving to clear minions. Lu Banqiao quickly arrived at the bottom lane to clear the wave, while the Langya team's Luna and Ma Kubo Luo stood idly in the brush, awaiting Mo Yang's arrival. It was only when they spotted Mo Yang in the bottom lane that they regained their focus. Ma Kubo Luo hastened to their upper lane, which was the Xiao Feng team's bottom lane, finally seizing the opportunity to confront Mo Yang and settle the score from their previous match. Ma Kubo Luo is here. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. This time, Mo Yang chose Lu Ban, whose short legs may not necessarily triumph over Ma Kubo Luo. Guang Zhizhong, playing as Ma Kubo Luo, found himself alone in the bottom lane, and in his frustration, he could barely find the words to express his discontent. With no one in sight, he reluctantly cleared the minion wave and devised his next strategy. Unexpectedly, as Ma Kubo Luo reached the middle lane, a figure suddenly leaped out from the bushes, startling Guang Zhizhong so much that he nearly dropped his phone. Zhao Yun's ultimate struck Ma Kubo Luo, and from the bushes, Lu Ban finally made his appearance. Seizing such an excellent opportunity, Mo Yang would not let it slip away. Zhao Yun swiftly utilized his second skill to eliminate Ma Kubo Luo, creating a chance for Lu Ban. Damn it! Hurry and retreat, Guang Zhizhong anxiously urged, just moments away from reaching the tower. Lu Ban's rapid sequence of skills unleashed a barrage of ammunition upon Ma Kubo Luo, and with his passive ability, the firepower intensified. To Guang Zhizhang's dismay, just as he entered the safety of the tower with a sliver of health remaining, he was abruptly taken down by a missile from Lu Ban. Well executed, Li Ning. Mo Yang praised, giving Li Ning a big thumbs up. Had it not been for Li Ning's assistance, he might not have been able to defeat Ma Kubo Luo. Now, Guang Zhizhong felt utterly disheartened, wanting to bury his face in the table. He could no longer bear to continue, as he was always the first to fall. Desiring revenge, he found himself outmaneuvered once again. Pu Si offered some consolation, reminding Guang Zhizhong that winning and losing are commonplace in battle, and perhaps, as the legends suggest, giving away the first blood could lead to victory. After hearing Pu Si's words of comfort, Guang Zhizhong felt somewhat better. While Pu Si instructed Lu Bang to protect Ma Kubo Luo, as he was their team's primary damage dealer. However, upon respawning, Guang Zhizhong immediately fled at the sight of Lu Ban. He did not wish to be slain by Mo Yang again, as the previous round had already become a source of humiliation for him. Mo Yang focused solely on winning the match, pushed down the bottom tower with Lu Ban and quickly moved to support the middle lane, where a skirmish had erupted. Zhizhong, hurry and move out of the way. Don't let Shao Qiao as tornado knock you away. I'll cover you from the front, Pu Si called from behind. All right. Engaging Shao Qiao and Zhuangzhou was a foolhardy endeavor, but fortunately, he had his captain, Pu Si, to back him up. Otherwise, he would have surely perished at the hands of Sun Minglong and his comrades. Teammates from both sides rushed to the middle lane for support, and to prevent another missile attack from Lu Bang stayed close to Ma Kubo Luo. Meanwhile, Sun Minglong from the Xiao Feng team followed closely behind them. Chapter 65. Captain, go for it. Ma Jian went by. You two come to the middle lane for support, Pu Si commanded, prompting the two teammates to join him. If a battle broke out with the opposing team consisting of 5 while they only had 3, it would undoubtedly be troublesome, so they needed to stick together. All right. They nodded in agreement. Ma Jian controlled Luna, finishing off the jungle monsters in their territory before heading to assist Pu Si in the middle lane. Li Ning, Circle around and engage Ma Jian and one Bai. We'll deal with the remaining three. Mo Yang assessed the situation and quickly directed Li Ning to distract one Bai and Ma Jian, making it easier for them to eliminate the opposing trio. Li Ning understood and nodded, declaring, "Leave it to me, Mo Yang. Even if I have to perish, I will hold them off." With a fearless heart, one can soar to great heights. As he prepared to engage one Bai and Ma Jian, he adjusted his route. Just as one Bai and Ma Jian intended to support their captain, they were intercepted by Shao Jian at the jungle entrance. Mo Yang did not concern himself with Li Ning's situation, as he trusted in Li Ning's abilities. His primary focus was on catching up with Pu Si and his team. If they could eliminate them, the odds would shift in their favor. Meng Long, can your second skill hit any enemy at all? Mo Yang inquired while pursuing Pu Si and his teammates. Let me give it a try, Sun Meng Long replied, twisting his skill to target the nearest hero. Once he confirmed his aim, a tornado suddenly erupted from the ground. However, Ma Kubo Luo, having sensed the danger, activated his second skill to dodge just in time. Unfortunately for Liu Bang, who stood nearby, he was not as fortunate, as the tornado sent him soaring into the air. Seeing this opportunity, Mo Yang seized it. Urgently instructing his teammates, "Brothers, the chance has arrived, let us go. Finally, it's time to engage. Let you taste my fists," Wang Jiasheng exclaimed with excitement. Having felt overly constrained while pursuing Pu Si, now, they finally had the opportunity to strike back. A path that cannot be traversed shall be opened with fists. Mo charged in, launching Liu Bang into the air, while Xiao Qiao and Liu Ban took advantage of the moment to unleash a flurry of attacks, and within moments, Liu Bang was vanquished. Xiao Qiao has slain Liu Bang. Alas, how ruthless. Just as Pu Si attempted to rescue Bao Yiran, he found himself on the ground, unable to do anything but cover Ma Kubo Luo's retreat. Every escape counted, and he could not allow Mo Yang's team to achieve a total annihilation. Meanwhile, Li Ning, Wen Bai, and Ma Jian were engaged in an equally fierce battle, with no less intensity than what was unfolding on Mo Yang's side. What kind of opponents are these? They cling to you like chewing gum, making them incredibly difficult to shake off, Ma Jian lamented, feeling overwhelmed by Li Ning. Although his Luna could unleash continuous attacks with her ultimate, there were moments of error, and just then, he had faltered, leaving him vulnerable to Zhao Yun's relentless pursuit. Wen Bai hesitated, uncertain whether to activate his ultimate to aid his captain or to save Ma Jian. "I said it before, even if I die, I will take one down with me." Zhao Yun's health was precarious, just slightly better than Luna's. After all, it was a 2-on-1 situation, without Zhao Yun's passive ability. He would have likely fallen to Ma Jian and Wen Bai long ago. Ma Jian truly felt the urge to kneel, utterly exasperated by Zhao Yun's relentless pursuit. However, he also reminded Wen Bai to articulate a crucial message: prioritize the greater good and hasten to support our captain. Yet, what of your own fate? The reason Wen Bai hesitated to depart was his concern that Ma Jian might fall to Zhao Yun's might. Do not forget, I am a warrior of the moonlit night, so go forth. His demise matters little. The current situation necessitates that Neza assist Pu Si and his team, lest this match conclude prematurely. Wen Bai glanced at Ma Jian, remaining silent but nodding, his actions conveying his resolve. "Captain, await my arrival." He immediately unleashed his ultimate ability, charging towards Mo Yang's Liu Ban Shi Hao, for it could be said that Mo Yang was the core of the Xiao Feng team. Observing Wen Bai's commitment to aid Pu Si, Ma Jian nodded in appreciation, suddenly turning to face Zhao Yun, no longer fleeing. The health points were not critically low. If death were to come, so be it. Let me demonstrate the prowess of a moonlit night warrior. Li Ning, equally resolute, remembered his promise to Mo Yang. Even at the cost of his life, he would stand firm against the valiant Zhao Zilong, refusing to yield. Bang! Luna eliminated Zhao Yun, but Zhao Yun retaliated and took down Luna. At that moment, Mo Yang regained his focus, realizing that Zhao Yun had been vanquished. "Are you unharmed, Li Ning?" "I am fine, Captain. I place all my hopes in you." Li Ning entrusted his entire fate to Mo Yang, aware that this might be the final clash. While he faced a lengthy wait for revival, "Leave it to me." Mo Yang nodded and re-engaged in battle, for this ground resembled a battlefield. And with the faith of his brothers at stake, surrender was not an option, even until the last moment. "Charge, brothers." The Xiao Feng team and the Langya team ignited with fervor, preparing for the ultimate confrontation. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, the onlookers watched in rapt attention, fists clenched, eyes shut, fervently praying for their champions. At that juncture, Neza soared to Liu Ban Shi Hao's side. Mo Yang instructed Sun Menglong and Wang Jiasheng to focus solely on battling Pu Si and his allies, as he would handle this opponent. "Captain, give it your all." Ma Jian and Li Ning, in a state of mutual focus, intently watched the unfolding match on the screen, silently cheering for their team. The belief in victory surged. Allow me to showcase the might of my artillery. Though Neza relentlessly assaulted him, Mo Yang did not relent, striving fiercely to counterattack. Bang! Lu Banshihao unleashed a barrage against Neza, with his inherent growth surpassing that of the Langya team, inflicting significant damage, yet his own health dwindled. Wenbai continuously released his abilities, targeting Lu Banshihao, hoping to contribute to his team's efforts. He remembered the time he was merely a novice at the game, and it was Pu Si who instilled faith within him, proving that even a newcomer could rise to the challenge. Our team can win, Wenbai shouted, affirming his determination. Pu Si heard Wenbai's cry. Indeed. Who claimed we were destined to lose? Neza, now severely weakened by Lu Banshihao, found his health perilously low. While Lu Banshihao's own health was not in a favorable state, given Neza's passive ability significantly hampered his healing. This is bad. Mo Yang is on the brink of defeat. Wang Jiaxing, alarmed by the dwindling health points on the screen, rushed to assist Mo Yang, neglecting to consider his own health deficit. Upon approaching Neza, he was swiftly incinerated by a skill, resulting in his demise. Neza eliminated Mo Jiaxing. Mo Yang was taken aback by Wang Jiaxing's unexpected intervention, especially given his precarious health. The Langya team rejoiced, having dispatched a member of the Xiao Feng team, which now had only Sun Menglong and Mo Yang remaining, both of whom were also in a dire state. Mo Yang clenched his fists. Jiaxing had fallen for him, and he must avenge this sacrifice. Puffer Fish Grenade, Invincible Shark Cannon, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Mo Yang swiftly unleashed two abilities, targeting Neza, with so little health remaining. Neza could not withstand the onslaught of those skills. Yet, he felt a swell of pride for the contributions he made to his team. Lu Banshihao vanquished Neza. Wang Jiaxing was now elated, not merely because Mo Yang had avenged him, but because he sensed victory drawing near. The dynamics shifted to a 2 versus 2 confrontation. Valiant warriors were destined to clash. As the match progressed to this pivotal moment, Mo Yang was resolute not to let this opportunity slip away. Pu Si and his team stood firm, akin to warriors making their last stand. Menglong, are you holding up? Mo Yang inquired of the nearby Sun Menglong. This battle could not be won by him alone. He needed to assess the condition of his teammates. If they were not in optimal form, he would have to seek another opportunity to strike. Sun Menglong, clenching his fist, responded with a cheeky grin. How could I possibly falter? Although my health is low, I assure you I will leave them in disarray. Yet, he quickly shifted focus to Mo Yang. We must secure this victory for our brother Zhu Ming. The current Sun Menglong was a version of him Mo Yang had never encountered before. Perhaps a deeper motivation had ignited within him to persevere. Yet, Mo Yang too had his reasons for refusing to lose. Mo Yang extended his fist, and Sun Menglong, smiling, reciprocated. In unison, they declared, united as brothers, we shall wield unmatched strength. The match was becoming increasingly thrilling. The Xiao Feng team and the Langya team were evenly matched, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Not only were the spectators tense, but even Lu Chang at the commentary table began to feel the pressure. The nature of this competition makes it exceedingly challenging to discern who will ultimately triumph and advance to the semifinals. On the side of the Langya team, as they are the defensive party, they must remain vigilant and focused on the offensive maneuvers of Mo Yang and his comrades. Zhizhong, you are tasked with confronting the opposing Shao Qiao, while I shall handle Lu Ban. Remember, if the situation turns dire, do not hesitate to retreat and avoid taking unnecessary damage. Understood, Captain, Zhizhong replied. Pu Si had also devised some straightforward defensive strategies, for time was of the essence, leaving no room for elaborate plans. As the enemy heroes were on the verge of respawning, Mo Yang turned to Sun Menglong and inquired, are you ready? Prepared and poised for the assault, came the response. All right, charge forth. The minion waves finally approached their side, presenting both an opportunity and a challenge. Even without a tank to absorb the incoming damage, they surged forward, not solely for themselves, but for the honor of the entire team. Observing Mo Yang and Sun Menglong barreling toward them, Pu Si and Zhizhong readied their defenses, adhering to the strategy they had previously discussed. The minion wave advanced, while Lu Banshihao and Xiao Qiao lingered behind, preparing to retaliate. Marco Polo unleashed his second skill, piercing through the defenses with a series of rapid strikes on Lu Banshihao, whose damage output was indeed formidable. However, despite the explosive potential, Lu Ban evaded the assault with his nimble movements. Had Marco Polo's first skill connected consecutively, Lu Ban's fate would have been sealed. Frustrated, Zhizhong lamented, I cannot even land a hit on Lu Banshihao. It was evident that he was dissatisfied with his recent performance, having anticipated a certain victory in taking down Lu Ban. In his ire, he advanced recklessly, a move that inadvertently played into the hands of Mo Yang and his team, who were contemplating how to eliminate Marco Polo. An opportunity has arisen, Menglong. Understood, allow me to demonstrate my skill, Sweetheart Wind. A familiar pink tornado. akin to a ferocious beast, surged from the ground, catching Marco Polo off guard. At that moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap. This is bad. I must escape swiftly, or else I will be struck by Lu Ban and have no chance of survival, Zhizhong muttered anxiously to himself. Just as he attempted to flee, he was suddenly stunned by Lu Ban Chi Hao's first skill. Mo Yang would not allow this chance to slip away. Oh no. I am the one who will prevail. Where do you think you are running? With deft maneuvers and lightning-fast reflexes, Mo Yang unleashed a flurry of attacks around Marco Polo. Time was of the essence. The sooner Marco Polo was eliminated, the better. Meanwhile, Pu Si, who had initially been defending within the tower against Mo Yang's team, found it necessary to venture out for support upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Zhizhong, do not fear. I am here. Pu Si swiftly controlled Kai Wenji, delivering a healing boost to Marco Polo, followed by the activation of Si Wuxia to further restore his health. Simultaneously, both Luna and Zhao Yun, who had recently perished, swiftly revived and rushed to assist, shifting the tide against Mo Yang's team, especially since Zhao Yun would take some time to reach them. Luna's revival brought joy to Pu Si, as there remained a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Nevertheless, Lu Ban Chi Hao and Shao Qiao did not retreat in light of Luna's return. With just a fleeting moment left for Luna to reach Pu Si, this was the optimal time for them to eliminate Marco Polo. Shao Qiao swiftly activated her ultimate ability, darting around Marco Polo to strike, while Lu Ban Chi Hao concentrated his firepower, ultimately dispatching Marco Polo, leaving Kai Wenji's healing skills futile. As fate would have it, just as Luna arrived, Marco Polo was slain. She could now only focus on vanquishing Lu Ban Chi Hao and Shao Qiao. Upon noticing Luna's arrival, Mo Yang recognized her as a formidable opponent and knew they had to defend against her. He instructed Sun Ming Long to spread out and not cluster together. Presently, Luna's target was solely Lu Ban Chi Hao, for as the captain of the Xiao Feng team, eliminating him would undoubtedly demoralize their ranks. Yet, they often overlooked an unassuming figure nearby, who could also bring about Luna's demise. Ma Jian wore an expression of disbelief. He had been too fixated on eliminating Lu Ban Chi Hao and fell prey to Xiao Qiao's explosive damage. Well done, Meng Long. Their coordination may not have been flawless, yet it was undoubtedly the best in their hearts. However, this was no time for celebration. Their immediate objective was to shatter the crystal of the Langya team. Zhao Yun quickly joined Lu Ban Chi Hao and Shao Qiao, even with Kai Wenji guarding the tower. Nevertheless, Zhao Yun relentlessly pushed through the mid-lane high ground, with their sights set on the crystal. Mo Yang, Lu Bang is sneaking around the bottom lane. He has breached our bottom high ground. Sun Ming Long urgently alerted Mo Yang. Initially, Mo Yang had intended to await the minion wave before advancing on the crystal, but given the current predicament, he had no choice but to press forward. Meng Long, Li Ning, let us assault the crystal directly and see whose crystal shatters first, Mo Yang boldly proposed. If they were to return now, they might protect their crystal, but such an opportunity might never present itself again. Li Ning, upon hearing this, charged headlong into the crystal, absorbing attacks while simultaneously facing Kai Wenji's onslaught. Meanwhile, Mo Yang and Sun Ming Long hastily attacked the crystal. The Xiao Feng team's bottom lane, led by Lu Bang and his minions, also targeted the high ground. As the audience held their breath, the tension palpable. Kai Wenji has eliminated Zhao Yun. Although Zhao Yun possessed considerable resilience, he ultimately could not withstand the assault from the crystal and the attacks by Kai Wenji. Despite Zhao Yun's demise, Lu Ban Chi Hao and Shao Qiao continued their relentless assault on the tower. Both teams' crystals were on the verge of destruction when, suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the screen proclaiming victory. However, it did not reveal which team had triumphed, leaving the audience in perplexity, as both teams had equal chances of winning. Oh dear, which team do you think will claim the ultimate victory? Isn't that a conundrum? How could one possibly predict? Indeed, both teams were simultaneously targeting the crystal. The spectators in the stands began to engage in fervent discussions regarding which team might emerge victorious in this match. Just as their confusion peaked, the captains and players of both teams arrived at the center of the stage, with the host Lu Chong also stepping forward to stand between them. All eyes were fixated on him, as the audience collectively braced themselves for his announcement. This match had been extraordinarily intense, yet there could only be one victor. Below, I declare that the champion of this match is. If one were to judge by the expressions of the teams, it would be impossible to discern the winner, as their faces bore similar looks of anticipation. Let us extend our congratulations to the Xiao Feng team for their remarkable victory. However, we must also offer a rousing round of applause for the Langya team. We are grateful to both Xiao Feng and Langya for this splendid contest. Lu Chong finally announced the victorious team with a resounding voice. The roar of the crowd was unmistakable, as members of both Xiao Feng and Langya teams exchanged firm handshakes. At this moment, Mo Yang was filled with joy. He was eager to inform Zhu Ming of Xiao Feng's victory. Chapter 67. A sudden departure. At this moment, 5 individuals were strolling through the corridor, engaged in cheerful banter. The delightful laughter belonged to none other than Mo Yang and his companions. Having secured a victory in this match, they could finally provide Zhu Ming with some good news. Mo Yang sighed with relief, expressing that the tension he had felt earlier was now dissipating. After all, had they lost, it would have surely disappointed Zhu Ming upon their next meeting. However, now they had earned a crucial opportunity to progress to the semifinals. Though this was merely the beginning, as even greater challenges lay ahead. Indeed, having won this match would surely bring joy to Zhu Ming. Yet, he could not help but worry about his condition in the hospital. Sun Minglong began to feel a twinge of anxiety, as several hours had passed, and he was uncertain of Zhu Ming's status, whether his fever had subsided. Mo Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting that they visit Zhu Ming at the hospital since they had completed their match. Are we leaving now? The next match is for Wang Zhirong. We want to collect their data? Wang Jiaxin queried, puzzled. The next match indeed featured a formidable Wangzhe team, but Mo Yang prioritized visiting his brother Zhu Ming, as camaraderie surpassed data collection. Mo Yang turned, grasped his backpack, and waved as he walked away, declaring, I will not attend the Wangzhe match. I am going to the hospital to see Zhu Ming. Wait for me, Mo Yang. How could I miss out? Sun Minglong hurriedly pursued Mo Yang's footsteps. I want to go too. With Mo Yang going, they had to follow. Watching the match alone would indeed be rather dull. And moreover, Zhu Ming was their brother. Sun Minglong exerted himself to catch up to Mo Yang, underscoring Mo Yang's urgency to reach the hospital, as a fever was not to be taken lightly. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman hurriedly entered the competition venue, accidentally colliding with Mo Yang and falling to the ground. Her belongings scattered about, and Mo Yang quickly assisted in gathering them. He then noticed a work identification card on the floor and picked it up, murmuring to himself, Huiwang Group employee? Just as he contemplated this matter, the middle-aged woman had already gathered her fallen items. She turned to Mo Yang and apologized. I'm sorry, student. I didn't mean to bump into you. Mo Yang waved dismissively. It's all right, and returned the identification card to her, saying, This is your work ID, isn't it, Chinjia? Yes, I'm glad it wasn't he lost. Otherwise, I would have been reprimanded upon returning. Thank you, student. Chen Xuemon promptly secured her work ID and expressed her gratitude once more. Losing the ID could have severe consequences, even leading to dismissal. By the way, student, what are you doing here? Chen Xuemon inquired, curious as to why Mo Yang was wandering about during the match. After a few moments of thought, Mo Yang replied, I was watching the match, but now I have something to attend to, so I must leave. Oh, I see. You're also a fan of Wang Zhirong. Tell me, which team do you support? Chen Xuemon asked with a smile. Long Tian team. Upon hearing this name, Chen Xuemon couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence. We support the same team. It's unfortunate they lost, though. Mo Yang suddenly felt a bit at a loss. However, recalling Chen Xuemon's frantic demeanor earlier, he surmised she must have been in a hurry for an important reason, so he decided not to delay her further. After a brief chat, Mo Yang parted ways with Chen Xuemon, and he and his friends made their way to the hospital, intending to surprise Zhu Ming. Mo Yang, should I scare Zhu Ming when we see him? I wouldn't want him to concoct another illness to trick me into giving him money for spicy strips. Sun Minglong mused, now somewhat eager for that scenario. Meanwhile, Mo Yang remained speechless, letting out a quiet sigh. They continued until they reached Zhu Ming's room. 321. Zhu Ming we've arrived. The 5 of them simultaneously pushed open the door and exclaimed loudly. However, to his surprise, upon opening the door, he found only a solitary nurse present, leaving nothing but an overwhelming sense of awkwardness in the air. The nurse addressed Mo Yang and his companions, instructing them to lower their voices, as they were in a hospital and should not disturb the other patients. Indeed, they were in a hospital, and their loud calls could negatively impact others. Yet, Mo Yang noticed that Zhu Ming was not lying in the bed. Therefore, he tiptoed into the restroom to take a look, only to find it empty as well. He pondered where Zhu Ming could have gone. Just as the 5 of them were left in bewilderment regarding Zhu Ming's whereabouts, a letter appeared before them. You must be the friends of the previous patient, the nurse said. He specifically asked me to deliver this letter to you. With that, she departed, taking her medical equipment with her, holding the letter in his hand. Mo Yang felt that everything began to make sense. Zhu Ming's absence might be related to this very letter. He gently opened it and scrutinized the handwriting, which he recognized unmistakably as Zhu Ming's, an indelible mark of their brotherhood. To my brothers, when you read this letter, I will likely be on a plane with my parents, heading to the distant land of the United States. I am uncertain about the outcome of your competition, but I have faith that you will prevail. After arriving in America, I shall continue to play Wang Zhirong, as it was our pact. You must also persevere. If one day you appear on television during a match, I will take great pride in declaring that the Xiao Feng team comprises my brothers. Lastly, if fate permits, we shall meet again. Do not forget, we still have games to play together, 5-player matches. Yours, Zhu Ming. As Mo Yang and the others finished reading the letter, the reality of Zhu Ming's departure struck them, leaving Mo Yang with an inexplicable sorrow. He had intended to share the news of their competition victory with Zhu Ming, but that was no longer possible. Zhu Ming was on the other side of the globe. Sun Minglong was also deeply concerned about Mo Yang, observing his expression, which reflected nothing but sadness. Just as Sun Minglong was about to comfort Mo Yang, he suddenly handed the letter to Sun Minglong and hurriedly exited through the door. By the time Sun Minglong called out, Mo Yang had vanished from sight. Wang Jiexing, Li Ning, and Shao Jian had intended to pursue Mo Yang, but Sun Minglong halted them, suggesting that he should be left alone to gather his thoughts. Holding the letter, Sun Minglong sighed, as the news was indeed too sudden. Chapter 68. The Sweet Potato Pit team. Mo Yang ran out of the hospital and sat down on a stone bench, covering his face with his hands, his heart a tumult of emotions. Even Zhu Ming has left. I don't even know if I should still compete in the semifinals, he murmured to himself. Zhu Ming's abrupt departure had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Mo Yang. The very reason he had formed a team to participate in the Wang Zhirong Yao Campus League was to win the championship alongside his brothers. Now that Zhu Ming was gone, it seemed as though Mo Yang had suddenly lost his momentum to forge ahead, engulfed in hesitation. After sitting on the stone bench for a while, he finally rose to his feet, perhaps having found his answer. Let things drift away as they came. Just as he contemplated leaving, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. Mo Yang picked it up to see it was his good friend Jing Qi. Hey, you rascal. Watching the match had me on the edge of my seat. But congratulations, you finally made it to the semifinals. Jing Qi exclaimed joyfully over the phone. He had been present at the match between the Xiao Feng team and the Wolf Fong team, and the tension had indeed been palpable, especially at the final moment. After congratulating Mo Yang, Jing Qi continued, Are you prepared to face the challenges of the semifinals? I've heard many campus teams are comprised of elite players from all over the country. Should I send you the compiled team information to your phone? Although Mo Yang listened to the call, he remained utterly silent, causing Jing Qi to question whether he had dialed the wrong number, as there was not even a whisper in response. Hello, Mo Yang, are you there? Jing Qi asked, concern creeping into his voice. No need, Jing Qi. I no longer wish to continue the competition, Missouri Yang replied expressionlessly before hanging up. On the other end of the line, Jing Qi found it perplexing. Just previously, Mo Yang had been fervently chasing the championship title in the Wang Zhirong Yao Campus League. Now, out of the blue, he wished to withdraw, leading Jing Qi to suspect that something must have transpired. Regardless of the difficulties, it was essential for Mo Yang to confront them on his own. Some lessons must be learned and overcome independently. External assistance may prove futile. Mo Yang gazed up at the sky and sighed. I'm sorry, Jing Qi, for letting you down. With Zhu Ming now in America, Mo Yang felt disinclined to continue in the competition. Persisting further seemed pointless. Thus, he left the hospital in a dejected state, while Sun Minglong and the others refrained from seeking him out, recognizing that he needed time to cool off. The day gradually dimmed. The Wang Zhirong Yao campus elimination match had concluded. Some left joyfully, while others departed in sorrow, nonetheless. It had all become a part of the past. At that moment, Mo Yang held an empty water bottle, preparing to fill it, ready to return to his normal life. Wishing to cast aside all thoughts of the Wang Zhirong Yao competition, he placed the water bottle beneath the tap and swiped his water card, allowing the water to cascade down. As he quietly awaited the bottle to fill, he heard distant sounds of a scuffle and a shout, undeniably jarring. Intrigued by the commotion, Mo Yang followed the noise to the scene of the altercation. Before him stood 3 burly men engaged in a brawl with a tall, slender individual. Despite the numerical disadvantage, the tall student held his ground remarkably well. It was quite astonishing that a fight was unfolding at such a late hour, especially one where 3 men ganged up on a single opponent. Mo Yang had always held a particular disdain for those who resorted to bullying the weak through sheer numbers. Observing the attire of the 3 muscular men, it was evident that they were outsiders, not students of the school. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Mo Yang suddenly shouted from behind, "Stop!" The 3 burly men, along with the tall student, turned their gazes towards him. "You are truly taking advantage of your numbers," Mo Yang declared, his voice resonating with unwavering authority. "Bah!" One of the burly men spat on the ground and retorted, "What a meddlesome brat. This is not a scene from a hero saving a damsel. You better get lost as far as you can." Unfazed by the man's insult, Mo Yang simply smiled and replied, "I apologize, but I am indeed a busybody. I cannot abide by your bullying of the weak." "How audacious. Brothers, let him know who we are," the most muscular of the 3 men exclaimed. "Yes, big brother," they chorused in unison, striking a pose before declaring, "We are the Ban Si Kong Trio." known in the underworld as the Invincible Enforcers. As Mo Yang heard their absurd name, he felt a wave of amusement wash over him. It was as if the trio exuded a comedic charm. Even Sheng Ku, standing nearby, was tempted to laugh. Huh. Ban Shu Kong, what a delightful name. Mo Yang thought he could chuckle about their ridiculous group name for an entire day. However, upon hearing Mo Yang's mockery, the three burly men became infuriated. No one had dared to insult their trio in such a manner for years. Mo Yang was only the second. RC, Sen Kong. Dismantle that kid over there. Leave this pesky brat to me. One of them shouted loudly. They were determined not to let anyone who insulted them get away unscathed. Yes, big brother. I'll take care of this pesky brat. I guarantee he'll be begging for mercy. One burly man sneered, underestimating Mo Yang's strength. They opted to encircle him for an all-out assault. Dare to look down on me. You will soon learn the consequences. With that, a fierce battle erupted, with one man confronting Chen Ku while RC and San Kong engaged Mo Yang. Big brother, I can't take it anymore, my back. Big brother, my nose is bleeding. I'm afraid of blood. They cried out in frustration. They had initially anticipated easily overpowering Mo Yang and Chen Ku, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a beating, a classic case of hubris leading to downfall. Though injured, Mo Yang maintained a playful demeanor, grinning as he said, I'll be waiting for you, Ban Shu Kong. Chen Ku, now beside Mo Yang, was astonished that someone would dare to stand up for him. Most would have fled at the first sight of trouble. Chen Ku extended his right hand and said, Thank you for today. Not at all. I cannot tolerate such bullying. However, they truly are amusing. Mo Yang chuckled to himself. Yet, Chen Ku was not as carefree. He was acutely aware of the trio's affiliations and the potential repercussions of provoking their superiors. They are from the Hui Huang group. You must be extra cautious. Chen Ku warned Mo Yang before departing. Another faction from the Hui Huang group? Upon hearing those 4 words, Mo Yang clenched his fists. For this group harbored a deep-seated enmity against him. After bidding farewell to Chen Ku, Mo Yang suddenly recalled that he had yet to retrieve his water card. My water card money. Chapter 69. Willing to accompany the Ban Si Kong trio, having fled in disgrace, returned to their base, the Hui Huang group. This organization was not easily accessible to just anyone, and its chairman was a figure rarely seen, known only to a select few confidants. Knock, knock. The trio cautiously rapped on the chairman's door, fully aware that entering uninvited would lead to dire consequences. A low voice from within beckoned them to enter. Before stepping into the chairman's office, the leader reminded his subordinates to refrain from angering the chairman. Understood, big brother. You can rest easy. Upon hearing this, the leader felt a measure of relief. He gently pushed the door open, finding the enigmatic chairman still facing away from them, the reason for which remained a mystery. Yang Chengxian, upon hearing their entrance, wasted no time and asked, So, how did it go? Did you complete the task I assigned you? His tone conveyed an imperiousness that demanded submission, akin to that of a sovereign. The trio hurriedly bowed and responded, Chairman, that top-ranked support player, Chen Ku, was too obstinate and refused to join our group. Oh, so, you failed the mission? Yes, the trio stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. Hearing such a statement always instilled a sense of impending doom, as if a dagger lurked beneath a smile. After a moment of silence, Yang Chengxian addressed them once more. I will grant you another chance. You must bring Chen Ku into our fold, or else I will make an example of you. Yes, yes, the leader quickly agreed. Having a second chance was a luxury, as some had never even been afforded a first. That was true cruelty. As he contemplated capturing Chen Ku, the leader recalled the young man's defiance. Had it not been for Mo Yang, they might have succeeded. He deemed it necessary to report this to the chairman, lest he be accused of concealing vital information. Chairman, we were on the verge of success yesterday when, suddenly, an insufferable rascal emerged out of nowhere, thwarting our plans. How should we reckon this account? Yifan earnestly recounted the events from the previous night. Yang Chengxian merely smiled, gripping his wine glass, when suddenly it slipped from his hand, shattering with a resounding crash. Upon witnessing this, Yifan immediately grasped what needed to be done. Ban Siken and his companions simultaneously bowed and said, We shall take our leave now, Chairman. They hurriedly exited the chairman's office, a place that felt stifling, and the sooner they left, the better. After Ban Siken and his companions departed, Yang Chengxian slowly rose, gazing at the towering buildings, and declared, I shall not allow anyone to disrupt my plans. The ringing of the bell sounded like a sweet melody to the students in class, signifying the end of their lesson. Zhao Yu set down the chalk and announced, All right, class, we shall conclude here. Please remember to complete your assignments after class. Dismissed. The students rose in unison, bidding goodbye. Teacher. As Zhao Yu exited the classroom, it transformed into a chaotic playground, filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter. Since it was the last class of the morning, and there was little to do in the classroom, Mo Yang decided to step outside. He gathered his books and, with his simple backpack in hand, made his way to the door, only to be halted by Sun Menglong's call. To be honest, Mo Yang had not communicated with Sun Menglong and the others for several days. He had been holding back for too long, and upon seeing Mo Yang, he felt compelled to speak. What is it, Menglong? I need to head outside. If you have something to say, please be quick, Mo Yang replied indifferently. Upon hearing Mo Yang finally speak, Sun Menglong was filled with joy, eager to engage in conversation. Since you have not spoken with us in days, Jiansheng has hardly played Wangzhe Rongyao due to his intense taekwondo training. Li Ning and Shao Jian have also left the team because of Zhu Ming. Now, only the two of us remain. Are you really going to leave as well? Sun Menglong finally voiced all that he had been wanting to say. However, Mo Yang coldly responded, perhaps we should disband the team. With Zhu Ming gone, what is the point of competing? After uttering this, Mo Yang walked away. Yet, Sun Menglong had never considered giving up. He was determined to help Mo Yang regain his confidence. Many students had already left the campus, as it was a rare opportunity to enjoy their lunchtime. Anyone who didn't cherish it would be foolish. Mo Yang strolled to the school gate, feeling slightly guilty about his previous words towards Sun Menglong. Nevertheless, with Zhu Ming's departure, he truly had no desire to continue. Oh, I suppose I should grab a bite to eat, Mo Yang sighed, patting his stomach. After all, food is essential. He checked his pockets, though he had little money. It was enough for a meal. Just as he was about to step out of the school gate, he was taken aback to see several motorcycles parked outside, surrounded by 6 or 7 burly men. Among them, 3 were familiar to Mo Yang. Aren't those the members of the band Shu Kung group? Why are they here again? Mo Yang pondered, perplexed. Had they forgotten the beating they received last time? Were they returning for more? Classmates nearby began to speculate about the group's intentions. Chen Ku, come out here. Yi Fan shouted loudly through a megaphone from outside the school gate. Upon hearing that name, Mo Yang understood. These ruffians had returned to trouble Chen Ku. Such matters were intolerable. For the sake of the school and Chen Ku, he had to deal with these intruders. Just as he prepared to intervene, a familiar voice emerged. Indeed, it was Chen Ku, the one Yi Fan sought. What is all this ruckus? Can't a person get some sleep? Chen Ku complained impatiently. Surely, lunchtime was intended for rest, yet Yi Fan's loud voice disrupted the peace. Seeing Chen Ku, Yi Fan was elated. This time, he was determined not to fail his mission and was intent on bringing Chen Ku back. If you come along quietly, I won't let my men rough you up, Yi Fan proclaimed confidently. With 5 or 6 henchmen at his side, he was convinced he could succeed in capturing Chen Ku for the Huihuan group. Chen Ku, however, humorously retorted, enough with the nonsense, banned Shu Kung group. I don't eat sweet potatoes, thank you. This quip elicited laughter from the crowd, while simultaneously infuriating Yi Fan and his cohorts. Since he refused to cooperate, then it's time for action. Brothers, let us go? Yi Fan commanded loudly, resorting to force when persuasion failed. Chen Ku smirked and replied, I'd be more than willing to oblige. Chapter 70. The Grey Wolf. 3 or 4 burly men were not to be trifled with. Moments ago, they had been reveling in laughter, but now they scattered at the sight of impending conflict. Quickly, let us get out of here, or we'll get beaten up. Yes, let us hurry. It's not our business anyhow. The bustling school gate was suddenly devoid of life. Who would be foolish enough to remain in such a scene? However, Chen Ku was unusually excited. He had the chance to showcase his skills in a while, having not had a proper fight the night before. Today was the perfect opportunity to teach these men a lesson. You little rascal, prepare to face the consequences. One of the burly men shouted, brandishing a stick. Money may grease the wheels of ambition, but they were contracted to carry out their task, and it would be unwise not to execute it properly. Faced with such fierce words, Chen Ku merely smiled. Then, with a swift movement, he executed a side kick that struck the robust man squarely. Indeed, the man was quite large, yet his bulk rendered him somewhat clumsy. Naturally, the man would not take this assault lightly. He bellowed angrily and swung a club at Chen Ku, who deftly evaded the blow. Truly, he was a cumbersome fellow. To think he could knock me down, perhaps he should consume more food. Chen Ku suddenly adopted a provocative stance. Ah, you little brat, I will slaughter you. Enraged, the burly man charged at Chen Ku. Just when he believed victory was assured, he was met with the sole of a shoe landing squarely on his face. Who is that? Slowly, Mo Yang approached, donned his shoe, and calmly declared, I am Mo, with the given name Yang. What is this? Do you dare to bully my friend? You little brat, you seek death. I earn my living with my looks. The man was taken aback. No one had ever dared to throw a shoe at his face. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng couldn't suppress a chuckle, gazing at the grotesque figure before him, wondering if he were perhaps mentally unstable. It's you. The members of the Fan Si Kong group recognized Mo Yang at once. Seeing him, they were filled with rage. Had it not been for him, they would have long completed the task assigned by Yang Qingxian and would not be in such a disarray. Yet, Mo Yang paid them no heed and joined forces with Chen Ku to vanquish the hulking man. Those strong men were as feeble as paper tigers, easily defeated. This insolent brat ignores us. We are the Fan Si Kong group. He is truly arrogant. San Kong was particularly incensed, having never experienced such humiliation in his long life. While the Fan Si Kong group seethed with anger, Mo Yang and Chung Ku were elated. They exchanged a high five, exclaiming, "Well done. Now it's their turn." Chung Ku stated as he looked toward the Fan Si Kong group. "Let us take them all on." What was once an offensive maneuver had suddenly transformed into a defensive position. What tremendous disgrace. To speak of it would tarnish one's ancestral reputation. He sternly commanded his subordinates. "Defeat them." "Yes, boss." Si and San Kong grabbed their clubs and charged at Mo Yang and Chung Ku, determined to prove they could prevail even with weapons. However, the reality was that even with weapons, they were no match for Mo Yang and Chung Ku, who swiftly brought all the hulking men down to the ground. Watching this unfold, Fan was furious, yet he could not confront Mo Yang and his ally directly. "Remember this. I shall return," he growled, leading his followers to flee. Mo Yang burst into laughter, exclaiming, once again with that line, "He must be the Wolf of Grey, ha ha ha." Nearby, Chung Ku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suggested to Mo Yang, "Let us head to a nearby hospital and check our wounds." Mo Yang nodded, realizing he too had sustained injuries. However, he could not fathom why those individuals had targeted Chung Ku. Subsequently, Mo Yang and Chung Ku arrived at a nearby hospital to tend to their wounds, determined to uncover the truth behind the attack. Chapter 71, A Heart-to-Heart Conversation. Mo Yang. Chung Ku. A nurse called from within the window. The two, seated nearby, hurried to collect their medication and settle the bill, having waited long enough at the hospital. After obtaining their supplies, they exited, each adorned with multiple band-aids. As they walked, Chung Ku suggested, "Shall we sit in the park nearby?" "Sounds good," Mo Yang replied, finding the idea quite agreeable. The park was not far from the hospital, and soon they settled on a stone bench. Chung Ku produced a bottle of cola from his pocket and handed it to Mo Yang, saying, "Here, take this and enjoy." Mo Yang accepted the cold bottle, likely just purchased moments ago, though he had no knowledge of when exactly. "Thank you. No need for thanks. I owe you for your help earlier today," Chung Ku remarked, feeling grateful for having someone so devoted to assist him. With a crisp sound, Mo Yang twisted off the cap and drank deeply from the bottle, replenishing his energy after the skirmish and missing lunch. Chung Ku mirrored his actions, downing his drink in one go, reflecting on the absurdity of the day's events. "By the way, don't you have class to attend?" Chung Ku inquired, glancing at his watch, which indicated that class would soon commence. Mo Yang shrugged, unconcerned. After all, he had often been labeled as someone who only played games and lacked academic prowess. "Forget it, I want to go. If old Zhao sees me like this, I'll surely be scolded," Mo Yang sighed. "Ha ha ha. Does this count as skipping class?" Chung Ku chuckled. Mo Yang did not argue, but instead sighed again. Visibly troubled, noticing his friend's distress, Chung Ku felt compelled to offer support. After another sip of his drink, he asked, "Is something on your mind? You can share with me if you like. Let us have a heart-to-heart." Sigh. Mo Yang exhaled quietly, placing the cola bottle aside. Hearing Chung Ku express a willingness to listen was not a bad thing after all. "I am facing a dilemma. I am torn about whether I should let it go," Mo Yang confessed, revealing his inner conflict. "Do you find joy in that endeavor?" Chung Ku inquired further. It is essential to inquire thoroughly. If one finds no joy in pursuing a particular endeavor, then persisting in it would undoubtedly yield unfavorable outcomes. Mo Yang pondered this, reflecting on the joy he experienced since forming his team for competitions, devoid of any sorrow. Thus, he responded to Chung Ku, asserting that he should indeed feel happiness. Chung Ku clapped his hands and remarked, "Isn't that splendid? Since you have enjoyed it so much previously, you should not abandon it, but rather persevere. However, this does not pertain to any illegal activities. I cannot support such actions." This statement instantly amused Mo Yang, for he dared not engage in any unlawful deeds, lacking even the courage to consider them. Of course, he had no intention of pursuing illegal activities. Yet, since Chung Ku had raised the point, Mo Yang contemplated whether he should continue his efforts. He deemed Chung Ku's words worthy of reflection. Moreover, beyond his own concerns, Mo Yang was eager to understand why certain individuals sought to target Chung Ku, including the incident that transpired at noon, which left him perplexed. "Chung Ku, may I ask you something?" Mo Yang cautiously probed, gauging Chung Ku's willingness to respond. Chung Ku, ever magnanimous, replied, "Ask away. I shall share whatever I know." Pleased that Chung Ku was open to answering, Mo Yang maintained his composure and inquired, "Why do the individuals from Fan Si Kong wish to confront you? If this question encroaches upon your privacy, you need not answer." Chung Ku waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is not a matter of privacy. Since you are so keen to know, allow me to divulge everything." Chapter 72. A member of the Xiao Feng team, Chung Ku was committed to revealing what he had promised. Yet he had a question of his own to pose to Mo Yang, as it pertained to the matter at hand. "Are you familiar with the game Wang Zhirong Yao?" Chung Ku turned to Mo Yang and asked. Mo Yang nodded. Wang Zhirong was immensely popular and well-known. And being an experienced player, he was certainly aware of it. Upon learning that Mo Yang was acquainted with the game, Cheng Ku felt relieved and decided to forego any lengthy explanations. Gathering his thoughts, Cheng Ku recounted, I am an avid gamer, and I hold a profound admiration for Wang Zhirong, striving diligently to become the top support player in the national server. The top support player in the national server? Mo Yang exclaimed, astonished at the revelation that the individual beside him was indeed such an esteemed player. A title that required immense dedication. Although he was proficient with all heroes, Cheng Ku had evidently specialized in support, and his attention to detail might surpass Mo Yang's own. How does this matter relate to the endeavors of Fan Shu Kung against you? Mo Yang inquired, puzzled. Cheng Ku glanced skyward, initially believing there was no connection. However, after hearing the words of Fan Si Kong and his associates, he began to understand why they targeted him. I am the top support player in the national server, a fact known to very few, yet somehow, someone has informed the people of the Hui Huang group. They wish for me to join their ranks and serve them, Cheng Ku articulated with a weighty tone. He harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Hui Huang group. Thus, he had no intention of joining, regardless of the enticing benefits they offered. Cheng Ku refused to be a mere pawn, serving only others. Upon hearing the name Hui Huang group, Mo Yang's anger surged. He clenched his fists and struck a nearby tree with his fist. How infuriating. They resort to such tactics to achieve their goals, Mo Yang muttered in rage. Cheng Ku, curious, noted that the one seething with anger should be himself. Yet he observed that Mo Yang appeared even more agitated. Cheng Ku was uncertain of the specific cause of Mo Yang's ire, and deemed it prudent not to inquire further. Continuing, Cheng Ku elaborated, thus, you witnessed the scene that evening. The Fan Shu Kung team was indeed executing a task assigned by the chairman of the Hui Huang group, aiming to bring me back to their fold. Thankfully, you were there to prevent such an occurrence. As Cheng Ku recounted that evening, he felt a profound gratitude towards Mo Yang. As Cheng Ku spoke, Mo Yang gradually relaxed his fists, and the questions that had troubled him began to find resolution. Nonetheless, he was still keen to inquire whether Cheng Ku had any interest in joining his team. After the previous events, he resolved to be direct and straightforward, addressing Cheng Ku. I have made up my mind. I shall not abandon my team. Would you be willing to join us? Me? Join your team? Cheng Ku responded, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, the Wang Zhirong esports team, named Xiao Feng team, has advanced to the semifinals. As the captain of Xiao Feng team, I extend this invitation to you, Mo Yang declared with exuberance. He had resolved not to let Zhu Ming's departure deter him from his team. He could not afford to disappoint Zhu Ming, who was in America. Thus, he aimed to rally his spirits and lead his team forward. Cheng Ku was taken aback, realizing that Mo Yang's determination not to give up was indeed connected to Wang Zhirong. Very well, thank you for your invitation. I shall henceforth be a member of Xiao Feng team. Faced with Mo Yang's earnest invitation, Cheng Ku found no reason to decline, particularly as he yearned for a serious match against other schools. Upon hearing Cheng Ku's acceptance, Mo Yang was elated. Now, their next step was to seek out Sun Ming Long. Mo Yang hastily gathered the medicine and the plastic bottle, then turned to Cheng Ku, saying, let us return to find Ming Long. Who is that? Cheng Ku inquired, unfamiliar with the name. A member of Xiao Feng team. Chapter 73. Seeking someone. As they raced back to school from the park, though the distance was not great, they felt a bit fatigued. Nevertheless, this did not deter Mo Yang and Cheng Ku from seeking out Sun Ming Long. However, what perplexed Mo Yang was that he searched the classroom and found no trace of Sun Ming Long. He also checked the dormitory, but Sun Ming Long was nowhere to be seen. Where on earth has Ming Long gone? How can I find him? It has been so long since I last saw him. Mo Yang sighed while bending down. Perhaps we should inquire with someone else and see if they know his whereabouts, Cheng Ku suggested rationally from the side. He felt a hint of anticipation regarding Mo Yang's mention of Sun Ming Long, eager to finally see his true self. Mo Yang nodded, collected his thoughts, and then began running again, asking nearby classmates if they had seen the person in the photo. However, after questioning more than a dozen people, all claimed they had not seen him, which left Mo Yang both puzzled and anxious, suspecting that something might have happened to Sun Ming Long. Beep beep beep. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After making several calls, Mo Yang discovered that his own phone had died. With no other option, he and Cheng Ku continued their search. Excuse me, have you seen the person in this photo? He is tall, and his name is Sun Ming Long. Mo Yang opened his phone's album to show it to a nearby classmate. Sorry, I haven't seen him, the classmate said, shaking his head before walking away. All right, thank you. Although they had not found him, Mo Yang was still grateful. Hello, have you seen the person in this photo? After searching for over an hour, Mo Yang and Cheng Ku still had no results. They had practically traversed the entire school, but could not find Sun Ming Long. However, humans are not made of iron, and they needed to rest. Mo Yang and Chung Ke sat down beside a large tree and opened a bottle of mineral water, drinking it down in one go. Sigh. Where could Minglong have gone? We've searched the whole school, Mo Yang lamented. But there's south one place we haven't checked yet, the principal's office. However, the principal is notoriously difficult to deal with, Mo Yang said, lowering his head in despair. This left him feeling quite helpless. As the principal was known for his bad temper, if they did not find anything in the principal's office, they would be in serious trouble. Chen Ku, lying down beside him, said sleepily, then let us go check the principal's office. We can use the pretext of needing to report something to sneak a look for Minglong. Hearing this, Mo Yang couldn't help but admire Chen Ku. Not only was he skilled at games and quite handsome, but he was also remarkably clever, like a strategist. All right, let us go, Mo Yang said, rising to his feet. Just as they were about to get up and hurriedly head to the principal's office, they overheard two classmates passing by, whispering to each other. That guy named Sun Minglong is practically asking for trouble. Recruiting for a team on campus. He is bound to get punished by the principal. Right. Thank goodness I don't know him. Otherwise, I'd be embarrassed. Mo Yang and Chung Ku overheard their conversation, realizing that Sun Minglong was indeed in the principal's office. However, the remarks made by those two were quite unpleasant. Unable to contain himself, Mo Yang delivered a punch to them, teaching them a lesson and making them think twice before speaking ill of his friend. The two were knocked to the ground, and Chung Ku sighed from the side, thinking it was fortunate that Mo Yang had held back, or else it could have turned deadly. Enough, Mo Yang. Our priority is to find Minglong in the principal's office, Chen Ku urged. Mo Yang nodded, and they rushed towards the principal's office, leaving the two unconscious students behind, who would eventually wake up in due time. Chapter 74. The captain is me. Mo Yang and Chung Ku skillfully located the principal's office, having been students there for over half a year. Meanwhile, Sun Minglong was being berated by Su Yi, who was furious at him for his actions, making it truly uncomfortable to witness. Even Zhao Yu could not save him from this predicament. Listen, young man, school is a place for learning, not for promoting games, Su Yi shouted, slamming the flyers onto the desk. He found this batch of students increasingly outrageous. Instead of focusing on their studies, they were causing trouble for their peers. And he was determined to address this matter thoroughly. Sun Minglong could only lower his head in silence, having not anticipated being caught red-handed while distributing flyers. Zhao Yu, being Sun Minglong's homeroom teacher, felt pity for his student and sought to defend him. Principal, the child acted without malice. Please forgive him. If anyone is to blame, it should be me for not properly teaching them the school rules. Zhao Yu pleaded on Sun Minglong's behalf. However, Su Yi understood Zhao Yu's intentions and recognized that he was merely shielding his student. While playful antics could be overlooked, such behavior could not go unpunished in this instance. All right, Zhao Yu, there's no need for further defense, Su Yi said, waving his hand dismissively. Zhao Yu felt helpless, realizing he could do no more. He then picked up one of the flyers from the desk, which was filled with recruitment notices for teammates, causing Su Yi to nearly lose his temper. Sun Minglong, tell me, was anyone behind this? Su Yi demanded. If there were accomplices, he needed to expose them. Otherwise, the school's reputation would be tarnished. Sun Minglong resolutely replied, no. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Su Yi believed that Sun Minglong was being truthful. However, he still wanted to know who the captain of the Xiao Feng team was. I ask you, who is the captain of the Xiao Feng team on this flyer? Bring him here, Su Yi shouted, pointing at Sun Minglong with the flyer in hand. Sun Minglong hesitated at this question, knowing that revealing the truth would implicate Mo Yang. At this point, he could only state, the captain is me. Just as he was about to declare himself the captain of the Xiao Feng team, two individuals suddenly burst through the door. One of them declared, the captain of the Xiao Feng team is me, Mo Yang. Sun Minglong, Su Yi, and Zhao Yu were all astonished by this statement, directing their gaze towards Mo Yang. The most concerned among them was Sun Minglong, who had previously thought that Mo Yang had abandoned their team. However, upon hearing those words, he realized that Mo Yang had not given up. What? Mo Yang, you are the captain on this flyer, Su Yi exclaimed in utter disbelief. In his mind, Mo Yang was a model student, excelling academically and morally. How could he possibly be the captain of the Xiao Feng team? Mo Yang responded nonchalantly, yes, principal. I am indeed the captain of the Xiao Feng team. If you wish to assign blame, direct it at me, not at Minglong. Su Yi was left speechless with frustration. Yet, Sun Minglong understood that he alone was responsible for the situation, regardless of Mo Yang's involvement. Principal, this matter does not concern Mo Yang. The fault lies solely with me. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me, Sun Minglong quickly clarified to Su Yi. However, Su Yi merely covered his head in silence, sighing deeply. At this point, what more could he say? You have violated school rules and must face consequences. Su Yi informed Mo Yang and the others of the final decision. Neither Mo Yang nor Sun Minglong objected, Merely avoiding expulsion was considered a relief. Yet, they were taken aback when Shang Ku voluntarily admitted to being an accomplice, thus receiving punishment alongside Mo Yang and Sun Minglong. This gesture indeed touched both Mo Yang and Sun Minglong, echoing the sentiment that brothers should share both fortune and adversity. In the following days, Sun Minglong, Mo Yang, and Shang Ku not only faced punishment, but were also criticized over the school broadcast. However, they felt no shame in their predicament. As long as they stood united as brothers, they could overcome any obstacle. At that moment, Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, and Shang Ku found themselves beside the basketball court, observing the players with profound reflections. In truth, competitive gaming bears resemblance to basketball. The essence lies in teamwork. Without a sense of collective effort, victory is elusive. Mo Yang remarked, gazing at the players. Both Sun Minglong and Shang Ku wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that in esports, collaboration is paramount. After their moment of contemplation, Shang Ku turned to Mo Yang and Sun Minglong, inquiring about the current members of their team. If we are short-staffed, we will need to recruit, he stated. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang sighed, recalling Sun Minglong's earlier assertions that Wang Jiaxing, Li Ning, and Shao Jian had all departed. Now, the Xiao Feng team comprised only the three of them, necessitating the recruitment of new members, but they must avoid excessive fanfare this time. Mo Yang was acutely aware of their current priorities. Sun Minglong, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the prior recruitment antics, understood that it was precisely these events that led to Mo Yang and Shang Ku facing punishment alongside him. Shang Ku, after a moment of calm reflection, suggested, I have a few friends with good connections. I can ask them to assist in recruiting team members. Mo Yang found this proposal quite agreeable. They had to make an effort regardless. The semifinals required a minimum of 5 participants. Lacking even one would be tantamount to forfeiting the match. I will also search online for any fellow students. I will reach out to them, Sun Minglong added, sharing his recruitment strategy. Observing his companions diligently working towards their team's revival brought Mo Yang great solace. He realized he could not remain idle and needed to take practical steps. Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, and Shang Ku exchanged encouraging pats on the back, signaling their collective resolve, with Shao Jian and Li Ning's departures leaving 2 vacancies in their dormitory. Mo Yang proposed that Shang Ku move in with them for better communication and cohesion. Shang Ku, would you be able to relocate to our dormitory? If it poses any inconvenience, we certainly won't pressure you, Mo Yang inquired. Shang Ku, smiling, responded, I would gladly accept. I can finally escape the stench of my upper bunk mate's feet. With this, Shang Ku shared a bittersweet chuckle, feeling that it was better left unsaid. Upon Shang Ku's agreement, Mo Yang was elated, and the next order of business was recruiting new team members. All right, let us all spring into action. Mo Yang enthusiastically clapped his hands. He could hardly wait to complete his team and strengthen it for the semifinals. Shang Ku and Sun Minglong nodded in agreement, equally eager for that day to arrive. Shang Ku's immediate task was to move his belongings to Mo Yang's dormitory. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a female figure approached Mo Yang. While Shang Ku was unaware of her identity, Sun Minglong recognized her immediately. It was Xiaoyu. Sun Minglong had often seen her walking alongside Mo Yang, so it was no surprise. Mo Yang, just regaining his composure, quickly stood up and addressed her. Hey, Xiaoyu, what brings you here? I heard you were punished, so I wanted to come and see what happened, Xiaoyu replied in her sweet voice, laced with concern. Sun Minglong, not wishing to be a third wheel, took Shang Ku aside, stating, come on, let's go pack your things and not intrude. All right, let us go, Shang Ku nodded. And the two quietly departed. Let us sit over there, Mo Yang suggested, pointing to a nearby stone bench. Having been publicly criticized, it was no surprise to Xiaoyu that she had come to inquire about the situation. He settled down to slowly explain. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and took a seat beside Mo Yang. Once seated, she had a multitude of questions for him, such as why he was punished and how the competition was progressing. A torrent of inquiries had been pent up within her, waiting for the chance to be expressed. Upon observing the anxious expression on Xiaoyu's face, Mo Yang couldn't help but smile. Take your time, there's no need to rush. I have ample time. He patiently reassured her. At that moment, Mo Yang had no pressing matters to attend to, allowing him the luxury of engaging in conversation with Xiaoyu. Encouraged by his words, Xiaoyu gradually settled her nerves and prepared to ask him her questions, her curiosity overwhelming her. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, what did you do to warrant such a punishment? Why were you publicly reprimanded? I knew you would ask that, Mo Yang replied without a hint of embarrassment. When one makes a mistake, receiving criticism is, of course, justified. He elaborated seriously. As you know, our team is currently short of members, so we attempted to recruit within the school. Unfortunately, the principal caught wind of it, and that led to the subsequent issues. Mo Yang succinctly summarized the entire situation, omitting the fact that his punishment was a consequence of enduring hardship alongside Sun Minglong. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder the principal made it a matter of public reprimand, Xiaoyu remarked, her understanding only partial but sufficient to grasp the gist of the matter. They had been penalized for attempting to recruit members, and this had been made known to the entire school. Despite this revelation, Xiaoyu held no resentment towards Mo Yang. Rather, she was eager to assist him in recruiting new team members. However, in her enthusiasm to help, she forgot to ask her other questions, focusing solely on this one. Nonetheless, she resolved to ask her remaining questions later, prioritizing the urgent task of aiding Mo Yang in his recruitment efforts. Quickly standing up, Xiaoyu excused herself, rushing back to her dormitory to devise a plan, while Mo Yang remained seated on the stone bench. I should check on Chengku and see how they are faring, he mused, understanding that now was not the time for lamentations. The pressing matter was to gather team members. As he walked, he unexpectedly found himself at the familiar Taekwondo training hall, recalling that his last visit was with Wang Jiaxing. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to enter and see if Wang Jiaxing was present. Though Wang Jiaxing had departed from the team, they remained friends. Upon entering, the sounds of training resonated loudly, and the equipment appeared significantly improved since his last visit. A young man clad in a Taekwondo uniform approached Mo Yang and inquired, "Are you a member of our Taekwondo team?" Mo Yang quickly clarified, "No, I am here to find someone named Wang Jiaxing." "Oh, you mean Wang Xixiao? Allow me to guide you to him," the man replied. "Thank you." Mo Yang expressed his gratitude. The young man skillfully led Mo Yang to Wang Jiaxing's training area. Although the young man intended to call out to Wang Jiaxing, Mo Yang intervened. The smile on Wang Jiaxing's face during Taekwondo training was something Mo Yang had never witnessed during their time in the competitive arena of Wangzhou. Perhaps Taekwondo was indeed his true calling. Forcing Wang Jiaxing back into the team would serve no purpose. "Thank you for today, but let us not disturb Jiaxing's training," Mo Yang concluded as he exited the Taekwondo hall. Gazing at the scenery outside and inhaling the fresh air, Mo Yang suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him. It's not such a big deal, is it? Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Cheng Ke had arrived with his luggage and was organizing it alongside Sun Minglong. The once empty dormitory was finally filled with a bit of liveliness, prompting Mo Yang to lend a hand to Cheng Ku in arranging his belongings. "Thank you, Mo Yang." Cheng Ku expressed his gratitude, adhering to the principle of courtesy. "No need to mention it. We are friends," Mo Yang replied. With the assistance of Sun Minglong and Mo Yang, Cheng Ku's luggage was swiftly organized. The next step was to strategize on how to recruit new team members. Mo Yang moved a table to the center of the room and fetched 3 chairs for them to sit. However, he was meticulous enough to grab a notepad to jot down ideas, ensuring clarity in their plans. Sun Minglong retrieved his laptop from his backpack, having already begun working before Mo Yang's return. "All right, if that's the case, let us prepare," Mo Yang stated. "What are we preparing for?" Sun Minglong asked, visibly perplexed. A sentiment echoed by Cheng Ku. Mo Yang smiled mysteriously and, grabbing his backpack, announced, "I am taking you to interview a new team member." "What new member?" Sun Minglong remained confused. With no other option, Mo Yang detailed the entire situation to them. Just as he was about to return to the dorm after leaving Wang Jiaxing's Taekwondo hall, he was approached by a young man who looked rather unruly. Sporting headphones and a lollipop, Mo Yang found himself unsure of the young man's intentions. "Who are you?" Mo Yang inquired cautiously. If it were a matter of a brawl, he would gladly oblige. However, if the situation were different, it warranted a more careful approach. The young man removed the lollipop from his mouth and, pulling a flyer from his pocket, asked, "Is the Xiao Feng team recruiting members? Do you think I would be suitable?" Mo Yang nearly burst into laughter at the unexpected inquiry. He had not anticipated such a scenario. "Let me clarify, my team does not accept individuals who engage in fights," he stated firmly, setting the prerequisite. After all, the young man's demeanor did appear somewhat intimidating. The young man shook his head, asserting that despite his fierce appearance, he was not one to resort to violence unless provoked. "Then that will suffice. In the afternoon, I shall accompany my team members to meet you and ascertain their opinions. It is not prudent for Mo Yang to make decisions unilaterally. We should consult Sun Minglong and Mo Yang for their thoughts." "Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zheng Qi, and here are my contact details." Zheng Qi also revealed his identity and shared his contact information with Mo Yang. Mo Yang nodded in acknowledgement, and then he parted ways with Zheng Qi at the entrance of the Taekwondo gym before returning to his dormitory. Following Mo Yang's detailed explanation, Sun Minglong and Cheng Ke finally understood the purpose of their meeting, which was to interview new team members. Sun Minglong stroked his chin and chuckled mischievously, wondering if the newcomer could pass his test. Observing Sun Minglong's sudden transformation into a schemer, Cheng Ke felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if their opponent could withstand it. Nonetheless, a good mindset is crucial in gaming. Indeed, Mo Yang places great emphasis on attitude, and perhaps Sun Minglong's suggestion is indeed astute. Without further ado, Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, and Cheng Ku gathered their belongings and exited the dormitory, making their way to meet Zheng Qi. Chapter 78. A web of conflicts. They soon arrived at the designated location, a CAF, where Zheng Qi was seated in a corner. Consequently, Mo Yang, Sun Minglong, and Cheng Ku approached Zheng Qi, setting their backpacks down and stretching their limbs. Sun Minglong pulled out his laptop from his bag, which gave the impression of a lawyer engaged in serious negotiations. Hello, everyone, my name is Zheng Qi. You must be the members of the Xiao Feng battle team? Zheng Qi rose and extended his hand in greeting. Mo Yang and Cheng Ku responded politely by shaking his hand, while Sun Minglong remained seated, not rising. I apologize, Zheng Qi. My friend feels a bit unfamiliar with you, hence he did not shake your hand. Mo Yang interjected, offering an apology on Sun Minglong's behalf, for after all, he was his brother. Strangely enough, Zheng Qi did not seem offended. Instead, he smiled and thanked Sun Minglong. Zheng Qi's primary objective was to join the Xiao Feng battle team. He understood Sun Minglong's aloof demeanor quite well. Sun Minglong took a sip of coffee and spoke seriously to Zheng Qi, stating, joining our team requires overcoming numerous challenges. We seek only the elite. Are you certain you are an elite? Zheng Qi replied, I am not an elite, but I am a diligent individual. Regardless of the trials you present, I shall undertake them earnestly. Good. Sun Minglong smiled. Mo Yang, observing the tension in the air, felt uncomfortable. What type of hero do you excel with? Sun Minglong inquired, ready to document each of Zheng Qi's responses on his laptop for future reference. To this, Zheng Qi confidently replied, warriors, specializing in the top lane. Sun Minglong diligently recorded this information, as he had numerous questions still to pose. Mo Yang pondered that with Li Ning's departure, the Xiao Feng battle team indeed required a warrior. Despite his proficiency with all heroes, there were still many factors to consider. Do you have any competitive experience? Have you previously joined another team? What tournaments have you participated in? Cheng Ku queried from the side. He felt it essential to clarify whether Zheng Qi was a novice or a seasoned competitor. I participated in a city-level, Yao championship and emerged victorious. I have previously been part of a team, but I have since left that team. Zheng Qi recounted his experiences fluently, without hesitation. Cheng Ku nodded, believing Zheng Qi had no reason to fabricate his achievements, as attaining such accolades is no small feat. However, Sun Minglong appeared unconvinced, doubting the veracity of Cheng Ku's statements. Suddenly, Sun Minglong shut his laptop, picked up his phone, and challenged Zheng Qi, shall we have a match? If you win, it validates your claims. If you lose, there would be no need for you to join the Xiao Feng battle team. Let it be. Mo Yang interjected hastily, keen to prevent any conflict arising from this matter. If Zheng Qi were to join the Xiao Feng battle team, it would only lead to internal discord. Very well, let us proceed. I shall engage in a match with Brother Minglong. If I win, allow me to join the team. What do you say? Zheng Qi agreed to the challenge, albeit with conditions. Mo Yang had no objections, nor did Cheng Ku. However, they were concerned about whether Sun Minglong would agree. It is settled then. A promise is a promise. Sun Minglong's gaze remained fixed on Zheng Qi. Mo Yang sighed, recognizing that one cannot escape fate. If he could not dissuade them, he would have to watch the unfolding events. Chapter 79. A slightly unsettling situation. Both Mo Yang and Cheng Ku stepped back, hoping to avoid the brewing tension. Sun Minglong and Zheng Qi withdrew their phones from their pockets, opening the familiar interface of Yao. Let any disputes be resolved in the King's Canyon, they declared. Cheng Ku, retreating to the side, kept a calm demeanor as he analyzed Zheng Qi's confident expression, suspecting he possessed considerable skill. Mo Yang, what do you think of his abilities? Difficult to say, but I have heard from former friends that he is a formidable opponent. I wonder how Minglong will handle this situation. Mo Yang mused, fully aware of Sun Minglong's pride. Should he lose, Mo Yang feared a confrontation might ensue. However, this opportunity would serve to reveal whether Zheng Qi was as formidable as claimed by his acquaintances. Waiter, 2 cups of coffee, please. Cheng Ku gestured to the server. Certainly. In the midst of such intense proceedings, how could one resist the allure of a warm, delightful cup of coffee? Cheng Ku observed the unfolding drama with the enthusiasm of a bystander. Mo Yang, meanwhile, sighed quietly to himself. Zheng Qi, if you can manage to tie with me, perhaps we might consider allowing you to join our Xiao Feng battle team. Sun Minglong delivered this biting remark before the competition, exuding confidence in his own abilities. He believed that unless Mo Yang were to intervene, he would undoubtedly prevail against Zheng Qi, whom he felt he could easily best. Zheng Qi, of course, could not simply endure Sun Minglong's taunts. He retorted, Brother Minglong, let us save our words for after the match. The outcome remains uncertain. Very well. Today I shall let you experience the brilliance of my Zhuge Liang, strategizing from within while securing victory from afar. Sun Minglong echoed a line from the game, embodying his character's prowess. At that moment, A server presented a cup of lukewarm coffee before Cheng Ku, who expressed his gratitude and took it eagerly. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the coffee, Cheng Ku exclaimed inwardly how delightful it was. Alas, such exquisite coffee lacked sunflower seeds. Otherwise, this match would be even more enjoyable. Mo Yang, standing nearby, was left speechless, silently praying that the match would conclude without incident. After all, this was someone else's coffee shop. The repercussions on the school's reputation would be profound if chaos ensued. Sun Minglong and Zheng Qi entered the battlefield on the 11th map, with Sun Minglong confidently selecting his well-practiced Zhuge Liang. As for Zheng Qi, he chose Kai, a character whose formidable strength was perhaps unknown to others. The match commenced, promising an entertaining spectacle. Cheng Ku stretched lazily, coffee in hand, resembling a vacationer. Once the page loaded, Sun Minglong and Zheng Qi officially stepped into the familiar arena of the King's Canyon, greeted by the familiar announcement, "Welcome to Wangzhe Rongyao." Sun Minglong smirked, thinking to himself that Zheng Qi would soon witness the dazzling maneuvers of his Zhuge Liang. Zheng Qi too harbored his own calculations, with the outcome of the match shrouded in uncertainty. Just as they were brimming with confidence, an unexpected incident unfolded within the coffee shop. Smash everything! A man's thunderous yell startled every patron in the CAF, including Mo Yang and his friends. Sun Minglong and Zheng Qi abandoned their phones, their focus on the match shattered. The server, witnessing the chaos, hurried to find the manager. Many patrons fled the CAF, fearful of being harmed by the burly men. The manager rushed to confront the yelling man, bowing slightly, his demeanor that of a servant before a master. "You delinquent, how long have you delayed your rent? If you do not pay today, I suggest you leave." The man scowled at the CAF manager. The manager, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Wu Gu, please show some leniency. Business has not been great. Every month's earnings barely cover our living expenses, leaving no surplus." Instead of departing, Wu Lu commanded his accomplices to continue their destruction. Smash it all. The manager could only sigh in resignation as he watched the thugs ruin valuable items. After all, he truly could not afford to offend Wu Lu. "Are we really going to just let him wreak havoc in our establishment?" A nearby server questioned. This CAF was like his lifeblood, every item within it holding immense significance. As things were being destroyed, the manager felt a deep pain, yet he saw no way to confront this individual. Wu Lu stood at the entrance, a sinister grin on his face, relishing the scene. He had recently received a call about a significant client interested in purchasing the CAF and converting it into a club, and the offer was indeed tempting. "Move swiftly, don't keep the big boss waiting, my money is at stake," he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the CAF. Mo Yang and his friends remained, refusing to leave. Sun Minglong was particularly incensed, unable to tolerate such blatant bullying. He rolled up his sleeves and declared angrily, "If I can endure this, I shall no longer bear the surname Sun." Just as he was about to confront the thugs, Mo Yang quickly intervened. Remaining composed in the face of adversity, Mo Yang began to analyze the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a clever plan and stood up. Approaching the burly men, his sudden appearance astonished Wu Lu, who had not previously noticed anyone else in the CAF. He was taken aback that someone dared to stand against him, as most would flee at the mere sight of his presence. "Ah, a mere child dares to challenge us," Wu Lu boasted, puffing out his chest with false bravado. Mo Yang, undeterred by his words, knew that those who underestimated the youth often faced dire consequences. The CAF manager, witnessing the unfolding situation, could not stand idly by. However, he understood that resorting to violence would inevitably create a scene, potentially harming their reputation. Thus, he resolved to handle the crisis through a different approach. Mo Yang produced a mobile phone from his pocket, addressing Wu Lu and his cohorts. "They say the resolution to disputes lies in a game of Wangzhe. How about we settle this with a match? If I win, you leave immediately. If I lose, you may do as you please." His words flowed effortlessly, devoid of hesitation. Mo Yang felt no fear in confronting these adults. Rather, he was invigorated by the challenge ahead. Thus far, in his matches against adults, he has only suffered a single defeat, a contest that ignited his fighting spirit in earnest. From that moment, Ying resolved to train diligently, determined to face that individual once more. Upon hearing this declaration, W. Li and his companions nearly collapsed in laughter. "Ha, boss. It's my first time hearing a little brat daring to challenge us. Truly youthful arrogance. They clearly have no idea of WG's prowess. Had they known, they would have wet themselves in fear. Ha ha ha." The two burly men beside W. Li continued to mock Ying's earlier words. "How amusing. A mere child dares to challenge me. Such ignorance is almost endearing. I shall show you who truly reigns in this place." W. Li dismissed Ying's statements as trifles, discarding them into the proverbial wastebasket. W. Li was exceedingly confident about his chances in this match. Ying had indeed encountered many who looked down upon him, Yet as the saying goes, age does not determine everything. True strength is revealed only in battle. Spare us the empty chatter before the match, lest we become tedious. Yang coldly remarked as he took a seat at a nearby table. Li could hardly fathom Yang's audacity. Little brat, just wait until I finish you. The coffee shop manager, taken aback, never expected Yang to utter such words, fully aware of Li's notorious reputation for being ruthless. However, Yang's demeanor and unwavering gaze revealed a remarkable lack of fear, which indeed astonished the manager. Chapter 81. Infuriate him regarding this match. Ngl and the others would naturally refrain from intervening, as it was a contest between Yang and Li. Nonetheless, if Li resorted to underhanded tactics, they would not let it slide, even if it meant confronting an adult. As Yang and Li took their seats, Li's eyes brimmed with confidence, bordering on arrogance, while Yang merely offered a cold smile. Let us begin. I wish to conclude this swiftly, as I have matters to attend to. Yang maintained his icy demeanor, showing little regard for Li's provocations. Don't get scared and soil yourself. Li scoffed, convinced that Yang's bravado was mere bravado. Ngl, unable to tolerate Li's tone, muttered a few curses in his heart, but decided to let it slide. Li's subordinates obediently retreated to the sidelines, awaiting their leader's victory. The two players entered the 11 map, both selecting assassin heroes. Yang chose Li Bi, while Li opted for Ng. How could Yang select Li Bi on the 11 map? It's rather challenging to develop. Ngl murmured. This sentiment was shared not only by Ngl, but also by Chink and Zicheng, who were bewildered by Yang's choice. Meanwhile, Li erupted into laughter. A mere child, daring to choose Li Bi against my Ng on the 11 map. How utterly foolish. Li's subordinates joined in the raucous laughter. The staff and manager of the CAF exchanged glances, their worries mounting. Their understanding of Ng was minimal. Yet the CAF manager had heard whispers of Li's formidable reputation. Go for it. The CAF manager silently cheered for Yang, unperturbed by the mocking laughter. Yang focused on his own rhythm, understanding the importance of concentration. Welcome to Ngzhou, all-out assault. Li Bi and Ng sprang into action as summoned by their respective players. On the 11 map, without jungles to farm, one could only rely on minion waves, devoid of any advantageous terrain. In this map, it was simply a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do, such is the nature of the game. Let me show you the might of my Ng. Let's see if you dare meddle again. Li chuckled as he approached Li Bi, executing a second skill to hurl a dagger. He expected a perfect hit, but was taken aback when Li Bi deftly evaded it with his first skill. Such a feeble attack holds no weight. Yang's Li Bi, however, was not merely about evasion. He utilized the first segment of his skill to avoid Ng's dagger, countering with a second segment to inflict damage. Do not be too arrogant. Wait until Ng reaches level 4. You will regret it, Li thought to himself. With the second segment of Li Bi's first skill, he dashed toward Ng, dealing physical damage before retreating to his original position using the third segment. Although the damage was not substantial, the fact that a mere child had struck him, especially after his earlier attack had missed, left Li's pride in tatters. Yang seized this opportunity, dispatching a few minions to reach level 2, while his skills had also cooled down. Li, now more cautious with Ng, was determined not to let Li Bi strike him again after the previous lesson. Not only that, but Li's Ng also reached level 2. The anxiety he had felt earlier was now replaced with an expression of triumph. He was intent on avenging his previous embarrassment. This time, his second skill would surely strike Li Bi, followed by his first skill. At that point, he believed the little brat's composure would undoubtedly crumble. But before Li could make his move, Yang's Li Bi suddenly surged forward, catching Li completely off guard. Yang would not wait for Li to recover. After executing the first segment of his skill, he unleashed a second skill, electrocuting Ng at the edge of the lightning zone. A truly unpleasant sensation. After the attack, Ng retaliated by launching a dagger at Li Bi, advancing a few steps before employing his first skill. Li Bi must be feeling the brunt of the situation. Wu Lu, brimming with confidence, believed that his 2 consecutive skills would surely strike Li Bi. However, what transpired next was infuriating. While executing his skills as Lan Ling Wang, Wu Lu failed to notice that Li Bi still had 1 skill segment left unused. It was precisely because Li Bi utilized that final segment to return to his original position that he effortlessly evaded both skills, leaving Wu Lu seething with rage. Nearby, Sun Minglong could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Wu Lu is truly a monkey sent from the zoo. How amusing." At that moment, he decided to retract his earlier statement, who said Li Bai could not perform on the 11th map. Chapter 82. Shock is the boss alright? Wu Lu's subordinates began to voice their concerns, astonished by the prowess of this young lad. Wu Lu suppressed his inner fury. If he admitted defeat in this match, where would his pride reside? It's nothing. I allowed him to take the lead. It's time for him to experience my strength. Although Wu Lu spoke confidently, he was acutely aware of Mo Yang's exceptional skill. The subordinates felt reassured upon hearing this. It was no wonder their boss had failed to land a hit previously. He had intentionally let Mo Yang have the upper hand. Sun Minglong's laughter continued unabated. How foolish to cling to pride and endure humiliation. Even a simpleton can see that Mo Yang holds the advantage. The outcome of the match remained uncertain, for until the final moment, no one could predict the result, as surprises could arise at any time. Zheng Qi never underestimated anyone. He firmly believed that until the last second, the outcome was unpredictable, as anything could happen. Regaining his composure after Mo Yang's previous attacks, Wu Lu no longer exuded arrogance, but began to tread cautiously. Early on, he had thought that Mo Yang could not secure any kills, at most wounding enemies. Yet, Mo Yang's Li Bai rapidly gained strength, accumulating an economic advantage of several hundred over Lan Ling Wang, thereby obtaining superior equipment. "Let me show you the true prowess of my Li Bai," Mo Yang declared with unwavering confidence. Lan Ling Wang had already lost half his health to Li Bai, and astonishingly, Wu Lu had not retreated to recover. It was unclear whether he was overly self-assured or simply arrogant. Mo Yang's attacks were always unpredictable, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. Yet one could never ascertain when it would strike. How infuriating. I cannot believe I am being led around by this kid. Just wait until I crush him. Wu Lu was on the verge of apoplexy, feeling utterly toyed with by Mo Yang. As Lan Ling Wang approached the first tower to regain health, Wu Lu chuckled to himself, thinking, "This kill is mine." He watched as Lan Ling Wang charged towards Li Bai, who seemed utterly unconcerned, continuing to farm minions. "Die!" Wu Lu shouted fiercely, controlling Lan Ling Wang to swiftly unleash a second-level skill, determined that he would not miss Li Bai this time. However, to his astonishment, Li Bai dodged once more with the first segment of his skill, elegantly evading the sharp dagger. A dagger is useless without a capable wielder. Just as there are no bad heroes, only unskilled players. Sun Minglong cheered for Mo Yang. "Well done. Teach him a lesson. Let us see if they dare to underestimate us again." Though only a few minutes had passed, Zheng Qi recognized Mo Yang's exceptional skill, affirming that his decision to recruit him into the Xiao Feng team was indeed wise. Recalling past events, he remembered someone once telling him he could never win a championship. Yet now, the possibility of victory seemed uncertain. As Zheng Qi reminisced, a sudden exclamation broke through, "First blood." All eyes turned to the screen as Li Bai eliminated Lan Ling Wang, securing the first kill. Wu Lu's subordinates displayed expressions of disbelief. They never expected their leader to be bested by a mere boy. "Boss, this can't be real. It feels like a dream," they murmured. Wu Lu reflected on the previous exchange. In terms of skill, awareness, and timing, he felt inferior to Mo Yang, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as if trapped in a nightmare. Zheng Qi was eager to understand how Mo Yang achieved the first blood and turned to Qing Ku, asking urgently, what transpired in that last exchange. Qing Ku gladly recounted. Li Bai dodged Lan Ling Wang's second skill, then utilized the second segment of his first skill to charge in, stunning him. Unexpectedly, he leveled up to 4 at that moment. With the previous hits combined, Mo Yang wasted no time unleashing his ultimate ability, and due to Lan Ling Wang's low health, he was immediately slain. Impressive. To calculate so precisely when Li Bai would reach level 4, catching his opponent off guard. Zheng Qi felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Chapter 83. Brother, I was wrong. Mo Yang remained composed after achieving the first kill. It was merely as he had anticipated. However, Wu Lu and his team were genuinely taken aback. A teenager possessed such skill. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. Sweat poured down Wu Lu's face, unrelenting. His subordinates were anxious, worried that if their leader were to lose, they would be left with no dignity. Naturally, Mo Yang did not linger on this fleeting victory. He swiftly cleared the minion wave and advanced towards Wu Lu's defensive tower. He always understood that Wangzhe Rongyao was not merely a game of slaughter, but rather one focused on tower pushing. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Utilizing a few minions and a cannon, combined with Li Bai's impressive tower damage, he swiftly demolished Wu Lu's first defensive tower, leaving only a crystal remaining. Remarkable, Mo Yang. Sun Minglong couldn't help but silently marvel, wishing he possessed Mo Yang's skill. At the same time, Sun Minglong recognized that Mo Yang's prowess was undoubtedly the result of rigorous training. There are no free lunches in this world. Cheng Ku settled down with great enthusiasm, quietly observing the match, acknowledging Mo Yang's exceptional technique. Naturally, Wu Lu, whose tower had been destroyed, felt displeased and declared that for every tower he lost, he would repay in kind, asserting that victory would surely be his. Victory is not merely spoken of, it must be substantiated through action. Wait until you defeat me to speak of victory. Mo Yang remained remarkably calm, undisturbed by the taunts. Presently, Li Bai held a significant economic lead, having accrued wealth from minions and securing first blood against Lanling Wang, along with the destruction of the defensive tower, truly reaping rewards for Mo Yang. Even with this economic advantage, Mo Yang opted for an offensive approach, though this time it was not without strategy. He had devised a plan. Cheng Ku maneuvered Lanling Wang cautiously along the periphery, too fearful to approach Li Bai. Witnessing this, Sun Minglong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Now you've turned into a turtle. Who are you calling a turtle, kid? Do you want me to hit you?" Wu Lu's subordinate could no longer contain himself, shouting back, "Whoever responds to me is the turtle." Sun Minglong feigned a natural expression, leaving the other party feeling embarrassed. In this situation, he refrained from taking action. As Wu Lu had not issued any commands, how could he dare act recklessly? Seeing that Wu Lu's subordinates fell silent, he too chose to observe the match in silence. The events that transpired had little effect on Mo Yang and Wu Lu, for they were deeply engrossed in the game. Damn it. Li Bai's economy has surpassed mine by 1,000. If I don't devise a plan to attack soon, I'm bound to lose this match, Wu Lu muttered quietly. After this, Wu Lu had no choice but to control Lanling Wang and seek to eliminate Li Bai. Once Mo Yang observed Lanling Wang's movement, he realized Wu Lu intended to attack. If that was the case, he might as well assist him on his journey. Li Bai assessed the surroundings, utilizing his first skill to charge forward, stunning Lanling Wang. Sensing danger, Lanling Wang attempted to retreat, but Li Bai would not allow his prey to escape. Since he had come, he could forget about leaving. Seizing this opportunity, Mo Yang swiftly commanded Li Bai to unleash his ultimate ability, depleting a significant portion of Lanling Wang's health. Lanling Wang still sought to withdraw to his crystal tower. Yet Li Bai tightened his grip, following up with the second part of his first skill, stunning Lanling Wang once more and landing several hits. A flawless execution of the second skill allowed Mo Yang to claim another kill. Well done, Mo Yang, you truly are impressive. Sun Minglong applauded once more. Even the nearby waiter and the coffee shop manager joined in the applause, particularly the manager, who was astonished that Mo Yang had managed to kill Wu Lu twice. Wu Lu felt as if his mind had short-circuited, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, his subordinates wore expressions of gloom, devoid of any semblance of encouragement. Thanks to Li Bai's elimination of Lanling Wang, Mo Yang successfully destroyed Wu Lu's final defensive tower, the crystal. Victory! Mo Yang dusted himself off and set down his phone, declaring, "Now do you yield?" Wu Lu, slamming his hands on the table, stood up with a ferocious expression. "You better not go back on your word. We are not to be trifled with." Sun Minglong rolled up his sleeves, ever ready for a confrontation. Cheng Ku and Zheng Qi also rose to their feet, prepared to support Sun Minglong should a fight ensue. Meanwhile, a subordinate chimed in, "Boss, just give the word, and we'll take them on." The coffee shop manager grew increasingly anxious, fearing that a fight would lead to the destruction of the establishment. However, what transpired next was unexpected. Wu Lu's demeanor shifted from menacing to pitiful as he pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I truly concede this match. Please accept me as your subordinate." Chapter 84, a long-awaited name. The scene unfolded in a manner Mo Yang had not anticipated. He thought Wu Lu would stubbornly refuse to accept defeat, leading to a conflict. Yet this was the outcome. Wu Lu's subordinates stood in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the floor, utterly astonished. In their minds, their leader was a man of great pride. Sun Minglong quietly lowered his sleeves. Since Wu Lu had surrendered, he no longer harbored any desire for a fight. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Mo Yang remarked, "It seems a bit improper for an adult to become someone's subordinate." Therefore, he addressed Wu Lu, stating, "No need to become my subordinate. But can you apologize to the coffee shop manager?" Wu Lu nodded vigorously, willing even to be Mo Yang's follower, so this apology was no trouble at all. However, there was an inherent awkwardness in the situation. Having just broken something in the coffee shop, he was now tasked with apologizing. Uncertain if Zhang Yi would forgive him, he slowly approached the manager. Zhang Yi felt a tinge of anxiety. "Mr. Zhang, I am truly sorry. I should not have damaged your property. Please forgive me. Furthermore, I will gift you this establishment, no need for rent." Wu Lu bowed deeply, utterly surprising Zhang Yi. "I apologize." Wu Lu's subordinates sincerely bowed at a 90-degree angle to Zhang Yi in apology. To outsiders, this act may not have seemed significant. Yet Wu Lu was taken aback by the unexpected display of respect from his followers. "Why are you all bowing with me? This was entirely my fault," he remarked. His subordinates chuckled and replied, "Oh, "Boss, it's no big deal. With just a command from you, we could bow a dozen more times." Upon hearing these words, tears of joy welled up in Wu Lu's eyes. He patted their shoulders and resolutely declared, "Good brothers." Witnessing this scene, everyone present was moved, realizing that the bonds among good people might not always be unbreakable, while the camaraderie of the wicked could still embody sincerity and kindness. Zhang Yi felt an immense gratitude towards Mo Yang, for he was the one who salvaged the coffee shop and transformed the wayward Wu Lu. What a delightful outcome it was. Sun Minglong was equally elated to witness this moment. Following this match, Zhang Qi became even more determined to join the Xiao Feng team. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he was resolved to fight for it. Zhang Qi turned to Sun Minglong, extending his hand and stating, "Our duel is not yet concluded. If I win, you must allow me to join the Xiao Feng team. Deal." Sun Minglong joyfully shook his hand in agreement. As the central figure, Mo Yang remained unaware of how grateful Zhang Yi and Wu Lu were to him. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. "From now on, I shall call you Brother Wu." After this incident, Mo Yang began to perceive Wu Lu in a different light, realizing he was not as malevolent as he had once thought. Well, when the opportunity arises, let us spar again and see whose prowess prevails." Indeed, both Mo Yang and Wu Lu laughed heartily, truly having forged an unexpected friendship. This battle had enlightened Wu Lu to the understanding that wealth held little value compared to the brotherhood he shared with his companions. Just as they were joyfully jesting, the television in the coffee shop broadcasted a news segment. "Today, we bring you a report. According to overseas correspondents, this year, an underdog team has clinched the championship in the American King of Glory Youth Division. This team is called the Brotherhood Team, and its captain is a Chinese individual whose name has captivated American youth. His name is Zhu Ming. Will he participate in this year's international competition? Stay tuned." Upon hearing this name, both Mo Yang and Sun Minglong turned to the television in unison. Sun Minglong, somewhat incredulous, gazed at the images on the screen, confirming it was indeed their brother Zhu Ming. "Zhu Ming." Mo Yang uttered these two words after a prolonged silence.